The Letters of Charles and Mary Lamb, 1821–1834. Letter 264. Charles Lamb to Dorothy Wordsworth. P.M. January 8, 1821. Mary perfectly approves of the appropriation of the feathers, and wishes them peacocks for your fair niece's sake. Dear Miss Wordsworth, I had just written the above endearing words when Monkhouse tapped me on the shoulder with an invitation to cold goose pie, which I was not bird of that sort enough to decline. Mrs. M., I am most happy to say, is better. Mary has been tormented with a rheumatism, which is leaving her. I am suffering from the festivities of the season. I wonder how my misused carcase holds it out. I have played the experimental philosopher on it, that's certain. Willie shall be welcome to a mince pie and a bout at commerce whenever he comes. He was in our eye. I am glad you liked my New Year's speculations. Everybody likes them, except the author of The Pleasures of Hope. Disappointment attend him, how I like to be liked, and what I do to be liked. They flatter me in magazines, newspapers, and all the minor reviews. The quarterlies hold aloof, but they must come into it in time, or their leaves be waste paper. Salute Trinity Library in my name. 2 special things are worth seeing at Cambridge, a portrait of Cromwell at Sydney, and a better of Dr. Harvey, who found out that blood was red, at Dr. Davies. You should see them. Coleridge is pretty well. I have not seen him, but hear often of him from Allsopp, who sends me hares and pheasants twice a week. I can hardly take so fast as he gives. I have almost forgotten butcher's meat, as plebeian. Are you not glad the cold is gone? I find winters not so agreeable as they used to be, when winter bleak had charms for me. I cannot conjure up a kind similitude for those snowy flakes. Let them keep to 12th cakes. Mrs. Paris, our Cambridge friend, has been in town. You do not know the Watfords in Trumpington Street. They are capital people. Ask anybody you meet, who is the biggest woman in Cambridge, and I'll hold you a wager they'll say Mrs. Smith. She broke down 2 benches in Trinity Gardens, one on the confines of St. John's, which occasioned a litigation between the societies as to repairing it. In warm weather she retires into an ice cellar, literally, and dates the returns of the years from a hot Thursday some 20 years back. She sits in a room with opposite doors and windows to let in a thorough draught, which gives her slenderer friends toothaches. She is to be seen in the market every morning at 10, cheapening fowls, which I observe the Cambridge poulterers are not sufficiently careful to stump. Having now answered most of the points contained in your letter, let me end with assuring you of our very best kindness, and excuse Mary from not handling the pen on this occasion, especially as it has fallen into so much better hands. Will Dr. W. accept of my respects at the end of a foolish letter? C.L. Miss Wordsworth was visiting her brother, Christopher Wordsworth, the Master of Trinity. Willie was William Wordsworth, Jr. Lamb's New Year speculations were contained in his Elia essay, New Year's Eve, in the London Magazine for January 1821. There is no evidence that Campbell disapproved of the essay. Canon Anger suggests that Lamb may have thus alluded playfully to the pessimism of his remarks, so opposed to the pleasures of hope. When the quarterly did come in 1823, it was with cold words, as we shall see. Trinity Library. It is here that are preserved those MSS of Milton, which Lamb in his essay, Oxford in the Vacation, in the London Magazine for October 1820, says he regrets to have seen. Cromwell at Sydney. See Mary Lamb's letter to Miss Hutchinson, August 20, 1815. Harvey at Dr. Davies, Dr. Martin Davy, Master of Chaos. Allsopp. This is the first mention of Thomas Allsopp, 1795–1880, Coleridge's friend and disciple, who, meeting Coleridge in 1818, had just come into Lamb's circle. We shall meet him frequently. Allsopp's letters, conversations, and recollections of Samuel Taylor Coleridge contain much matter concerning Lamb. Winter bleak had charms for me. I could not find this for the large edition. It is from Burns' Epistle to William Simpson, stanza 13. Mrs. Paris was a sister of William Ayrton and the mother of John Ayrton Paris, the physician. It was at her house at Cambridge that the Lambs met Emma Isola, whom we are soon to meet. Mrs. Smith. Lamb worked up this portion of his letter into the little humorous sketch, The Gentle Giantess, printed in the London Magazine for December 1822, c. vol. I of the present edition, wherein Mrs. Smith of Cambridge becomes the widow Blackett of Oxford. Dr. W. Dr. Christopher Wordsworth. Letter 265. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. No date, 1821. Dear Sir, the hairs of our head are numbered, but those which emanate from your heart defy arithmetic. I would send longer thanks, but your young man is blowing his fingers in the passage. Yours gratefully, C.L. The date of this scrap is unimportant, but it comes well here in connection with the reference in the preceding letter. In Harper's Magazine for December 1859 were printed 50 of Lamb's notes to Alsop, all of which are reproduced in at least 2 editions of Lamb's letters. I have selected only those which say anything, as for the most part Lamb was content with the merest message. Moreover, the date is often so uncertain as to be only misleading. Crabb Robinson says of Alsop, I believe his acquaintance with Lamb originated in his sending Coleridge a present of £100 in admiration of his genius. Letter 266. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. No date, 1821. Dear Sir, thanks for the birds and your kindness. It was but yesterday I was contriving with Talf to meet you 12 way at his chamber, but night don't do so well at present. I shall want to be home at Dalston by 8. I will pay an afternoon visit to you when you please. I dine at a chop house at 1 always, but I can spend an hour with you after that. Yours truly, C.L. Would Saturday serve? Letter 267. Charles Lamb to Mrs. William Ayrton. Dated at End, Jan. 23, 1821. Dear Mrs. Ayrton, my sister desires me, as being a more expert penman than herself, to say that she saw Mrs. Paris yesterday, and that she is very much out of spirits, and has expressed a great wish to see your son William and Fanny. I like to write that word Fanny. I do not know, but it was one reason of taking upon me this pleasing task. Moreover, that if the said William and Francis will go and sit an hour with her at any time, she will engage that no one else shall see them but herself, and the servant who opens the door, she being confined to her private room. I trust you and the juveniles will comply with this reasonable request. And dear Mrs. Ayrton, yours and yours, truly, C. Lamb, Cove Girl, 23 Jan. 1821. Mrs. Ayrton, née Arnold, was the wife of William Ayrton, the musical critic. Letter 268. Charles Lamb to Miss Humphreys. London, 27 Jan. 1821. Dear Madam, carriages to Cambridge are in such request, owing to the installation, that we have found it impossible to procure a conveyance for Emma before Wednesday, on which day between the hours of 3 and 4 in the afternoon you will see your little friend, with her bloom somewhat impaired by late hours and dissipation, but her gait, gesture, and general manners, I flatter myself, considerably improved, by somebody that shall be nameless. My sister joins me in love to all true Trumpingtonians, not specifying any, to avoid envy, and begs me to assure you that Emma has been a very good girl, which, with certain limitations, I must myself subscribe to. I wish I could cure her of making dog's ears in books, and pinching them on poor Pompey, who, for one, I dare say, will heartily rejoice at her departure. Dear Madam, yours truly, Foolish C.L. Addressed to Miss Humphreys, with Mrs. Paris, Trumpington Street, Cambridge, franked by J. Rickman. This letter contains the first reference in the correspondence to Emma. Isola, daughter of Charles Isola, Esquire Bedell of Cambridge University, and granddaughter of Agostino Isola, the Italian critic and teacher of Cambridge, among whose pupils had been Wordsworth. Miss Humphreys was Emma Isola's aunt. Emma seems to have been brought to London by Mrs. Paris and left with the Lambs. Pompey seems to have been the Lamb's first dog. Later, as we shall see, they adopted Dash. Letter 269. Charles Lamb to Mrs. William Ayrton. Dated at end, March 15, 1821. Dear Madam, we are out of town of necessity till Wednesday next, when we hope to see one of you at least to a rubber. On some future Saturday, we shall most gladly accept your kind offer. When I read your delicate little note, I am ashamed of my great staring letters. Yours most truly, Charles Lamb. Dalston near Hackney, 15 Mar, 1821. In my large edition, I give a facsimile of this letter. Letter 270. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. 30 March, 1821. My dear sir, if you can come next Sunday, we shall be equally glad to see you, but do not trust to any of Martin's appointments, except on business, in future. He is notoriously faithless in that point, and we did wrong not to have warned you. Leg of lamb, as before, hot at 4, and the heart of lamb ever. Yours truly, C.L. Letter 271. Charles Lamb to Leigh Hunt. Indifferent Wednesday, April 18, 1821. Dear Hunt, there was a sort of side talk at Mr. Novello's about our spending Good Friday at Hampstead, but my sister has got so bad a cold, and we both want rest so much, that you shall excuse our putting off the visit some little time longer. Perhaps, after all, you know nothing of it. Believe me, yours truly, C. Lamb. Letter 272. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. May 1st, 1821. Mr. Gilman's, Highgate. Mr. C., I will not fail you on Friday by 6, and Mary perhaps earlier. I very much wish to meet Master Matthew, and am much obliged to the G.S. for the opportunity. Our kind respects to them always. Elia. Extract from a Note of S.D.C. in my Beaumont and Fletcher, dated April 17, 1807. Midnight. God bless you, dear Charles Lamb, I am dying. I feel I have not many weeks left. Master Matthew is in Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour. Lamb's Beaumont and Fletcher is in the British Museum. The note quoted by Lamb is not there, or perhaps it is one that has been crossed out. This still remains. N.B. I shall not be long here, Charles. I gone. You will not mind my having spoiled a book in order to leave a relic. S.T.C. Oct. 1811. Letter 273. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. Dated at end, 2 May, 1821. Dear Sir, you dine so late on Friday, it will be impossible for us to go home by the 8 o'clock stage. Will you oblige us by securing us beds at some house from which a stage goes to the bank in the morning? I would write to Coleridge, but cannot think of troubling a dying man with such a request. Yours truly, C. Lamb. If the beds in the town are all engaged, in consequence of Mr. Matthews's appearance, a hackney coach will serve. Wednesday, 2 May 21. We shall neither of us come much before the time. Mrs. Matthews, who was half-sister of Fanny Kelly, described this evening in her Memoirs of her husband, 1839. Her account of Lamb is interesting. Mr. Lamb's first approach was not prepossessing. His figure was small and mean, and no man certainly was ever less beholden to his tailor. His brand new suit of black cloth, in which he affected several times during the day to take great pride, and to cherish as a novelty that he had long looked for and wanted, was drolly contrasted with his very rusty silk stockings, shown from his knees, and his much too large thick shoes without polish. His shirt rejoiced in a wide, ill-plated frill, and his very small, tight white neckcloth was hemmed to a fine point at the ends that formed part of the little bow. His hair was black and sleek, but not formal, and his face the gravest I ever saw, but indicating great intellect, and resembling very much the portraits of King Charles. Mr. Coleridge was very anxious about his pet Lamb's first impression upon my husband, which I believe his friends saw, and guessing that he had been extolled, he mischievously resolved to thwart his panegyrist, disappoint the strangers, and altogether to upset the suspected plan of showing him off. The Matthews were then living at Ivy Cottage, only a short distance from the Grove, Highgate, where the famous Matthews collection of pictures was to be seen, of which Lamb subsequently wrote in the London Magazine. Here should come a note to Ayrton saying that Madame Noblet is the least graceful dancer that Lamb ever did not see. Letter 274. Charles Lamb to John Payne Collier. May 16, 1821. Dear J.P.C., many thanks for the Decameron. I have not such a gentleman's book in my collection. It was a great treat to me, and I got it just as I was wanting something of the sort. I take less pleasure in books than heretofore, but I like books about books. In the second volume, in particular, are treasures, your discoveries about Twelfth Night, etc. What a Shakespearean essence that speech of Osrade's for food. Shakespeare is coarse to it, beginning forbear and eat no more. Osrade's warms up to that, but does not set out ruffian swaggerer. The character of the ass with those 3 lines, worthy to be set in gilt vellum and worn in frontlets by the noble beasts for ever. Thou would, perhaps, he should become thy foe, and to that end dost beat him many times. He cares not for himself, much less thy blow. Cervantes, Sterne, and Coleridge have said positively nothing for asses compared with this. I write in haste, but p. 24 vol. I, the line you cannot appropriate is Gray's sonnet, specimnified by Wordsworth in first preface to L.B., as mixed of bad and good style, p. 143, second vol. You will find last poem, but one of the collection on Sidney's death in Spenser, the line. Scipio Caesar, Petrarch of our time. This fixes it to be Raleigh's. I had guessed it to be Daniel's. The last after it, silence augmenteth rage. I will be crucified if it be not Lord Brooks. Hang you, and all meddling researchers hereafter, that by raking into learned dust may find me out wrong in my conjecture. Dear J.P.C., I shall take the first opportunity of personally thanking you for my entertainment. We are at Dalston for the most part, but I fully hope for an evening soon with you in Russell or Bouverie Street to talk over old times and books. Remember us kindly to Mrs. J.P.C. Yours very kindly, Charles Lamb. I write in misery. N.B. The best pen I could borrow at our butcher's. The ink, I verily believe, came out of the kennel. Collier's poetical Decameron, in 2 volumes, was published in 1820, a series of imaginary conversations on curious and little-known books. His Twelfth Night discoveries will be found in the 8th Conversation. Collier deduces the play from Barnaby Rich's Farewell to Military Profession, 1606. He also describes Thomas Lodge's Rosalind, the forerunner of As You Like It, in which is the character Rosader, whom Lamb calls Osrades. His speech for food runs thus. It happened that day that Gerismond, the lawful king of France banished by Torismond, who with a lusty crew of outlaws lewed in that forest, that day in honor of his birth, made a feast to all his bold yeomen, and frolicked it with store of wine and venison, sitting all at a long table, under the shadow of lemon trees. To that place, by chance fortune conducted Rosader, who seeing such a crew of braw men, hoying store of that for want of which he and Adam perished, he slept boldly to the board's end, and saluted the company thus. Whatsoe'er thou be that art master of these lusty squires, I salute thee as graciously as a man in extreme distress may. Know that I and a fellow friend of mine are here famished in the forest for want of food. Perish we must, unless relieved by thy fours. Therefore, if thou be a gentleman, you meet to men, and such as are eury way worthy of life, let the proudest squire that sits at thy table rise and encounter with me in any honorable point of activity whatsoever, and if he and thou prow me not, a man send me away comfortless. If thou refuse this, as a niggard of thy cates, I will har amongst you with my sword, for rather will I die valiantly than perish with so cowardly an extreme. Collier's Poetical Decameron, 174, 8th Conversation. Lamb compares with that the passage in As You Like It, Roman 2, 788, beginning with Orlando's Forbear and Eat No More. The character of the ass is quoted by Collier from an old book, The Nobleness of the Essay, 1595, in the 3rd Conversation. Thou wouldst, perhaps, he should become thy foe, and to that end dost beat him many times. He cares not for himself, much less thy blow. Lamb wrote more fully of this passage in an article on the ass contributed to Hone's Everyday Book in 1825, see vol. I of the present edition. The line from Gray's sonnet on the death of Mr. Richard West was this: "And weep the more, because I weep in vain. Scipio Caesar," etc. This line runs in the epitaph on Sydney, beginning to praise thy life. Scipio, Cicero, and Petrarch of our time. It is generally supposed to be by Raleigh. The next poem, Silence, Augmenteth Grief, is attributed by Malone to Sir Edward Dyer, and by Hannah to Raleigh. Letter 275. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. No date, summer, 1821. Dear Sir, the wits, as Clare calls us, assemble at my cell, 20 Russell St. Cave Gar. This evening at 14 before 7, cold meat at 9, puns at a little after. Mr. Carey wants to see you to scold you. I hope you will not fail. Yours and C and C and C. C. Lamb. Thursday. I am sorry, the London Magazine is going to be given up. I assume the date of this note to be summer, 1821, because it was then that Baldwin, Craddock and Joy, the London Magazine's first publishers, gave it up. The reason was the death of John Scott, the editor, and probably to a large extent the originator of the magazine. It was sold to Taylor and Hesse, their first number being dated July 1821. Scott had become involved in a quarrel with Blackwood, which reached such a pitch that a duel was fought between Scott and Christie, a friend of Lockhart's. The whole story, which is involved, and indeed not wholly clear, need not be told here. It will be found in Mr. Lang's Memoir of Lockhart. The meeting was held at Chalk Farm on February 16, 1821. Peter George Patmore, sub-editor of the London, was Scott's second. Scott fell, wounded by a shot which Christie fired purely in self-defense. He died on February 27. Mr. Carey, Henry Francis Carey, the translator of Dante and a contributor to the London Magazine. The London Magazine had 4 periods, from 1820 to the middle of 1821, when it was Baldwin, Craddock and Joy's. From 1821 to the end of 1824, when it was Taylor and Hesse's at a shilling. From January 1825 to August of that year, when it was Taylor and Hesse's at half a crown. And from September L825 to the end, when it was Henry Southern's and was published by Hunt and Clark. Letter 276. Charles Lamb to John Taylor. Margate, June 8, 1821. Dear Sir, I am extremely sorry to be obliged to decline the article proposed, as I should have been flattered with a plate accompanying it. In the first place, Midsummer Day is not a topic I could make anything of. I am so pure a Cockney, and little read besides in May games and antiquities. And in the second, I am here at Margate, spoiling my holidays with a review I have undertaken for a friend, which I shall barely get through before my return, for that sort of work is a hard task to me. If you will excuse the shortness of my first contribution, and I know I can promise nothing more for July, I will endeavor a longer article for our next. Will you permit me to say that I think Leigh Hunt would do the article you propose in a masterly manner if he has not outwrit himself already upon the subject. I do not return the proof to save postage because it is correct, with one exception. In the stanza from Wordsworth, you have changed day into air for rhyme's sake. Day is the right reading, and I implore you to restore it. The other passage, which you have queried, is to my ear correct. Pray let it stand. Dar esse, yours truly, C. Lamb. On second consideration, I do enclose the proof. John Taylor, 1781–1864, the publisher with Hesse of the London Magazine, was, in 1813, the first publicly to identify Sir Philip Francis with Junius. Taylor acted as editor of the London Magazine from 1821 to 1824, assisted by Thomas Hood. Later, his interests were centered in currency questions. I am here at Margate. I do not know what review Lamb was writing. If written and published, it has not been reprinted. It was on this visit to Margate that Lamb met Charles Cowden Clarke. My first contribution. The first number to bear Taylor and Hesse's name was dated July, but they had presumably acquired the rights in the magazine before then. Lamb's first contribution to the London Magazine had been in August 1820, the South Sea House. The proof which Lamb returned was that of the Elia, essay on Macquarie. End in Hertfordshire, printed in the July number of the London magazine, in which he quoted a stanza from Wordsworth's Yarrow. Visited. But thou that didst appear so fair, to fond imagination, dost rival in the light of day her delicate creation. Here should come a scrap from Lamb to Ayrton, dated July 17, 1821, referring to the coronation. Lamb says that in consequence of this event, he is postponing his Wednesday evening to Friday. Letter 277. Charles Lamb to John Taylor. July 21, 1821. Dear Sir, the land mag is chiefly pleasant to me because some of my friends write in it. I hope Hazlitt intends to go on with it. We cannot spare table talk. For myself, I feel almost exhausted, but I will try my hand a little longer, and shall not at all events be written out of it by newspaper paragraphs. Your proofs do not seem to want my helping hand. They are quite correct always. For God's sake, change Cicero to Yale. This last paper will be a choke pear, I fear, to some people, but as you do not object to it, I can be under little apprehension of your exerting your censorship too rigidly. Thanking you for your extract from Emma East's letter. I remain, dear Sir, you're obliged. C. Lamb. Hazlitt continued his table talk in the London magazine until December 1821. Lamb seems to have been treated foolishly by some newspaper critic, but I have not traced the paragraphs in question. The proof was that of the Elia essay, Imperfect Sympathies, which was printed with a fuller title in the number for August 1821. The reference to Yale is in the passage on Braham and the Jewish character. I do not identify Mr. E. Possibly Elton. See next letter. Here should come a further letter to Taylor, dated July 30, 1821, in which Lamb refers to some verses addressed to him by Olin, Charles. Abraham Elton, see note to next letter in the London magazine for August, remonstrating with him for the pessimism of the Elia S. New Year's Eve, see Vol. Roman II of this edition. Lamb also remarks that he borrowed the name Elia, pronounced Elia, from an old South Sea House clerk who is now dead. Elia has recently been identified by Mr. R. W. Gooding, the librarian at Welbeck Abbey, as F. Augustus Elia, author of a French tract entitled Considérations sur l'état actuel de la France au mois de juin 1815, par un Anglais. It is privately reprinted in letters from the originals at Welbeck Abbey, 1909. Letter 278. Charles Lamb to Charles Abraham Elton. India House, to which place all letters addressed to C.L. commonly come. August 17, 1821. My dear Sir, you have overwhelmed me with your favors. I have received positively a little library from Baldwin's. I do not know how I have deserved such a bounty. We have been up to the ear in the classics ever since it came. I have been greatly pleased, but most, I think, with the Hesiod. The Titan battle quite amazed me. Gad, it was no child's play, and then the homely aphorisms at the end of the works, how adroitly you have turned them. Can he be the same Hesiod who did the Titans? The latter is wine which to madness does incline. But to read the days and works is like eating nice brown bread, homely, sweet, and nutritive. Apollonius was new to me. I had confounded him with the conjurer of that name. Medea is glorious, but I cannot give up Dido. She positively is the only fine lady of antiquity. Her courtesy to the Trojans is altogether queen-like. Ennius is a most disagreeable person. Ascanius, a pretty young master. Mezentius for my money. His dying speech shames Turpin, not the archbishop I mean, but the roadster of that name. I have been ashamed to find how many names of classics, and more than their names, you have introduced me to, that before I was ignorant of. Your commendation of Master Chapman arrideth me. Can anyone read the pert modern Frenchified notes, and see, in Pope's translation, and contrast them with solemn weighty prefaces of Chapman, writing in full faith, as he evidently does, of the plenary inspiration of his author, worshipping his meanest scraps and relics as divine, without one skeptical misgiving of their authenticity, and doubt which was the properest to expound Homer to their countrymen. Reverend Chapman, you have read his hymn to Pan, the Homeric. Why, it is Milton's blank verse clothed with rhyme. Paradise lost could scarce lose, could it be so accoutred. I shall die in the belief that he has improved upon Homer, in the Odyssey in particular, the disclosure of Ulysses of himself, to Alcinous, his previous behavior at the song of the stern strife arising between Achilles and himself, how it raises him above the Iliad. Ulysses, but you know all these things quite as well as I do. But what a deaf-ear old sea would have turned to the doubters in Homer's real personality. They might as well have denied the appearance of J.C. in the flesh. He apparently believed all the fables of H.'s birth and C. Those notes of Bryant have caused the greatest disorder in my brain pan. Well, I will not flatter when I say that we have had 2 or 3 long evenings good reading out of your kind present. I will say nothing of the tenderest parts in your own little volume at the end of such a slatternly scribble as this, but indeed they cost us some tears. I scrawl away because of interruptions every moment. You guess how it is in a busy office, papers thrust into your hand when your hand is busiest, and every anti-classical disavocation. Conclusion cut away. Sir Charles Abraham Elton, 1778–1853, seems to have sent Lamb a number of his books, principally his specimens of the classical poets, from Homer to Triphyodorus, translated into English verse, Baldwin, 1814, in 3 volumes. Lamb refers first to the passage from Hesiod's Theogony, and then to his Works and Days, which Chapman translated, Dispensation of Providence to the Just and Unjust. Apollonius Rhodius was the author of the Argonautics. Lamb then passes on to Virgil. For the death of Mezentius c. the Aeneid, Book X, at the end. The makers of broadsides had probably credited Dick Turpin with a dying speech. Those notes of Bryant. Lamb possibly refers to Jacob Bryant's essay on the original genius and writings of Homer, 1775, or his pamphlet on the Trojan War, 1795–1799. Your own little volume, probably The Brothers and Other Poems by Elton, 1820. Letter 279. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clarke. Summer 1821. My dear sir, your letter has lain in a drawer of my desk, upbraiding me every time I open the said drawer, but it is almost impossible to answer such a letter in such a place, and I am out of the habit of replying to epistles otherwhere than at office. You express yourself concerning H. like a true friend, and have made me feel that I have somehow neglected him, but without knowing very well how to rectify it. I live so remote from him, by Hackney, that he is almost out of the pale of visitation at Hampstead, and I come but seldom to Covent Garden this summer time, and when I do, am sure to pay for the late hours and pleasant novello suppers which I incur. I also am an invalid, but I will hit upon some way that you shall not have cause for your reproof in future, but do not think I take the hint unkindly. When I shall be brought low by any sickness or untoward circumstance, write just such a letter to some tardy friend of mine, or come up yourself with your friendly Henshaw face, and that will be better. I shall not forget in haste our casual day at Margate. May we have many such there or elsewhere. God bless you for your kindness to H, which I will remember. But do not show this, for the flouting infidel doth mock when Christians cry God bless us. Yours and his, too, and all our little circles most affect. C. Lamb. Mary's Love included. Charles Cowden Clarke, 1787–1877, was the son of a schoolmaster who had served as usher with George Dyer at Northampton. Afterwards, he established a school at Enfield, where Keats was one of the scholars. Charles Cowden Clarke, at this time a bookseller, remained one of Keats' friends and was a friend also of Leigh Hunt's, on whose behalf he seems to have written to Lamb. Later, he became a partner of Alfred Novello, the musical publisher, son of Vincent Novello. In 1828, he married Mary Victoria Novello. Friendly Henshaw face, I cannot explain this. Leigh Hunt left England for Italy in November 1821, to join Shelley and Byron. Here should come a brief note to Alan Cunningham asking him to an evening party of London Magazine contributors at 20 Russell St. Given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 280. Mary Lamb to Mrs. William Ayrton. No date, 1821. Thursday morning. My dear friend, the kind interest you took in my perplexities of yesterday makes me feel that you will be well pleased to hear I got through my complicated business far better than I had ventured to hope I should do. In the first place, let me thank you, my good friend, for your good advice, for had I not gone to Martin first, he would have sent a senseless letter to Mr. Rickman, and now he is coming here today in order to frame one in conjunction with my brother. What will be Mr. Rickman's final determination I know not, but he and Mrs. Rickman both gave me a most kind reception and a most patient hearing, and then Mr. R. walked with me as far as Bishopsgate Street, conversing the whole way on the same unhappy subject. I will see you again the very first opportunity, till when farewell with grateful thanks. How senseless I was not to make you go back in that empty coach. I never have but one idea in my poor head at a time. Yours affectionately, M. Lamb. At Mr. Causton's, number 14 Kingsland Road, Dalston. The explanation of this letter is found in an entry in Crab Robinson's diary, the unpublished portion, which tells us that owing to certain irregularities Rickman, who was clerk assistant at the table of the House of Commons, had been obliged to discharge Martin Burney, who was one of his clerks. Here should come another scrap from Lamb to Ayrton, dated August 14, stating that at tomorrow's rubber the windows will be closed on account of Her Majesty's death. Her Majesty was Queen Caroline, whom Lamb had championed. She died on August 7. Letter 281. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. Act 21, 1819. My dear sir, I have to thank you for a fine hair, and unless I am mistaken for two, the first I received a week since. The account given with it was that it came from Mr. Ulford. I have no friend of that name, but two who come near it. Mr. Talford. Mr. Alsob. So my gratitude must be divided between you till I know the true sender. We are and shall be some time, I fear, at Dalston, a distance which does not improve hairs by the circuitous route of Covent Garden, though for the sweetness of this last I will answer. We dress it today. I suppose you know my sister has been and is ill. I do not see much hopes, though there is a glimmer of her speedy recovery. When we are all well, I hope to come among our town friends, and shall have great pleasure in welcoming you from Beresford Hall. Yours and old Mr. Walton's, and honest Mr. Cotton's Piscatorum Amicus, C.L. India House 19 Oct. 21. Letter 282. Charles Lamb to William Ayrton. Oct. 27, 1821. I come, Grimalkin, Dalston, near Hackney, 27th Oct. 1821 years, and a wee bit since you and I were redeemed. I doubt if you are done properly yet. A further letter to Ayrton, dated from Dalston, October 30, is printed by Mr. MacDonald, in which Lamb speaks of his sister's illness and the death of his brother John, who died on October 26, aged 58. It is reasonable to suppose that Lamb, when the above note was written, was unaware of his brother's death. See note to letter 284 on page 610. On October 26, however, he had written to the editor of the London Magazine saying that he was most uncomfortably situated at home and expecting some trouble which might prevent further writing for some time, which may have been an allusion to his brother's illness or to signs of Mary Lamb's approaching malady. Here should come a note to William Hone, evidently in reply to a comment on Lamb's essay on saying grace. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Rickman, dated November 20, 1821, referring to Admiral Burney's death. I have been used to death lately. Poor Jim White's departure last year first broke the spell. I had been so fortunate as to have lost no friends in that way for many long years, and began to think people did not die. He says that Mary Lamb has recovered from a long illness and is pretty well resigned to John Lamb's death. Letter 83. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. March 9, 1822. Dear Say, it gives me great satisfaction to hear that the pig turned out so well. They are interesting creatures at a certain age. What a pity such buds should blow out into the maturity of rank bacon. You had all some of the crackling and brain sauce. Did you remember to rub it with butter and gently dredge it a little just before the crisis? Did the eyes come away kindly with no Oedipian avulsion? Was the crackling the color of the ripe pomegranate? Had you no compliment of boiled neck of mutton before it, to blunt the edge of delicate desire? Did you flesh maiden teeth in it? Not that I sent the pig, or can form the remotest guess what part Owen could play in the business. I never knew him give anything away in my life. He would not begin with strangers. I suspect the pig, after all, was meant for me, but at the unlucky juncture of time being absent, the present somehow went round to Highgate. To confess an honest truth, a pig is one of those things I could never think of sending away. Teals, widgeons, snipes, barn-door fowl, ducks, geese, your tame velatic things, Welsh mutton, collars of brawn, sturgeon, fresh or pickled, your potted char, Swiss cheeses, French pies, early grapes, muscadines, I impart as freely unto my friends as to myself. They are but self-extended, but pardon me if I stop somewhere, where the fine feeling of benevolence giveth a higher smack than the sensual rarity. There my friends, or any good man, may command me, but pigs are pigs, and I myself therein am nearest to myself. Nay, I should think it an affront, an undervaluing done to nature who bestowed such a boon upon me, if in a churlish mood I parted with the precious gift. One of the bitterest pangs of remorse I ever felt was when a child, when my kind old aunt had strained her pocket-strings to bestow a sixpenny whole plum cake upon me. In my way home through the Borough, I met a venerable old man, not a mendicant, but thereabouts, a look-beggar, not a verbal petitionist, and in the coxcombry of taught charity, I gave away the cake to him. I walked on a little in all the pride of an evangelical peacock, when of a sudden my old aunt's kindness crossed me. The sum it was to her, the pleasure she had a right to expect, that I, not the old impostor, should take in eating her cake, the cursed ingratitude by which, under the color of a Christian virtue, I had frustrated her cherished purpose. I sobbed, wept, and took it to heart so grievously that I think I never suffered the like, and I was right. It was a piece of unfeeling hypocrisy, and proved a lesson to me ever after. The cake has long been masticated, consigned to dunghill with the ashes of that unseasonable pauper. But when Providence, who is better to us all than our aunts, gives me a pig, remembering my temptation and my fall, I shall endeavor to act towards it more in the spirit of the donor's purpose. Yours, short of pig, to command in everything, C.L. This letter probably led to the immediate composition of the Elia essay, a dissertation on roast pig, C. Vol. Roman II, of the present edition, which was printed in the London Magazine for September 1822. See also Thoughts on Presents of Game, Vol. I of this edition. Owen, Lamb's landlord in Russell Street. My kind old aunt, the Borough. This is rather perplexing. Lamb, to the best of our knowledge, never as a child lived anywhere but in the Temple. His only aunt of whom we know anything lived with the family also in the Temple, but John Lamb's will proves Lamb to have had two aunts. The reference to the Borough suggests therefore that the aunt in question was not Sarah Lamb, Aunt Hetty, but her sister. Letter 284. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. 20th March, 1822. My dear Wordsworth, a letter from you is very grateful. I have not seen a Kendal postmark so long. We are pretty well saved colds and rheumatics, and a certain deadness to everything, which I think I may date from poor John's loss, and another accident or two at the same time, that has made me almost bury myself at Dalston, where yet I see more faces than I could wish. Death's overset one, and put one out long after the recent grief. 2 or 3 have died within this last 2 twelvemonths, and so many parts of me have been numbed. One sees a picture, reads an anecdote, starts a casual fancy, and thinks to tell of it to this person in preference to every other. The person is gone whom it would have peculiarly suited. It won't do for another. Every departure destroys a class of sympathies. There's Capt. Burney gone. What fun has whist now? What matters it what you laid, if you can no longer fancy him looking over you? One never hears anything but the image of the particular person occurs with whom alone almost you would care to share the intelligence. Thus one distributes oneself about, and now for so many parts of me I have lost the market. Common natures do not suffice me. Good people, as they are called, won't serve. I want individuals. I'm made up of queer points, and I want so many answering needles. The going away of friends does not make the remainder more precious. It takes so much from them as there was a common link. A, B, and C make a party. A dies. B not only loses A, but all ace part in C. Loses ace part in B, and so the alphabet sickens by subtraction of interchangeables. I express myself muddily, capite dolent. I have a dulling cold. My theory is to enjoy life, but the practice is against it. I grow ominously tired of official confinement. 30 years have I served the Philistines, and my neck is not subdued to the yoke. You don't know how wearisome it is to breathe the air of 4 pent walls without relief day after day, all the golden hours of the day between 10 and 4 without ease or interposition. Tidit mi harum quotidianarum formarum, these pestilential clerk faces always in one's dish. Oh, for a few years between the grave and the desk. They are the same, save that at the latter you are outside the machine. The foul enchanter, letters 4 do form his name, Buserain is his name in hell, that has curtailed you of some domestic comforts, hath laid a heavier hand on me, not in present infliction, but in taking away the hope of enfranchisement. I dare not whisper to myself a pension on this side of absolute incapacitation and infirmity, till years have sucked me dry. Odium cum indignitate. I had thought in a green old age, O green thought, to have retired to Ponder's End, emblematic name how beautiful. In the Ware Road, there to have made up my accounts with heaven and the company, toddling about between it and Cheshunt, anon stretching on some fine Isaac Walton morning to Hoddesdon or Amwell, careless as a beggar, but walking, walking ever, till I fairly walked myself off my legs, dying walking. The hope is gone. I sit like Philomel all day, but not singing, with my breast against this thorn of a desk, with the only hope that some pulmonary affliction may relieve me. Vide Lord Palmerston's report of the clerks in the War Office, debates, this morning's Times, by which it appears in 20 years, as many clerks have been coughed and catarrhed out of it into their freer graves. Thank you for asking about the pictures. Milton hangs over my fireside in carved card. When I am there, the rest have been sold for an old song, wanting the eloquent tongue that should have set them off. You have gratified me with liking my meeting with Dodd. For the Malvolio story, the thing is become in verity a sad task, and I eke it out with anything. If I could slip out of it, I sh'd be happy, but our chief reputed assistants have forsaken us. The opium eater crossed us once with a dazzling path, and hath as suddenly left us darkling, and in short, I shall go on from dull to worse, because I cannot resist the bookseller's importunity, the old plea you know of authors, but I believe on my part sincere. Hartley I do not so often see, but I never see him in unwelcome hour. I thoroughly love and honor him. I send you a frozen epistle, but it is winter and dead time of the year with me. May heaven keep something like spring and summer up with you, strengthen your eyes, and make mine a little lighter to encounter with them, as I hope they shall yet and again, before all are closed. Yours with every kind Rimbert. CL. I had almost forgot to say, I think you thoroughly right about presentation copies. I should like to see you print a book I should grudge to purchase for its size. D. N. me, but I would have it though. John Lambs will left everything to his brother. We must suppose that his widow was independently provided for. I doubt if the brothers had seen each other except casually for some time. The Elia essay, My Relations, contains John Lamb's full-length portrait under the name of James Elia. Captain Burney died on November 17, 1821. The foul enchanter, letters 4 do form his name. From Coleridge's War Eclogue, Fire, Famine, and Slaughter, where the letters form the name of Pitt. Here they stand for Joseph Hume, not Lamb's friend, but Joseph Hume, MP, 1777–1855, who had attacked with success abuses in the East India Company, had revised economically the system of collecting the revenue, thus touching Wordsworth as distributor of stamps, and had opposed Vansittart's scheme for the reduction of pension charges. Vide Lord Palmerston's report. In the Times of March 21 is the report of a debate on the estimates. Palmerston proved a certain amount of reduction of salary in the War Office. Incidentally, he remarked that since 1810, not fewer than 26 clerks had died of pulmonary complaints and disorders arising from sedentary habits. Milton was the portrait already described, which had been left to Lamb. Lamb gave it as a dowry to Emma Isola when she became Mrs. Moxon. My meeting with Dodd, Malvolio story. In the essay, The Old Actors, in the London Magazine for February 1822, see Vol. Roman II of this edition. Our chief reputed assistants, Hazlitt, had left the London Magazine. Scott, the original editor, was dead. De Quincey, whose confessions of an opium eater were appearing in its pages, has left a record of a visit to the Lambs about this time. See his London Reminiscences. Hartley Coleridge, then a young man of 25, was living in London after the unhappy sudden termination of his Oxford career. Here should come a brief note to Mrs. Norris, dated March 26, 1822, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Here should come a letter from Lamb to William Godwin, dated April 13, in which Lamb remarks that he cannot think how Godwin, who in his writings never expresses himself disrespectfully of anyone but his Maker, can have given offense to Rickman. This reminds one of Godwin's remark about Coleridge, God bless him, to use a vulgar expression, as recorded by Coleridge in one of his letters. Lamb also said of Godwin, and to him, that he had read more books that were not worth reading than any man in England. Letter 285. Charles Lamb to W. Harrison Ainsworth. Dated at End, May 7, 1822. Dear Sir, I have read your poetry with pleasure. The tales are pretty and prettily told, the language often finely poetical. It is only sometimes a little careless, I mean as to redundancy. I have marked certain passages, in pencil only, which will easily obliterate for your consideration. Excuse this liberty. For the distinction you offer me of a dedication, I feel the honor of it, but I do not think it would advantage the publication. I am hardly on an eminence enough to warrant it. The reviewers, who are no friends of mine, the two big ones especially who make a point of taking no notice of anything I bring out, may take occasion by it to decry us both. But I leave you to your own judgment. Perhaps, if you wish to give me a kind word, it will be more appropriate before your republication of Tourneur. The specimens would give a handle to it, which the poems might seem to want. But I submit it to yourself with the old recollection that beggars should not be choosers, and remain with great respect and wishing success to both your publications. Your obed Sir. C. Lamb. No hurry at all for Tourneur. Tuesday 7, May 22. William Harrison Ainsworth, 1805–1882, afterwards known as a novelist, was then articled to a Manchester solicitor, but had begun his literary career. The book to which Lamb refers was called The Works of Cheviot Tichborne, 1822, and was dedicated to him in the following terms: to my friend Charles Lamb, as a slight mark of gratitude for his kindness and admiration of his character, these poems are inscribed. Ainsworth was meditating an edition of the works of Cyril Tourneur, author of The Atheist's Tragedy, to whom Lamb had drawn attention in the Dramatic Specimens, 1808. The book was never published. Letter 286. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. May 16, 1822. Dear Godwin, I sincerely feel for all your trouble. Pray use the enclosed £50 and pay me when you can. I shall make it my business to see you very shortly. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Owing largely to a flaw in the title deed of his house at 41 Skinner Street, which he had to forfeit, Godwin had come upon poverty greater than any he had previously suffered, although he had been always more or less necessitous. Lamb now lent him £50. In the following year, after being mainly instrumental in putting on foot a fund for Godwin's benefit, he transformed this loan into a gift. An appeal was issued in 1823 asking for £600, the following postscript to which, in Lamb's hand, is preserved at the South Kensington Museum. There are few circumstances belonging to the case which are not sufficiently adverted to in the above letter. Mr. Godwin's opponent declares himself determined to act against him with the last degree of hostility. The law gives him the power the first week in November to seize upon Mr. Godwin's property, furniture, books, and together with all his present sources of income for the support of himself and his family. Mr. Godwin has at this time made considerable progress in a work of great research, and requiring all the powers of his mind, to the completion of which he had looked for future pecuniary advantage. His mind is at this moment so entirely occupied in this work that he feels within himself the firmness and resolution that no prospect of evil or calamity shall draw him off from it or suspend his labors. But the calamity itself, if permitted to arrive, will produce the physical impossibility for him to proceed. His books and the materials of his work, as well as his present sources of income, will be taken from him. Those materials have been the collection of several years, and it would require a long time to replace them if they could ever be replaced. The favor of an early answer is particularly requested, that the extent of the funds supplied may as soon as possible be ascertained, particularly as any aid, however kindly intended, will, after the lapse of a very few weeks, become useless to the purpose in view. The signatories to the appeal were Crab Robinson, £30, William Ayrton, £10, John Murray, £10 tens, Charles Lamb, £50, Lord Francis, Levesingauer, £10, Lord Dudley, £50, the Hun, W. Lamb, £20, and Sir James Mackintosh, £10. Other contributions were Lord Byron, 26 £5, T. M. Alsager, £10, and a B.C. by Charles Lamb, £10. A B.C. was Sir Walter Scott. The work on which Godwin was then laboring was his History of the Commonwealth, 1824–1828. His new home was in the Strand. In 1833, he received the post of Yeoman Usher of the Exchequer, which he held till his death in 1836, although its duties had vanished ere then. Letter 287. Charles Lamb to Mrs. John Lamb. 22 May 1822. Dear Mrs. Lamb, a letter has come to Arnold for Mrs. Phillips, and as I have not her address, I take this method of sending it to you. That old rogue's name is Sherwood, as you guessed, but as I named the shirts to him, I think he must have them. Your character of him made me almost repent of the bounty. You must consider this letter as Mary's, for writing letters is such a trouble and puts her to such twitters, family modesty, you know, it is the way with me, but I try to get over it, that in pity I offer to do it for her. We hold our intention of seeing France, but expect to see you here first, as we do not go till the 20th of next month. A steamboat goes to Deep, I see. Christie has not sent to me, and I suppose is in no hurry to settle the account. I think in a day or two, if I do not hear from you to the contrary, I shall refresh his memory. I am sorry I made you pay for 2 letters. I repeated it and repeated it. Miss Wright is married, and I am a hamper in her debt, which I hope will now not be remembered. She is in great good humor, I hear, and yet out of spirits. Where shall I get such full-flavored Geneva again? Old Mr. Henshaw died last night precisely at 11:11. He has been opened by desire of Mrs. McKenna, and where his heart should have been was found a stone. Poor Arnold is inconsolable, and not having shaved since, looks deplorable. With our kind remembrances to Caroline and your friends. We remain yours affectionately, C.L. and M. Lamb. Occupying the entire margin up the left-hand side of the letter is, in Mary Lamb's hand. I thank you for your kind letter, and owe you one in return, but Charles is in such a hurry to send this to be franked. Your affectionate sister, M. Lamb. On the right-hand margin, beside the paragraph about Mr. Henshaw, is written in the same hand, underlined, "He is not dead." John Lamb's widow had been a Mrs. Dowden, with an unmarried daughter, probably the Caroline referred to. The letter treats of family matters which could not now be explained, even if it were worthwhile. The Lambs were arranging a visit to Versailles to the Kennys. Mr. Henshaw was Lamb's godfather, a gunsmith. Letter 288. Fragment. Charles Lamb to Mary Lamb, in Paris. August 1822. Then you must walk all along the Borough side of the Seine facing the Tuileries. There is a mile and a half of print shops and bookstalls, if the latter were but English. Then there is a place where the Paris people put all their dead people and bring 'em flowers and dolls and gingerbread nuts and sonnets and such trifles. And that is all I think worth seeing as sights, except that the streets and shops of Paris are themselves the best sight. The Lambs had left England for France in June. While they were there, Mary Lamb was taken ill again, in a diligence, according to Moore, and Lamb had to return home alone, leaving a letter, of which this is the only portion that has been preserved, for her guidance on her recovery. It is also the only writing from Lamb to his sister that exists. Mary Lamb, who had taken her nurse with her in case of trouble, was soon well again, and in August had the company of Crabbe Robinson in Paris. Mrs. Adair was also there, and Foss, the bookseller in Pall Mall, and his brother. And it was on this visit that the Lambs met John Howard Payne, whom we shall shortly see. Letter 289. Charles Lamb to John Clare. India House, 31 Aug. 1822. Dear Clare, I thank you heartily for your present. I am an inveterate old Londoner, but while I am among your choice collections, I seem to be native to them and free of the country. The quantity of your observation has astonished me. What have most pleased me have been recollections after a ramble, and those Gronga Hill kind of pieces in 8-syllable lines, my favorite measure, such as Cowper Hill and Solitude. In some of your storytelling ballads, the provincial phrases sometimes startle me. I think you are too profuse with them. In poetry, slang of every kind is to be avoided. There is a rustic cockneyism, as little pleasing as ours of London. Transplant Arcadia to Helpstone. The true rustic style, the Arcadian English, I think is to be found in Shenstone. Would his schoolmistress, the prettiest of poems, have been better if he had used quite the goodie's own language? Now and then a home rusticism is fresh and startling, but where nothing is gained in expression, it is out of tenor. It may make folks smile and stare, but the ungenial coalition of barbarous with refined phrases will prevent you in the end from being so generally tasted, as you deserve to be. Excuse my freedom, and take the same liberty with my puns. I send you 2 little volumes of my spare hours. They are of all sorts. There is a Methodist hymn for Sundays and a farce for Saturday night. Pray give them a place on your shelf. Pray accept a little volume, of which I have a duplicate, that I may return in equal number to your welcome presence. I think I am indebted to you for a sonnet in the London for August. Since I saw you, I have been in France and have eaten frogs, the nicest little rabbity things you ever tasted. Do look about for them. Make Mrs. Clare pick off the hind quarters, boil them plain, with parsley and butter. The fore quarters are not so good. She may let them hop off by themselves. Yours sincerely, Charles Lamb. John Clare, 1793–1864, was the Northamptonshire poet whom the London Magazine had introduced to fame. Octavius Gilchrist had played to him the same part that Capel Loft had to Bloomfield. His first volume, Poems Descriptive of Rural Life and Scenery, was published in January 1820. His next, The Village Minstrel, in September of the next year. These he had probably sent to Lamb. Helpstone was Clare's birthplace. Lamb's 2 little return volumes were his works. The sonnet in the August London Magazine was not signed by Clare. It runs thus. To Elia, thy reveries and visioned themes, to care's lorn heart a luscious pleasure prove, wild as the mystery of delightful dreams, soft as the anguish of remembered love. Like records of past days, their memory dances. Mid the cool feelings manhood's reason brings, as the unearthly visions of romances, peopled with sweet and uncreated things. And yet thy themes, thy gentle worth enhances. Then wake again, thy wild harp's tenderest strings. Sing on, sweet bard, let fairy loves again. Smile in thy dreams with angel ecstasies. Bright o'er our souls will break the heavenly strain. through the dull gloom of Earth's realities. Clare addressed to Lamb a sonnet on his dramatic specimens, which was printed in Hone's Year Book in 1831. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Ayrton dated Sept. 5, 1822, referring to the writer's drunken caput and loss of memory. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Mrs. James Kenny, dated Sept. 11, 1822, in which Lamb says that Mary Lamb had reached home safely from France, and that she failed to smuggle Crab Robinson's waistcoat. He adds that the custom house people could not comprehend how a waistcoat, marked Henry Robinson, could be a part of Miss Lamb's wearing apparel. At the end of the letter is a charming note to Mrs. Kenny's little girl, Sophie, whom Lamb calls his dear wife. He assures her that the few short days of connubial felicity which he passed with her among the pears and apricots of Versailles were some of the happiest of his life. Letter 290. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. India House, 11 Sept. 1822. Dear Sir, you have misapprehended me sadly if you suppose that I meant to impute any inconsistency in your writing poetry with your religious profession. I do not remember what I said, but it was spoken sportively, I am sure. One of my levities, which you are not so used to as my older friends. I probably was thinking of the light in which your so indulging yourself would appear to Quakers, and put their objection in my own foolish mouth. I would eat my words, provided they should be written on not very coarse paper, rather than I would throw cold water upon you and my once harmless occupation. I have read Napoleon and the rest with delight. I like them for what they are and for what they are not. I have sickened on the modern rhodomontade and Byronism, and your plain Quakerish beauty has captivated me. It is all wholesome cates, aye, and toothsome too, and withal Quakerish. If I were George Fox, and George Fox licenser of the press, they should have my absolute imprimatur. I hope I have removed the impression. I am like you, a prisoner to the desk. I have been chained to that galley 30 years, a long shot. I have almost grown to the wood. If no imaginative poet, I am sure I am a figurative one. Do friends allow puns, verbal equivocations? They are unjustly accused of it, and I did my little best in the imperfect sympathies to vindicate them. I am very tired of clerking it, but have no remedy. Did you see a sonnet to this purpose in the Examiner? Who first invented work, and tied the free and holyday rejoicing spirit down to the ever-haunting importunity of business in the green fields and the town, to plough, loom, anvil, spade, and oh, most sad, to this dry drudgery of the desk's dead wood, who but the being unblessed, alien from good, Sabbathless Satan, he who his unglad task ever plies mid rotatory burnings, that round and round incalculably reel, for wrath divine hath made him like a wheel, in that red realm from whence are no returnings, where toiling and turmoiling ever and aye, he and his thoughts keep pensive workaday. CL. I fancy the sentiment expressed above will be nearly your own. The expression of it probably would not so well suit with a follower of John Woolman, but I do not know whether diabolism is a part of your creed, or where indeed to find an exposition of your creed at all. In feelings and matters not dogmatical, I hope I am half a Quaker. Believe me, with great respect, yours, C. Lamb. I shall always be happy to see or hear from you. This is the first of the letters to Bernard Barton, 1784–1849, a clerk in a bank at Woodbridge, in Suffolk, who was known as the Quaker poet. Lamb had met him at a London magazine dinner at 13 Waterloo Place, and had apparently said something about Quakers and poetry which Barton, on thinking it over, had taken too seriously. Bernard Barton was already the author of 4 volumes of poetry, of which Napoleon and Other Poems was the latest, published in 1822. Lamb's essay on imperfect sympathies had been printed in the London Magazine for August 1821. For John Woolman, see note on page 93. The sonnet work had been printed in the Examiner, August 29, 1819. Letter 291. Charles Lamb to Baron Field. Sept. 22, 1822. My dear F., I scribble hastily at office, Frank wants my letter presently. I and sister are just returned from Paris. We have eaten frogs. It has been such a treat. You know our monotonous general tenor. Frogs are the nicest little delicate things, rabbity flavored. Imagine a Lilliputian rabbit. They fricassee them. But in my mind, dressed seethed, plain, with parsley and butter, would have been the decision of Apicius. Shelley, the great atheist, has gone down by water to eternal fire. Hunt and his young fry are left stranded at Pisa, to be adopted by the remaining duumvir, Lord Byron, his wife and 6 children and their maid. What a cargo of Jonases, if they had foundered too. The only use I can find of friends is that they do to borrow money of you. Henceforth, I will consort with none but rich rogues. Paris is a glorious, picturesque old city. London looks mean and new to it, as the town of Washington would, seen after it. But they have no St. Paul's or Westminster Abbey. The Seine, so much despised by cockneys, is exactly the size to run through a magnificent street. Palaces a mile long on one side, lofty Edinburgh stone, oh the glorious antiques, houses on the other. The Thames disunites London and Southwark. I had Talma to supper with me. He has picked up, as I believe, an authentic portrait of Shakespeare. He paid a broker about £40 English for it. It is painted on the one half of a pair of bellows, a lovely picture corresponding with the folio head. The bellows has old carved wings round it, and round the visnomy is inscribed, near as I remember, not divided into rhyme. I found out the rhyme. Whom have we here? Stuck on this bellows. But the prince of good fellows. Willie Shakespeare. At top. O base and coward luck. To be here stuck, poins. At bottom. Nay, rather a glorious lot is to him assigned, who, like the Almighty, rides upon the wind, pistol. This is all in old carved wooden letters, the countenance smiling, sweet, and intellectual beyond measure, even as he was immeasurable. It may be a forgery. They laugh at me and tell me Ireland is in Paris and has been putting off a portrait of the Black Prince. How far old wood may be imitated I cannot say. Ireland was not found out by his parchments, but by his poetry. I am confident no painter on either side the channel could have painted anything near like the face I saw. Again, would such a painter and forger have expected £40 for a thing, if authentic, worth £4,000? Talma is not in the secret, for he had not even found out the rhymes in the first inscription. He is coming over with it, and my life to Southeast Thalaba, it will gain universal faith. The letter is wanted, and I am wanted. Imagine the blank filled up with all kind things. Our joint hearty remembrances to both of you, yours as ever. C. Lamb. Frank was Francis John Field, Baron Field's brother, in the India. House. Shelley was drowned on July 8, 1822. Talma was François Joseph Talma, 1763–1826, the great French tragedian. Lamb, introduced by John Howard Payne, saw him in Regulus, but not understanding French was but mildly interested. Ah, said Talma in the account by James Kenny, printed in Henry Angelo's Picnic, I was not very happy tonight. You must see me in Scylla. Incidit in Silam, said Lamb, qui vult viter Charybdiro. Ah, you are a rogue, you are a great rogue, was Talma's reply. Talma had bought a pair of bellows with Shakespeare's head on it. Lamb's belief in the authenticity of this portrait was misplaced, as the following account from Chambers' Journal for September 27, 1856, will show. About the latter part of the last century, one Zinc, an artist of little note, but grandson of the celebrated enameler of that name, manufactured fictitious Shakespeares by the score. The most famous of Zinc's productions is the well-known Talma Shakespeare, which gentle Charles Lamb made a pilgrimage to Paris to see, and when he did see, knelt down and kissed with idolatrous veneration. Zinc painted it on a larger panel than was necessary for the size of the picture, and then cut away the superfluous wood, so as to leave the remainder in the shape of a pair of bellows. Zinc probably was thinking of a muse of fire when he adopted this strange method of raising the wind, but he made little by it, for the dealer into whose hands the picture passed sold it as a curiosity, not an original portrait, for £5. The buyer, being a person of ingenuity and fonder of money than curiosities, fabricated a series of letters to and from Sir Kenelm Digby, and passing over to France, planted the slang term used among the less honest of the curiosity-dealing fraternity, the picture and the letters in an old chateau near Paris. Of course, a Confederate managed to discover the plant in the presence of witnesses, and great was the excitement that ensued. Sir Kenelm Digby had been in France in the reign of Charles I, and the fictitious correspondence proved that the picture was an original and had been painted by Queen Elizabeth's command on the lid of her favorite pair of bellows. It really would seem that the more absurd a deception is, the better it succeeds. All Paris was in delight at possessing an original Shakespeare, while the London amateurs were in despair at such a treasure being lost to England. The ingenious person soon found a purchaser, and a high price recompensed him for his trouble. But more remains to be told. The happy purchaser took his treasure to Ribbet, the first Parisian picture cleaner of the day, to be cleaned. Ribbet set to work, but we may fancy his surprise as the superficial impasto of zinc washed off beneath the sponge, and Shakespeare became a female in a lofty headgear adorned with blue ribbons. In a furious passion, the purchaser ran to the seller. "Let us talk over the affair quietly," said the latter. "I have been cheated as well as you. Let us keep the matter secret. If we let the public know it, all Paris, and even London too, will be laughing at us. I will return you your money and take back the picture if you will employ Ribbet to restore it to the same condition as it was in when you received it." This fair proposition was acceded to, and Ribbet restored the picture. But as he was a superior artist to zinc, he greatly improved it, and this improvement was attributed to his skill as a cleaner. The secret being kept, and the picture, improved by cleaning, being again in the market, Talma, the great tragedian, purchased it at even a higher price than that given by the first buyer. Talma valued it highly, enclosed it in a case of morocco and gold, and subsequently refused 1,000 Napoleons for it, and even when at last its whole history was disclosed, he still cherished it as a genuine memorial of the great bard. By kind permission of Mr. B.B. MacGeorge, the owner both of the letter and bellows, I was enabled to give a reproduction of the portrait in my large edition. Ireland was the author of Vortigern, the forged play attributed to Shakespeare. Letter 292. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. Autumn 1822. Dear Payne, a friend and fellow clerk of mine, Mr. White, a good fellow, coming to your parts, I would fain have accompanied him, but am forced instead to send a part of me, verse and prose, most of it from 20 to 30 years old, such as I then was, and I am not much altered. Paris, which I hardly knew whether I liked when I was in it, is an object of no small magnitude with me now. I want to be going to the Jardin des Plantes, is that right, Louisa? With you to Pierre de la Chaise, La Morgue, and all the sentimentalities. How is Talma and his, my dear Shakespeare? N.B. My friend White knows Paris thoroughly and does not want a guide. We did and had one. We both join in thanks. Do you remember a blue silk girl, English, at the Luxembourg, that did not much seem to attend to the pictures, who fell in love with you, and whom I fell in love with, an inquisitive, prying, curious beauty? Where is she? Votre très humble serviteur. Charles Agnew. Alias C. Lamb. Gitchy is well, and much as usual. He seems blind to all the distinctions of life, except to those of sex. Remembrance to Kenny and Poole. John Howard Payne, 1792–1852, was born in New York. He began life as an actor in 1809 as young Norval in Douglas, and made his English debut in 1813 in the same part. For several years, he lived either in London or Paris, where among his friends were Washington, Irving, and Talma. He wrote a number of plays, and in one of them, Clary or the Maid of Milan, is the song Home, Sweet Home, with Bishop's music, on which his immortality rests. Payne died in Tunis, where he was American consul in 1852, and when in 1883 he was reinterred at Washington, it was as the author of Home, Sweet Home. He seems to have been a charming but ill-starred man, whom to know was to love. Mr. White was Edward White of the India House, by whom Lamb probably sent a copy of the 1818 edition of his works. Louisa was Louisa Holcroft. Gitchy was possibly the Frenchman, mentioned by Crabbe Robinson, with whom the Lambs had travelled to France. Poole was, I imagine, John Poole, the dramatist, author of burlesque plays in the London Magazine and later of Paul Pry, which it is quite likely he based on Lamb's sketch Tom Pry. Letter 293. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at End, 9 October 1822. Dear Sir, I am ashamed not sooner to have acknowledged your letter and poem. I think the latter very temperate, very serious, and very seasonable. I do not think it will convert the club at Pisa, neither do I think it will satisfy the bigots on our side the water. Something like a parody on the song of Ariel would please them better. Full fathom 5 The atheist lies. Of his bones are hell dice made. I want time or fancy to fill up the rest. I sincerely sympathize with you on your doleful confinement. Of time, health, and riches, the first in order is not last in excellence. Riches are chiefly good, because they give us time. What a weight of wearisome prison hours have I to look back and forward to, as quite cut out of life, and the sting of the thing is, that for 6 hours every day I have no business which I could not contract into 2, if they would let me work task work. I shall be glad to hear that your grievance is mitigated. Shelley I saw once. His voice was the most obnoxious squeak I ever was tormented with, 10,000 times worse than the Laureate's, whose voice is the worst part about him, except his laureacy. Lord Byron opens upon him on Monday in a parody, I suppose, of the Vision of Judgment, in which latter the poet I think did not much show his. To award his heaven and his hell in the presumptuous manner he has done was a piece of immodesty as bad as Shelleyism. I am returning a poor letter. I was formerly a great scribbler in that way, but my hand is out of order. If I said my head too, I should not be very much out, but I will tell no tales of myself. I will therefore end, after my best thanks, with a hope to see you again some time in London, begging you to accept this letteret for a letter. A leveret makes a better present than a grown hair, and short troubles, as the old excuse goes, are best. I hear that C. Lloyd is well, and has returned to his family. I think this will give you pleasure to hear. I remain, dear sir, yours truly. C. Lamb. EIH. 9 Oct. 22. Barton had just published his verses on the death of P.B. Shelley, a lament for misapplied genius. The club at Pisa referred particularly to Byron, Leigh Hunt, and Trelawney. Trelawney placed 3 lines from Ariel's song in The Tempest on Shelley's monument, but whether Lamb knew this, or his choice of rival lines is a coincidence, I do not know. Trelawney chose the lines. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. There is no other record of Lamb's meeting with Shelley, who, by the way, admired Lamb's writings warmly, particularly Mrs. Leicester's School. See the letter to Barton, August 17, 1824. Byron's Vision of Judgment, a burlesque of Southey's poem of the same name, was printed in the Liberal for 1822. Letter 294. Charles Lamb to B.R. Haydon. India House, 9th October, 1822. Dear Haydon, poor Godwin has been turned out of his house and business in Skinner Street, and if he does not pay 2 years' arrears of rent, he will have the whole stock, furniture, and of his new house in the Strand seized when term begins. We are trying to raise a subscription for him. My object in writing this is simply to ask you if this is a kind of case which would be likely to interest Mrs. Coutts in his behalf, and who in your opinion is the best person to speak with her on his behalf. Without the aid of from £300 to £400 by that time, early in November, he must be ruined. You are the only person I can think of her acquaintance, and can, perhaps, if not yourself, recommend the person most likely to influence her. Shelley had engaged to clear him of all demands, and he has gone down to the deep insolvent. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Is Sir Walter to be applied to, and by what channel? Mrs. Coutts was probably Harriet Mellon, the actress, widow of the banker, Thomas Coutts, and afterwards Duchess of St. Albans. She had played the part of the heroine Melisenda in Mr. H. Letter 295. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. Thursday, Oct. 22, 1822. Ali Patcher will do. I sent my sister the first night, not having been able to go myself, and her report of its effect was most favorable. I saw it last night, the third night, and it was most satisfactorily received. I have been sadly disappointed in Talfourd, who does the critiques in the Times, and who promised his strenuous services, but by some damned arrangement he was sent to the wrong house, and a most iniquitous account of Ali substituted for his, which I am sure would have been a kind one. The Morning Herald did it ample justice without appearing to puff it. It is an abominable misrepresentation of the Times that Farron played Ali like Lord Ogleby. He acted infirmity of body, but not of voice or purpose. His manner was even grand. A grand old gentleman. His falling to the earth when his son's death was announced was fine as anything I ever saw. It was as if he had been blasted. Miss Foote looked helpless and beautiful and greatly helped the piece. It is going on steadily, I am sure, for many nights. Mary, I was a little disappointed with Hassan, who tells us he subsists by cracking court jests before Holly, but he made none. In all the rest, scenery and machinery, it was faultless. I hope it will bring you here. I should be most glad of that. I have a room for you, and you shall order your own dinner 3 days in the week. I must retain my own authority for the rest. As far as magazines go, I can answer for Talfourd in the New Monthly. He cannot be put out there, but it is established as a favorite and can do without these expletives. I long to talk over with you the Shakespeare picture. My doubts of its being a forgery mainly rest upon the goodness of the picture. The bellows might be trumped up, but where did the painter spring from? Is Ireland a consummate artist, or any of Ireland's accomplices? But we shall confer upon it, I hope. The New Times, I understand, was favorable to Ali, but I have not seen it. I am sensible of the want of method in this letter, but I have been deprived of the connecting organ, by a practice I have fallen into since I left Paris, of taking too much strong spirits of a night. I must return to the Hotel de l'Europe and Macon. How is Kenny? Have you seen my friend White? What is Poole about, and see? Do not write, but come and answer me. The weather is charming, and there is a mermaid to be seen in London. You may not have the opportunity of inspecting such a poisard once again in 10 centuries. My sister joins me in the hope of seeing you. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Lamb had met John Howard Payne, the American dramatist, at Kenny's Inn. France. Ali Pacha, a melodrama in 2 acts, was produced at Covent Garden on October 19, 1822. It ran altogether 16 nights. William Farron played the hero. Lord Ogleby, an antiquated fop, is a character. In The Clandestine Marriage by Coleman and Garrick, Miss Foote played Helena. See notes to the letter above for other references. Letter 296. Charles Lamb to B.R. Haydon. Tuesday, 29th October, 1822. Dear H., I have written a very respectful letter to Sir W.S. Godwin did not write, because he leaves all to his committee, as I will explain to you. If this rascally weather holds, you will see but one of us on that day. Yours, with many thanks, C. Lamb. Letter 297. Charles Lamb to Sir Walter Scott. East India House, London. 29th October 1822. Dear Sir, I have to acknowledge your kind attention to my application to Mr. Haydon. I have transmitted your draft to Mr. Godwin's committee as an anonymous contribution through me. Mr. Haydon desires his thanks and best respects to you, but was desirous that I should write to you on this occasion. I cannot pass over your kind expressions as to myself. It is not likely that I shall ever find myself in Scotland, but should the event ever happen, I should be proud to pay my respects to you in your own land. My disparagement of heaths and highlands, if I said any such thing in half earnest, you must put down as a piece of the old vulpine policy. I must make the most of the spot I am chained to, and console myself for my flat destiny as well as I am able. I know very well our molehills are not mountains, but I must cocker them up and make them look as big and as handsome as I can, that we may both be satisfied. Allow me to express the pleasure I feel on an occasion given me of writing to you, and to subscribe myself, dear Sir, your obliged and respectful servant, Charles Lamb. See note to the letter to Godwin above. Lamb and Scott never met. Talfourd, however, tells us that he used to speak with gratitude and pleasure of the circumstances under which he saw him once in Fleet Street. A man in the dress of a mechanic stopped him just at Inner Temple Gate and said, touching his hat, "I beg your pardon, sir, but perhaps you would like to see Sir Walter Scott. That is he just crossing the road." And Lamb stammered out his hearty thanks to his truly humane informer. Mr. Lang has recently discovered that also in 1818, or thereabouts, Sir Walter invited Lamb to Abbotsford. Letter 298. Charles Lamb to Thomas Robinson. Dated at end, Nov. 11, 1822. Dear Sir, we have to thank you, or Mrs. Robinson, for I think her name was on the direction, for the best pig, which myself, the warmest of pig lovers, ever tasted. The dressing and the sauce were pronounced incomparable by two friends who had the good fortune to drop in to dinner yesterday, but I must not mix up my cook's praises with my acknowledgments. Let me but have leave to say that she and we did your pig justice. I should dilate on the crackling, done to a turn, but I am afraid Mrs. Clarkson, who, I hear, is with you, will set me down as an epicure. Let it suffice that you have spoiled my appetite for boiled mutton for some time to come. Your brother Henry partook of the cold relics, by which he might give a good guess at what it had been hot. With our thanks, pray convey our kind respects to Mrs. Robinson and the lady before mentioned. Your obliged Sirt. Charles Lamb. India House. 11 Nov. 22. This letter is addressed to R. Robinson, Esquire, Bury, Suffolk, but I think there is no doubt that Thomas Robinson was the recipient. Thomas Robinson of Bury St. Edmunds was Henry Crabb Robinson's brother. Lamb's dissertation on roast pig had been printed in the London Magazine in September 1822, and this pig was one of the first of many such gifts that came to him. Letter 299. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. Wednesday, 13 November, 22. Dear P., owing to the inconvenience of having two lodgings, I did not get your letter quite so soon as I should. The India House is my proper address, where I am sure for the forepart of every day. The instant I got it, I addressed a letter for Kemble to see to my friend Henry Robertson, the treasurer of Covent Garden Theatre. He had a conference with Kemble, and the result is that Robertson, in the name of the management, recognized to me the full ratifying of your bargain, £250 for Ali, the slaves, and another piece which they had not received. He assures me the whole will be paid you, or the proportion for the two former, as soon as ever the Treasury will permit it. He offered to write the same to you if I pleased. He thinks in a month or so they will be able to liquidate it. He is positive no trick could be meant you, as Mr. Planch's alterations, which were trifling, were not at all considered as affecting your bargain. With respect to the copyright of Ali, he was of opinion no money would be given for it, as Ali is quite laid aside. This explanation being given, you would not think of printing the two copies together by way of recrimination. He told me the secret of the two galley slaves at Drury Lane. Elliston, if he is informed right, engaged Poole to translate it, but before Poole's translation arrived, finding it coming out at Covent Garden, he procured copies of two several translations of it in London. So you see here are 4 translations, reckoning yours. I fear no copyright would be got for it, for anybody may print it, and anybody has. Yours has run 7 nights, and R is of opinion it will not exceed in number of nights the nights of Ali, about 13. But your full right to your bargain with the management is in the fullest manner recognized by him officially. He gave me every hope the money will be spared as soon as they can spare it. He said a month or 2, but seemed to me to mean about a month. A new lady is coming out in Juliet, to whom they look very confidently for replenishing their treasury. Robertson is a very good fellow, and I can rely upon his statement. Should you have any more pieces, and want to get a copyright for them, I am the worst person to negotiate with any bookseller, having been cheated by all I have had to do with, except Taylor and Hesse. But they do not publish theatrical pieces, and I know not how to go about it, or who to apply to. But if you had no better negotiator, I should know the minimum you expect, for I should not like to make a bargain out of my own head, being, after the Duke of Wellington, the worst of all negotiators. I find from Robertson you have written to Bishop on the subject. Have you named anything of the copyright of the slaves? R thinks no publisher would pay for it, and you would not risque it on your own account. This is a mere business letter, so I will just send my love to my little wife at Versailles, to her dear mother, etc. Believe me, yours truly, C.L. Payne's translation of the French play was produced at Covent Garden on November 6, 1822, under the title The Soldier's Daughter. On the same night appeared a rival version at Drury Lane entitled Two Galley Slaves. Payne's was played 11 times. The new lady as Juliet was the other Fanny Kelly, not Lamb's, Fanny H. Kelly from Dublin. The revival began on November 14. Planch was James Robinson Planch, 1796–1880, the most prolific of librettists. Robert William Elliston, of whom Lamb later wrote so finely, was then managing Drury Lane. Having been cheated, Lamb's particular reference was to Baldwin. See the letter to Barton, Jan. 9, 1823. The Duke of Wellington, a reference to the Duke's failure in representing England at the Congress of Powers in Vienna and Verona. Lamb's dear little wife was Sophie Kenny. Letter 300. Mary Lamb to Mrs. James Kenny. No date, early December, 1822. My dear friend, how do you like Harwood? Is he not a noble boy? I congratulate you most heartily on this happy meeting, and only wish I were present to witness it. Come back with Harwood, I am dying to see you, we will talk, that is, you shall talk, and I will listen from 10 in the morning till 12 at night. My thoughts are often with you, and your children's dear faces are perpetually before me. Give them all one additional kiss every morning for me. Remember there's one for Louisa, one to Ellen, one to Betsy, one to Sophia, one to James, one to Teresa, one to Virginia, and one to Charles. Bless them all. When shall I ever see them again? Thank you 1,000 times for all your kindness to me. I know you will make light of the trouble my illness gave you, but the recollection of it often sits heavy on my heart. If I could ensure my health, how happy should I be to spend a month with you every summer. When I met Mr. Kenny there, I sadly repented that I had not dragged you on to deep with me. What a pleasant time we should have spent there. You shall not be jealous of Mr. Payne. Remember he did Charles and I good service without grudge or grumbling. Say to him how much I regret that we owe him unreturnable obligations, for I still have my old fear that we shall never see him again. I received great pleasure from seeing his 2 successful pieces. My love to your boy Kenny, my boy James, and all my dear girls, and also to Rose. I hope she still drinks wine with you. Thank Lulu for her little bit of letter. I am in a fearful hurry, or I would write to her. Tell my friend the poetess that I expect some French verses from her shortly. I have shewn Betsy's and Sophie's letters to all who came near me, and they have been very much admired. Dear Fanny brought me the bag. Good soul you are to think of me. Manning has promised to make Fanny a visit this morning. Happy girl. Miss James I often see, I think never without talking of you. Oh, the dear long dreary boulevards. How I do wish to be just now stepping out of a cuckoo into them. Farewell, old tried friend, may we meet again. Would you could bring your house with all its noisy inmates, and plant it, garden, gables and all, in the midst of Covent Garden. Yours ever most affectionately, M. Lamb. My best respects to your good neighbors. Harwood was Harwood Holcroft. Louisa, etc. Mrs. Kenny's children by her first marriage were Louisa, Ellen, Betsy, and Sophia. By her second, with Kenny, the others. Charles was named Charles Lamb Kenny. Payne's 2 successful pieces, Ali Pacha and The Soldiers. Daughter. Fanny was Fanny Holcroft, Mrs. Kenny's stepdaughter. Miss Kelly has added to this letter a few words of affection to Mrs. Kenny from the real old original Fanny Kelly. Charles Lamb also contributed to this letter a few lines to James Kenny, expressing his readiness to meet Moore the poet. He adds that he made a hit at him as little in the London magazine, which though no reason for not meeting him, was a reason for not volunteering a visit to him. The reference is to the sonnet to Barry Cornwall in the London magazine for September 1820, beginning. Let hate or grosser heats their foulness mask. Ninth riddling Junius, or in L.'s name. The second line was altered in Lamb's album Verses, 1832. Under the visor of a borrowed name. Letter 301. Charles Lamb to John Taylor. Dated Dec. 7, 1822. Dear Sir, I should like the enclosed dedication to be printed, unless you dislike it. I like it. It is in the olden style, but if you object to it, put forth the book as it is. Only pray don't let the printer mistake the word curt for cursed. CL. Dec. 7, 1822. Dedication. To the friendly and judicious reader, who will take these papers as they were meant, not understanding everything perversely in the absolute and literal sense, but giving fair construction as to an after-dinner conversation, allowing for the rashness and necessary incompleteness of first thoughts, and not remembering, for the purpose of an after-taunt, words spoken peradventure after the fourth glass. The author wishes what he would will for himself, plenty of good friends to stand by him, good books to solace him, prosperous events to all his honest undertakings, and a candid interpretation to his most hasty words and actions. The other sort, and he hopes many of them will purchase his book too, he greets with the curt invitation of Timon, uncover, dogs, and lap, or he dismisses them with the confident security of the philosopher, you beat, but on the case of Elia. CL. Dec. 7, 1822. Elia, essays which have appeared under that signature in the London magazine, was just about to be published. The book came out with no preface. You beat but on the case. When Anaxarchus, the philosopher, was being pounded to death in a mortar by command of Alexander the Great, he made use of this phrase. After these words, in Canon Anger's transcript, Lamb remarks, on better consideration, pray omit that dedication. The essays want no preface, they are all preface. A preface is nothing but a talk with the reader, and they do nothing else. Pray omit it. There will be a sort of preface in the next magazine, which may act as an advertisement, but not proper for the volume. Let Elia come forth bare as he was born. The sort of preface in the next magazine, January 1823, was the character of the late Elia, used as a preface to the last essays in 1833. Letter 302. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. EIH 16 Dec. 22. Dear Wilson, Lightning, I was going to call you. You must have thought me negligent in not answering your letter sooner, but I have a habit of never writing letters, but at the office. 'Tis so much time cribbed out of the company, and I am but just got out of the thick of a tea sale, in which most of the entry of notes, deposits, and usually falls to my share. Dodwell is willing, but alas, slow, to compare a pile of my notes with his little hillock, which has been as long a building. What is it but to compare Olympus with a molehill? Then Wad is a sad shuffler. I have nothing of Defoe's but 2 or 3 novels and the Plague History. I can give you no information about him, as a slight general character of what I remember of them, for I have not looked into them latterly. I would say that, in the appearance of truth, in all the incidents and conversations that occur in them, they exceed any works of fiction I am acquainted with. It is perfect illusion. The author never appears in these self-narratives, for so they ought to be called, or rather autobiographies, but the narrator chains us down to an implicit belief in everything he says. There is all the minute detail of a log book in it. Dates are painfully pressed upon the memory. Facts are repeated over and over in varying phrases, till you cannot choose but believe them. It is like reading evidence given in a court of justice. So anxious the storyteller seems that the truth should be clearly comprehended, that when he has told us a matter of fact, or a motive, in a line or two farther down, he repeats it with his favorite figure of speech. I say so and so, though he had made it abundantly plain before. This is in imitation of the common people's way of speaking, or rather of the way in which they are addressed by a master or mistress, who wishes to impress something upon their memories, and has a wonderful effect upon matter-of-fact readers. Indeed, it is to such principally that he writes. His style is elsewhere beautiful, but plain and homely. Robinson Crusoe is delightful to all ranks and classes, but it is easy to see that it is written in phraseology peculiarly adapted to the lower conditions of readers. Hence, it is an especial favorite with seafaring men, poor boys, servant maids, and sea. His novels are capital kitchen reading, while they are worthy from their deep interest to find a shelf in the libraries of the wealthiest and the most learned. His passion for matter-of-fact narrative sometimes betrayed him into a long relation of common incidents which might happen to any man, and have no interest but the intense appearance of truth in them to recommend them. The whole latter half, or two-thirds, of Colonel Jack is of this description. The beginning of Colonel Jack is the most affecting natural picture of a young thief that was ever drawn. His losing the stolen money in the hollow of a tree, and finding it again when he was in despair, and then being in equal distress at not knowing how to dispose of it, and several similar touches in the early history of the Colonel evince a deep knowledge of human nature, and putting out of question the superior romantic interest of the latter, in my mind very much exceed Crusoe. Roxana, first edition, is the next in interest, though he left out the best part of it in subsequent editions from a foolish hypercriticism of his friend, Southern. But Moll Flanders, the account of the plague, and C are all of one family and have the same stamp of character. At the top of the first page is added, omitted at the end, believe me with friendly recollections, brother, as I used to call you, yours C. Lamb. Below the dear Wilson is added in smaller writing. The review was not mine, nor have I seen it. Lamb's friend, Walter Wilson, was beginning his memoirs of the life and times of Daniel Defoe, 1830, the passage sent to him in this letter by Lamb he printed in Vol, Roman 3, page 428. Some years later Lamb sent Wilson a further criticism. See also letter below for the reference to Roxana. Dodwell we have met. Of Wad we have no information, except, according to Crab Robinson's diary, that he once accidentally discharged a pen full of ink into Lamb's eye, and that Lamb wrote this epigram upon him. What Wad knows, God knows. But God knows what Wad knows. Letter 303. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at end, 23 December 1822. Dear Sir, I have been so distracted with business and one thing or other, I have not had a quiet quarter of an hour for epistolary purposes. Christmas too is come, which always puts a rattle into my morning skull. It is a visiting, unquiet, unquackerish season. I get more and more in love with solitude and proportionately hampered with company. I hope you have some holidays at this period. I have one day, Christmas Day, alas, too few to commemorate the season. All work and no play dulls me. Company is not play, but many times hard work. To play is for a man to do what he pleases, or to do nothing, to go about soothing his particular fancies. I have lived to a time of life, to have outlived the good hours, the 9 o'clock suppers, with a bright hour or two to clear up in afterwards. Now you cannot get tea before that hour, and then sit gaping, music bothered perhaps, till 12:30 brings up the tray, and what you steal of convivial enjoyment after is heavily paid for in the disquiet of tomorrow's head. I am pleased with your liking John Woodville, and amused with your knowledge of our drama being confined to Shakespeare and Miss Bailey. What a world of fine territory between Land's End and Johnny Grot's have you missed traversing. I almost envy you to have so much to read. I feel as if I had read all the books I want to read. Oh, to forget Fielding, Steele, and C, and read 'em new. Can you tell me a likely place where I could pick up cheap Fox's Journal? There are no Quaker circulating libraries. Elwood, too, I must have. I rather grudge that Southey has taken up the history of your people. I am afraid he will put in some levity. I am afraid I am not quite exempt from that fault in certain magazine articles where I have introduced mention of them. Were they to do again, I would reform them. Why should not you write a poetical account of your old worthies, deducing them from Fox to Woolman? But I remember you did talk of something in that kind, as a counterpart to the ecclesiastical sketches. But would not a poem be more consecutive than a string of sonnets? You have no martyrs quite to the fire, I think, among you, but plenty of heroic confessors, spirit martyrs, lamb lions. Think of it. It would be better than a series of sonnets on eminent bankers. I like a hit at our way of life, though it does well for me, better than anything short of all one's time to oneself, for which alone I rankle with envy at the rich. Books are good, and pictures are good, and money to buy them therefore good, but to buy time, in other words, life. The compliments of the time to you should end my letter. To a friend, I suppose, I must say the sincerity of the season. I hope they both mean the same. With excuses for this hastily penned note, believe me with great respect. C. Lamb. 23 Dec. 22. Miss Bailey would be Joanna Bailey, 1762–1851, author of plays on the passions. The copy of Fox's Journal, 1694, which was lent to Lamb, is now in the possession of the Society of Friends. In it is written. This copy of George Fox's Journal, being the earliest edition of that work, the property of John T. Shewell of Ipswich, is lent for 6 months to Charles Lamb, at the request of Samuel Alexander of Needham, Ipswich, 1st Mo 4 1823. Lamb has added, returned by Charles Lamb within the period, with many thanks to the lender for the very great satisfaction which he has derived from the perusal of it. Southey was meditating a life of George Fox and corresponded with Barton on the subject. He did not write the book. Barton had a plan to provide Wordsworth's ecclesiastical sonnets with a Quaker pendant. He did not carry it out. Here might come an undated and unpublished letter from Lamb to Basil Montagu, which is of little interest except as referring to Miss James, Mary Lamb's nurse. Lamb says that she was one of 4 sisters, daughters of a Welsh clergyman, who all became nurses at Mrs. Warburton's, Hoxton, whither, I imagine, Mary Lamb had often retired. Mrs. Parsons, one of the sisters, became Mary Lamb's nurse, when some time after Lamb's death, she moved to 41 Alpha Road, Mrs. Parsons' house. The late John Halshead, great-nephew of these ladies, says in his interesting book, My Lifetime, that their father was rector of Beguildy in Shropshire. Letter 304. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. January 1823. Dear Payne, your little books are most acceptable. 'Tis a delicate edition. They are gone to the binders. When they come home I shall have 2, The Camp and Patrick's Day, to read for the first time. I may say 3, for I never read The School for Scandal. Seen it I have, and in its happier days. With the books Harwood left a truncheon or mathematical instrument, of which we have not yet ascertained the use. It is like a telescope, but unglazed, or a ruler, but not smooth enough. It opens like a fan, and discovers a frame, such as they weave lace upon at Lyon and Chambery. Possibly it is from those parts. I do not value the present the less, for not being quite able to detect its purport. When I can find anyone coming your way, I have a volume for you, my Elia's collected. Tell Poole, his Cockney in the lawn. Mag tickled me exceedingly. Harwood is to be with us this evening with Fanny, who comes to introduce a literary lady who wants to see me, and whose portentous name is Plura, in English many things. Now, of all God's creatures, I detest letters affecting, authors hunting ladies, but Fanny will have it so. So Miss Many Things and I are to have a conference, of which you shall have the result. I dare say she does not play at whist. Treasurer Robertson, whose coffers are absolutely swelling with pantomimic receipts, called on me yesterday to say he is going to write to you, but if I were also, I might as well say that your last bill is at the banker's, and will be honored on the instant receipt of the 3rd piece, which you have stipulated for. If you have any such in readiness, strike while the iron is hot, before the clown cools. Tell Mrs. Kenny that the Miss F.H. or H.F. Kelly, who has begun so splendidly in Juliet, is the identical little Fanny Kelly who used to play on their green before their great lying-in lodgings at Bayswater. Her career has stopped short by the injudicious bringing her out in a vile new tragedy, and for a 3rd character in a stupid old one, the Earl of Essex. This is Macready's doing, who taught her. Her recitation, and see not her voice or person, is masculine. It is so clever, it seemed a male debut. But cleverness is the bane of female tragedy especially. Passions uttered logically, and see it is bad enough in men actors. Could you do nothing for little Clara Fisher? Are there no French pieces with a child in them? By pieces I mean here dramas to prevent male constructions. Did not the Blue Girl remind you of some of Congreve's women, Angelica or Millamant? To me she was a vision of genteel comedy realized. Those kind of people never come to see one. N. Import, haven't I Miss Many Things coming? Will you ask Horace Smith to? The remainder of this letter has been lost. Payne seems to have sent Lamb an edition of Sheridan. The Camp and St. Patrick's Day are among Sheridan's less-known plays. Poole was writing articles on France in the London Magazine. Lamb refers to a Cockney's rural sports in the number for December 1822. Fanny was Fanny Holcroft, plura I do not identify. The new tragedy in which Miss Kelly had to play was probably The Huguenot, produced December 11, 1822. The Earl of Essex was revived. December 30, 1822. Macready played in both. Cleverness is the bane. See Lamb's little article on the new acting in Vol. I. The Blue Girl seems to refer to the lady mentioned at the end of the first letter to Paine. Angelica is in Congreve's Love for Love, Millamant in his Way of the World. Letter 305. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. No date, January 1823. Dear Wordsworth, I beg your acceptance of Elia, detached from any of its old companions which might have been less agreeable to you. I hope your eyes are better, but if you must spare them, there is nothing in my pages which a lady may not read aloud without indecorum, which is more than can be said of Shakespeare. What a nut this last sentence would be for Blackwood. You will find I availed myself of your suggestion in curtailing the dissertation on Malvolio. I have been on the continent since I saw you. I have eaten frogs. I saw Monkhouse t'other day, and Mrs. M being too poorly to admit of company, the annual gooseby was sent to Russell Street, and with its capacity has fed 100 head, not of Aristotle's, but of Elia's friends. Mrs. Monkhouse is sadly confined, but cheerful. This packet is going off, and I have neither time, place nor solitude for a longer letter. Will you do me the favor to forward the other volume to Southey? Mary is perfectly well, and joins me in kindest remembrances to you all. Signature cut away. What a nut for Blackwood to help on Marga's great cause against Cockney arrogance. The dissertation on Malvolio. In Elia, the essays on the old actors were much changed and rearranged. See Appendix to Vol. Roman II, in this edition. Letter 306. Charles Lamb to Mr. and Mrs. J.D. Collier. 12th day, January 6, 1823. The pig was above my feeble praise. It was a dear pygmy. There was some contention as to who should have the ears, but in spite of his obstinacy, deaf as these little creatures are to advice, I contrived to get at one of them. It came in boots too, which I took as a favor. Generally those pretty toes, are missing, but I suppose he wore them to look taller. He must have been the least of his race. His little foots would have gone into the silver slipper. I take him to have been Chinese and a female. If Evelyn could have seen him, he would never have Pharaoh 2 such prodigious volumes, seeing how much good can be contained in how small a compass. He crackled delicately. John Collier Jun has sent me a poem which, without the smallest bias from the aforesaid present, believe me, I pronounce sterling. I set about Evelyn and finished the first volume in the course of a natural day. Today I attack the second. Parts are very interesting. I left a blank at top of my letter, not being determined which to address it to, so farmer and farmer's wife will please to divide our thanks. May your granaries be full, and your rats empty, and your chickens plump, and your envious neighbors lean, and your laborers busy, and you as idle and as happy as the day is long. Vive l'agriculture. Frank Field's marriage of course you have seen in the papers, and that his brother Baron is expected home. How do you make your pigs so little? They are vastly engaging at that age. I was so myself. Now I am a disagreeable old hog. A middle-aged gentleman and a half. My faculties, thank God, are not much impaired. I have my sight, hearing, taste pretty perfect, and can read the Lord's Prayer in the common type, by the help of a candle, without making many mistakes. Believe me, while my faculties last, a proper appreciator of your many kindnesses in this way, and that the last lingering relish of past flavors upon my dying memory will be the smack of that little ear. It was the left ear, which is lucky. Many happy returns, not of the pig, but of the new year to both. Mary for her share of the pig, and the memoir's desires to send the same. Durar Emma C. and Emma's C. Yours truly. C. Lamb. This letter is usually supposed to have been addressed by Lamb to Mr. and Mrs. Bruton of Macquarie End. The address is, however, Mrs. Collier, Smallfield Place, East Grinstead, Sussex. If Evelyn could have seen him. John Evelyn's diary had recently been published in 1818 and 1819 in 2 large quarto volumes. Letter 307. Charles Lamb to Charles Adair. Jan 8, 1823. Dear Sir, we shall have great pleasure in surprising Mrs. Adair on her birthday. You will perceive how cunningly I have contrived the direction of this note to evade postage. Yours truly. C. Lamb. 8 Jan 23. This note is sent to me by Mr. G. Dunlop of Kilmarnock. It is the only note to Adair, a friend of Crab Robinson, to whose house Lamb often went for talk and whist. Adair had a fine collection of German pictures. See the verses to him in Vol, Roman 4. The cunning in the address consisted apparently in obtaining the signature of an India House colleague to certify that it was official. Letter 308. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. 9 Jan 1823. Throw yourself on the world without any rational plan of support, beyond what the chance employ of booksellers would afford you. Throw yourself rather, my dear sir, from the steep Tarpeian rock, slapdash headlong upon iron spikes. If you had but 5 consolatory minutes between the desk and the bed, make much of them, and live a century in them, rather than turn slave to the booksellers. They are Turks and Tartars when they have poor authors at their beck. Hitherto you have been at arm's length from them, come not within their grasp. I have known many authors for bread, some repining, others envying the blessed security of a counting house, all agreeing they had rather have been tailors, weavers, what not, rather than the things they were. I have known some starved, some to go mad, one clear friend literally dying in a workhouse. You know not what a rapacious, dishonest set those booksellers are. Ask even Southey, who, a single case almost, has made a fortune by book drudgery, what he has found them. Oh, you know not, may you never know, the miseries of subsisting by authorship. 'Tis a pretty appendage to a situation like yours or mine, but a slavery worse than all slavery to be a bookseller's dependent, to drudge your brains for pots of ale and breasts of mutton, to change your free thoughts and voluntary numbers for ungracious taskwork. Those fellows hate us. The reason I take to be, that contrary to other trades, in which the master gets all the credit, a jeweler or silversmith for instance, and the journeyman, who really does the fine work, is in the background, in our work the world gives all the credit to us, whom they consider as their journeymen, and therefore do they hate us, and cheat us, and oppress us, and would wring the blood of us out, to put another sixpence in their mechanic pouches. I contend that a bookseller has a relative honesty towards authors, not like his honesty to the rest of the world. Baldwin, who first engagged me as Elia, has not paid me up yet, nor any of us without repeated mortifying appeals, yet how the knave fawned while I was of service to him. Yet I dare say the fellow is punctual in settling his milk score, and see keep to your bank, and the bank will keep you. Trust not to the public, you may hang, starve, drown yourself, for anything that worthy personage cares. I bless every star that Providence, not seeing good to make me independent, has seen it next good to settle me upon the stable foundation of Leadenhall. Sit down, good BB, in the banking office. What is there not from 6 to 11 p.m. 6 days in the week, and is there not all Sunday? Fie, what a superfluity of man's time, if you could think so. Enough for relaxation, mirth, converse, poetry, good thoughts, quiet thoughts. Oh, the corroding, torturing, tormenting thoughts that disturb the brain of the unlucky wight, who must draw upon it for daily sustenance. Henceforth I retract all my fond complaints of mercantile employment, look upon them as lovers' quarrels. I was but half in earnest. Welcome, dead timber of a desk that makes me live. A little grumbling is a wholesome medicine for the spleen, but in my inner heart do I approve and embrace this our close but unharassing way of life. I am quite serious. If you can send me fox, I will not keep it 6 weeks, and will return it, with warm thanks to yourself and friend, without blot or dog's ear. You much oblige me by this kindness. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Please to direct to me at India Ho in future. I am not always at Russell Send. Barton had long been meditating the advisability of giving up his place in the bank at Woodbridge and depending upon his pen. Lamb's letter of dissuasion is not the only one which he received. Byron had written to him in 1812, "You deserve success, but we knew, before Addison wrote his Cato, that desert does not always command it, but suppose it attained. You know what ills the author's life assail. Toil, envy, want, the patron, and the jail. Do not renounce writing, but never trust entirely to authorship. If you have a profession, retain it. It will be like Prior's fellowship, a last and sure resource." Barton had now broken again into dissatisfaction with his life. He did not, however, leave the bank. Southey made no fortune by his pen. He almost always had to forestall his new works. Letter 309. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. 23 January 23. Dear Payne, I have no mornings. My day begins at 5 p.m. to transact business in, or talents for it. So I employ Mary, who has seen Robertson, who says that the piece which is to be opera-ratified was sent to you 6 weeks since by a Mr. Hunter, whose journey has been delayed, but he supposes you have it by this time. On receiving it back properly done, the rest of your dues will be forthcoming. You have received £30 from Harwood, I hope. Bishop was at the theatre when Mary called, and he has put your other piece into C. Kemble's hands, the piece you talk of offering Elliston, and C.K. sent down word that he had not yet had time to read it. So stand your affairs at present. Glossop has got the murderer. Will you address him on the subject, or shall I, that is, Mary? She says you must write more showable letters about these matters, for with all our trouble of crossing out this word, and giving a cleaner turn to th, other, and folding down at this part, and squeezing an obnoxious epithet into a corner, she can hardly communicate their contents without offense. What man, put less gall in your ink, or write me a biting tragedy. C. Lamb. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Ayrton, asking him to meet the Burneys and Paynes on Wednesday at 4:30. Letter 310. Charles Lamb to John Howard Payne. February 9, 1823. My dear Miss Lamb, I have enclosed for you Mr. Payne's piece called Grandpapa, which I regret to say is not thought to be of the nature that will suit this theatre. But as there appears to be much merit in it, Mr. Kemble strongly recommends that you should send it to the English Opera House, for which it seems to be excellently adapted. As you have already been kind enough to be our medium of communication with Mr. Payne, I have imposed this trouble upon you. But if you do not like to act for Mr. Payne in the business, and have no means of disposing of the piece, I will forward it to Paris or elsewhere, as you think he may prefer. Very truly yours, Henry Robertson. TRCG 8 Feb. 1823. Dear P., we have just received the above, and want your instructions. It strikes me as a very merry little piece, that should be played by very young actors. It strikes me that Miss Clara Fisher would play the boy exactly. She is just such a forward chit. No young man would do it without its appearing absurd, but in a girl's hands it would have just all the reality that a short dream of an act requires. Then for the sister, if Miss Stevenson were Miss Stevenson and younger, they too would carry it off. I do not know who they have got in that young line, besides Miss C.F. at Drury, nor how you would like Elliston to have it. Has he not had it? I am thick with Arnold, but I have always heard that the very slender profits of the English Opera House do not admit of his giving above a trifle, or next to none, for a piece of this kind. Write me what I should do, what you would ask, and see. The music printed is returned with the piece, and the French original. Tell Mr. Grattan I thank him for his book, which as far as I have read it is a very companionable one. I have but just received it. It came the same hour with your packet from Covent Garden, i.e. yesternight late, to my summer residence, where tell Kenny the cow is quiet. Love to all at Versailles. Write quickly. CL. I have no acquaintance with Kemble at all, having only met him once or twice, but any information, and see, I can get from R, who is a good fellow you may command. I am sorry the rogues are so dilatory, but I distinctly believe they mean to fulfill their engagement. I am sorry you are not here to see to these things. I am a poor man of business, but command me to the short extent of my tether. My sister's kind remembrance ever. CL. The Grandpapa was eventually produced at Drury Lane, May 25, 1825, and played thrice. Miss Stevenson was an actress praised by Lamb in the Examiner, C. Vol. I of this edition. Cf. was Clara Fisher, mentioned above. Samuel James Arnold was manager of the Lyceum, then known as the English Opera House. He was the brother of Mrs. William Ayrton, Lamb's friend. Mr. Grattan was Thomas Colley Grattan, 1792–1864, who was then living in Paris. His book would be Highways and Byways, first series, 1823. There is one other note to Payne in the Century magazine, unimportant and undated, suggesting a walk one Sunday. Letter 311. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. February 17, 1823. My dear sir, I have read quite through the ponderous folio of G.F. I think Sewell has been judicious in omitting certain parts, as for instance where G.F. has revealed to him the natures of all the creatures in their names, as Adam had. He luckily turns aside from that compendious study of natural history, which might have superseded Buffon, to his proper spiritual pursuits, only just hinting what a philosopher he might have been. The ominous passage is near the beginning of the book. It is clear he means a physical knowledge, without trope or figure. Also, pretenses to miraculous healing and the like are more frequent than I should have suspected from the epitome in Sewell. He is nevertheless a great spiritual man, and I feel very much obliged by your procuring me the loan of it. How I like the Quaker phrases, though I think they were hardly completed till Woolman. A pretty little manual of Quaker language, with an endeavor to explain them, might be gathered out of his book. Could not you do it? I have read through G.F. without finding any explanation of the term first volume in the title page. It takes in all, both his life and his death. Are there more last words of him? Pray, how may I venture to return it to Mr. Sewell at Ipswich? I fear to send such a treasure by a stage coach. Not that I am afraid of the coachman or the guard reading it, but it might be lost. Can you put me in a way of sending it in safety? The kind-hearted owner trusted it to me for 6 months. I think I was about as many days in getting through it, and I do not think that I skipped a word of it. I have quoted G.F. in my Quakers' meeting, as having said he was lifted up in spirit, which I felt at the time to be not a Quaker phrase, and the judge and jury were as dead men under his feet. I find no such words in his journal, and I did not get them from Sewell, and the latter sentence, I am sure, I did not mean to invent. I must have put some other Quaker's words into his mouth. Is it a fatality in me that everything I touch turns into a lie? I once quoted 2 lines from a translation of Dante, which Hazlitt very greatly admired, and quoted in a book as proof of the stupendous power of that poet, but no such lines are to be found in the translation, which has been searched for the purpose. I must have dreamed them, for I am quite certain I did not forge them knowingly. What a misfortune to have a lying memory. Yes, I have seen Miss Coleridge, and wish I had just such a daughter. God love her, to think that she should have had to toil through 5 octavos of that cursed, I forget I write to a Quaker, Aberpenny history, and then to abridge them to 3, and all for £113. At her years, to be doing stupid Jesuits Latin into English, when she should be reading or writing romances. Heaven send her uncle do not breed her up a quarterly reviewer. Which reminds me that he has spoken very respectfully of you in the last number, which is the next thing to having a review all to oneself. Your description of Mr. Mitford's place makes me long for a pippin and some caraways and a cup of sack in his orchard, when the sweets of the night come in. Farewell. C. Lamb. In the 1694 folio of George Fox's journal, the revelation of the names of creatures occurs twice, once under Knots in 1647 and again under Mansfield in 1648. Sewell, The History of the Rise, Increase and Progress of the Christian People Called Quakers, 1722, by William Sewell, 1654–1720. In my Quakers' Meeting, the Elia essay, C. Vol. Roman II. I once quoted 2 lines. Possibly, Mr. A.R. Waller suggests to me the lines. Because on earth their names in fame's eternal volume shine for aye. Quoted by Hazlitt in his Round Table essay on posthumous fame, and again in one of his Edinburgh Review articles. They are presumably based upon the Inferno, Canto Roman 4. See Hasselfoot's translation, 2nd edition, 1899, page 21, lines 74-78. But the manufacturer of them must have had Spenser's line in his mind. On fame's eternal bedroll worthy to be filed. Fairy Queen, BK, Roman 4, Canto Roman 2, stanza 32. They have not yet been found in any translation of Dante. This explanation would satisfy Lamb's words, quoted in a book, i.e., The Round Table, published in 1817. Miss Coleridge, Coleridge's daughter Sarah, born in 1802, who had been brought up by her uncle Southey. She had translated Martin d'Abrejoffer's Latin History of the Abipones in order to gain funds for her brother Derwent's college expenses. Her father considered the translation unsurpassed for pure mother English by anything I have read for a long time. Sarah Coleridge married her cousin, Henry Nelson Coleridge, in 1829. She edited her father's works and died in 1852. At the present time, she and her mother were visiting the Gilmans. Mr. Mitford was John Mitford, 1781–1859, rector of Benhall in Suffolk and editor of Old Poets. Later he became editor of the Gentleman's Magazine. He was a cousin of Mary Russell Mitford. In the Gentleman's Magazine for May 1838 is a review of Talfourd's edition of Lamb's Letters, probably from his pen, in which he records a visit to the Lambs in 1827. Letter 312. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. Dated at End, February 24, 1823. Dear W., I write that you may not think me neglectful, not that I have anything to say. In answer to your questions, it was at your house I saw an edition of Roxana, the preface to which stated that the author had left out that part of it which related to Roxana's daughter, persisting in imagining herself to be so, in spite of the mother's denial from certain hints she had picked up, and throwing herself continually in her mother's way, as Savage is said to have done in his, prying in at windows to get a glimpse of her, and that it was by advice of Southern, who objected to the circumstances as being untrue, when the rest of the story was founded on fact, which shows S to have been a stupidish fellow. The incidents so resemble Savage's story that I taxed Godwin with taking Falconer from his life by Dr. Johnson. You should have the edition, if you have not parted with it, for I saw it never but at your place at the Mews Gate, nor did I then read it to compare it with my own. Only I know the daughter's curiosity is the best part of my Roxana. The prologue you speak of was mine, so named, but not worth much. You ask me for 2 or 3 pages of verse. I have not written so much since you knew me. I am altogether prosaic. Maybe I may touch off a sonnet in time. I do not prefer Carl Jack to either Rob, Cr, or Roxana. I only spoke of the beginning of it, his childish history. The rest is poor. I do not know anywhere any good character of Defoe besides what you mention. I do not know that Swift mentions him. Pope does. I forget if Disraeli has. Dunlop, I think, has nothing of him. He is quite new ground, and scarce known beyond Crusoe. I do not know who wrote Quarrel. I never thought of Quarrel as having an author. It is a poor imitation. The monkey is the best in it, and his pretty dishes made of shells. Do you know the paper in The Englishman by Sir R.D. Steele, giving an account of Selkirk? It is admirable, and has all the germs of Crusoe. You must quote it entire. Captain G. Carleton wrote his own memoirs. They are about Lord Peterborough's campaign in Spain, and a good book. Pazelli puzzles me, and I am in a cloud about Donald M. Loud. I never heard of them. So you see, my dear Wilson, what poor assistances I can give in the way of information. I wish your book out, for I shall like to see anything about Defoe or from you. Your old friend, C. Lamb. From my and your old compound, 24 Feb. 23. With this letter compare the letter on September 9, 1801, to Godwin, and the letter on December 16, 1822, to Wilson. Defoe's Roxana, first edition, does not, as a matter of fact, contain the episode of the daughter which Lamb so much admired. Later editions have it. Godwin says in his preface to Falconer, 1807, the play to which Lamb wrote a prologue in praise of Defoe, see Vol. Roman 4, that the only accessible edition of Roxana in which the story of Susanna is fully told is that of 1745. Richard Savage was considered to be the natural son of the Countess of Macclesfield and Earl Rivers. His mother at first disowned him, but afterwards, when this became impossible, repulsed him. Johnson says in his Life of Savage that it was his hero's practice to walk in the dark evenings for several hours before her door in hopes of seeing her as she might come by accident to the window or cross her apartment with a candle in her hand. Swift and Defoe were steady enemies, although I do not find that either mentions the other by name. But Swift in the Examiner often had Defoe in mind, and Defoe in one of his political writings refers to Swift, apropos Wood's halfpence, as the copper farthing author. Pope referred to Defoe twice in the Dunciad, once as standing high, fearless, and unabashed in the pillory, and once, libelously, as the father of Norton, of the flying post. Philip Quarlel was the first imitation of Robinson Crusoe. It was published in 1727, purporting to be the narrative of one Dorrington, a merchant and Quarlel's discoverer. The title begins, The Hermit, or The Unparalleled Sufferings and Surprising Adventures of Mr. Philip Quarlel, an Englishman. Lamb says in his essay on Christ's Hospital that the Bluecoat boys used to read the book. The authorship of the book is still unknown. Steele's account of Selkirk is in The Englishman, number 26, Dec. 1, 1713. Wilson quoted it. Defoe's fictitious military memoirs of Capt. George Carleton was published in 1728. I cannot explain Pazelli or Donald M. Loud. Later Lamb sent Wilson, who seems to have asked for some verse about Defoe, the Ode to the Treadmill, but Wilson did not use it. My Old Compound, Robinson's Diary Vol. I page 333 has this: the large room in the accountant's office at the East India House is divided into boxes or compartments, in each of which sit 6 clerks, Charles Lamb himself in one. They are called compounds. The meaning of the word was asked one day, and Lamb said it was a collection of simples. Letter 313. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at End, March 11, 1823. Dear Sir, the approbation of my little book by your sister is very pleasing to me. The Quaker incident did not happen to me, but to Carlyle the surgeon, from whose mouth I have twice heard it, at an interval of 10 or 12 years, with little or no variation, and have given it as exactly as I could remember it. The gloss which your sister, or you, have put upon it does not strike me as correct. Carlyle drew no inference from it against the honesty of the Quakers, but only in favor of their surprising coolness, that they should be capable of committing a good joke, with an utter insensibility to its being any jest at all. I have reason to believe in the truth of it, because, as I have said, I heard him repeat it without variation at such an interval. The story loses sadly in print, for Carlyle is the best storyteller I ever heard. The idea of the discovery of roasting pigs I also borrowed from my friend Manning, and am willing to confess both my plagiarisms. Should fate ever so order it that you shall be in town with your sister, mine bids me say that she shall have great pleasure in being introduced to her. I think I must give up the cause of the bank. From 9 to 9 is galley slavery, but I hope it is but temporary. Your endeavor at explaining Fox's insight into the natures of animals must fail, as I shall transcribe the passage. It appears to me that he stopped short in time, and was on the brink of falling with his friend Naylor, my favorite. The book shall be forthcoming whenever your friend can make convenient to call for it. They have dragged me again into the magazine, but I feel the spirit of the thing in my own mind quite gone. Some brains, I think Ben Jonson says it, will endure but one skimming. We are about to have an inundation of poetry from the lakes. Wordsworth and Southey are coming up strong from the north. The she Coleridges have taken flight, to my regret. With Sarah's own-made acquisitions, her unaffectedness and no pretensions are beautiful. You might pass an age with her without suspecting that she knew anything but her mother's tongue. I don't mean any reflection on Mrs. Coleridge here. I had better have said her vernacular idiom. Poor C, I wish he had a home to receive his daughter in. But he is, but as a stranger or a visitor in this world. How did you like Hartley's sonnets? The first, at least, is vastly fine. Lloyd has been in town a day or two on business and is perfectly well. I am ashamed of the shabby letters I send, but I am by nature anything but neat. Therein my mother bore me no Quaker. I never could seal a letter without dropping the wax on one side, besides scalding my fingers. I never had a seal too of my own. Writing to a great man lately, who is moreover very heraldic, I borrowed a seal of a friend, who by the female side quarters the predictorial arms of Cromwell. How they must have puzzled my correspondent. My letters are generally charged as double at the post office, from their inveterate clumsiness of folio, so you must not take it disrespectful to yourself if I send you such ungainly scraps. I think I lose £100 a year at the India House, owing solely to my want of neatness in making up accounts. How I puzzle them out at last is the wonder. I have to do with millions. It is time to have done my incoherences. Believe me, yours truly. C. Lamb. Tuesday, 11 Ma 23. Lamb had sent Elia to Woodbridge. Bernard Barton's sister was Maria Hack, author of many books for children. The Quaker incident is in the essay Imperfect Sympathies. Carlyle was Sir Anthony Carlyle. Your endeavor at explaining Fox's insight. See letter above. James Naylor, 1617–1660, an early Quaker who permitted his admirers to look upon him as a new Christ. He went to extremes totally foreign to the spirit of the society. Barton made a paraphrase of Naylor's last testimony. They have dragged me again. Lamb had been quite ready to give up Elia with the first essays. Old China, one of his most charming papers, was in the March London magazine. Some brains, I had to give this up in my large edition. I now find that Swift says it, not Ben Jonson. There is a brain that will endure but one scumming. Preface to Battle of the Books. Hartley's Sonnets. 4 sonnets by Hartley Coleridge were printed in the London magazine for February 1823, addressed to R.S. Jameson. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Ayrton saying that there will be cards and cold mutton in Russell St. from 8 to 9, and gin and jokes from 9 to 12. Letter 314. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. PM 5, April 1823. Dear Sir, you must think me ill-mannered not to have replied to your first letter sooner, but I have an ugly habit of aversion from letter writing, which makes me an unworthy correspondent. I have had no spring or cordial call to the occupation of late. I have been not well lately, which must be my lame excuse. Your poem, which I consider very affecting, found me engaged about a humorous paper for the London, which I had called A Letter to an Old Gentleman whose education had been neglected. And when it was done, Taylor and Hesse would not print it, and it discouraged me from doing anything else, so I took up Scott, where I had scribbled some petulant remarks, and for a makeshift fathered them on Ritson. It is obvious I could not make your poem a part of them, and as I did not know whether I should ever be able to do to my mind what you suggested, I thought it not fair to keep back the verses for the chance. Mr. Mitford's sonnet I like very well, but as I also have my reasons against interfering at all with the editorial arrangement of the London, I transmitted it, not in my own handwriting, to them, who I doubt not will be glad to insert it. What eventual benefit it can be to you, otherwise than that a kind man's wish is a benefit, I cannot conjecture. Your society are eminently men of business, and will probably regard you as an idle fellow, possibly disown you, that is to say, if you had put your own name to a sonnet of that sort, but they cannot excommunicate Mr. Mitford. Therefore, I thoroughly approve of printing the said verses. When I see any Quaker names to the concert of Antient music, or as directors of the British institution, or bequeathing medals to Oxford for the best classical themes, etc., then I shall begin to hope they will emancipate you. But what as a society can they do for you? You would not accept a commission in the army, nor they be likely to procure it. Posts in church or state have they none in their giving, and then if they disown you, think you must live, a man forbid. I wished for you yesterday. I dined in Parnassus with Wordsworth, Coleridge, Rogers, and Tom Moore, half the poetry of England constellated and clustered in Gloucester Place. It was a delightful even. Coleridge was in his finest vein of talk, had all the talk, and let 'em talk as evilly as they do of the envy of poets. I am sure not one there, but was content to be nothing but a listener. The muses were dumb, while Apollo lectured on his and their fine art. It is a lie that poets are envious. I have known the best of them, and can speak to it, that they give each other their merits, and are the kindest critics as well as best authors. I am scribbling a muddy epistle with an aching head, for we did not quaff Hippocrene last night. It was Hippocras rather. Pray accept this as a letter in the meantime, and do me the favor to mention my respects to Mr. Mitford, who is so good as to entertain good thoughts of Elia, but don't show this almost impertinent scrawl. I will write more respectfully next time, for believe me, if not in words, in feelings, yours most so. Your poem, Barton's poem, was entitled A Poet's Thanks, and was printed in the London Magazine for April 1823, the same number that contained Lamb's article on Ritson and Scott. It is one of his best poems, an expression of contentment in simplicity. The Letter to an Old Gentleman, a parody of De Quincey's series of Letters to a Young Gentleman in the London Magazine, was not published until January 1825. Scott was John Scott of Amwell, Barton's predecessor as the Quaker poet, who had written a rather foolish book of prose, critical essays on the English poets. Ritson was Joseph Ritson, the critic and antiquarian. See Vol. I. of the present edition for the essay. Barton seems to have suggested to Lamb that he should write an essay around the poem A Poet's Thanks. Mitford's sonnet, which was printed in the London Magazine for June 1823, was addressed commiseratingly to Bernard Barton. It began, "What to thy broken spirit can atone, unhappy victim of the tyrant's fears?" and continued in the same strain, the point being that Barton was the victim of his Quaker employers, who made him prisoner at once and slave. Lamb's previous letter shows us that Barton was being worked from 9 till 9, and we must suppose also that an objection to his poetical exercises had been lodged or suggested. The matter righted itself in time. I dined in Parnassus. This dinner at Thomas Monkhouse's, number 34 Gloucester Place, is described both by Moore and by Crabbe Robinson, who was present. Moore wrote in his journal, "Dined at Mr. Monkhouse's, a gentleman I had never seen before, on Wordsworth's invitation, who lives there whenever he comes to town. A singular party. Coleridge, Rogers, Wordsworth and wife, Charles Lamb, the hero at present of the London Magazine, and his sister, the poor woman who went mad in a diligence on the way to Paris, and a Mr. Robinson, one of the minor sidera of this constellation of the lakes, the host himself, a Maecenas of the school, contributing nothing but good dinners and silence. Charles Lamb, a clever fellow, certainly, but full of villainous and abortive puns, which he miscarries of every minute. Some excellent things, however, have come from him." Lamb told Moore that he had hitherto always felt an antipathy to him, but henceforward should like him. Crabbe Robinson writes, "April 4th, dined at Monkhouse's. Our party consisted of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Lamb, Moore, and Rogers, 5 poets of very unequal worth and most disproportionate popularity, whom the public probably would arrange in the very inverse order, except that it would place Moore above Rogers. During this afternoon, Coleridge alone displayed any of his peculiar talent. He talked much and well. I have not for years seen him in such excellent health and spirits. His subject's metaphysical criticism, Wordsworth he chiefly talked to. Rogers occasionally let fall a remark. Moore seemed conscious of his inferiority. He was very attentive to Coleridge, but seemed to relish Lamb, whom he sat next. L. was in a good frame, kept himself within bounds, and was only cheerful at last. I was at the bottom of the table, where I very ill performed my part. I walked home late with Lamb." Many years later, Robinson sent to the Athenaeum, June 25, 1853, a further and fuller account of the evening. Letter 315. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. April 13th, 1823. Dear lad, you must think me a brute beast, a rhinoceros, never to have acknowledged the receipt of your precious present. But indeed, I am none of those shocking things, but have arrived at that indisposition to letter writing, which would make it a hard exertion to write 3 lines to a king to spare a friend's life. Whether it is that the magazine paying me so much a page, I am loath to throw away composition. How much a sheet do you give your correspondence? I have hung up Pope, and a gem it is, in my town room. I hope for your approval. Though it accompanies the essay on man, I think that was not the poem he is here meditating. He would have looked up, somehow affectedly, if he were just conceiving, awake, my St. John. Neither is he in the rape of the lock mood exactly. I think he has just made out the last lines of the epistle to Jervis, between gay and tender. And other beauties envy Worsley's eyes. I'll be damned if that isn't the line. He is brooding over it, with a dreamy phantom of Lady Mary floating before him. He is thinking which is the earliest possible day and hour that she will first see it. What a miniature piece of gentility it is. Why did you give it me? I do not like you enough to give you anything so good. I have dined with T. Moore and breakfasted with Rogers since I saw you, have much to say about them when we meet, which I trust will be in a week or two. I have been overwatched and overpoeted since Wordsworth has been in town. I was obliged for health's sake to wish him gone, but now he is gone I feel a great loss. I am going to Dalston to recruit, and have serious thoughts of altering my condition, that is, of taking to sobriety. What do you advise me? T. Moore asked me your address in a manner which made me believe he meant to call upon you. Rogers spake very kindly of you, as everybody does, and none with so much reason as your C.L. This is the first important letter to Brian Waller Proctor, better known as Barry Cornwall, who was afterwards to write, in his old age, so pleasant a memoir of Lamb. He was then 35, was practicing law, and had already published Marcian Carlana and A Sicilian Story. The epistle to Mr. Jervas, with Mr. Dryden's translation of Fresnoy's Art of Painting, did not end upon this line, but some 18 lines later. I give the portrait in my large edition. Lady Mary, by Lady Mary Lamb means, as Pope did in the first edition, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, but after his quarrel with that Lady Pope, altered it to Worsley, signifying Lady Frances Worsley, daughter of the Duke of Marlborough and wife of Sir Robert Worsley. Letter 316. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hutchinson. P.M. April 25, 1823. Dear Miss H., Mary has such an invincible reluctance to any epistolary exertion that I am sparing her a mortification by taking the pen from her. The plain truth is, she writes such a pimping, mean, detestable hand that she is ashamed of the formation of her letters. There is an essential poverty and abjectness in the frame of them. They look like begging letters. And then she is sure to omit a most substantial word in the second draft, for she never ventures an epistle without a foul copy first, which is obliged to be interlined, which spoils the neatest epistle. You know the word epistle is underlined. Her figures 1, 2, 3, 4, and c, where she has occasion to express numerals, as in the date 25 April 1823, are not figures but figurantes. And the combined posse go staggering up and down shameless as drunkards in the daytime. It is no better when she rules her paper. Her lines are not less erring than her words, a sort of unnatural parallel lines that are perpetually threatening to meet, which you know is quite contrary to Euclid here. Lamb has ruled lines grossly unparalleled. Her very blots are not bold like this here a bold blot, but poor smears here a poor smear half left in and half scratched out with another smear left in their place. I like a clean letter, a bold free hand, and a fearless flourish. Then she has always to go through them, a second operation to dot her is, and cross her ts. I don't think she can make a corkscrew if she tried, which has such a fine effect at the end or middle of an epistle, and fills up. Here Lamb has made a corkscrew 2 inches long. There is a corkscrew, one of the best I ever drew. By the way, what incomparable whiskey that was of Monkhouse's. But if I am to write a letter, let me begin, and not stand flourishing like a fencer at a fair. It gives me great pleasure, the letter now begins, to hear that you got down smoothly, and that Mrs. Monkhouse's spirits are so good and enterprising. It shows, whatever her posture may be, that her mind at least is not supine. I hope the excursion will enable the former to keep pace with its outstripping neighbor. Pray present our kindest wishes to her and all. That sentence should properly have come in the postscript, but we airy mercurial spirits, there is no keeping us in. Time, as was said of one of us, toils after us in vain. I am afraid our co-visit with Coleridge was a dream. I shall not get away before the end or middle of June, and then you will be frog-hopping at Boulogne. And besides, I think the Gilmans would scarce trust him with us. I have a malicious knack at cutting of apron strings. The saints' days you speak of have long since fled to heaven with Astrea, and the cold piety of the age lacks fervor to recall them. Only Peter left his key, the iron one of the two, that shuts Amen, and that's the reason I am locked up. Meanwhile of afternoons we pick up primroses at Dalston, and Mary corrects me when I call 'em cowslips. God bless you all, and pray remember me euphoniously to Mr. G.N. Welligan. That Lee Priory must be a dainty bower. Is it built of flints, and does it stand at Kingsgate? Did you remem? This is apparently the proper end of the letter. At least, there is no indication of another sheet. Addressed to Miss Hutchinson, 17 Sion Hill, Ramsgate, Kent, where she was staying with Mrs. Monkhouse. I give a facsimile of it in my large edition. Time, as was said of one of us, Johnson wrote of Shakespeare in the prologue at the opening of Drury Lane Theatre in 1747. And panting time toiled after him in vain. The Saints' days. See note to the letter to Mrs. Wordsworth, Feb. 18, 1818. Mr. G.N. Welligan. Probably Lamb's effort to write the name of Edward Quillinan, afterwards Wordsworth's son-in-law, whose first wife had been a Miss Bridges of Lee Priory. Lee Priory, the home of Sir Egerton Bridges, at Iceham, near Canterbury, for some years. He had, however, now left, and the private press was closed. In Notes and Queries, November 11, 1876, was printed the following scrap, a postscript by Charles Lamb to a letter from Mary Lamb to Miss H. I place it here, having no clue as to date, nor does it matter. Letter 317. Fragment. Charles Lamb to Miss Hutchinson. Apropos of birds, the other day at a large dinner, being called upon for a toast, I gave, as the best toast I knew, woodcock toast, which was drunk with 3 cheers. Yours affectly. C. Lamb. Letter 318. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. No date, probably 1823. It is hard when a gentleman cannot remain concealed, who affecteth obscurity with greater avidity than most do seek to have their good deeds brought to light, to hay a prying inquisitive finger, to the danger of its own scorching, busied in removing the little peck measure, scripturally a bushel, under which one had hoped to bury his small candle. The receipt of fernseed, I think, in this curious age, would scarce help a man to walk invisible. Well, I am discovered, and thou thyself, who thoughtest to shelter under the peascod of initiality, a stale and shallow device, art no less dragged to light, thy slender anatomy, thy skeletonian fleshed and sinewed out to the plump expansion of 6 characters, thy tuneful genealogy deduced. By the way, what a name is Timothy? Lay it down, I beseech thee, and in its place take up the properer sound of Timotheus. Then mayst thou, with unblushing fingers, handle the lyre, familiar to thee. D. and name. With much difficulty have I traced thee to thy lurking place. Many a goodly name did I run over, bewildered between Dorian and Doxat and Dover and Dakin and Daintree, a wilderness of D's, till at last I thought I had hit it, my conjectures wandering upon a melancholy Jew, you wot the Israelite upon change, Master Daniels, a contemplative Hebrew, to the which guess I was the rather led, by the consideration that most of his nation are great readers. Nothing is so common as to see them in the Jew's walk, with a bundle of script in one hand, and the man of feeling or a volume of Sterne in the other. I'm a rogue if I can collect what manner of face thou carriest, though thou seemest so familiar with mine. If I remember, thou didst not dimly resemble the man Daniels, whom at first I took thee for, a careworn, mortified, economical, commercio-political countenance, with an agreeable limp in thy gait, if Elia mistake thee not. I think I shake hands with thee, if I met thee. John Bates Dibdin, the son of Charles Dibdin the younger and grandson of the great Charles Dibdin, was at this time a young man of about 24, engaged as a clerk in a shipping office in the city. I borrow from Canon Ainger an interesting letter from a sister of Dibdin on the beginning of the correspondence. My brother had constant occasion to conduct the giving or taking of checks as it might be, at the India House. There he always selected the little clever man in preference to the other clerks. At that time, the Elia essays were appearing in print. No one had the slightest conception who Elia was. He was talked of everywhere, and everybody was trying to find him out, but without success. At last, from the style and manner of conveying his ideas and opinions on different subjects, my brother began to suspect that Lamb was the individual so widely sought for, and wrote some lines to him anonymously, sending them by post to his residence, with the hope of sifting him on the subject. Although Lamb could not know who sent him the lines, yet he looked very hard at the writer of them the next time they met, when he walked up, as usual, to Lamb's desk in the most unconcerned manner, to transact the necessary business. Shortly after, when they were again in conversation, something dropped from Lamb's lips which convinced his hearer beyond a doubt that his suspicions were correct. He therefore wrote some more lines, anonymously as before, beginning, "I've found thee out, O Elia," and sent them to Colebrook Row. The consequence was that at their next meeting Lamb produced the lines, and after much laughing, confessed himself to be Elia. This led to a warm friendship between them. Dibdin's letter of discovery was signed D. Hence Lamb's, fumbling after his Christian name, which he probably knew all the time. Letter 319. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. PM 3 May, 1823. Dear Sir, I am vexed to be 2 letters in your debt, but I have been quite out of the vein lately. A philosophical treatise is wanting of the causes of the backwardness with which persons, after a certain time of life, set about writing a letter. I always feel as if I had nothing to say, and the performance generally justifies the presentiment. Taylor and Hesse did foolishly in not admitting the sonnet. Surely it might have followed the BB. I agree with you in thinking Boring's paper better than the former. I will inquire about my letter to the old gentleman, but I expect it to go in after those to the young gent are completed. I do not exactly see why the goose and little goslings should emblematize a Quaker poet that has no children, but after all, perhaps it is a pelican. The mean tekel upharsin around it, I cannot decipher. The songster of the night pouring out her effusions amid a silent meeting of Madge Owlets would be at least intelligible. A full pause here comes upon me, as if I had not a word more left. I will shake my brain. Once, twice, nothing comes up. George Fox recommends waiting on these occasions. I wait. Nothing comes. G. Fox, that sets me off again. I have finished the journal and 400 more pages of the doctrinals, which I picked up for 7s. 6d. If I get on at this rate, the Society will be in danger of having 2 Quaker poets to patronize. I'm at Dalston now, but if when I go back to Cov. Gar, I find thy friend has not called for the journal, he must put me in a way of sending it, and if it should happen that the lender of it, having that volume, has not the other, I shall be most happy in his accepting the doctrinals, which I shall read but once certainly. It is not a splendid copy, but perfect, save a leaf of index. I cannot but think the London drags heavily. I miss Janus, and oh how it misses Hazlitt. Proctor too is affronted, as Janus has been, with their abominable curtailment of his things, some meddling editor or other, or phantom of one, for neither he nor Janus know their busy friend. But they always find the best part cut out, and they have done well to cut also. I'm not so fortunate as to be served in this manner, for I would give a clean sum of money in sincerity to leave them handsomely. But the dogs T and H, I mean, will not affront me, and what can I do? Must I go on to drivelling? Poor relations is tolerable, but where shall I get another subject, or who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I assure you it teases me more than it used to please me. Ch. Lloyd has published a sort of Quaker poem, he tells me, and that he has ordered me a copy, but I have not got it. Have you seen it? I must leave a little wafer space, which brings me to an apology for a conclusion. I am afraid of looking back, for I feel all this while I have been writing nothing, but it may show I am alive. Believe me, cordially yours, C. Lamb. The sonnet probably was Mitford's, which was printed in the June number see above. Boring, afterwards Sir John, was writing in the London Magazine on Spanish romances. The goose and little goslings, possibly the design upon the seal of Barton's last letter. Janus, the first mention of Thomas Griffith's Wainwright's C-note below, who sometimes wrote in the London over the pseudonym Janus Weathercock. John Taylor, Hood, and perhaps John Hamilton Reynolds made up the magazine for press. In the May number, in addition to Lamb's Poor Relations, were contributions from De Quincey, Hartley, Coleridge, Carey, and Barton, but it was not what it had been. Lloyd's Quaker poem would probably be one of those in his Poems, 1823, which contains some of his most interesting work. Letter 320. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. PM, May 6, 1823. Dear Sir, your verses were very pleasant, and I shall like to see more of them. I do not mean addressed to me. I do not know whether you live in town or country, but if it suits your convenience, I shall be glad to see you some evening, say Thursday, at 20 Great Russell Street, Covent Garden. If you can come, do not trouble yourself to write. We are old-fashioned people who drink tea at 6, or not much later, and give cold mutton and pickle at 9, the good old hour. I assure you, if it suit you, we shall be glad to see you. Yours, etc. C. Lamb. EIH Tuesday, my love to Mr. Railton. Some day of May 1823, the same to Mr. Rankin. Not official, to the whole firm indeed. The verses are not, I fear, now recoverable. Dibdin's firm was Railton. Rankin and Co. in Old Jury. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Hone, dated May 19, 1823. William Hone, 1780–1842, who then, his stormy political days over, was publishing antiquarian works on Ludgate Hill, had sent Lamb his Ancient Mysteries described, 1823. Lamb thanks him for it, and invites him to 14 Kingsland Row, Dalston, the next Sunday. We dine exactly at 4. Letter 321. Mary Lamb to Mrs. Randall Norris. Hastings at Mrs. Gibbs, York Cottage, Priory, No. 4, June 18, 1823. My dear friend, day after day has passed away, and my brother has said, I will write to Mr. Norris tomorrow, and therefore I am resolved to write to Mrs. Norris today and trust him no longer. We took our places for Sevenoaks, intending to remain there all night in order to see Noel, but when we got there we changed our minds and went on to Tunbridge Wells. About a mile short of the Wells, the coach stopped at a little inn, and I saw lodgings to let on a little, very little house opposite. I ran over the way and secured them before the coach drove away, and we took immediate possession. It proved a very comfortable place, and we remained there 9 days. The first evening, as we were wandering about, we met a lady, the wife of one of the India House clerks, with whom we had been slightly acquainted some years ago, which slight acquaintance has been ripened into a great intimacy during the 9 pleasant days that we passed at the Wells. She and her 2 daughters went with us in an open chaise to Knowle, and as the chaise held only 5, we mounted Miss James upon a little horse, which she rode famously. I was very much pleased with Knowle, and still more with Penshurst, which we also visited. We saw Frant and the rocks, and made much use of your guide-book, only Charles lost his way once going by the map. We were in constant exercise the whole time, and spent our time so pleasantly that when we came here on Monday, we missed our new friends and found ourselves very dull. We are by the seaside in a still less house, and we have exchanged a very pretty landlady for a very ugly one, but she is equally attractive to us. We eat turbot, and we drink smuggled Hollands, and we walk up hill and down hill all day long. In the little intervals of rest that we allow ourselves, I teach Miss James French. She picked up a few words during her foreign tour with us, and she has had a hankering after it ever since. We came from Tunbridge Wells in a post-chaise, and would have seen Battle Abbey on the way, but it is only shewn on a Monday. We are trying to coax Charles into a Monday's excursion. And Bexhill we are also thinking about. Yesterday evening we found out by chance the most beautiful view I ever saw. It is called the Lover's Seat. You have been here, therefore you must have seen it, or is it only Mr. and Mrs. Faint who have visited Hastings? Tell Mrs. Faint that though in my haste to get housed I decided on Ice's lodgings, yet it comforted all th to know that I had a place in view. I suppose you are so busy that it is not fair to ask you to write me a line to say how you are going on. Yet if any one of you have half an hour to spare for that purpose, it will be most thankfully received. Charles joins with me in love to you all together, and to each one in particular upstairs and downstairs. Yours most affectionately, M. Lamb, June 18. Mr. Hazlitt dates this letter 1825 or 1826, and considers it to refer to a second visit to Hastings, but I think most probably it refers to the 1823 visit, especially as the lover's seat would assuredly have been discovered then. Miss James was Mary Lamb's nurse. Mrs. Randall Norris had been a Miss Faint. There is a curious similarity between a passage in this letter and in one of Byron's, written in 1814. I have been swimming and eating turbot and smuggling neat brandies and silk handkerchiefs and walking on cliffs and tumbling down hills. A Hastings guidebook for 1825 gives Mrs. Gibbs' address as 4 York Cottages near Priory Bridge. Nearby, in Pelham Place, a Mr. Hogsflesh had a lodging-house. Letter 322. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. 10 July, 1823. Dear Sir, I shall be happy to read the Ms. and to forward it, but T and H must judge for themselves of publication, if it prove interesting as. I doubt not, I shall not spare to say so, you may depend upon it. Suppose you direct it to a Cott's, Office, India House. I am glad you have met with some sweetening circumstances to your unpalatable draught. I have just returned from Hastings, where exquisite views and walks, and where I have given up my soul to walking, and I am now suffering sedentary contrasts. I am a long time reconciling to town after one of these excursions. Home is become strange, and will remain so yet a while. Home is the most unforgiving of friends, and always resents absence. I know its old cordial looks will return, but they are slow in clearing up. That is one of the features of this our galley slavery, that peregrination ended makes things worse. I felt out of water, with all the sea about me, at Hastings, and just as I had learned to domiciliate there, I must come back to find a home which is no home. I abused Hastings, but learned its value. There are spots, inland bays, etc., which realize the notions of Juan Fernandez. The best thing I lit upon by accident was a small country church, by whom, or when built unknown, standing bare and single in the midst of a grove, with no house or appearance of habitation within a quarter of a mile, only passages diverging from it through beautiful woods to so many farm-houses. There it stands, like the first idea of a church, before parishioners were thought of, nothing but birds for its congregation, or like a hermit's oratory, the hermit dead, or a mausoleum, its effect singularly impressive, like a church found in a desert isle to startle Crusoe with a home image. You must make out a vicar and a congregation from fancy, for surely none come there. Yet it wants not its pulpit and its font and all the seemly additament of our worship. Southey has attacked Elia on the score of infidelity in the quarterly article, Progress of Infidels' Infidelity. I had not, nor have, seen the monthly. He might have spared an old friend such a construction of a few careless flights that meant no harm to religion, if all his unguarded expressions on the subject were to be collected. But I love and respect Southey and will not retort. I hate his review and his being a reviewer. The hint he has dropped will knock the sale of the book on the head, which was almost at a stop before. Let it stop. There is corn in Egypt, while there is cash at Leadenhall. You and I are something besides being writers, thank God. Yours truly, C.L. What the Ms. was I do not know. Lamb recurs more fully to the description of the little church, probably Hollingdon Rural, about 3 miles northwest from the town, in later letters. The thoughts in the second paragraph of this letter were amplified in the Elia essay, The Old Margate Hoy, in the London Magazine for July, 1823. Southey has attacked Elia. In an article in the Quarterly for January, 1823, in a review of a work by Gregoire on Deism in France, under the title The Progress of Infidelity, Southey had a reference to Elia in the following terms. Unbelievers have not always been honest enough thus to express their real feelings, but this we know concerning them, that when they have renounced their birthright of hope, they have not been able to divest themselves of fear. From the nature of the human mind, this might be presumed, and in fact it is so. They may deaden the heart and stupefy the conscience, but they cannot destroy the imaginative faculty. There is a remarkable proof of this in Elia's Essays, a book which wants only a sounder religious feeling to be as delightful as it is original. And then Southey went on to draw attention to the case of Thornton Hunt, the little child of Leigh Hunt, the to Southey, notorious freethinker, who, as Lamb had stated in the essay Witches and Other Night Fears, would wake at night in terror of images of fear. I will not retort. Lamb, as we shall see, changed his mind. Almost at a stop before, Elia was never popular until long after Lamb's death. It did not reach a second edition until 1836. There are now several new editions every year. Letter 323. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. July 1823. Durare, I expect Proctor and Wainwright, Janus W. this evening. Will you come? I suppose it is but a comp to ask Mrs. Alsop, but it is none to say that we should be most glad to see her. Yours ever. How vexed I am at your Dalston expedition. C.L. Tuesday. Mrs. Alsop was a daughter of Mrs. Jordan, and had herself been an actress. Letter 324. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at end, 2 September 1823. Dear B.B., what will you say to my not writing? You cannot say I do not write now. Hesse has not used your kind sonnet, nor have I seen it. Pray send me a copy. Neither have I heard any more of your friend's Ms., which I will reclaim whenever you please. When you come London-ward, you will find me no longer in Covent Garden. I have a cottage in Colebrook Row, Islington. A cottage, for it is detached, a white house with 6 good rooms. The New River, rather elderly by this time, runs, if a moderate walking pace can be so termed, close to the foot of the house, and behind is a spacious garden, with vines, I assure you, pears, strawberries, parsnips, leeks, carrots, cabbages, to delight the heart of old Alcinous. You enter without passage into a cheerful dining room, all studded over and rough with old books, and above is a lightsome drawing-room, 3 windows, full of choice prints. I feel like a great lord, never having had a house before. The London, I fear, falls off. I linger among its creaking rafters like the last rat. It will topple down if they don't get some buttresses. They have pulled down 3, W. Hazlitt, Proctor, and their best stay, kind light-hearted Wainwright, their Janus. The best is, neither of our fortunes is concerned in it. I heard of you from Mr. Pullum this morning, and that gave a fillip to my laziness, which has been intolerable. But I am so taken up with pruning and gardening, quite a new sort of occupation to me. I have gathered my jargonals, but my Windsor pears are backward. The former were of exquisite raciness. I do now sit under my own vine and contemplate the growth of vegetable nature. I can now understand in what sense they speak of Father Adam. I recognize the paternity while I watch my tulips. I almost fell with him. For the first day I turned a drunken gardener as he let in the serpent into my Eden, and he laid about him, lopping off some choice boughs and sea, which hung over from a neighbor's garden, and in his blind zeal laid waste a shade, which had sheltered their window from the gaze of passers-by. The old gentlewoman, fury made her not handsome, could scarcely be reconciled by all my fine words. There was no buttering her parsnips. She talked of the law. What a lapse to commit on the first day of my happy garden state. I hope you transmitted the Fox Journal to its owner, with suitable thanks. Mr. Carey, the Dante man, dines with me today. He is a model of a country parson, lean as a curate ought to be, modest, sensible, no obtruder of church dogmas, quite a different man from Southey. You would like him. Pray accept this for a letter, and believe me with sincere regards. Yours C.L. 2 Sept. Your kind sonnet. Barton's well-known sonnet to Elia, quoted below, had been printed in the London magazine long before, in the previous February. I do not identify this one among his writings. I have a cottage. This cottage still stands, 1912. Within it is much as in Lamb's day, but outwardly changed, for a new house has been built on one side, and it is thus no longer detached. The New River still runs before it, but subterraneously. Barton was so attracted by one at least of Lamb's similes that I fancy he borrowed it for an account of his grandfather's house at Tottenham, which he wrote some time later. For I find that gentleman's garden described as equal to that of old Alcinous. Kind light-hearted Wainwright. Lamb has caused much surprise by using such words of one who was destined to become almost the most cold-blooded criminal in English history. But as Hartley Coleridge wrote in another connection, It was Lamb's way to take things by the better handle, and Wainwright's worst faults in those days seemed to have been extravagance and affectation. Lamb at any rate liked him, and Wainwright was proud to be on a footing with Elia and his sister, as we know from his writings. Wainwright at this time was not quite 29. He had painted several pictures, some of which were accepted by the Academy, and he had written a number of essays over several different pseudonyms, chief of which was Janus Weathercock. He lived in Great Marlborough Street in some style, and there entertained many literary men, among them Lamb. It was not until 1826 that his criminal career began. Mr. Pullham, Brooke Pullham of the India House, who made the caricature etching of Elia. While I watch my tulips, Lamb is, of course, embroidering here, but we have it on the authority of George Daniel, the antiquary, that with his removal to Colebrook Cottage began an interest in horticulture, particularly in roses. Mr. Carey, the Rev. Henry Francis Carey, 1770–1844, the translator of Dante and afterwards, 1826, assistant keeper of the printed books in the British Museum, a regular contributor to the London Magazine. Letter 325. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. Dated at End, Sept. 6, 1823. Dear Alsop, I am snugly seated at the cottage. Mary is well but weak, and comes home on Monday. She will soon be strong enough to see her friends here. In the meantime, will you dine with me at 4:12 tomorrow? Ayrton and Mr. Burney are coming. Colebrook Cottage, left-hand side, end of Colebrook Row on the western brink of the New River, a detached whitish house. No answer is required, but come if you can. C. Lamb. Saturday, 6th Sep. I called on you on Sunday. Respects to Mrs. A. and boy. Letter 326. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. P.M. Sept. 9, 1823. My dear A., I am going to ask you to do me the greatest favor which a man can do to another. I want to make my will, and to leave my property in trust for my sister. In B, I am not therefore going to die. Would it be unpleasant for you to be named for one? The other two I shall beg the same favor of are Talfourd and Proctor. If you feel reluctant, tell me, and it shan't abate one jot of my friendly feeling toward you. Yours ever, C. Lamb. EI House, Aug. IE Sept. 9, 1823. Letter 327. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. P.M. September 10, 1823. My dear A., your kindness in accepting my request, no words of mine can repay. It has made you overflow into some romance which I should have checked at another time. I hope it may be in the scheme of Providence that my sister may go first, if ever so little a precedence, myself next, and my good exes survive to remember us with kindness many years. God bless you. I will set Proctor about the will forthwith. C. Lamb. Here should come another note to Alsop dated Sept. 16, 1823, saying that Mary Lamb is still ill at Fulham, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 328. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. September, 1823. Dear A., your cheese is the best I ever tasted. Mary will tell you so hereafter. She is at home, but has disappointed me. She has gone back rather than improved. However, she has sense enough to value the present, for she is greatly fond of Stilton. Yours is the delicatest rainbow-hued melting piece I ever flavored. Believe me, I took it the more kindly, following so great a kindness. Depend upon't, yours shall be one of the first houses we shall present ourselves at, when we have got our bill of health. Being both yours and Mrs. Alsop's truly, C.L. and M.L. Alsop and Proctor may have been named as executors of Lamb's will at one time, but when it came to be proved, the executors were Talfourd and Ryle, a fellow clerk in the India House. Letter 329. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. September 17, 1823. Dear Sir, I have again been reading your stanzas on Bloomfield, which are the most appropriate that can be imagined, sweet with Doric delicacy. I like that. Our more chaste Theocritus. just hinting at the fault of the Grecian. I love that stanza ending with, words, phrases, fashions pass away, but truth and nature live through all. But I shall omit in my own copy the one stanza which alludes to Lord B. I suppose it spoils the sweetness and oneness of the feeling. Cannot we think of Burns or Thompson without sullying the thought with a reflection out of place upon Lord Rochester? These verses might have been inscribed upon a tomb, are in fact an epitaph. Satire does not look pretty upon a tombstone. Besides, there is a quotation in it, always bad in verse, seldom advisable in prose. I doubt if their having been in a paper will not prevent T and H from insertion, but I shall have a thing to send in a day or two and shall try them. Omitting that stanza, a very little alteration is want in the beginning of the next. You see, I use freedom. How happily I flatter not. You have brought in his subjects, and I suppose his favorite measure, though I am not acquainted with any of his writings but The Farmer's Boy. He dined with me once, and his manners took me exceedingly. I rejoice that you forgive my long silence. I continue to estimate my own roof comforts highly. How could I remain all my life a lodger? My garden thrives, I am told, though I have yet reaped nothing but some tiny salad and withered carrots. But a garden's a garden anywhere, and twice a garden in London. Somehow I cannot relish that word horky. Cannot you supply it by circumlocution and direct the reader by a note to explain that it means the horky? But horky chokes me in the text. It raises crowds of mean associations, hawking and sp, g gawky stalky mawkin. The sound is everything, in such dulcet modulations specially, I like. Gilbert Meldrum's sterner tones. Without knowing who Gilbert Meldrum is, you have slipped in your rhymes as if they grew there, so natural artificially or artificial naturally. There's a vile phrase. Do you go on with your Quaker sonnets, to have 'em ready with Southey's Book of the Church? I meditate a letter to S in the London, which perhaps will meet the fate of the sonnet. Excuse my brevity, for I write painfully at office, liable to 100 callings off, and I can never sit down to an epistle elsewhere. I read or walk. If you return this letter to the post office, I think they will return 4D, seeing it is but half a one. Believe me, though, entirely yours, C.L. Barton's verses to the memory of Bloomfield, the Suffolk poet, who died in August 1823, were printed in book form in his Poetic Vigils 1824. This is the stanza that Lamb most liked. It is not quaint and local terms, besprinkled o'er thy rustic lay, though well such dialect confirms its power unlettered minds to sway. It is not these that most display thy sweetest charms, thy gentlest thrall. Words, phrases, fashions pass away, but truth and nature live through all. The stanza referring to Byron was not reprinted, nor was the word horky, which means harvest home in Suffolk. Gilbert Meldrum is a character in one of Bloomfield's rural tales. Quaker sonnets. Barton did not carry out this project. Southey's Book of the Church was published in 1824. I meditate a letter to S. The letter of Elia to Mr. Southey was published in the London Magazine for October 1823. Letter 330. Fragment. Charles Lamb to Charles Lloyd. No date, autumn 1823. Your lines are not to be understood reading on one leg. They are sinuous, and to be won with wrestling. I assure you in sincerity that nothing you have done has given me greater satisfaction. Your obscurity, where you are dark, which is seldom, is that of too much meaning, not the painful obscurity which no toil of the reader can dissipate, not the dead vacuum and floundering place in which imagination finds no footing. It is not the dimness of positive darkness, but of distance, and he that reads and not discerns must get a better pair of spectacles. I admire every piece in the collection. I cannot say the first is best. When I do so, the last reed rises up in judgment. To your mother, to your sister, to Mary dead, they are all weighty with thought and tender with sentiment. Your poetry is like no other. Those cursed dryads and pagan trumperies of modern verse have put me out of conceit of the very name of poetry. Your verses are as good and as wholesome as prose, and I have made a sad blunder if I do not leave you with an impression that your present is rarely valued. Charles Lamb. This scrap is in selections from the poems and letters of Bernard Barton, 1849, edited by Edward Fitzgerald and Lucy Barton. Lloyd says, I had a very ample testimony from C. Lamb to the character of my last little volume. I will transcribe to you what he says, as it is but a note, and his manner is always so original that I am sure the introduction of the merest trifle from his pen will well compensate for the absence of anything of mine. The volume was Poems, 1823, one of the chief of which was stanzas on the difficulty with which, in youth, we bring home to our habitual consciousness the idea of death, to which Lloyd appended the following sentence from Elia's S. on New Year's Eve as motto: not childhood alone, but the young man till 30 never feels practically that he is mortal. He knows it indeed, and if need were, he could preach a homily on the fragility of life, but he brings it not home to himself, any more than in a hot June we can appropriate to our imagination the freezing days of December. Letter 331. Charles Lamb to Rev. H. F. Carey. India Office, 14th Oct., 1823. Dear Sir, if convenient, will you give us house room on Saturday next? I can sleep anywhere. If another Sunday suit you better, pray let me know. We were talking of roast shoulder of mutton with onion sauce, but I scorn to prescribe to the hospitalities of mine host. With respects to Mrs. C., yours truly, C. Lamb. Letter 332. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. No date, Oct. 1823. Dear Sir, Mary has got a cold, and the nights are dreadful, but at the first indication of spring, alias the first dry weather in Nava early, it is our intention to surprise you early some evening. Believe me, most truly yours. C.L. The Cottage, Saturday night. Mary regrets very much Mrs. Alsop's fruitless visit. It made her swear. She was gone to visit Miss Hutchinson, whom she found out. Letter 333. Charles Lamb to J.B. Dibdin. P.M. October 28, 1823. My dear Sir, your pig was a picture of a pig, and your picture a pig of a picture. The former was delicious but evanescent, like a hearty fit of mirth, or the crackling of thorns under a pot, but the latter is an idea and abideth. I never before saw swine upon satin, and then that pretty strawy canopy about him. He seems to purr rather than grunt his satisfaction. Such a gentleman-like porker too. Moorlands are absolutely clowns to it. Who the deuce painted it? I have ordered a little gilt shrine for it, and mean to wear it for a locket, a shirt-pig. I admire the petty toes shrouded in a veil of something, not mud, but that warm, soft consistency with which the dust takes in Elysium after a spring shower. It perfectly ingloves them. I cannot enough thank you and your country friend for the delicate double present, the util et decorum. 3 times have I attempted to write this sentence and failed, which shows that I am not cut out for a pedant. Sir, as I say to Southey, will you come and see us at our poor cottage of Colebrook to tea tomorrow evening as early as 6? I have some friends coming at that hour. The panoply which covered your material pig shall be forthcoming, the pig pictorial, with its trappings, domesticate with me. You're greatly obliged. Elia. Tuesday. Sir, as I say to Southey. Elia's letter to Southey in the London Magazine began thus. Letter 334. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hazlitt. No date, early November, 1823. Dear Mrs. H., sitting down to write a letter is such a painful operation to Mary that you must accept me as her proxy. You have seen our house. What I now tell you is literally true. Yesterday week George Dyer called upon us at 1 o'clock, bright noonday, on his way to dine with Mrs. Barbauld at Newington. He sat with Mary about half an hour and took leave. The maid saw him go out from her kitchen window, but suddenly losing sight of him, ran up in a fright to Mary. G.D., instead of keeping the slip that leads to the gate, had deliberately, staff in hand, in broad open day, marched into the New River. He had not his spectacles on, and you know his absence. Who helped him out, they can hardly tell, but between 'em they got him out, drenched through and through. A mob collected by that time and accompanied him in. Send for the doctor, they said, and a one-eyed fellow, dirty and drunk, was fetched from the public house at the end, where it seems he lurks, for the sake of picking up water practice, having formerly had a medal from the Humane Society for some rescue. By his advice, the patient was put between blankets, and when I came home at 4 to dinner, I found G.D. abed and raving, light-headed with the brandy and water which the doctor had administered. He sung, laughed, whimpered, screamed, babbled of guardian angels, would get up and go home, but we kept him there by force, and by next morning he departed sobered, and seems to have received no injury. All my friends are open-mouthed about having paling before the river, but I cannot see that, because a lunatic chooses to walk into a river with his eyes open at midday, I am any the more likely to be drowned in it, coming home at midnight. I had the honor of dining at the Mansion House on Thursday last, by special card from the Lord Mayor, who never saw my face, nor I his, and all from being a writer in a magazine. The dinner costly, served on massy plate, champagne, pines and sea, 47 present, among whom the chairman and 2 other directors of the India Company. There's for you, and got away pretty sober, quite saved my credit. We continue to like our house prodigiously. Does Mary Hazlitt go on with her novel, or has she begun another? I would not discourage her, though we continue to think it, so far, in its present state not saleable. Our kind remembrances to her and hers, and you and yours. Yours truly, C. Lamb. I am pleased that H. liked my letter to the laureate. Dressed to Mrs. Hazlitt Alphington near Exeter. This letter is the first draft of the Elia essay, Amicus Redivivus, which was printed in the London Magazine in December, 1823. George Dyer, who was then 68, had been getting blind steadily for some years. A visit to Lamb's cottage today, bearing in mind that the ribbon of green between iron railings that extends along Colebrook Row was at that time an open stream, will make the nature of G.D.'s misadventure quite plain. Mary Hazlitt, the daughter of John Hazlitt, the essayist's brother. I am pleased that H. liked my letter to the laureate. Hazlitt wrote, in the essay on the pleasures of hating, I think I must be friends with Lamb again, since he has written that magnanimous letter to Southey and told him a piece of his mind. Coleridge also approved of it, and Crabbe Robinson's praise was excessive. Here should come a note from Lamb to Mrs. Shelley dated Nov. 12, 1823, saying that Dyer walked into the New River on Sunday week at 1 o'clock with his eyes open. Letter 335. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. EIH, 21st November, 1823. Dear Southey, the kindness of your note has melted away the mist which was upon me. I have been fighting against a shadow. That accursed Quarterly Review had vexed me by a gratuitous speaking, of its own knowledge, that the Confessions of a Drunkard was a genuine description of the state of the writer. Little things, that are not ill-meant, may produce much ill, that might have injured me alive and dead. I am in a public office, and my life is insured. I was prepared for anger, and I thought I saw, in a few obnoxious words, a hard case of repetition directed against me. I wished both magazine and review at the bottom of the sea. I shall be ashamed to see you, and my sister, though innocent, will be still more so, for the folly was done without her knowledge, and has made her uneasy ever since. My guardian angel was absent at that time. I will muster up courage to see you, however, any day next week, Wednesday excepted. We shall hope that you will bring Edith with you. That will be a second mortification. She will hate to see us, but come and heap embers. We deserve it, I for what I've done, and she for being my sister. Do come early in the day, by sunlight, that you may see my Milton. I am at Colebrook Cottage, Colebrook Row, Islington. A detached whitish house, close to the New River, end of Colebrook Terrace, left hand from Sadler's Wells. Will you let me know the day before? Your penitent C. Lamb. P.S. I do not think your handwriting at all like Hunt's. I do not think many things I did think. For the right appreciation of this letter, Elia's letter to Southey must be read C. Vol. I of the present edition. It was hard-hitting, and though Lamb would perhaps have been wiser had he held his hand, yet Southey had taken an offensive line of moral superiority and rebuke, and much that was said by Lamb was justified. Southey's reply ran thus. My dear Lamb, on Monday I saw your letter in the London Magazine, which I had not before had an opportunity of seeing, and I now take the first interval of leisure for replying to it. Nothing could be further from my mind than any intention or apprehension of any way offending or injuring a man concerning whom I have never spoken, thought, or felt otherwise than with affection, esteem, and admiration. If you had let me know in any private or friendly manner that you felt wounded by a sentence in which nothing but kindness was intended, or that you found it might injure the sale of your book, I would most readily and gladly have inserted a note in the next review to qualify and explain what had hurt you. You have made this impossible, and I am sorry for it, but I will not engage in controversy with you to make sport for the Philistines. The provocation must be strong indeed that can rouse me to do this, even with an enemy. And if you can forgive an unintended offense as heartily as I do the way in which you have resented it, there will be nothing to prevent our meeting as we have heretofore done, and feeling towards each other as we have always been wont to do. Only signify a correspondent willingness on your part and send me your address, and my first business next week shall be to reach your door and shake hands with you and your sister. Remember me to her most kindly, and believe me, yours, with unabated esteem and regards, Robert Southey. The matter closed with this exchange of letters, and no hostility remained on either side. Lamb's quarrel with the Quarterly began in 1811, when in a review of Weber's edition of Ford Lamb was described as a poor maniac. It was renewed in 1814, when his article on Wordsworth's excursion was mutilated. It broke out again in 1822, as Lamb says here, when a reviewer of Reed's treatise on hypochondriasis and other nervous affections, supposed to be Dr. Gooch, a friend of Dr. Henry Southey's, referred to Lamb's Confessions of a Drunkard, C. Vol. I as being, from his own knowledge, true. Thus Lamb's patience was naturally at breaking point when his own friend Southey attacked Elia a few numbers later. I do not think your handwriting at all like Hunt's. Lamb had said in the letter of Leigh Hunt, his handwriting is so much the same with your own that I have opened more than one letter of his, hoping, nay, not doubting, but it was from you, and have been disappointed, he will bear with my saying so, at the discovery of my error. Letter 336. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. November 22, 1823. Dear B.B., I am ashamed at not acknowledging your kind little poem, which I must needs like much, but I protest I thought I had done it at the moment. Is it possible a letter has miscarried? Did you get one in which I sent you an extract from the poems of Lord Stirling? I should wonder if you did, for I sent you none such. There was an incipient lie strangled in the birth. Some people's conscience is so tender, but in plain truth, I thank you very much for the verses. I have a very kind letter from the laureate, with a self-invitation to come and shake hands with me. This is truly handsome and noble. 'Tis worthy of my old idea of Southey. Shall not, I think you, be covered with a red suffusion? You are too much apprehensive of your complaint. I know many that are always ailing of it, and live on to a good old age. I know a merry fellow, you partly know him, who, when his medical adviser told him he had drunk away all that part, congratulated himself, now his liver was gone, that he should be the longest liver of the two. The best way in these cases is to keep yourself as ignorant as you can, as ignorant as the world was before Galen, of the entire inner construction of the animal man, not to be conscious of a midriff, to hold kidneys, save of sheep and swine, to be an agreeable fiction, not to know whereabout the gall grows, to account the circulation of the blood, an idle whimsy of Harvey's, to acknowledge no mechanism not visible. For once fix the seat of your disorder, and your fancies flux into it like bad humors. Those medical gentries choose each his favorite part, one takes the lungs, another the aforesaid liver, and refer to that whatever in the animal economy is amiss. Above all, use exercise, take a little more spirituous liquors, learn to smoke, continue to keep a good conscience, and avoid tampering with hard terms of art, viscosity, scirosity, and those bugbears, by which simple patients are scared into their grave. Believe the general sense of the mercantile world, which holds that desks are not deadly. It is the mind, good B.B., and not the limbs, that taints by long sitting. Think of the patience of tailors, think how long the chancellor sits, think of the brooding hen. I protest I cannot answer thy sister's kind inquiry, but I judge I shall put forth no second volume. More praise than by, and T and H are not particularly disposed for martyrs. Thou wilt see a funny passage, and yet a true history of George Dyer's aquatic incursion in the next London. Beware his fate, when thou comest to see me at my Colebrook cottage. I have filled my little space with my little thoughts. I wish thee ease on thy sofa, but not too much indulgence on it. From my poor desk, thy fellow sufferer this bright November, C.L. Again, I do not identify the kind little poem. It may have been a trifle enclosed in a letter, which Barton did not print and Lamb destroyed. Letter 337. Charles Lamb to W. Harrison, Ainsworth, India House, 9th Deck, 1823. If I had time, I would go over this letter again and dot all my I's. Dear Sir, I should have thanked you for your books and compliments sooner, but have been waiting for a revise to be sent, which does not come, though I returned the proof on the receipt of your letter. I have read Warner with great pleasure. What an elaborate piece of alliteration and antithesis! Why, it must have been a labor far above the most difficult versification. There is a fine simile of or picture of Semiramis arming to repel a siege. I do not mean to keep the book, for I suspect you are forming a curious collection, and I do not pretend to anything of the kind. I have not a blackletter book among mine, old Chaucer excepted, and am not bibliomanist enough to like blackletter. It is painful to read. Therefore I must insist on returning it at opportunity, not from contumacity and reluctance to be obliged, but because it must suit you better than me. The loss of a present from should never exceed the gain of a present too. I hold this maxim infallible in the accepting line. I read your magazines with satisfaction. I thoroughly agree with you as to the German Faust, as far as I can do justice to it from an English translation. 'Tis a disagreeable canting tale of seduction, which has nothing to do with the spirit of Faustus' curiosity. Was the dark secret to be explored to end in the seducing of a weak girl, which might have been accomplished by earthly agency? When Marlowe gives his Faustus a mistress, he flies him at Helen, flower of Greece, to be sure, and not at Miss Betsy or Miss Sally Thoughtless. Cut is the branch that bore the goodly fruit, and withered is Apollo's laurel tree. Faustus is dead. What a noble natural transition from metaphor to plain speaking, as if the figurative had flagged in description of such a loss, and was reduced to tell the facts simply. I must now thank you for your very kind invitation. It is not out of prospect that I may see Manchester some day, and then I will avail myself of your kindness. But holidays are scarce things with me, and the laws of attendance are getting stronger and stronger at Leadenhall. But I shall bear it in mind. Meantime something may more probably bring you to town, where I shall be happy to see you. I am always to be found, alas, at my desk in the forepart of the day. I wonder why they do not send the revise. I leave late at office, and my abode lies out of the way, or I should have seen about it. If you are impatient, perhaps a line to the printer, directing him to send it me at accountant's office, may answer. You will see by the scroll that I only snatch a few minutes from intermitting business. Your oblig, Sir C. Lamb. William Harrison Ainsworth, afterwards to be known as a novelist, was then a solicitor's pupil at Manchester, aged 18. He had sent Lamb William Warner's Syrinx, or A Sevenfold History, 1597. The book was a gift, and is now in the Dyce and Foster Library at South Kensington. Goethe's Faust. Lamb, as we have seen, had read the account of the play in Madame de Staël's Germany. He might also have read the translation by Lord Francis Leveson-Gower, 1823. Hayward's translation was not published till 1834. Goethe admired Lamb's sonnet on his family name. Letter 338. Charles Lamb to W. Harrison Ainsworth. Dated at End, December 29, 1823. My dear sir, you talk of months at a time, and I know not what inducements to visit Manchester. Heaven knows how gratifying. But I have had my little month of 1823 already. It is all over, and without incurring a disagreeable favor, I cannot so much as get a single holiday till the season returns with the next year. Even our half-hour's absences from office are set down in a book. Next year, if I can spare a day or two of it, I will come to Manchester, but I have reasons at home against longer absences. I am so ill just at present, an illness of my own procuring last night, who is perfect, that nothing but your very great kindness could make me right. I will bear in mind the letter to W.W. You shall have it quite in time, before the 12. My aching and confused head warns me to leave off. With a muddled sense of gratefulness, which I shall apprehend more clearly tomorrow, I remain, your friend unseen. CL. I aged 29th. Will your occasions or inclination bring you to London? It will give me great pleasure to show you everything that Islington can boast, if you know the meaning of that very Cockney sound. We have the New River. I am ashamed of this scrawl, but I beg you to accept it for the present. I am full of qualms. A fool at 50 is a fool indeed. W.W. was Wordsworth. A fool at 50 is a fool indeed. A fool at 40 is a fool indeed was Young's line in Satire Roman 2 of the series on love of fame. Lamb was nearing 49. Letter 339. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. January 9, 1824. Dear baby, do you know what it is to succumb under an insurmountable day mare? A whoreson lethargy, Falstaff calls it, an indisposition to do anything or to be anything, a total deadness and distaste, a suspension of vitality, an indifference to locality, a numb soporifical, good-for-nothingness, an ossification all over, an oyster-like insensibility to the passing events, a mind stupor, a brawny defiance to the needles of a thrusting-in conscience. Did you ever have a very bad cold, with a total irresolution to submit to water-gruel processes? This has been for many weeks my lot, and my excuse. My fingers drag heavily over this paper, and to my thinking it is 23 furlongs from here to the end of this demi-sheet. I have not a thing to say, nothing is of more importance than another. I am flatter than a denial or a pancake, emptier than Judge Park's wig when the head is in it, duller than a country stage when the actors are off it, a cipher. And oh, I acknowledge life at all, only by an occasional convulsional cough, and a permanent phlegmatic pain in the chest. I am weary of the world, life is weary of me. My day is gone into twilight, and I don't think it worth the expense of candles. My wick hath a thief in it, but I can't muster courage to snuff it. I inhale suffocation. I can't distinguish veal from mutton. Nothing interests me. 'Tis 12 o'clock, and Thurtell is just now coming out upon the new drop. Jack Ketch, alertly tucking up his greasy sleeves to do the last office of mortality. Yet cannot I elicit a groan or a moral reflection. If you told me the world will be at end tomorrow, I should just say, will it? I have not volition enough to dot my I's, much less to comb my eyebrows. My eyes are set in my head. My brains are gone out to see a poor relation in Moorfields, and they did not say when they'd come back again. My skull is a Grub Street attic, to let, not so much as a joint stool or a cracked Jordan left in it. My hand writes not I from habit, as chickens run about a little when their heads are off. Oh, for a vigorous fit of gout, colic, toothache, an earwig in my auditory, a fly in my visual organs. Pain is life, the sharper, the more evidence of life. But this apathy, this death, did you ever have an obstinate cold, a 6 or 7 weeks unintermitting chill and suspension of hope, fear, conscience, and everything? Yet do I try all I can to cure it. I try wine and spirits and smoking and snuff in unsparing quantities, but they all only seem to make me worse, instead of better. I sleep in a damp room, but it does me no good. I come home late nights, but do not find any visible amendment. Who shall deliver me from the body of this death? It is just 15 minutes after 12. Thurtell is by this time a good way on his journey, baiting at Scorpion perhaps. Ketch is bargaining for his cast coat and waistcoat. The Jew demurs at first at 3/2 crowns, but on consideration that he may get somewhat by showing him in the town, finally closes. CL. Judge Park's wig. Sir James Allen Park, of the Bench of Common Pleas, who tried Thurtell, the murderer of Mr. William Ware of Lyons Inn, in Gills Hill Lane, Radlett, on October 24, 1823. Letter 340. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. January 23, 1824. My dear sir, that peevish letter of mine, which was meant to convey an apology for my incapacity to write, seems to have been taken by you in too serious a light. It was only my way of telling you I had a severe cold. The fact is, I have been insuperably dull and lethargic for many weeks, and cannot rise to the vigor of a letter, much less an essay. The London must do without me for a time, and half a time, for I have lost all interest about it, and whether I shall recover it again I know not. I will bridle my pen another time, and not tease and puzzle you with my aridities. I shall begin to feel a little more alive with the spring. Winter is to me mild or harsh, always a great trial of the spirits. I am ashamed not to have noticed your tribute to Woolman, whom we love so much. It is done in your good manner. Your friend Taylor called upon me some time since, and seems a very amiable man. His last story is painfully fine. His book I like. It is only too stuffed with scripture, too parsonish. The best thing in it is the boy's own story. When I say it is too full of scripture, I mean it is too full of direct quotations. No book can have too much of silent scripture in it, but the natural power of a story is diminished when the uppermost purpose in the writer seems to be to recommend something else, viz. Religion. You know what Horace says of the Deus intersit. I am not able to explain myself, you must do it for me. My sister's part in the Leicester School, about 2/3, was purely her own, as it was, to the same quantity, in the Shakespeare tales which bear my name. I wrote only The Witch Ant, the first going to church, and the final story about a little Indian girl in a ship. Your account of my black balling amused me. I think, as Quakers, they did right. There are some things hard to be understood. The more I think, the more I am vexed at having puzzled you with that letter, but I have been so out of letter writing of late years that it is a sore effort to sit down to it, and I felt in your debt, and sat down waywardly to pay you in bad money. Never mind my dullness, I am used to long intervals of it. The heavens seem brass to me, then again comes the refreshing shower. I have been merry once or twice ere now. You said something about Mr. Mitford in a late letter, which I believe I did not advert to. I shall be happy to show him my Milton. It is all the show things I have. At any time he will take the trouble of a jaunt to Islington. I do also hope to see Mr. Taylor there some day. Pray say so to both. Coleridge's book is good part printed, but sticks a little for more. Copy, it bears an unsaleable title, Extracts from Bishop Leighton, but I am confident there will be plenty of good notes in it, more of Bishop Coleridge than Leighton, I hope, for what is Leighton? Do you trouble yourself about libel cases? The decision against Hunt for the Vision of Judgment made me sick. What is to become of the old talk about our good old king, his personal virtues saving us from a revolution, and see why, none that think it can utter it now. It must stink. And the vision is really, as to him Ward, such a tolerant good-humoured thing. What a wretched thing a Lord Chief Justice is, always was, and will be. Keep your good spirits up, dear B.B., mine will return. They are at present in abeyance, but I am rather lethargic than miserable. I don't know, but a good horsewhip would be more beneficial to me than physic. My head, without aching, will teach yours to ache. It is well I am getting to the conclusion. I will send a better letter when I am a better man. Let me thank you for your kind concern for me, which I trust will have reason soon to be dissipated, and assure you that it gives me pleasure to hear from you. Yours truly, C.L. The London must do without me. Lamb contributed nothing between December 1823, Amicus Redivivus, and September 1824, Blakesmoor in H. Shire. Barton's tribute to Woolman was the poem A Memorial to John Woolman, printed in Poetic Vigils. Taylor was Charles Benjamin Taylor, 1797–1875, the curate of Hadley in Suffolk and the author of many religious books. Lamb refers to May You Like It, 1823. What Horace says, Nec Deus intersit nisi dignus vindus nodus. Incideret. Ars Poetica, 191, 192. Neither let a god interfere, unless a difficulty worth a god's unraveling should happen. Smart's translation. My black balling. Elia had been rejected by a book club in Woodbridge. Coleridge's book, The Aids to Reflection, 1825, The First Intention. had been a selection of beauties from Bishop Leighton, 1611–1684, Archbishop of Glasgow and author, among other works, of Rules and Instructions for a Holy Life. The decision against Hunt. John Hunt, the publisher of The Liberal, in which Byron's Vision of Judgment had been printed in 1822, had just been fined £100 for the libel therein contained on George Roman III. Here should come a note from Lamb to Charles Elia, thanking him for a copy of his Inesilla, or The Tempter, a romance with other tales. Letter 341. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. February 25, 1824. My dear sir, your title of Poetic Vigils arides me much more than a volume of verse, which is no meaning. The motto says nothing, but I cannot suggest a better. I do not like mottos, but where they are singularly felicitous, there is foppery in them. They are unplain, unquackerish. They are good only where they flow from the title and are a kind of justification of it. There is nothing about watchings or lucubrations in the one you suggest, no commentary on vigils. By the way, a wag would recommend you to the line of Pope, sleepless himself, to give his readers sleep. I by no means wish it, but it may explain what I mean, that a neat motto is child of the title. I think Poetic Virgils as short and sweet as can be desired, only have an eye on the proof, that the printer do not substitute Virgils which would ill accord with your modesty or meaning. Your suggested motto is antique enough in spelling and modern enough in phrases, a good modern antique, but the matter of it is germane to the purpose, only supposing the title proposed a vindication of yourself from the presumption of authorship. The first title was liable to this objection, that if you were disposed to enlarge it, and the bookseller insisted on its appearance in 2 tomes, how oddly it would sound. A volume of verse, in 2 volumes 2d edition, and c. You see through my wicked intention of curtailing this epistolate by the above device of large margin. But in truth, the idea of letterizing has been oppressive to me of late above your candor to give me credit for. There is Southey, whom I ought to have thanked a fortnight ago for a present of the church book. I have never had courage to buckle myself in earnest even to acknowledge it by 6 words, and yet I am accounted by some people a good man. How cheap that character is acquired! Pay your debts, don't borrow money, nor twist your kitten's neck off, or disturb a congregation, and see, your business is done. I know thoughts are things of myself, which would make every friend I have fly me as a plague patient. I once, and set a dog upon a crab's leg that was shoved out under a moss of sea-weeds, a pretty little feeler. Oh, pa, how sick I am of that, and a lie, a mean one, I once told. I stink in the midst of respect. I am much hipped. The fact is, my head is heavy, but there is hope, or if not, I am better than a poor shellfish, not morally when I set the whelp upon it, but have more blood and spirits. Things may turn up, and I may creep again into a decent opinion of myself. Vanity will return with sunshine, till when pardon my neglects and impute it to the wintry solstice. See Lamb. The motto, eventually adopted for Barton's Poetic Vigils, was from Vaughan's Silex Scintillans. Dear night, this world's defeat. The stop to busy fools, cares check and curb. The day of spirits, my soul's calm retreat, which none disturb. Letter 342. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. 24 March, 1824. Dear B.B., I hasten to say that if my opinion can strengthen you in your choice, it is decisive for your acceptance of what has been so handsomely offered. I can see nothing injurious to your most honorable sense. Think that you are called to a poetical ministry, nothing worse. The minister is worthy of the hire. The only objection I feel is founded on a fear that the acceptance may be a temptation to you to let fall the bone, hard as it is, which is in your mouth and must afford tolerable pickings for the shadow of independence. You cannot propose to become independent on what the low state of interest could afford you from such a principle as you mention, and the most graceful excuse for the acceptance would be that it left you free to your voluntary functions. That is the less light part of the scruple. It has no darker shade. I put in darker because of the ambiguity of the word light, which Donne in his admirable poem on the metempsychosis has so ingeniously illustrated in his invocation. 1212 make my dark heavy poem, light and light. Where the two senses of light are opposed to different opposites, a trifling criticism, I can see no reason for any scruple then but what arises from your own interest, which is in your own power of course to solve. If you still have doubts, read over Sanderson's Cases of Conscience and Jeremy Taylor's Ducta Dubitantium, the first a moderate octavo, the latter a folio of 900 close pages, and when you have thoroughly digested the admirable reasons pro and con which they give for every possible case, you will be just as wise as when you began. Every man is his own best casuist, and after all, as Ephraim Smooth in the pleasant comedy of Wild Oats has it, there is no harm in a guinea. A fortiori there is less in 2,000. I therefore most sincerely congratulate with you, excepting so far as accepted above. If you have fair prospects of adding to the principal, cut the bank, but in either case, do not refuse an honest service. Your heart tells you it is not offered to bribe you from any duty, but to a duty which you feel to be your vocation. Farewell, heartily C.L. In the Memoir of Barton by Edward Fitzgerald, prefixed to the Poems and Letters, it is stated that in this year Barton received a handsome addition to his income. A few members of his society, including some of the wealthier of his own family, raised £1,200 among them for his benefit, not 2,000 guineas, as Lamb says. It seems that he felt some delicacy at first in accepting this munificent testimony which his own people offered to his talents. Burton had written to Lamb on the subject. Letter 343. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Early spring, 1824. I am sure I cannot fill a letter, though I should disfurnish my skull to fill it. But you expect something, and shall have a note let. Is Sunday, not divinely speaking, but humanly and holidaysically, a blessing? Without its institution, would our rugged taskmasters have given us a leisure day, so often, think you, as once in a month? Or if it had not been instituted, might they not have given us every 6th day? Solve me this problem. If we are to go 3 times a day to church, why has Sunday slipped into the notion of a holiday? A holiday, I grant it. The Puritans, I have read in Southey's book, knew the distinction. They made people observe Sunday rigorously, would not let a nursery maid walk out in the fields with children for recreation on that day. But then, they gave the people a holiday from all sorts of work every 2nd Tuesday. This was giving to the 2 Caesars that which was his respective. Wise, beautiful, thoughtful, generous legislators, would Wilberforce give us our Tuesdays? No, D.N. him. He would turn the 6 days into 7ths. And those 3 smiling seasons of the year into a Russian winter. Old play. I am sitting opposite a person who is making strange distortions with the gout, which is not unpleasant, to me at least. What is the reason we do not sympathize with pain, short of some terrible surgical operation? Hazlitt, who boldly says all he feels, avows that not only he does not pity sick people, but he hates them. I obscurely recognize his meaning. Pain is probably too selfish a consideration, too simply a consideration of self-attention. We pity poverty, loss of friends, etc. More complex things, in which the sufferer's feelings are associated with others. This is a rough thought suggested by the presence of gout. I want head to extricate it and plane it. What is all this to your letter? I felt it to be a good one, but my turn, when I write at all, is perversely to travel out of the record, so that my letters are anything but answers. So you still want a motto? You must not take my ironical one, because your book, I take it, is too serious for it. Bickerstaff might have used it for his lucubrations. What do you think of for a title? Religio Tremuli or Tremebundi. There is Religio Medici and Laesae, but perhaps the volume is not quite Quakerish enough or exclusively for it, but your own vigils is perhaps the best. While I have space, let me congratulate with you the return of spring. What a summery spring too. All those qualms about the dog and crayfish melt before it. I am going to be happy and vain again. A hasty farewell, C. Lamb. Southey's book, The Book of the Church. Would Wilberforce give us our Tuesdays? William Wilberforce, the abolitionist and the principal Puritan of that day. Letter 344. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Thomas Alsop. P.M. April 13, 1824. Dear Mrs. A., Mary begs me to say how much she regrets we cannot join you to Reigate. Our reasons are: first, I have but one holiday, namely Good Friday, and it is not pleasant to solicit for another, but that might have been got over. 2. Dly Manning is with us, soon to go away, and we should not be easy in leaving him. 3. Dly our schoolgirl Emma comes to us for a few days on Thursday. 4. Thly and lastly, Wordsworth is returning home in about a week, and out of respect to them, we should not like to absent ourselves just now. In summer I shall have a month, and if it shall suit, should like to go for a few days of it out with you both anywhere. In the meantime, with many acknowledgments, etc., etc., I remain yours, both truly, C. Lamb. India Ho 13 Apra, Remember Sundays. Letter 345. Charles Lamb to William Hone, no date, April, 1824. Dear Sir, Miss Hazlitt, niece to Pygmalion, begs us to send to you for Mr. Hardy a parcel. I have not thanked you for your pamphlet, but I assure you I approve of it in all parts, only that I would have seen my calumniators at hell, before I would have told them I was a extian, though I am one, I think as much as you. I hope to see you here some day soon. The parcel is a novel which I hope Mr. H. may sell for her. I am with greatest friendliness. Yours, C. Lamb. Sunday. Pygmalion, a reference to Hazlitt's Liber Amoris, or The New. Pygmalion, 1823. Hone's pamphlet would be his aspersions answered, an explanatory statement to the public at large and every reader of the Quarterly. Review, 1824. Here should come a note from Lamb to Thomas Hardy, dated April 24, 1824, in which Lamb says that Miss Hazlitt's novel, which Mr. Hardy promised to introduce to Mr. Ridgway, the publisher, is lying at Mr. Hone's. Hardy was a bootmaker in Fleet Street. Letter 346. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. May 15, 1824. Dear B.B., I am oppressed with business all day and company all night, but I will snatch a quarter of an hour. Your recent acquisitions of the picture and the letter are greatly to be congratulated. I too have a picture of my father and the copy of his first love verses, but they have been mine long. Blake is a real name, I assure you, and a most extraordinary man, if he be still living. He is the Robert William Blake, whose wild designs accompany a splendid folio edition of the Night Thoughts, which you may have seen, in one of which he pictures the parting of soul and body by a solid mass of human form floating off, God knows how, from a lumpish mass, facsimile to itself, left behind on the dying bed. He paints in water-colors marvelous strange pictures, visions of his brain, which he asserts that he has seen. They have great merit. He has seen the old Welsh bards on Snowdon. He has seen the beautifulest, the strongest, and the ugliest man, left alone from the massacre of the Britons by the Romans, and has painted them from memory. I have seen his paintings, and asserts them to be as good as the figures of Raphael and Angelo, but not better, as they had precisely the same retrovisions and prophetic visions with himself. The painters in oil, which he will have it that neither of them practiced, he affirms to have been the ruin of art, and affirms that all the while he was engaged in his water paintings, Titian was disturbing him, Titian the Roman genius of oil painting. His pictures, one in particular, the Canterbury Pilgrims, far above Stothard's, have great merit, but hard, dry, yet with grace. He has written a catalogue of them with a most spirited criticism on Chaucer, but mystical and full of vision. His poems have been sold hitherto only in manuscript. I never read them, but a friend at my desire procured the sweep song. There is one to a tiger, which I have heard recited, beginning, Tiger, tiger, burning bright, throw the desarts of the night, which is glorious, but alas, I have not the book, for the man is flown, whither I know not, to Hades or a mad house, but I must look on him as one of the most extraordinary persons of the age. Montgomery's book I have not much hope from. The society, with the affected name, has been laboring at it for these 20 years and made few converts. I think it was injudicious to mix stories avowedly colored by fiction with the sad true statements from the parliamentary records, etc., but I wish the little Negroes all the good that can come from it. I battered my brains, not buttered them, but it is a badder for a few verses for them, but I could make nothing of it. You have been luckier, but Blake's are the flower of the set. You will, I am sure, agree, though some of Montgomery's at the end are pretty, but the dream awkwardly paraphrased from B. With the exception of an epilogue for a private theatrical, I have written nothing now for near 6 months. It is in vain to spur me on. I must wait. I cannot write without a genial impulse, and I have none. T's barren all and dearth. No matter, life is something without scribbling. I have got rid of my bad spirits, and hold up pretty well this rain-damned May. So we have lost another poet. I never much relished his lordship's mind, and shall be sorry if the Greeks have cause to miss him. He was to me offensive, and I never can make out his great power, which his admirers talk of. Why, a line of Wordsworth's is a lever to lift the immortal spirit. Byron can only move the spleen. He was at best a satirist. In any other way he was mean enough. I dare say I do him injustice, but I cannot love him, nor squeeze a tear to his memory. He did not like the world, and he has left it. As Alderman Curtis advised the radicals, if they don't like their country, damn 'em, let 'em leave it. They possessing no rood of ground in England, and he 10,000 acres. Byron was better than many Curtises. Farewell, and accept this apology for a letter from one who owes you so much in that kind. Yours ever truly, C.L. Lamb's portrait of his father is reproduced in vol. Roman II of my large edition. The first love verses are no more. William Blake was at this time 66 years of age. He was living in poverty and neglect at 3 Fountain Court, Strand. Blake made 537 illustrations to Young's Night Thoughts, of which only 47 were published. Lamb is, however, thinking of his edition of Blair's Grave. The exhibition of his works was held in 1809, and it was for this that Blake wrote the descriptive catalogue. Lamb had sent Blake's Sweep Song, which, like Tiger, Tiger, is in the Songs of Innocence, to James Montgomery for his Chimney Sweeper's Friend and Climbing Boys album, 1824, a little book designed to ameliorate the lot of those children in whose interest a society existed. Barton also contributed something. It was Blake's poem which had excited Barton's curiosity. Probably he thought that Lamb wrote it. Lamb's mistake concerning Blake's name is curious insofar as that it was Blake's brother Robert, who died in 1787, who in a vision revealed to the poet the method by which the Songs of Innocence were to be reproduced. The dream awkwardly paraphrased from B. The book ended with 3 Climbing Boys soliloquies by Montgomery. The second was a dream in which the dream in Blake's song was extended and prossified. An epilogue for a private theatrical, probably the epilogue for the amateur performance of Richard Roman II, given by the family of Henry Field, Baron Field's father C. Vol, Roman IV, of the present edition. Another great poet, Byron died on April 19, 1824. Alderman Curtis, see note above. Letter 347. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. July 7, 1824. Dear B. I have been suffering under a severe inflammation of the eyes, notwithstanding which I resolutely went through your very pretty volume at once, which I dare pronounce in no ways inferior to former lucubrations. Abroad and Lord are vile rhymes notwithstanding, and if you count you will wonder how many times you have repeated the word unearthly thrice in one poem. It is become a slang word with the bards. Avoid it in future lustily. Time is fine, but there are better a good deal, I think. The volume does not lie by me, and after a long day's smarting fatigue, which has almost put out my eyes, not blind, however, to your merits, I dare not trust myself with long writing. The verses to Bloomfield are the sweetest in the collection. Religion is sometimes lugged in, as if it did not come naturally. I will go over carefully when I get my seeing and exemplify. You have also too much of singing meter, such as requires no deep ear to make, lilting measure, in which you have done Woolman injustice. Strike at less superficial melodies. The piece on Naylor is more to my fancy. My eye runs waters, but I will give you a fuller account some day. The book is a very pretty one in more than one sense. The decorative harp, perhaps, too ostentatious, a simple pipe preferable. Farewell and many thanks, C. Lamb. Barton's new book was Poetic Vigils, 1824. It contained, among other poems, an ode to time, verses to the memory of Bloomfield, a memorial of John Woolman, beginning. There is glory to me in thy name, meek follower of Bethlehem's child, more touching by far than the splendor of fame, with which the vain world is beguiled, and a memorial of James Naylor. The following sonnet to Elia from the London Magazine is also in the volume. It is odd that Lamb did not mention it. Sonnet to Elia. Delightful author, unto whom I owe moments and moods of fancy and of feeling, afresh to grateful memory, now appealing. Fain would I bless thee, ere I let thee go. From month to month has the exhaustless flow of thy original mind, its wealth revealing, with quaintest humor and deep pathos healing the world's rude wounds, revived life's early glow, and mixed with this, at times, to earnest thought, glimpses of truth, most simple and sublime, by thy imagination have been brought over my spirit from the olden time. Of authorship, thy patent should be dated, and thou with Marvell, Brown, and Burton mated. Letter 348. Charles Lamb to W. Martyr, dated at end, July 19, 1824. Dear Martyr, I have just wrecked your letter, having returned from a month's holidays. My exertions for the London are, though not dead, in a dead sleep for the present. If your club likes scandal, Blackwood's is your magazine. If you prefer light articles and humorous without offense, the new monthly is very amusing. The best of it is by Horace Smith, the author of The Rejected Addresses. The old monthly has more of matter, information, but not so merry. I cannot safely recommend any others, as not knowing them, or knowing them to their disadvantage. Of reviews, beside what you mention, I know of none except the review on Hounslow Heath, which I take it is too expensive for your ordering. Pity me that have been a gentleman these 4 weeks, and am reduced in one day to the state of a ready writer. I feel, my gentlemanly qualities fast oozing away, such as a sense of honor, neckcloths twice a day, abstinence from swearing, and see the desk enters into my soul. See my thoughts on business, next page. Zonard, who first invented work, and bound the free, and holiday rejoicing spirit down, to the ever-haunting importunity of business in the green fields and the town, to plough, loom, anvil, spade, and most sad, to this dry drudgery of the desk's dead wood, who but the being unblessed, alien from good, Sabbathless Satan, he who his unglad task ever plies mid rotatory burnings, that round and round incalculably reel, for wrath divine hath made him like a wheel, in that red realm from whence are no returnings, where toiling and turmoiling ever and aye, he and his thoughts keep pensive workaday. With many recollections of pleasanter times, my old compeer happily released before me, adieu, C. Lamb. EIH. 19 July, 1824. Martyr was an old India House clerk. We do not meet with him again. The sonnet had been printed in the Examiner in 1819. Lamb, who was fond of it, reprinted it in Album Verses, 1830. Letter 349. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. July 28, 1824. My dear sir, I must appear negligent in not having thanked you for the very pleasant books you sent me. Arthur and the novel we have both of us read with unmixed satisfaction. They are full of quaint conceits and running over with good humor and good nature. I naturally take little interest in story, but in these the manner and not the end is the interest. It is such pleasant traveling, one scarce cares whither it leads us. Pray express our pleasure to your father with my best thanks. I am involved in a routine of visiting among the family of Baron Field, just wrecked from Botany Bay. I shall hardly have an open evening before Tuesday next. Will you come to us then? Yours truly, C. Lamb. Wednesday, 28 July 24. Arthur and the Novel were 2 books by Charles Dibdin the Younger, the father of Lamb's correspondent. Arthur was Young Arthur, or The Child of Mystery, a metrical romance, 1819, and the novel was Isn't It Odd, 3 volumes of high-spirited ramblings, something in the manner of Tristram Shandy, nominally written by Marmaduke Merriwhistle and published in 1822. Baron Field had returned from his judgeship in New South Wales on June 18. Letter 350. Possibly incomplete. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood, P.M. August 10, 1824. And what dost thou at the Priory? Cuculus non facit monachum. English me that, and challenge old lignum janua to make a better. My old New River has presented no extraordinary novelties lately, but their hope sits every day, speculating upon traditionary gudgeons. I think she has taken the fisheries. I now know the reason why our forefathers were denominated East and West Angles. Yet is there no lack of spawn, for I wash my hands in fishets that come through the pump every morning thick as motellings. Little things, like that perish untimely and never taste the brook. You do not tell me of those romantic land bays that be as thou goest to lover's seat, neither of that little churchling in the midst of a wood, in the opposite direction, 9 furlongs from the town, that seems dropped by the angel that was tired of carrying 2 packages. Mary, with the other he made shift to pick his flight to Loretto, inquire out and see my little Protestant Loretto. It stands apart from trace of human habitation, yet hath it pulpit, reading desk, and trim front of massiest marble, as if Robinson Crusoe had reared it to soothe himself with old church-going images. I forget its Christian name, and what she saint was its gossip. You should also go to number 13, Stangate Street, A. Baker, who has the finest collection of marine monsters in 10 sea counties. Sea dragons, polypi, merpeople, most fantastic. You have only to name the old gentleman in black, not the devil that lodged with him a week. He'll remember last July, and he will show courtesy. He is by far the foremost of the savans. His wife is the funniest thwarting little animal. They are decidedly the lions of Green Hastings. Well, I have made an end of my say. My epistolary time is gone by when I could have scribbled as long, I will not say as agreeable, as thine was to both of us. I am dwindled to notes and letterets, but in good earnest, I shall be most happy to hail thy return to the waters of old Sir Hugh. There is nothing like inland murmurs, fresh ripples, and our native minnows. He sang in meads, how sweet the brooklets ran, to the rough ocean and red restless sands. I design to give up smoking, but I have not yet fixed upon the equivalent vice. I must have quid pro quo, or quo pro quid, as Tom Woodgate would correct me, my service to him, C.L. This is the first letter to Hood, then a young man of 25, and assistant editor of the London magazine. He was now staying at Hastings on his honeymoon, presumably, and like the lambs near the Priory. Cuculus non facit monachum, a lampoon, the Hood does not make the monk. Old lignum janua, the Tom Woodgate mentioned at the end of the letter, a boatman at Hastings. Hood wrote some verses to him. My old New River. This passage was placed by Hood as the motto of his verses, Walton Redivivus, in Whims and Oddities, 1826. Little Churchling, this is Lamb's second description of Harlingdon. Rural, the third and best, is in a later letter. There is nothing like inland murmurs. Lamb is here remembering Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey lines, with a sweet inland murmur. In the Elia essay, the old Margate Hoy, Lamb, in speaking of Hastings, had made the same objection. In a letter to his sister, written from Hastings at this time, Hood says, "This is the last of our excursions. We have tried, but in vain, to find out the baker and his wife recommended to us by Lamb as the very lions of Green Hastings. There is no such street as he has named throughout the town, and the ovens are singularly numerous. We have given up the search, therefore, but we have discovered the little church in the wood, and it is such a church. It ought to have been our St. Bartolph's, such a verdant covert would Stothard might paint for the haunting of Dionysius, Pamphilus, and Fiametta as they walk in the novel of Barcaxi. The ground shadowed with bluebells, even to the formation of a plum-like bloom upon its little knolls and ridges, and ever through the dell windeth a little path checkered with the shades of aspens and ashes, and the most verdant and lively of all the family of trees. Here a broad, rude stone steppeth over a lazy spring, oozing its way into grass and weeds. Anon a fresh pathway divergeth, you know not whither. Meanwhile the wild blackbird startles across the way and singeth anew in some other shade. To have seen Fiammetta there, stepping in silk attire like a flower, and the sunlight looking upon her betwixt the branches. I had not walked in the body with romance before. Then suppose so much of a space cleared as maketh a small church lawn to be sprinkled with old gravestones, and in the midst the church itself, a small Christian dovecot, such as Lamb has truly described it, like a little temple of Juan Fernandez. I could have been sentimental and wished to lie some day in that place, its calm tenants seeming to come through such quiet ways, through those verdant alleys, to their graves. In coming home, I killed a viper in our serpentine path, and Mrs. Ferner says I am by that token to overcome an enemy. Is Taylor or Hesse dead? The reptile was dark and dull, his blood being yet sluggish from the cold. Howbeit, he tried to bite, till I cut him in two with a stone. I thought of Hesse's long backbone when I did it. They are called adders, tell your father, because 2 and 2 of them together make 4. Letter 351. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. August 17, 1824. Dear B. I congratulate you on getting a house over your head. I find the comfort of it, I am sure. At my town lodgings the mistress was always quarrelling with our maid, and at my place of rustication the whole family were always beating one another, brothers beating sisters, one a most beautiful girl lamed for life, father beating sons and daughters, and son again beating his father, knocking him fairly down, a scene I never before witnessed, but was cold out of bed by the unnatural blows, the parricidal colour of which, though my morals could not but condemn, yet my reason did heartily approve, and in the issue the house was quieter for a day or so than I had ever known. I am now all harmony and quiet, even to the sometimes wishing back again some of the old rufflings. There is something stirring in these civil broils. The album shall be attended to, if I can light upon a few appropriate rhymes, but rhymes come with difficulty from me now. I shall beg a place in the neat margin of your young housekeeper. The Prometheus Unbound is a capital story. The literal rogue, what if you had ordered Elfrida in sheets? She'd have been sent up, I warrant you, or bid him clasp his Bible, i.e. to his bosom, he'd ha' clapped on a brass clasp, no doubt. I can no more understand Shelley than you can. His poetry is thin sown with profit or delight. Yet I must point to your notice a sonnet conceived and expressed with a witty delicacy. It is that addressed to one who hated him, but who could not persuade him to hate him again. His coyness to the other's passion, for hate demands a return as much as love, and starves without it, is most arch and pleasant. Pray, like it very much. For his theories and nostrums they are oracular enough, but I either comprehend 'em not, or there is mitching malice and mischief in 'em, but for the most part ringing with their own emptiness. Hazlitt said well of 'em, many are wiser and better for reading Shakespeare, but nobody was ever wiser or better for reading S.H. Why? I wonder you will sow your correspondence on so barren a ground as I am, that makes such poor returns, but my head aches at the bare thought of letter writing. I wish all the ink in the ocean dried up, and would listen to the quills shriveling up in the candle flame, like parching martyrs. The same indisposition to write it has stopped my Elias, but you will see a futile effort in the next number, wrung from me with slow pain. The fact is, my head is seldom cool enough. I am dreadfully indolent. To have to do anything to order me a new coat, for instance, though my old buttons are shelled like beans, is an effort. My pen stammers like my tongue. What cool craniums those old editors of folios must have had. What a mortified pulse. Well, once more I throw myself on your mercy, wishing peace in thy new dwelling, C. Lamb. The Lambs gave up their country lodgings at Dalston on moving to Colebrook Row. The album, see next letter to Barton. The Prometheus Unbound. A bookseller asked for Prometheus Unbound, Shelley's poem, had replied that Prometheus was not to be had in sheets. Elfrida was a dramatic poem by William Mason, Gray's friend. This is Shelley's poem, not a sonnet, which Lamb liked. Lines to a reviewer. Alas, good friend, what profit can you see in hating such an hateless thing as me? There is no sport in hate, where all the rage is on one side, in vain would you assuage Your frowns upon an unresisting smile, in which not even contempt lurks to beguile your heart by some faint sympathy of hate. O conquer what you cannot satiate, for to your passion I am far more coy than ever yet was coldest maid or boy. In winter noon of your antipathy, if I am the Narcissus, you are free to pine into a sound with hating me. Hazlitt writes of Shelley in his essay on paradox and commonplace in Table Talk, but he does not make this remark there. Perhaps he said it in conversation. The next number, The Futile Effort, was Blakesmore in H. Shire in the London Magazine for September 1824. Here should come a note from Lamb to Carey, August 19, 1824, in which Lamb thanks him for his translation of the Birds of Aristophanes and accepts an invitation to dine. Letter 352. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at End, September 30, 1824. Little book, surnamed of White, clean as yet and fair to sight. Keep thy attribution right. Never disproportioned scrawl. Ugly blot, that's worse than all. On thy maiden clearness fall. In each letter here designed, let the reader emblemed find. Neatness of the owner's mind. Gilded margins count a sin. Let thy leaves attraction win. By thy golden rules within. Sayings fetched from sages old. Saws which holy writ unfold. Worthy to be writ in gold. Lighter fancies not excluding. Blameless wit with nothing rude in. Sometimes mildly interluding. Amid strains of graver measure. Virtue's self hath oft her pleasure. In sweet muses, groves of leisure. Riddles dark, perplexing sense. Darker meanings of offense. What but shades be banished hence? Whitest thoughts in whitest dress. Candid meanings best express. Mind of quiet quackeress. Dear B.B., I am ill at these numbers, but if the above be not too mean to have a place in thy daughter's sanctum, take them with pleasure. I assume that her name is Hannah, because it is a pretty scriptural cognomen. I began on another sheet of paper, and just as I had penned the second line of stanza 2, an ugly blot, here is a blot as big as this, fell to illustrate my counsel. I am sadly given to blot, and modern blotting paper gives no redress. It only smears and makes it worse, as for example here is a smear. The only remedy is scratching out, which gives it a clerkish look. The most innocent blots are made with red ink and are rather ornamental. Here are 2 or 3 blots in red ink. Mary, they are not always to be distinguished from the effusions of a cut finger. Well, I hope and trust thy tick Dolru, or however you spell it, is vanished, for I have frightful impressions of that tick, and do altogether hate it as an unpaid score or the tick of a death watch. I take it to be a species of Vitus's dance. I omit the sanctity, writing to one of the men called Friends. I knew a young lady who could dance no other. She danced through life, and very queer and fantastic were her steps. Heaven bless thee from such measures, and keep thee from the foul fiend, who delights to lade after false fires in the night, flibbertigibbet, that gives the web and the pin, and see I forget what else. From my den, as Bunyan has it, 30 Sep. 24, cl. The verses were for the album of Barton's daughter, Lucy, afterwards Mrs. Edward Fitzgerald. Lucy was her only name. Lamb afterwards printed them in his album Verses, 1830. Letter 353. Charles Lamb to Mrs. John Dyer Collier. Dated at End, November 2, 1824. Dear Mrs. Collier, we receive so much pig from your kindness that I really have not phrase enough to very successive acknowledgments. I think I shall get a printed form to serve on all occasions. To say it was young, crisp, short, luscious, dainty-toed is but to say what all its predecessors have been. It was eaten on Sunday and Monday, and doubts only exist as to which temperature it eat best, hot or cold. I incline to the latter. The petit feet made a pretty surprising progustation for supper on Saturday night, just as I was loathingly in expectation of Bren cheese. I spell as I speak. I do not know what news to send you. You will have heard of Alsager's death, and your son John's success in the lottery. I say he is a wise man, if he leaves off while he is well. The weather is wet to weariness, but Mary goes puddling about a shopping after a gown for the winter. She wants it good and cheap. Now I hold that no good things are cheap, pig presents always excepted. In this mournful weather I sit moping, where I now write, in an office dark as Erebus, jammed in between four walls, and writing by candlelight, most melancholy. Never see the light of the sun 6 hours in the day, and am surprised to find how pretty it shines on Sundays. I wish I were a caravan driver or a penny postman to earn my bread in air and sunshine. Such a pedestrian as I am, to be tied by the legs, like a Fauntleroy, without the pleasure of his exactions. I am interrupted here with an official question, which will take me up till it's time to go to dinner, so with repeated thanks and both our kindest remembrances to Mr. Collier and yourself, I conclude in haste. Yours and his sincerely, C. Lamb. From my den in Leadenhall. 2 Nav. 24. On further enquiry, Alsager is not dead, but Mrs. A. is brought to bed. Mrs. Collier was the mother of John Payne Collier. Alsager we have already met. Henry Fauntleroy was the banker who had just been found guilty of forgery and on the day that Lamb wrote was sentenced to death. He was executed on the 30th. See a later letter. Letter 354. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. Dated at end, November 11, 24. My dear Proctor, I do agonize a shame in not having been to pay my congratulations to Mrs. Proctor and your happy self, but on Sunday, my only morning, I was engaged to a country walk, and in virtue of the hypostatical union between us, when Mary calls, it is understood that I call too, we being univocal. But indeed I am ill at these ceremonious inductions. I fancy I was not born with a caul on my head, though I have brought one down upon it with a vengeance. I love not to pluck that sort of fruit crude, but to stay its ripening into visits. In probability, Mary will be at Southampton Row this morning, and something of that kind be matured between you, but in any case, not many hours shall elapse before I shake you by the hand. Meantime, give my kindest felicitations to Mrs. Proctor, and assure her I look forward with the greatest delight to our acquaintance. By the way, the deuce a bit of cake has come to hand, which hath an inauspicious look at first, but I comfort myself that that mysterious service hath the property of sacramental bread, which mice cannot nibble, nor time moulder. I am married myself to a severe stepwife, who keeps me not at bed and board, but at desk and board, and is jealous of my morning aberrations. I cannot slip out to congratulate kinder unions. It is well she leaves me alone o' nights, the damned day hag business. She is even now peeping over me to see I am writing no love letters. I come, my dear, where is the indigo sale book? 20 adieus, my dear friends, till we meet. Yours most truly, C. Lamb. Leadenhall, 11 Nav. 24. Proctor married Anne Skepper, stepdaughter of Basil Montagu, in October 1824. One of their daughters was Adelaide Anne Proctor. Agnize, acknowledge. It has been suggested that Lamb favored this old word also on account of its superficial association with Agnes, a lamb. Letter 355. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. P.M. Nav. 20, 1824. Dr. R. Barrenfield bids me say that he is resident at his brother Henry's, a surgeon and a few doors west of Christ Church Passage, Newgate Street, and that he shall be happy to accompany you up thence to Islington when next you come our way, but not so late as you sometimes come. I think we shall be out on Tuesday. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Zadie. Barrenfield, as I have said, had returned from New South Wales in June of this year. Later he became Chief Justice at Gibraltar. Letter 356. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hutchinson. Desk Roman 2, Nav. 25, 1824. My dear Miss Hutchinson, Mary bids me thank you for your kind letter. We are a little puzzled about your whereabouts. Miss Wordsworth writes Torquay, and you have queerly made it Torquay. Now Torquay we have heard of, and Torbay, which we take to be the true male spelling of the place, but somewhere we fancy it to be on Devon's leafy shores, where we heartily wish the kindly breezes may restore all that is invalid among you. Robinson is returned and speaks much of you all. We shall be most glad to hear good news from you from time to time. The best is, Proctor is at last married. We have made sundry attempts to see the bride, but have accidentally failed, she being gone out a-gadding. We had promised our dear friends the Monkhouses, promised ourselves rather, a visit to them at Ramsgate, but I thought it best, and Mary seemed to have it at heart too, not to go far from home these last holy days. It is connected with a sense of unsettlement, and secretly I know she hoped that such abstinence would be friendly to her health. She certainly has escaped her sad yearly visitation, whether in consequence of it or of faith in it, and we have to be thankful for a good 1824. To get such a notion into our heads may go a great way another year. Not that we quite confined ourselves, but assuming Islington to be headquarters, we made timid flights to Ware, Watford and Sea to try how the trouts tasted, for a night out or so, not long enough to make the sense of change oppressive, but sufficient to scour the rust of home. Coleridge is not returned from the sea. As a little scandal may divert you recluses, we were in the summer dining at a clergyman of Southey's Church of England, at Hertford, the same who officiated to Thurtell's last moments, and indeed an old contemporary blue of Cease and mine at school. After dinner we talked of C and F, who is a mighty good fellow in the main, but hath his cassock prejudices, inveighed against the moral character of C. I endeavoured to enlighten him on the subject, till having driven him out of some of his holds, he stopped my mouth at once, by appealing to me whether it was not very well known that C. at that very moment was living in a state of open why with Mrs. at Highgate. Nothing I could say serious or bantering after that could remove the deep inrooted conviction of the whole company assembled that such was the case. Of course you will keep this quite close, for I would not involve my poor blundering friend, who I dare say believed it all thoroughly. My interference, of course, was imputed to the goodness of my heart, that could imagine nothing wrong and see. Such it is, if ladies will go gadding about with other people's husbands at watering places. How careful we should be to avoid the appearance of evil. I thought this anecdote might amuse you. It is not worth resenting seriously, only I give it as a specimen of orthodox candor. Oh, Southey, Southey, how long would it be before you would find one of us Unitarians propagating such unwarrantable scandal? Providence keep you all from the foul fiend scandal, and send you back well and happy to dear Gloucester Place. C.L. Thomas Monkhouse, who was in a decline, had been ordered to Torquay. Crabbe Robinson had been in Normandy for some weeks, the two credulous. Clergyman at Hertford was Frederick William Franklin, Master of the Blue Coat School there, from 1801 to 1827, who was at Christ's Hospital with Lamb. Mrs. Gilman. Letter 357. Charles Lamb to Leigh Hunt. No date, November, 1824. Illustrissimo Signor, I have obeyed your mandate to a tittle. I accompany this with a volume. But what have you done with the first I sent you? Have you swapped it with some lazzaroni for macaroni, or pledged it with a gondolier for a passage? Peradventure, the Cardinal Gonsalvi took a fancy to it. His Eminence has done my nearness an honour. 'Tis but a step to the Vatican. As you judge, my works do not enrich the workman, but I get vat I can for 'em. They keep dragging me on, a poor, worn mill horse, in the eternal round of the damned magazine. But 'tis they are blind, not I Colburn, where I recognize with delight the gay W. Honeycomb renovated, hath the ascendancy. I was with the Novellos last week. They have a large, cheap house and garden, with a dainty library, magnificent, without books. But what will make you bless yourself? I am too old for wonder. Something has touched the right organ in Vincentio at last. He attends a Wesleyan chapel on Kingsland Green. He at first tried to laugh it off. He only went for the singing, but the cloven foot, I retract, the lamb's trotters, are at length apparent. Mary Isabella attributes it to a lightness induced by his headaches, but I think I see in it a less accidental influence. Mr. Clark is at perfect staggers. The whole fabric of his infidelity is shaken. He has no one to join him in his coarse insults and indecent obstreperousnesses against Christianity, For Holmes, the Barney Holmes, is gone to Salisbury to be organist, and Isabella and the clerk make but a feeble quorum. The children have all nice, neat little clasped prayer books, and I have laid out 7s. 8d. In Watts's hymns for Christmas presents for them. The eldest girl alone holds out. She has been at Boulogne, skirting upon the vast focus of atheism and imported bad principles in patois French. But the strongholds are crumbling. N appears as yet to have but a confused notion of the atonement. It makes him giddy, he says, to think much about it, but such giddiness is spiritual sobriety. Well, Byron is gone, and is now the best poet in England. Fill up the gap to your fancy. Barry Cornwall has at last carried the pretty A.S. They are just in the treacle moon. Hope it won't clog his wings, gown we used to say at school. Mary, my sister, has worn me out with 8 weeks' cold and toothache, her average complement in the winter, and it will not go away. She is otherwise well, and reads novels all day long. She has had an exempt year, a good year, for which, forgetting the minor calamity, she and I are most thankful. Alsager is in a flourishing house, with wife and children about him, in Mecklenburg Square, almost too fine to visit. Baron Field is come home from Sydney, but as yet I can hear no tidings of a pension. He is plump and friendly, his wife really a very superior woman. He resumes the bar. I have got acquainted with Mr. Irving, the Scotch preacher, whose fame must have reached you. He is a humble disciple at the foot of Gamaliel SDC. Judge how his own sectarists must stare when I tell you he has dedicated a book to SDC, acknowledging to have learnt more of the nature of faith, Christianity, and Christian church from him than from all the men he ever conversed with. He is a most amiable, sincere, modest man in a room, this Bonerges in the Temple. Mrs. Montague told him the dedication would do him no good. That shall be a reason for doing it, was his answer. Judge, now, whether this man be a quack. Dear H, take this imperfect notelet for a letter. It looks so much the more like conversing on nearer terms. Love to all the Hunts, old friend Thornton and all. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Leigh Hunt was still living at Genoa. Shelley and Byron, whom he had left England to join, were both dead. Lamb, I assume, sent him a second copy of Elia with this letter. Cardinal Gonsalvi was Ercole Gonsalvi, 1757–1824, secretary to Pewes. Roman 7, and a patron of the arts, Lawrence painted him. For the present state of the London magazine, see next letter. Leigh Hunt contributed to Colburn's new monthly magazine, among other things, a series of papers on the months. Hunt also contributed an account of the Honeycomb family by Harry Honeycomb. By Mary Isabella Lamb meant Mary Sibylla Novello, Vincent Novello's wife. The eldest girl was Mary Victoria, afterwards the wife of Charles Cowden Clarke, the Mr. Clarke mentioned here. Novello, now living at Shackleford Green, remained a good Roman Catholic to the end. Holmes was Edward Holmes, 1797–1859, a pupil of Cowden Clarke's father at Enfield and schoolfellow of Keats. He had lived with the Novellos, studying music, and later became a musical writer and teacher and the biographer of Mozart. Mrs. Baronfield was a Miss Jane Carncroft, to whom Lamb addressed some album verses, see Vol. Roman 4, of this edition. Leigh Hunt knew of Field's return, for he had contributed to the new monthly earlier in the year, a rhymed letter to him in which he welcomed him home again. Irving was Edward Irving, 1792–1834, afterwards the founder of the Catholic Apostolic sect, then drawing people to the chapel in Hatton Garden, attached to the Caledonian Asylum. The dedication, to which Lamb alludes more than once in his correspondence, was that of his work, For Missionaries After the Apostolical School, a series of orations in 4 parts, 1825. It runs. Dedication to Samuel Taylor Coleridge-esque. My dear and honored friend, unknown as you are, in the true character either of your mind or of your heart, to the greater part of your countrymen, and misrepresented as your works have been, by those who have the ear of the vulgar, it will seem wonderful to many that I should make choice of you, from the circle of my friends, to dedicate to you these beginnings of my thoughts, upon the most important subject of these or any times. And when I state the reason to be, that you have been more profitable to my faith in orthodox doctrine, to my spiritual understanding of the Word of God, and to my right conception of the Christian Church, than any or all of the men with whom I have entertained friendship and conversation. It will perhaps still more astonish the mind and stagger the belief of those who have adopted, as once I did myself, the misrepresentations which are purchased for a hire and vended for a price, concerning your character and works. You have only to shut your ear to what they ignorantly say of you, and earnestly to meditate the deep thoughts with which you are instinct, and give them a suitable body and form that they may live. Then silently commit them to the good sense of ages yet to come, in order to be ranked hereafter amongst the most gifted sages and greatest benefactors of your country. Enjoy and occupy the quiet which, after many trials, the providence of God hath bestowed upon you in the bosom of your friends, and may you be spared until you have made known the multitude of your thoughts unto those who at present value, or shall hereafter arise to value, their worth. I have partaken so much high intellectual enjoyment from being admitted into the close and familiar intercourse with which you have honored me, and your many conversations concerning the revelations of the Christian faith have been so profitable to me in every sense, as a student and a preacher of the gospel, as a spiritual man and a Christian pastor, and your high intelligence and great learning have at all times so kindly stooped to my ignorance and inexperience, that not merely with the affection of friend to friend, and the honor due from youth to experienced age, but with the gratitude of a disciple to a wise and generous teacher, of an anxious inquirer to the good man who hath helped him in the way of truth, I do now presume to offer you the first fruits of my mind, since it received a new impulse towards truth and a new insight into its depths, from listening to your discourse. Accept them in good part, and be assured that, however insignificant in themselves, they are the offering of a heart which loves your heart, and of a mind which looks up with reverence to your mind. Edward Irving. Old friend Thornton was Leigh Hunt's son, Thornton Leigh Hunt, whom Lamb had addressed in verse in 1815 as my favorite child. He was now 14. Letter 358. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton and Lucy Barton. P.M. December 1, 1824. Dear B. If Mr. Mitford will send me a full and circumstantial description of his desired vases, I will transmit the same to a gentleman resident at Canton, whom I think I have interest enough in to take the proper care for their execution. But Mr. M. must have patience. China is a great way off, further perhaps than he thinks, and his next year's roses must be content to wither in a Wedgwood pot. He will please to say whether he should like his arms upon them, and see, I send herewith some patterns which suggest themselves to me at the first blush of the subject, but he will probably consult his own taste after all. The last pattern is obviously fitted for ranunculuses only. The two former may indifferently hold daisies, marjoram, sweet williams, and that sort. My friend in Canton is inspector of teas, his name Ball, and I can think of no better tunnel. I shall expect Mr. M.'s decision. Taylor and Hesse, finding their magazine goes off very heavily at 2s. 6d, are prudently going to raise their price another shilling, and having already more authors than they want, intend to increase the number of them. If they set up against the new monthly, they must change their present hands. It is not tying the dead carcass of a review to a half-dead magazine will do their business. It is like G.D. multiplying his volumes to make 'em sell better. When he finds one will not go off, he publishes 2 stick, he tries 3 hang fire, he is confident that 4 will have a better chance. And now, my dear sir, trifling apart, the gloomy catastrophe of yesterday morning prompts a sadder vein. The fate of the unfortunate Fauntleroy makes me, whether I will or no, to cast reflecting eyes around on such of my friends as by a parity of situation are exposed to a similarity of temptation. My very style seems to myself to become more impressive than usual with the change of theme. Who that standeth knoweth, but he may yet fall. Your hands as yet I'm most willing to believe have never deviated into others' property. You think it impossible that you could ever commit so heinous an offense. But so thought Fauntleroy once, so have thought many besides him who at last have expiated as he hath done. You are as yet upright, but you are a banker, at least the next thing to it. I feel the delicacy of the subject, but cash must pass through your hands, sometimes to a great amount. If in an unguarded hour, but I will hope better, consider the scandal it will bring upon those of your persuasion. Thousands would go to see a Quaker hanged that would be indifferent to the fate of a Presbyterian or an Anabaptist. Think of the effect it would have on the sale of your poems alone, not to mention higher considerations. I tremble, I am sure, at myself, when I think that so many poor victims of the law at one time of their life, made as sure of never being hanged as I in my presumption am too ready to do myself. What are we better than they? Do we come into the world with different necks? Is there any distinctive mark under our left ears? Are we unstrangulable, I ask you? Think of these things. I am shocked sometimes at the shape of my own fingers, not for their resemblance to the ape tribe, which is something, but for the exquisite adaptation of them to the purposes of picking, fingering, and see no one that is so framed, I maintain it, but should tremble. Postscript for your daughter's eyes only. Dear Miss, your pretty little letterets make me ashamed of my great straggling coarse handwriting. I wonder where you get pens to write so small. Sure they must be the pinions of a small wren or a robin. If you write so in your album, you must give us glasses to read by. I have seen a lady's similar book all writ in following fashion. I think it pretty and fanciful. Oh, how I love, in early dawn, to bend my steps o'er flowery dawn lawn, which I think has an agreeable variety to the eye, which I recommend to your notice, with friend Elia's best wishes. The London Magazine began a new series at £0.50 with the number for January 1825. It had begun to decline very noticeably. The new monthly magazine, to the January number of which Lamb contributed his illustrious defunct essay, was its most serious rival. Lamb returned to some of his old vivacity and copiousness in the London Magazine for January 1825. To that number he contributed his biographical memoir of Mr. Liston and the Vision of Horns, and to the February number, Letter to an Old Gentleman, Unitarian Protests, and the Autobiography of Mr. Mundane. G.D. George Dyer again. Fauntleroy, see note above. Fauntleroy's fate seems to have had great fascination for Lamb. He returned to the subject, in the vein of this letter, in The Last Peach, a little essay printed in the London Magazine for April 1825, see vol. I of this edition, and in Memories of Old Friends, being extracts from the journals and letters of Caroline Fox. From 1835 to 1871, 1882, I find the following entry. October 25, L. 839. G. Whitewick and others dined with us. He talked agreeably about capital punishments, greatly doubting their having any effect in preventing crime. Soon after Fauntleroy was hanged, an advertisement appeared, to all good Christians, pray for the soul of Fauntleroy. This created a good deal of speculation as to whether he was a Catholic, and at one of Coleridge's soirees it was discussed for a considerable time. At length Coleridge, turning to Lamb, asked, "Do you know anything about this affair?" "I should think I did," said Elia, "for I paid SSS 7 and 6 for it." Lamb's postscript is written in extremely small characters, and the letters of the 2 lines of verse are in alternate red and black inks. It was this letter which, Edward Fitzgerald tells us, Thackeray pressed to his forehead, with the remark, St. Charles. Hitherto, the postscript not having been thought worthy of print by previous editors, it was a little difficult to understand why this particular letter had been selected for Thackeray's epithet. But when one thinks of the patience with which, after making gentle fun of her father, Lamb sat down to amuse Lucy Barton, and, as Thackeray did, thinks also of his whole life, it becomes more clear. Here should come a letter to Alaric A. Watts dated Dec. 28, 1824, in reply to a request for a contribution to one of this inveterate album maker's albums. Lamb acquiesces. Later he came to curse the things, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 359. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. January Roman 2, 1825. My dear sir, pray return my best thanks to your father for his little volume. It is like all of his I have seen, spirited, good-humored, and redolent of the wit and humor of a century ago. He should have lived with Gay and his set. The Chessiad is so clever that I relished it in spite of my total ignorance of the game. I have it not before me, but I remember a capital simile of the charwoman letting in her watchman husband, which is better than Butler's lobster turned to red. Hazard is a grand character, Jove in his chair. When you are disposed to leave your one room for my six, Colebrook is where it was, and my sister begs me to add that as she is disappointed of meeting your sister your way, we shall be most happy to see her our way when you have an even to spare. Do not stand on ceremonies and introductions, but come at once. I need not say that if you can induce your father to join the party, it will be so much the pleasanter. Can you name an evening next week? I give you long credit. Meantime, am as usual yours, truly CL. EIH. 11 Jan. 25. When I saw the Chessiad advertised by CD the Younger, I hoped it might be yours. What title is left for you? Charles Dibdin the Younger, Jr. Oh no, you are Timothy. Charles Dibdin the Younger wrote a mock-heroic poem, The Chessiad, which was published with Comic Tales in 1825. The simile of the charwoman runs thus. Now morning, yawning, raised her from her bed, slipped on her wrapper blue and kerchief red, and took from night the key of sleep's abode. For night within that mansion had bestowed the hours of day, now turn and turn about. Morn takes the key and lets the day hours out. Laughing, they issue from the ebon gate, and night walks in, as when, in drowsy state, some watchman, wed to one who chars all day, takes to his lodgings door his creeping way. His rib, arising, lets him in to sleep, while she emerges to scrub, dust, and sweep. This is the lobster simile in Hudibras, Part Roman 2, Canto 2, lines 29-32. The sun had long since, in the lap of Thetis, taken out his nap, and like a lobster boiled, the morn from black to red began to turn. Hazard is the chief of the gods in the Chessiad's little drama. You are Timothy, see letter to Dibdin above. I have included in vol. I of the present edition a review of Dibdin's book in the New Times, January 27, 1825, which both from internal evidence and from the quotation of the charwoman passage I take to be by Lamb, who was writing for that paper at that time. Letter 360. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. Jan. 17, 1825. Dear Alsop, I acknowledge with thanks the receipt of a draft on Messrs. WMS for 81.11.3 which I haste to cash in the present alarming state of the money market. Hurst and Robinson gone, I have imagined a chorus of ill-used authors singing on the occasion. What should we when booksellers break? We should rejoice da capo. We regret exceedingly Mrs. Alsop's being unwell. Mary or both will come and see her soon. The frost is cruel, and we have both colds. I take pills again, which battle with your wine and victory hovers doubtful. By the by, though not disinclined to presents, I remember our bargain to take a dozen at sale price and must demur. With once again thanks and best loves to Mrs. A. Turn over, yours, C. Lamb. Hurst and Robinson were publishers. Lamb took the idea for his chorus from Davenant's version of Macbeth, which he described in The Spectator in 1828, see vol. I of the present edition. It is there a chorus of witches. We should rejoice when good kings bled. Letter 361. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hutchinson. P.M. January 20, 1825. The brevity of this is owing to scratching it off at my desk amid expected interruptions. By habit, I can write letters only at office. Dear Miss H., thank you for a noble goose, which wanted only the massive encrustation that we used to pickaxe open about this season in Old Gloucester Place. When shall we eat another goose-pie together? The pheasant, too, must not be forgotten, twice as big and half as good as a partridge. You ask about the editor of the Land. I know of none. This first specimen is flat and pert enough to justify subscribers who grudge at t'other shilling. De Quincey's parody was submitted to him before printed and had his probatum. The Horns is in a poor taste, resembling the most labored papers in The Spectator. I had signed it Jack Horner, but Taylor and Hesse said it would be thought an offensive article unless I put my known signature to it, and wrung from me my slow consent. But did you read the memoir of Liston, and did you guess whose it was? Of all the lies I ever put off, I value this most. It is from top to toe, every paragraph pure invention, and has passed for gospel, has been republished in newspapers, and in the penny playbills of the night as an authentic account. I shall certainly go to the naughty man some day for my fibbings. In the next No, I figure as a theologian, and have attacked my late brethren, the Unitarians. What jack-pudding tricks I shall play next, I know not. I am almost at the end of my tether. Coleridge is quite blooming, but his book has not budded yet. I hope I have spelt Torquay right now, and that this will find you all mending, and looking forward to a London flight with the spring. Winter we have had none, but plenty of foul weather. I have lately picked up an epigram which pleased me. Two noble earls, whom if I quote, some folks might call me sinner. The one invented half a coat, the other half a dinner. The plan was good, as some will say, and fitted to console one, because in this poor starving day, few can afford a whole one. I have made the lame one still lamer by imperfect memory, but spite of bald diction, a little done to it might improve it into a good one. You have nothing else to do at Talk K here written and scratched out Torquay. Suppose you try it. Well, God bless you all, as wishes Mary, most sincerely, with many thanks for letter, and see Elia. The Monkhouse's house in London was at 34 Gloucester Place. Lamb's De Quincey parody was the letter to an old gentleman whose education has been neglected. Coleridge's book, The Aids to Reflection, published in May or June 1825. I have lately picked up an epigram. This is by Henry Mann, an old Southsea House clerk, whom in his Southsea House essay Lamb mentions as a wit. The epigram, which refers to Lord Spencer and Lord Sandwich, will be found in Mann's Miscellaneous Works, 1802. Letter 362. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. P.M. Jan. 25, 1825. Dear Corelli, my sister's cold is as obstinate as an old Handelian, whom a modern amateur is trying to convert to Mozartism. As company must and always does injure it, Emma and I propose to come to you in the evening of tomorrow, instead of meeting here. An early bread and cheese supper at 8:12 will oblige us. Loves to the bearer of many children. C. Lamb. Tuesday, Colebrook. I sign with a black seal, that you may begin to think. Her cold has killed Mary, which will be an agreeable unsurprise when you read the note. This is the first letter to Novello, who was the peculiar champion of Mozart and Haydn. Lamb calls him Corelli after Arcangelo Corelli, 1653–1713, the violinist and composer. It was part of a joke between Lamb and Novello that Lamb should affect to know a great deal about music. See the Elia essay, a chapter on ears, for a description of Novello's playing. Mrs. Novello was the mother of 11 children. Letter 363. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Dated at End, 10 February 1825. Dear B.B., I am vexed that ugly paper should have offended. I kept it as clear from objectionable phrases as possible, and it was Hesse's fault, and my weakness, that it did not appear anonymous. No more of it for God's sake. The Spirit of the Age is by Hazlitt. The characters of Coleridge, and see he had done better in former publications, the praise and the abuse much stronger, and see, but the new ones are capitally done. Horne Tooke is a matchless portrait. My advice is to borrow it rather than read. Buy it, I have it. He has laid on too many colors on my likeness, but I have had so much injustice done me in my own name, that I make a rule of accepting as much overmeasure to Elia as gentlemen think proper to bestow. Lay it on, and spare not. Your gentleman brother sets my mouth a-watering after liberty. Oh, that I were kicked out of Leadenhall with every mark of indignity and a competence in my fob. The birds of the air would not be so free as I should. How I would prance and covet it, and pick up cowslips, and ramble about purposeless as an idiot. The authormometer is a good fancy. I have caused great speculation in the dramatic, not thy world by a lying life of Liston, all pure invention. The town has swallowed it, and it is copied into newspapers, play bills, etc., as authentic. You do not know the droll and possibly missed reading the article in our first number new series. A life more improbable for him to have lived would not be easily invented. But your rebuke, coupled with Dream on J. Bunyan, checks me. I'd rather do more in my favorite way, but feel dry. I must laugh sometimes. I am poor hypochondriacus and not Liston. Our second NO is all trash. What are T and H about? It is whip syllabub, thin sown with aught of profit or delight. Thin sown, not a germ of fruit or corn. Why did poor Scott die? There was comfort in writing with such associates as were his little band of scribblers, some gone away, some affronted away, and I am left as the solitary widow looking for water cresses. The only clever hand they have is Darley, who has written on the dramatists under name of John Lacey, but his function seems suspended. I have been harassed more than usually at office, which has stopped my correspondence lately. I write with a confused, aching head, and you must accept this apology for a letter. I will do something soon, if I can, as a piece offering to the Queen of the East Angles, something she shan't scold about. For the present, farewell. Thine CL. 10 Feb. 1825. I am 50 years old this day. Drink my health. That ugly paper was A Vision of Horns. Hazlitt's Spirit of the Age had just been published, containing criticisms, among others, of Coleridge, Horne-Tooke, and Lamb. Lamb was very highly praised. Here is a passage from the article. How admirably he has sketched the former inmates of the South Sea House. What fine fretwork he makes of their double and single entries. With what a firm yet subtle pencil he has embodied Mrs. Battle's opinions on whist. How notably he embalms a battered bow. How delightfully an amour that was cold 40 years ago revives in his pages. With what well-disguised humor he introduces us to his relations, and how freely he serves up his friends. Certainly, some of his portraits are fixtures, and will do to hang up as lasting and lively emblems of human infirmity. Then there is no one who has so sure an ear for the chimes at midnight, not even excepting Mr. Justice Shallow, nor could Master Silence himself take his cheese and pippins with a more significant and satisfactory air. With what a gusto Mr. Lamb describes the inns and courts of law, the Temple and Gray's Inn, as if he had been a student there for the last 200 years, and had been as well acquainted with the person of Sir Francis Bacon as he is with his portrait or writings. It is hard to say whether St. John's Gate is connected with more intense and authentic associations in his mind, as a part of Old London Wall, or as the frontispiece, time out of mind, of the Gentleman's Magazine. He hunts Watling Street like a gentle spirit. The avenues to the playhouses are thick with panting recollections, and Christ's Hospital still breathes the balmy breath of infancy in his description of it. Your gentleman brother, John Barton, Bernard's younger half-brother. The author-mometer, I have not discovered to what Lamb refers. Dream on J. Bunyan, probably a poem by Barton, but I have not traced it. T and H, Taylor and Hesse. Poor Scott, John Scott, who founded the London Magazine. Darley, George Darley, 1795–1846, author of Sylvia, or the May. Queen, 1827. The Queen of the East Angles, possibly Lucy Barton, possibly Anne. Knight, a friend of Barton's. Letter 364. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Not dated, February 1825. My dear M., you might have come inopportunely a week since, when we had an inmate. At present, and for as long as ever you like, our castle is at your service. I saw Tuthill yesternight, who has done for me what may. To all my nights and days to come, give solely sovereign sway and masterdom. But I dare not hope, for fear of disappointment. I cannot be more explicit at present, but I have it under his own hand that I am non-capacitated. I cannot write it in for business. O joyous imbecility, not a susurration of this to anybody. Mary's love. See Lamb. Lamb had just taken a most momentous step in his career and had consulted Tuthill as to his health, in the hope of perhaps obtaining release and a pension from the East India House. We learn more of this soon. Here might come 2 brief notes to Dibdin, of no importance. Letter 365. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hutchinson. Dated at end, March 1, 1825. Dear Miss Hutchinson, your news has made us all very sad. I had my hopes to the last. I seem as if I were disturbing you at such an awful time, even by a reply. But I must acknowledge your kindness in presuming upon the interest we shall all feel on the subject. No one will more feel it than Robinson, to whom I have written. No one more than he, and we acknowledge the nobleness and worth of what we have lost. Words are perfectly idle. We can only pray for resignation to the survivors. Our dearest expressions of condolence to Mrs. M, at this time in particular. God bless you both. I have nothing of ourselves to tell you, and if I had, I could not be so unreverent as to trouble you with it. We are all well, that is all. Farewell, the departed and the left. Yours and his, while memory survives, cordially. C. Lamb. 1 Mar, 1825. The letter refers to the death of Thomas Monkhouse. Here should come an undated note from Lamb to Proctor, in which Lamb refers to the same loss. We shall be most glad to see you, though more glad to have seen W. Letter 366. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. March 23, 1825. Wednesday. Dear B.B., I have had no impulse to write or attend to any single object but myself for weeks past, my single self. I by myself, I am sick of hope deferred. The grand wheel is in agitation that is to turn up my fortune, but round it rolls and will turn up nothing. I have a glimpse of freedom, of becoming a gentleman at large, but I am put off from day to day. I have offered my resignation, and it is neither accepted nor rejected. 8 weeks am I kept in this fearful suspense. Guess what an absorbing stake I feel it. I am not conscious of the existence of friends present or absent. The EI directors alone can be that thing to me, or not. I have just learned that nothing will be decided this week. Why the next? Why any week? It has fretted me into an itch of the fingers. I rub 'em against paper and write to you, rather than not allay this scorbuta. While I can write, let me adjure you to have no doubts of Irving. Let Mr. Mitford drop his disrespect. Irving has prefixed a dedication of a missionary subject, first part, to Coleridge, the most beautiful, cordial, and sincere. He there acknowledges his obligation to SDC for his knowledge of gospel truths, the nature of a extian church, etc., to the talk of SDC, at whose Gamaliel feet he sits weekly more than to that of all the men living. This from him, the great dandled and petted sectarian, to a religious character so equivocal in the world's eye as that of SDC, so foreign to the Kirk's estimate. Can this man be a quack? The language is as affecting as the spirit of the dedication. Some friend told him, this dedication will do you no good, i.e. not in the world's repute, or with your own people. That is a reason for doing it, quoth Irving. I am thoroughly pleased with him. He is firm, outspeaking, intrepid, and docile as a pupil of Pythagoras. You must like him. Yours in tremors of painful hope. C. Lamb. In the first paragraphs, Lamb refers to the great question of his release from the India House. In a letter dated February 19, 1825, of Mary Russell Mitford, who looked upon Irving as quack absolute, we find her discussing the preacher with Charles Lamb. Letter 367. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. March 29, 1825. I have left the D. India House forever. Give me great joy. C. Lamb. Robinson states in his reminiscences of Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Lamb, preserved in Ms. at Dr. Williams' library, a most important incident in Lamb's life, though in the end not so happy for him as he anticipated, was his obtaining his discharge with a pension of almost £400 a year from the India House. This he announced to me by a note put into my letter box. I have left the India House. Time, I'm all for eternity. He was rather more than 50 years of age. I found him and his sister in high spirits when I called to wish them joy on the 22 of April. I never saw him so calmly cheerful, says my journal, as he seemed then. See the next letters for Lamb's own account of the event. Letter 368. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. Colebrook Cottage. 6 April, 1825. Dear Wordsworth, I have been several times meditating a letter to you concerning the good thing which has befallen me, but the thought of poor Monkhouse came across me. He was one that I had exulted in the prospect of congratulating me. He and you were to have been the first participators, for indeed it has been 10 weeks since the first motion of it. Here I am then after 33 years' slavery, sitting in my own room at 11 o'clock this finest of all April mornings, a freed man, with £441 a year for the remainder of my life. Live I as long as John Dennis, who outlived his annuity and starved at 90. £441, i.e. £450, with a deduction of £9 for a provision secured to my sister, she being survivor, the pension guaranteed by Act Georgii Tertii, and c. I came home forever on Tuesday in last week. The incomprehensibleness of my condition overwhelmed me. It was like passing from life into eternity. Every year to be as long as 3, i.e. to have 3 times as much real time, time that is my own, in it. I wandered about thinking I was happy, but feeling I was not. But that tumultuousness is passing off, and I begin to understand the nature of the gift. Holidays, even the annual month, were always uneasy joys, their conscious fugitiveness, the craving after making the most of them. Now, when all is holiday, there are no holidays. I can sit at home in rain or shine without a restless impulse for walkings. I am daily steadying, and shall soon find it as natural to me to be my own master as it has been irksome to have had a master. Mary wakes every morning with an obscure feeling that some good has happened to us. Leigh Hunt and Montgomery, after their releasements, describe the shock of their emancipation much as I feel mine, but it hurt their frames. I eat, drink, and sleep sound as ever. I lay no anxious schemes for going hither and thither, but take things as they occur. Yesterday I excursioned 20 miles, today I write a few letters. Pleasuring was for fugitive play days, mine are fugitive only in the sense that life is fugitive, freedom and life coexistent. At the foot of such a call upon you for gratulation, I am ashamed to advert to that melancholy event. Monkhouse was a character I learned to love slowly, but it grew upon me, yearly, monthly, daily. What a chasm has it made in our pleasant parties! His noble, friendly face was always coming before me, till this hurrying event in my life came, and for the time has absorbed all interests. In fact, it has shaken me a little. My old desk companions with whom I have had such merry hours seemed to reproach me for removing my lot from among them. They were pleasant creatures, but to the anxieties of business and a weight of possible worse ever impending, I was not equal. Tuthill and Gilman gave me my certificates. I laughed at the friendly lie implied in them, but my sister shook her head and said it was all true. Indeed, this last winter I was jaded out. Winters were always worse than other parts of the year, because the spirits are worse, and I had no daylight. In summer, I had daylight evenings. The relief was hinted to me from a superior power, when I, poor slave, had not a hope, but that I must wait another 7 years with Jacob, and lo, the Rachel which I coveted is brought to me. Have you read the noble dedication of Irving's Missionary Orations to STC, who shall call this man a quack hereafter? What the Kirk will think of it, neither I nor Irving care. When somebody suggested to him that it would not be likely to do him good, Videla said among his own people, "That is a reason for doing it," was his noble answer. That Irving thinks he has profited mainly by STC, I have no doubt. The very style of the dead shows it. Communicate my news to Southey, and beg his pardon for my being so long acknowledging his kind present of the church, which circumstances I do not wish to explain, but having no reference to himself, prevented at the time. Assure him of my deep respect and friendliest feelings. Divide the same, or rather each take the whole to you, I mean you and all yours. To Miss Hutchinson I must write separate. What's her address? I want to know about Mrs. M. Farewell, and end at last, long selfish letter. See Lamb. Lamb expanded the first portion of this letter into the Elia essay, The Superannuated Man, which ought to be read in connection with it, see Vol. Roman 2, of the present edition. Leigh Hunt and James Montgomery, the poet, had both undergone imprisonment for libel. At a court of directors of the India House, held on March 29, 1825, it was resolved that the resignation of Mr. Charles Lamb of the Accountant General's office, on account of certified ill health, be accepted, and it appearing that he has served the company faithfully for 33 years, and is now in the receipt of an income of £730 per annum, he be allowed a pension of £450, £400 and £50 per annum, under the provisions of the Act of the 53 Geo, Roman 3, Cap. 155, to commence from this day. Letter 369. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. April 6, 1825. Dear B. My spirits are so tumultuary with the novelty of my recent emancipation that I have scarce steadiness of hand, much more mind, to compose a letter. I am free, B, free as air. The little bird that wings the sky knows no such liberty. I was set free on Tuesday in last week at 4 o'clock. I came home for ever. I have been describing my feelings as well as I can to Wordsworth in a long letter, and don't care to repeat. Take it briefly that for a few days I was painfully oppressed by so mighty a change, but it is becoming daily more natural to me. I went and sat among 'em all at my old 33 years desk yester morning, and deuce take me if I had not yearnings at leaving all my old pen and ink fellows, merry sociable lads, at leaving them in the lurch, fag. The comparison of my own superior felicity gave me anything but pleasure. I would not serve another 7 years for £700,000. I have got £441 net for life, sanctioned by Act of Parliament, with a provision for Mary if she survives me. I will live another 50 years, or if I live but 10, they will be 30, reckoning the quantity of real time in them, i.e. the time that is a man's own. Tell me how you like Barbara S. Will it be received in atonement for the foolish vision I mean by the lady? Apropos, I never saw Mrs. Crawford in my life, nevertheless 'tis all true of somebody. Address me in future Colebrook Cottage, Islington. I am really nervous, but that will wear off, so take this brief announcement. Yours truly, C.L. Barbara S. The Elia essay was printed in the London Magazine, April 1825, see Vol. Roman 2, of this edition. It purports to be an incident in the life of Mrs. Crawford, the actress, but had really happened to Fanny Kelly. Letter 370. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hutchinson. P.M. April 18, 1825. Dear Miss Hutchinson, you want to know all about my jail delivery. Take it then. About 12 weeks since I had a sort of intimation that a resignation might be well accepted from me. This was a kind bird's whisper. On that hint I spake. Gilman and Tuthill furnished me with certificates of wasted health and sore spirits. Not much more than the truth, I promise you, and for 9 weeks I was kept in a fright. I had gone too far to recede, and they might take advantage and dismiss me with a much less sum than I had reckoned on. However, liberty came at last, with a liberal provision. I have given up what I could have lived on in the country, but have enough to live here by management and scribbling occasionally. I would not go back to my prison for 7 years longer for £10,000 a year. 7 years after one is 50 is no trifle to give up. Still, I am a young pensioner, and have served but 33 years. Very few, I assure you, retire before 40, 45, or 50 years' service. You will ask how I bear my freedom. Faith, for some days I was staggered, could not comprehend the magnitude of my deliverance, was confused, giddy, knew not whether I was on my head or my heel, as they say. But those giddy feelings have gone away, and my weather glass stands at a degree or two above. Content. I go about quiet, and have none of that restless hunting after recreation which made holidays formerly uneasy joys. All being holidays, I feel as if I had none, as they do in heaven, where 'tis all red-letter days. I have a kind letter from the Wordsworths congratulatory, not a little. It is a damp, I do assure you, amid all my prospects that I can receive none from a quarter upon which I had calculated, almost more than from any, upon receiving congratulations. I had grown to like poor M more and more. I do not esteem a soul living or not living more warmly than I had grown to esteem and value him. But words are vain. We have none of us to count upon many years. That is the only cure for sad thoughts. If only some died, and the rest were permanent on earth, what a thing a friend's death would be then. I must take leave, having put off answering a load of letters to this morning, and this, alas, is the first. Our kindest remembrances to Mrs. Monkhouse, and believe us. Yours most truly, C. Lamb. Letter 371. Charles Lamb to William Horne. P.M. May 2, 1825. Dear Hone, I send you a trifle. You have seen my lines, I suppose, in the London. I cannot tell you how much I like the St. Chad Wells. Yours truly, C. Lamb. P.S. Why did you not stay, or come again, yesterday? These words accompany Lamb's contribution, remarkable correspondent, to Hone's everyday book C-Vol, I of this edition. Lamb was helping Hone in his new venture as much as he was able, and Hone in return dedicated the first volume to him. St. Chad's Wells was an article by Hone in the number for March 2. Letter 372. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. No date, May, 1825. Dear W., I write post haste to ensure a frank. Thanks for your hearty congratulations. I may now date from the 6th week of my hegira or flight from Leadenhall. I have lived so much in it that a summer seems already past, and 'tis but early May yet with you and other people. How I look down on the slaves and drudges of the world. Its inhabitants are a vast cottonweb of spinners. Oh, the carking cares, oh, the money-grubbers sempiternal muckworms. Your Virgil I have lost sight of, but suspect it is in the hands of Sir G. Beaumont. I think that circumstances made me shy of procuring it before. Will you write to him about it, and your commands shall be obeyed to a tittle. Coleridge has just finished his prize essay, which if it get the prize he'll touch an additional £100 I fancy. His book too, Commentary on Bishop Leeton, is quite finished, and pens Taylor and Hesse. In the London which is just out, 1st May, are 2 papers entitled The Superannuated Man, which I wish you to see, and also 1st Apra, a little thing called Barbara S., a story gleaned from Miss Kelly. The LM, if you can get it, will save my enlargement upon the topic of my manumission. I must scribble to make up my hiatus crumony, for there are so many ways, pious and profligate, of getting rid of money in this vast city and suburbs that I shall miss my 3rd. But Coragio, I despair not. Your kind hint of the cottage was well thrown out, an anchorage for age and school of economy when necessity comes, but without this latter I have an unconquerable terror of changing place. It does not agree with us. I say it from conviction, else I do sometimes ruralize in fancy. Some D people are come in, and I must finish abruptly. By D, I only mean deuced. 'Tis these suitors of Penelope that make it necessary to authorize a little for gin and mutton and such trifles. Excuse my abortive scribble. Yours not in more haste than heart CL. Love and recollects to all the WMS. Dora's, Mary's round your reckon. Mary is capitally well. Do write to Sir GB, for I am shyish of applying to him. Coleridge had been appointed to one of the 10 royal associateships of the newly chartered Royal Society of Literature, thus becoming entitled to an annuity of 100 guineas. An essay was expected from each associate. Coleridge wrote on the Prometheus of Aeschylus and read it on May 18. His book was Aids to Reflection. See note on page 734. I shall miss my thirds. Lamb's pension was 2/3 of his stipend. Some D people. A hint for Lamb's popular fallacy on home, soon to be written. Round your reckon. Lamb repeats this phrase twice in the next few months. He got it from the dedication to Farquhar's play, The Recruiting Officer, to all friends round the reckon. Here perhaps should come a letter to Mrs. Norris, printed in the Boston Bibliophile edition, containing some very interesting comic verses on England somewhat in the manner of Don Juan. I like the weather when it's not too rainy. That is, I like 2 months of every year. And so on. Letter 373. Charles Lamb to Charles Chambers. Undated, May 1825. With regard to a John Dory, which you desire to be particularly informed about, I honor the fish, but it is rather on account of Quin who patronized it, and whose taste, of a dead man, I had as leave go by as anybody's Apicius and Heliogabalus accepted. This latter started nightingales' tongues and peacocks' brains as a garnish. Else in itself, and trusting to my own poor single judgment, it hath not that moist mellow oleaginous gliding smooth descent from the tongue to the palate, thence to the stomach, and see, that your Brighton turbot hath, which I take to be the most friendly and familiar flavour of any that swims, most genial and at home to the palate. Nor has it on the other hand that fine falling off flakiness, that oleaginous peeling off, as it were, like a sea onion, which endears your cod's head and shoulders to some appetites, that manly firmness, combined with a sort of womanish coming in pieces, which the same cod's head and shoulders hath, where the whole is easily separable, pliant to a knife or a spoon, but each individual flake presents a pleasing resistance to the opposed tooth. You understand me, these delicate subjects are necessarily obscure. But it has a third flavour of its own, perfectly distinct from cod or turbot, which it must be owned may to some not injudicious palates render it acceptable. But to my unpractised tooth it presented rather a crude river fish flavour, like your pike or carp, and perhaps like them should have been tamed and corrected by some laborious and well-chosen sauce. Still, I always suspect a fish which requires so much of artificial settings off. Your choicest relishes, like nature's loveliness, need not the foreign aid of ornament, but are when unadorned, that is, with nothing but a little plain anchovy and a squeeze of lemon, then adorn the most. However, I shall go to Brighton again next summer, and shall have an opportunity of correcting my judgment, if it is not sufficiently informed. I can only say that when nature was pleased to make the John Dory so notoriously deficient in outward graces, as to be sure he is the very rhinoceros of fishes, the ugliest dog that swims, except perhaps the sea satyr, which I never saw, but which they say is terrible, when she formed him with so few external advantages, she might have bestowed a more elaborate finish in his parts internal, and have given him a relish, a sapper, to recommend him, as she made Pope a poet to make up for making him crooked. I am sorry to find that you have got a knack of saying things which are not true to show your wit. If I had no wit, but what I must show at the expense of my virtue or my modesty, I had as lieve be as stupid as at the tea warehouse. Depend upon it, my dear Chambers, that an ounce of integrity at our deathbed will stand us in more avail than all the wit of Congreve, or, for instance, you tell me a fine story about Truss, and his playing at Leamington, which I know to be false, because I have advice from Derby that he was whipped through the town on that very day you say he appeared in some character or other, for robbing an old woman at church of a seal ring. And Dr. Parr has been 2 months dead, so it won't do to scatter these untrue stories about among people that know anything. Besides, your forte is not invention. It is judgment, particularly shown in your choice of dishes. We seem in that instance born under one star. I like you for liking hare. I esteem you for disrelishing minced veal. Liking is too cold a word. I love you for your noble attachment to the fat unctuous juices of deer's flesh and the green unspeakable of turtle. I honor you for your endeavors to esteem and approve of my favorite, which I ventured to recommend to you as a substitute for hare, bullock's heart, and I am not offended that you cannot taste it with my palate. A true son of Epicurus should reserve one taste peculiar to himself. For a long time I kept the secret about the exceeding deliciousness of the marrow of boiled knuckle of veal, till my tongue weakly ran riot in its praises, and now it is prostitute and common. But I have made one discovery which I will not impart till my dying scene is over. Perhaps it will be my last mouthful in this world. Delicious thought, enough to sweeten, or rather make savory, the hour of death. It is a little square bit about this size in or near the knuckle bone of a fried joint of fat. I can't call it nor lean. Neither altogether. It is that beautiful compound which nature must have made in Paradise Park venison before she separated the two substances, the dry and the oleaginous, to punish sinful mankind. Adam ate them entire and in separate, and this little taste of Eden in the knuckle bone fried seems the only relic of a paradisaical state. When I die, an exact description of its topography shall be left in a cupboard with a key, inscribed on which these words, "C. Lamb dying imparts this to C. Chambers as the only worthy depository of such a secret." You'll drop a tear. Charles Chambers was the brother of John Chambers, see above. He had been at Christ's Hospital with Lamb and subsequently became a surgeon in the Navy. He retired to Leamington and practiced there until his death, some when about 1857, says Mr. Hazlitt. He seems to have inherited some of the epicure's tastes of his father, the sensible clergyman in Warwickshire, who, Lamb tells us in Thoughts on Presence of Game, used to allow a pound of Epping to every hare. This letter adds one more to the list of Lamb's gustatory raptures, and it is remarkable as being his only eulogy of fish. Mr. Hazlitt says that the date September 1, 1817 has been added by another hand, but if the remark about Dr. Parr is true, he died March 6, 1825, the time is as I have stated. Fortunately, the date in this particular case is unimportant. Mr. Hazlitt suggests that the stupid person in the tea warehouse was by whom we met recently. Of Truss we know nothing. The name may be a misreading of Twiss, Horace Twiss, 1787–1849, politician, buffoon, and Mrs. Siddons's nephew, who was quite a likely person to be lied about in joke at that time. Here should come a note to Alsop dated May 29, 1825, changing an appointment. I am as mad as the devil. Given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 374. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. June 1825. My dear Coleridge, with pain and grief, I must entreat you to excuse us on Thursday. My head, though externally correct, has had a severe concussion in my long illness, and the very idea of an engagement hanging over for a day or two forbids my rest, and I get up miserable. I am not well enough for company. I do assure you no other thing prevents my coming. I expect Field and his brothers this or tomorrow evening, and it worries me to death that I am not ostensibly ill enough to put 'em off. I will get better when I shall hope to see your nephew. He will come again. Mary joins in best love to the Gilmans. Do I earnestly entreat you, excuse me. I assure you again that I am not fit to go out yet. Yours, though shattered, C. Lamb. Tuesday. This letter has previously been dated 1829, but I think wrongly. Lamb had no long illness then, and Field was then in Gibraltar, where he was Chief Justice. Lamb's long illness was in 1825, when Coleridge's Thursday evenings at Highgate were regular. Coleridge's nephew may have been one of several. I fancy it was the Rev. Edward Coleridge. Henry Nelson Coleridge had already left, I think, for the West Indies. Letter 375. Charles Lamb to Henry Colburn. Dated at End, June 14, 1825. Dear Sir, I am quite ashamed, after your kind letter, of having expressed any disappointment about my remuneration. It is quite equivalent to the value of anything I have yet sent you. I had 20 guineas a sheet from the London, and what I did for them was more worth that sum than anything, I am afraid, I can now produce would be worth the lesser sum. I used up all my best thoughts in that publication, and I do not like to go on writing worse and worse, and feeling that I do so. I want to try something else. However, if any subject turns up, which I think will do your magazine no discredit, you shall have it at your price, or something between that and my old price. I prefer writing to seeing you just now, for after such a letter as I have received from you, in truth I am ashamed to see you. We will never mention the thing again. Your obliged friend and served. C. Lamb. June 14. In the absence of any wrapper, I have assumed this note to be addressed to Colburn, the publisher of the New Monthly Magazine. Lamb's first contribution to that periodical was the illustrious defunct C. Vol. I of this edition in January 1825. A year later he began the Popular Fallacies and continued regularly for some months. Letter 376. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. P.M. July 2, 1825. Dear C., we are going off to Enfield to Alsop's for a day or two, with some intention of succeeding them in their lodging for a time, for this damned nervous fever, vide land. Mag for July indisposes me for seeing any friends, and never any poor devil was so befriended as I am. Do you know any poor solitary human that wants that cordial to life, a true friend? I can spare him 20, he shall have 'em good cheap. I have gallipots of 'em genuine balm of cares, a-going, a-going, a-going. Little plagues plague me 1,000 times more than ever. I am like a disembodied soul in this my eternity. I feel everything entirely, all in all and all in etc. This price I pay for liberty, but am richly content to pay it. The odes are 4-5 ths done by Hood, a silentish young man you met at Islington one day, an invalid. The rest are Reynolds's, whose sister H has recently married. I have not had a broken finger in them. They are hearty, good-natured things, and I would put my name to 'em cheerfully if I could as honestly. I complimented them in a newspaper with an abatement for those puns you laud so. They are generally an excess. A pun is a thing of too much consequence to be thrown in as a make-weight. You shall read one of the addresses over and miss the puns, and it shall be quite as good and better than when you discover 'em. A pun is a noble thing per se, oh never lug it in as an accessory. A pun is a sole object for reflection, vidi my aids to that recessment from a savage state. It is entire, it fills the mind. It is perfect as a sonnet, better. It limps ashamed in the train and retinue of humor. It knows it should have an establishment of its own. The one, for instance, I made the other day, I forget what it was. Hood will be gratified, as much as I am, by your mistake. I liked Grimaldi the best. It is true painting of abstract clownery and that precious concrete of a clown, and the rich succession of images and words almost such in the first half of the mag. Ignotum. Your picture of the camel that would not or could not thread your nice needle-eye of subtilisms was confirmed by Elton, who perfectly appreciated his abrupt departure. Elton borrowed the aids from Hesse. By the way, what is your enigma about Cupid? I am Cytherea's son, if I understand a tittle of it, and returned it next day saying that 20 years ago, when he was pure, he thought as you do now, but that he now thinks as you did 20 years ago. But he seems a very honest fellow. Hood has just come in. His sick eyes sparkled into health when he read your approbation. They had meditated a copy for you, but postponed it till a neater 2D edition, which is at hand. Have you heard the creature at the Opera House? Signor Non-Ver said. Veludi ver. Like Orpheus, he is said to draw storks and see, after him, a picked raisin for a sweet banquet of sounds, but I affect not these exotics. Nos durum genus, as mellifluous Ovid hath it. Fanny Holcroft is just come in with her paternal severity of aspect. She has frozen a bright thought which should have followed. She makes us marble with too little conceiving. 'Twas respecting the Signor, whom I honor on this side idolatry. Well, more of this anon. We are setting out to walk to Enfield after our beans and bacon, which are just smoking. Kindest remembrances to the geese ever. From Islington. 2D day, 3D month of my hegira, or flight from Leadenhall. CL Olim Clericus. To Allsops says in his letters of Coleridge that he and the Lambs were housemates for a long time. VD Land, Mag for July, where the Elia essay, The Convalescent, was printed. The Odes and Addresses to Great People, 1825. Coleridge, after reading the book, had written to Lamb as follows. The letter is printed by Hood. My dear Charles, this afternoon, a little thin, mean-looking sort of a fool's cap, sub-octavo of poems, printed on very dingy outsides, lay on the table, which the cover informed me was circulating in our book club, so very Grub Streetish in all its appearance, internal as well as external, that I cannot explain by what accident of impulse. Assuredly, there was no motive in play. I came to look into it. Least of all, the title, Odes and Addresses to Great Men, which connected itself in my head with rejected addresses and all the Smith and Theodore Hook squad. But my dear Charles, it was certainly written by you, or under you, or una emu. I know none of your frequent visitors, capacious and assimilative enough of your converse to have reproduced you so honestly, supposing you had left yourself in pledge in his lock-up house. Gilman, to whom I read the spirited parody on the introduction to Peter Bell, the Ode to the Great Unknown, and to Mrs. Fry, he speaks doubtfully of Reynolds and Hood, but here come Irving and Basil Montagu. Thursday night, 10 o'clock. No, Charles, it is you. I have read them over again, and I understand why you have anon the book. The puns are 9 in 10 good, many excellent, the nugatory transcendent. And then the exemplum sine exemplo of a volume of personalities and contemporaneities, without a single line that could inflict the infinitesimal of an unpleasance on any man in his senses, saving, and except perhaps, in the envy-addled brain of the despiser of your lays. If not a triumph over him, it is at least an ovation. Then, moreover and besides, to speak with becoming modesty, accepting my own self, who is there but you who can write the musical lines and stanzas that are intermixed? Here, Gilman, come up to my garret, and driven back by the guardian spirits of 4 huge flower-holders of omnigenous roses and honeysuckles. Lord have mercy on his hysterical olfactories. What will he do in paradise? I must have a pair or 2 of nostril plugs or nose goggles laid in his coffin, stands at the door, reading that to Adam and the washerwoman's letter, and he admits the facts. You are found in the manner, as the lawyers say. So, Mr. Charles, hang yourself up and send me a line by way of token and acknowledgement. My dear love to Mary, God bless you and your unshammerbramizer. S.D. Coleridge. Reynolds was John Hamilton Reynolds, according to a marked copy in the possession of Mr. Buxton Foreman. Reynolds wrote only the odes to Mr. M. Adam, Mr. Dymoke, Sylvanus Urban, Elliston, and the Dean and Chapter of Westminster. The newspaper in which Lamb complimented the book was the New Times, for April 12, 1825. See Vol. I of the present edition for the review, where the remarks on puns are repeated. The Mag. Ignotum was the ode to the great unknown, the author of the Scotch novels. In the same paper on January 8, 1825, Lamb had written an essay called Many Friends, see Vol. I a little in the manner of this first paragraph. Your picture of the camel, probably the story of a caller told by Coleridge to Lamb in a letter. Your enigma about Cupid, possibly referring to the following passage in the Aids to Reflection, 1825, pages 277–78. From the remote East turn to the mythology of Minor Asia, to the descendants of Javan who dwelt in the tents of Shem and possessed the isles. Here again, and in the usual form of an historic solution, we find the same fact, and as characteristic of the human race, stated in that earliest and most venerable mythos, or symbolic parable of Prometheus, that truly wonderful fable in which the characters of the rebellious spirit and of the divine friend of mankind, Greek, Theos Philanthropos, are united in the same person, and thus in the most striking manner noting the forced amalgamation of the patriarchal tradition with the incongruous scheme of pantheism. This and the connected tale of Io, which is but the sequel of the Prometheus, stand alone in the Greek mythology, in which elsewhere both gods and men are mere powers and products of nature. And most noticeable it is that soon after the promulgation and spread of the gospel had awakened the moral sense, and had opened the eyes even of its wiser enemies to the necessity of providing some solution of this great problem of the moral world, the beautiful parable of Cupid and Psyche was brought forward as a rival fall of man, and the fact of a moral corruption connatural with the human race was again recognized. In the assertion of original sin, the Greek mythology rose and set. Have you heard the creature? Giovanni Battista Velluti, 1781–1861, an Italian soprano singer who first appeared in England on June 30, 1825, in Meyerbeer's Il Crociato in Egitto. He received £2,500 for 5 months' salary. Letter 377. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. July 2, 1825. My dear B.B., my nervous attack has so unfitted me that I have not courage to sit down to a letter. My poor pittance in the London you will see is drawn from my sickness. Your book is very acceptable to me, because most of it is new to me, but your book itself we cannot thank you for more sincerely than for the introduction you favored us with to Ann Knight. Now cannot I write Mrs. Ann Knight for the life of me. She is a very please, but I won't write all we have said of her so often to ourselves, because I suspect you would read it to her. Only give my sisters and my kindest remembrances to her, and how glad we are we can say that word. If ever she come to Southwark again, I count upon another pleasant bridge walk with her. Tell her, I got home, time for a rubber, but poor Tryphena will not understand that phrase of the worldlings. I am hardly able to appreciate your volume now, but I liked the dedicatin much, and the apology for your bald burying grounds, too. Shelley, but that is not new, to the young Vesper singer, great. Bealings, Playford, and what not. If there be a cavil, it is that the topics of religious consolation, however beautiful, are repeated till a sort of triteness attends them. It seems as if you were forever losing friends, children by death, and reminding their parents of the resurrection. Do children die so often and so good in your parts? The topic, taken from the considerate that they are snatched away from possible vanities, seems hardly sound, for to an omniscient eye their conditional failings must be one with their actual, but I am too unwell for theology. Such as I am yours and a case truly. See Lamb. My poor pittance, the convalescent. Your book, Barton's Poems, 4th edition, 1825. The dedication was to Barton's sister, Maria Hack. Ann Knight, a Quaker lady who kept a school at Woodbridge. Letter 378. Charles Lamb to John Aitken. Colebrook Cottage, Islington, July 5, 1825. Dear Sir, with thanks for your last number of the Cabinet, as I cannot arrange with a London publisher to reprint Rosamund Gray as a book, it will be at your service to admit into the Cabinet as soon as you please. Your H.B. served, C.H.'s Lamb. Emma, eldest of your name, meekly trusting in her God, midst the red-hot ploughshares trod, and unscorched preserved her fame. By that test, if you were tried, ugly names might be defied, though devouring fires a glutton. Through the trial you might go, on the light fantastic toe, nor for ploughshares care a button. Aitken was an Edinburgh bookseller who edited The Cabinet, or The Selected Beauties of Literature, 1824, 1825, and 1831. The particular interest of the letter is that it shows Lamb to have wanted to publish Rosamund Gray a third time in his life. Hitherto, we had only his statement that Hesse said that the world would not bear it. Aitken printed the story in the Cabinet for 1831. Previously, he had printed Dream Children and The Inconveniences of Being Hanged. I have been told, but have had no opportunity of verifying the statement, that the Buttons, for one of whom the appended acrostic was written, were cousins of the Lambs. Here should come an unpublished letter to Miss Kelly thanking her for tickets and saying that Liston is to produce Lamb's farce, The Pawnbroker's Daughter, which will take. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Hone, dated Enfield, July 25, 1825. Lamb had written some quatrains to the editor of the Everyday Book, which were printed in the London Magazine for May, 1825. Hone copied them into his periodical, accompanied by a reply. Lamb began, I like you and your book, ingenuous Hone. Hone's reply contained the sentiment, I am ingenuous, it is all I can. Pretend to, it is all I wish to be. See the Everyday Book, Vol. I, July 9. Hone at this time was occupying Lamb's house at Colebrook Row, while the Lambs were staying at the Allsops lodgings at Enfield. Lamb again refers to The Pawnbroker's Daughter. He says it is at the theatre now and Harley is there too. This would be John Pritt Harley, the actor. The play, as it happened, was never acted. Here should come 3 notes to Thomas Allsop in July and August, 1825, one of which damns the afternoon sun, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 379. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. August 10, 1825. We shall be soon again at Colebrook. Dear B.B., you must excuse my not writing before when I tell you we are on a visit at Enfield, where I do not feel it natural to sit down to a letter. It is at all times an exertion. I had rather talk with you and Ann Knight quietly at Colebrook Lodge over the matter of your last. You mistake me when you express misgivings about my relishing a series of scriptural poems. I wrote confusedly. What I meant to say was that 1 or 2 consolatory poems on deaths would have had a more condensed effect than many. Scriptural, devotional topics admit of infinite variety. So far from poetry tiring me because religious, I can read, and I say it seriously, the homely old version of the Psalms in our prayer books for an hour or 2 together, sometimes without sense of weariness. I did not express myself clearly about what I think a false topic insisted on so frequently in consolatory addresses on the death of infants. I know something like it is in Scripture, but I think humanly spoken. It is a natural thought, a sweet fallacy to the survivors, but still a fallacy. If it stands on the doctrine of this being a probationary state, it is liable to this dilemma. Omniscience, to whom possibility must be clear as act, must know of the child what it would hereafter turn out. If good, then the topic is false to say it is secured from falling into future willfulness, vice, and see. If bad, I do not see how its exemption from certain future overt acts, by being snatched away, at all tells in its favor. You stop the arm of a murderer or arrest the finger of a pickpurse, but is not the guilt incurred as much by the intent as if never so much acted? Why children are hurried off, and old reprobates of 100 left, whose trial humanly we may think was complete at 50, is among the obscurities of Providence. The very notion of a state of probation has darkness in it. The all-knower has no need of satisfying his eyes by seeing what we will do, when he knows before what we will do. Methinks we might be condemned before commission. In these things we grope and flounder, and if we can pick up a little human comfort that the child taken is snatched from vice, no great compliment to it, by the by, let us take it. And as to where an untried child goes, whether to join the assembly of its elders who have borne the heat of the day, fire-purified martyrs, and torment-sifted confessors, what know we? We promise heaven, methinks, too cheaply, and assign large revenues to minors incompetent to manage them. Epitaphs run upon this topic of consolation, till the very frequency induces a cheapness. Tickets for admission into paradise are sculptured out at a penny a letter, twopence a syllable, and see. It is all a mystery, and the more I try to express my meaning, having none that is clear, the more I flounder. Finally, write what your own conscience, which to you is the unerring judge, seems best, and be careless about the whimsies of such a half-baked notionist as I am. We are here in a most pleasant country, full of walks, and idle to our heart's desire. Taylor has dropped the London. It was indeed a dead weight. It has got in the slough of despond. I shuffle off my part of the pack, and stand like Extian with light and merry shoulders. It had got silly, indecorous, pert, and everything that is bad. Both our kind remembrances to Mrs. K and yourself, and strangers' greeting to Lucy. Is it Lucy or Ruth? That gathers wise sayings in a book. See Lamb. The London Magazine passed into the hands of Henry Southern in September 1825. Lamb's last article for it was in the August number Imperfect Dramatic Illusion, reprinted in the last essays of Elia as Stage Illusion. Letter 380. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. August 10, 1825. Dear Southey, you'll know who this letter comes from by opening slapdash upon the text, as in the good old times. I never could come into the custom of envelopes. 'Tis a modern foppery. The Plinian correspondence gives no hint of such. In singleness of sheet and meaning, then I thank you for your little book. I am ashamed to add a codicil of thanks for your book of the Church. I scarce feel competent to give an opinion of the latter. I have not reading enough of that kind to venture at it. I can only say the fact that I have read it with attention and interest. Being, as you know, not quite a churchman, I felt a jealousy at the Church taking to herself the whole deserts of Christianity, Catholic and Protestant, from Druid extirpation downwards. I call all good Christians the Church, Capillarians and all. But I am in too light a humor to touch these matters. May all our churches flourish. Two things staggered me in the poem, and one of them staggered both of us. I cannot away with a beautiful series of verses, as I protest they are, commencing Jenner. Teas like a choice banquet, opened with a pill or an electuary physic stuff. T'other is, we cannot make out how Edith should be no more than 10 years old. By'r Lady, we had taken her to be some 16 or upwards. We suppose you have only chosen the round number for the meter. Or poem and dedication may be both older than they pretend to, but then some hint might have been given, for, as it stands, it may only serve some day to puzzle the parish reckoning. But without inquiring further, for 'tis ungracious to look into a lady's years, the dedication is eminently pleasing and tender, and we wish Edith may Southey joy of it. Something, too, struck us as if we had heard of the death of John May. A John May's death was a few years since in the papers. We think the tale one of the quietest, prettiest things we have seen. You have been temperate in the use of localities, which generally spoil poems laid in exotic regions. You mostly cannot stir out in such things for hummingbirds and fireflies. A tree is a magnolia, and see, can I but like the truly Catholic spirit, blame as thou mayest the papists' erring creed, which in other passages brought me back to the old anthology days and the admonitory lesson to dear George on the Vesper Bell, a little poem which retains its first hold upon me strangely. The compliment to the translatress is daintily conceived. Nothing is choicer in that sort of writing than to bring in some remote, impossible parallel, as between a great empress and the inobtrusive quiet soul who digged her noiseless way so perseveringly through that rugged Paraguay mine. How she Dobrajoffered it all out, it puzzles my slender Latinity to conjecture. Why do you seem to sanction Lander's unfeeling allegorizing away of honest Quixote? He may as well say strap is meant to symbolize the Scottish nation before the Union, and random since that act of dubious issue, or that partridge means the mystical man, and Lady Bellaston typifies the woman upon many waters. Jebir indeed may mean the state of the hop markets last month, for anything I know to the contrary. That all Spain overflowed with romancical books, as Madge Newcastle calls them, was no reason that Cervantes should not smile at the matter of them, nor even a reason that, in another mood, he might not multiply them, deeply as he was tinctured with the essence of them. Quixote is the father of gentle ridicule, and at the same time the very depository and treasury of chivalry and highest notions. Mary, when somebody persuaded Cervantes that he meant only fun, and put him upon writing that unfortunate second part with the confederacies of that unworthy duke and most contemptible duchess, Cervantes sacrificed his instinct to his understanding. We got your little book but last night, being at Enfield, to which place we came about a month since, and are having quiet holidays. Mary walks her 12 miles a day some days, and I my 20 on others. Tea's all holiday with me now, you know. The change works admirably. For literary news, in my poor way, I have a one-act farce going to be acted at the Haymarket. But when, is the question. Tea's an extravaganza, and like enough to follow Mr. H. The London magazine has shifted its publishers once more, and I shall shift myself out of it. It is fallen. My ambition is not at present higher than to write nonsense for the playhouses to eke out a somewhat contracted income. Tempus erat. There was a time, my dear Cornwallies, when the muse, and see, but I am now in Mac Flecknoe's predicament. Promised a play and dwindled to a farce. Coleridge is better, was, at least, a few weeks since, than he has been for years. His accomplishing his book at last has been a source of vigor to him. We are on a half-visit to his friend Alsop, at a Mrs. Leishman's Enfield, but expect to be at Colebrook Cottage in a week or so, where or anywhere, I shall be always most happy to receive tidings from you. G. Dyer is in the height of an uxorious paradise. His honeymoon will not wane till he wax cold. Never was a more happy pair, since Acme and Septimius and longer. Farewell, with many thanks, dear S. Our loves to all round you reckon. Your old friend, C. Lamb. In the letter to Barton of March 20, 1826, Lamb continues or amplifies his remarks on his own letter-writing habits. Capillarians. The New English Dictionary gives Lamb's word in this connection as its sole example, meaning without stem. The poem, Southey's Tale of Paraguay, 1825, which begins with an address to Jenner, the physiologist. Jenner, forever shall thy honored name, and is dedicated to Edith May Southey. Edith, 10 years are numbered since the day. Edith Southey was born in 1804. The dedication was dated 1814. John May was Southey's friend and correspondent. It was not he that had died. The Vesper Bell, the Chapel Bell, which was not in the annual anthology, but in Southey's poems, 1797, Dear George would perhaps be. Burnet, who was at Oxford with Southey when the verses were written. The compliment to the translatress. Southey took his Tale of Paraguay from Dobrajoffer's History of the Abipones, which his niece, Sarah Coleridge, had translated. Southey remarks in the poem that could Dobrajoffer have foreseen by whom his words were to be turned into English, he would have been as pleased as when he won the ear of the Empress Queen. Landor's allegorizing. Landor, in the conversation between Peter Leopold and the President du Patey, makes President du Patey say that Cervantes had deeper purpose than the satirizing of knight-errants, Don Quixote standing for the Emperor Charles V, and Sancho Panza symbolizing the people. Southey quoted the passage in the notes to the proem. Lamb's Elia essay on the defect of imagination, see Vol. Roman II, amplifies this criticism of Don Quixote. A one-act farce. This was, I imagine, the pawnbroker's daughter, although that is in 2 acts. It was not, however, acted. George Dyer had just been married to the widow of a solicitor who lived opposite him in Clifford's Inn. Here should come 3 unimportant notes to Hone with reference to the everyday book, adding an invitation to Enfield to be shown dainty spots. Letter 381. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. P.M. Sept. 9, 1825. My dear Alsop, we are exceedingly grieved for your loss. When your note came, my sister went to Pall Mall to find you and saw Mrs. L. and was a little comforted to find Mrs. A. had returned to Enfield before the distressful event. I am very feeble, can scarce move a pen, got home from Enfield on the Friday, and on Monday followed was laid up with a most violent nervous fever second this summer, have had leeches to my temples, have not had, nor can not get, a night's sleep. So you will excuse more from yours truly, C. Lamb. Islington, 9 Sept. Our most kind remembrances to poor Mrs. Alsop. A line to say how you both are will be most acceptable. Alsop's loss was, I imagine, the death of one of his children. Letter 382. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. P.M. Sept. 24, 1825. My dear Alsop, come not near this unfortunate roof yet a while. My disease is clearly but slowly going. Field is an excellent attendant, but Mary's anxieties have overturned her. She has her old Miss James with her, without whom I should not feel a support in the world. We keep in separate apartments and must weather it. Let me know all of your healths. Kindest love to Mrs. Alsop, C. Lamb. Saturday. Can you call at Mrs. Burney, 26 James Street, and tell her, and that I can see no one here in this state. If Martin return, if well enough, I will meet him somewhere, don't let him come. Field was Henry Field, Baron Field's brother. Here should come a note from Lamb to Hone, dated September 30, 1825, in which Lamb describes the unhappy state of the house at Colebrook Row, with himself and his sister both ill. Here also should come a similar note to William Ayrton. All this summer almost I have been ill. I have been laid up, the second nervous attack, now 6 weeks. On October 18, Lamb sends Hone the first bit of writing he has done these many weeks. Letter 383. Charles Lamb to William Hone. P.M. Oct. 24, 1825. I send a scrap. Is it worth postage? My friends are fairly surprised that you should set me down so unequivocally for an ass, as you have done, page 1358. Here he is. What follows? The ass. Call you this friendship? Mercy, what a dose you have sent me of Burney, a perfect opening draft. A pun here is intended. This is written on the back of the MS. In Ray Squirrels, for Hone's everyday book C. Vol. I of this edition, Lamb's previous contribution had been the ass, which Hone had introduced with a few words. Letter 384. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. Dec. 5, 1825. Dear A, you will be glad to hear that we are at home to visitors, not too many or noisy. Some fine day shortly merry will surprise Mrs. Alsop. The weather is not seasonable for formal engagements. Yours most ever, C. Lamb. Saturday. Here should come a note to Manning at Totteridge, signed Charles and Mary Lamb, and dated December 10, 1825. It indicates that both are well again and hoping to see Manning at Colebrook. Letter 385. Charles Lamb to Charles Elia. No date, Dec. 1825. Dear O, I leave it entirely to Mr. Colburn, but if not too late, I think the proverbs had better have L signed to them and reserve Elia for essays more Eliacal. May I trouble you to send my magazine, not to Norris, but H.C. Robinson-esque. King's Bench Walks instead. Yours truly, C. Lamb. My friend Hood, a prime genius and hearty fellow, brings this. Lamb's Popular Fallacies began in the New Monthly Magazine in January 1826. Henry Colburn was the publisher of that magazine, which had now obtained Lamb's regular services. The nominal editor was Campbell, the poet, who was assisted by Cyrus Redding. Elia seems to have been a sub-editor. Letter 386. Charles Lamb to Charles Elia. Colebrook Cottage, Colebrook Row, Tuesday, early 1826. Dear Elia, I send you 2 more proverbs, which will be the last of this batch. Unless I send you 1 more by the post on Thursday, none will come after that day, so do not leave any open room in that case. Hood sups with me tonight. Can you come and eat grouse? Tea's not often I offer at delicacies. Yours most kindly, C. Lamb. Letter 387. Charles Lamb to Charles Elia. January 1826. Dear O, we lamented your absence last night. The grouse were piquant, the backs incomparable. You must come in to cold mutton and oysters some evening. Name your evening, though I have qualms at the distance. Do you never leave early? My head is very queerish and indisposed for much company, but we will get Hood, that half-Hogarth, to meet you. The scrap I send should come in after the rising with the lark. Yours truly. Colburn, I take it, pays postages. The scrap was the fallacy that we should lie down with the lamb, which has perhaps the rarest quality of the series. Here perhaps should come 2 further notes to Elia, referring to some articles on Chinese jests by Manning. Here should come a letter to Mr. Hudson, dated February 1, 1826, recommending a nurse for a mental case, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 388. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. February 7, 1826. My kind remembrances to your daughter and A.K. always. Dear B.B., I got your book not more than 5 days ago, so am not so negligent as I must have appeared to you with a fortnight's sin upon my shoulders. I tell you with sincerity that I think you have completely succeeded in what you intended to do. What is poetry may be disputed. These are poetry to me at least. They are concise, pithy, and moving. Uniform as they are, and unhistorified, I read them through, at 2 sittings, without one sensation approaching to tedium. I do not know that, among your many kind presents of this nature, this is not my favorite volume. The language is never lax, and there is a unity of design and feeling. You wrote them with love, to avoid the coxcombical phrase con amore. I am particularly pleased with the spiritual law, page 34-5. It reminded me of Quarles and holy Mr. Herbert, as Isaac Walton calls him, the 2 best, if not only, of our devotional poets, though some prefer Watts and some Tom Moore. I am far from well or in my right spirits, and shudder at pen and ink work. I poke out a monthly crudity for Colburn in his magazine, which I call Popular Fallacies, and periodically crush a proverb or 2, setting up my folly against the wisdom of nations. Do you see the New Monthly? One word I must object to in your little book, and it recurs more than once. Fadeless is no genuine compound. Loveless is, because love is a noun as well as verb, but what is a fade? And I do not quite like whipping the Greek drama upon the back of Genesis, page 8. I do not like praise handed in by disparagement, as I objected to a side censure on Byron, etc., in the lines on Bloomfield. With these poor cavils accepted, your verses are without a flaw. C. Lamb. Barton's new book was Devotional Verses, founded on, and illustrative of select texts of Scripture, 1826. See the appendix for the spiritual law. Holy Mr. Herbert, writing to Lady Beaumont in 1826, Coleridge says, My dear old friend Charles Lamb and I differ widely, and in point of taste and moral feeling, this is a rare occurrence in our estimate and liking of George Herbert's sacred poems. He greatly prefers Quarles, nay, he dislikes Herbert. Barton whipped the Greek drama on the back of Genesis in the following stanza, referring to Abraham's words before preparing to sacrifice Isaac. Brief colloquy, yet more sublime. To every feeling heart, than all the boast of classic time, or drama's proudest art, far, far beyond the Grecian stage, or poesy's most glowing page. For Lamb's reference to Byron, see above. Letter 389. Charles Lamb to Charles Elia. P.M. March 16, 1826. Dear Elia, if not too late, pray omit the last paragraph in actors. Religion, which is clumsy, it will then end with the word Muggletonian. I shall not often trouble you in this manner, but I am suspicious of this article as lame. See Lamb. The Religion of Actors was printed in the New Monthly Magazine for April 1826. The essay ends at Muggletonian. See Vol. I of this edition. Letter 390. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. March 20, 1826. Dear B.B., you may know my letters by the paper and the folding. For the former, I live on scraps obtained in charity from an old friend whose stationery is a permanent perquisite. For folding, I shall do it neatly when I learn to tie my neckcloths. I surprise most of my friends by writing to them on ruled paper, as if I had not got past pothooks and hangers. Sealing wax, I have none on my establishment. Wafers of the coarsest brand supply its place. When my epistles come to be weighed with Pliny's, however superior to the Roman in delicate irony, judicious reflections, etc., his gilt post will bribe over the judges to him. All the time I was at the EIH. I never mended a pen. I now cut 'em to the stumps, marring rather than mending the primitive goose quill. I cannot bear to pay for articles I used to get for nothing. When Adam laid out his first penny upon nonpareils at some stall in Mesopotamos, I think it went hard with him, reflecting upon his old goodly orchard, where he had so many for nothing. When I write to a great man, at the court end, he opens with surprise upon a naked note, such as Whitecapel people interchange, with no sweet degrees of envelope. I never enclosed one bit of paper in another, nor understand the rationale of it. Once only I sealed with borrowed wax, to set Walter Scott a-wondering, signed with the imperial quartered arms of England, which my friend Field gives in compliment to his descent in the female line from O. Cromwell. It must have set his antiquarian curiosity upon watering. To your questions upon the currency, I refer you to Mr. Robinson's last speech, where, if you can find a solution, I cannot. I think this, though, the best ministry we ever stumbled upon. Gin reduced 4 shillings in the gallon, wine 2 shillings in the quart. This comes home to men's minds and bosoms. My tirade against visitors was not meant particularly at you or AK. I scarce know what I meant, for I do not just now feel the grievance. I wanted to make an article. So in another thing I talked of somebody's insipid wife, without a correspondent object in my head, and a good lady, a friend's wife, whom I really love, don't startle, I mean in a illicit way, has looked shyly on me ever since. The blunders of personal application are ludicrous. I send out a character every now and then, on purpose to exercise the ingenuity of my friends. Popular fallacies will go on. That word concluded is an erratum, I suppose, for continued. I do not know how it got stuffed in there. A little thing without name will also be printed on the religion of the actors, but it is out of your way, so I recommend you, with true author's hypocrisy, to skip it. We are about to sit down to roast beef, at which we could wish AK, BB, and BB's pleasant daughter to be humble partakers. So much for my hint at visitors, which was scarcely calculated for droppers in from Woodbridge. The sky does not drop such larks every day. My very kindest wishes to you all three, with my sister's best love. See Lamb. Mr. Robinson's last speech. Frederick John Robinson, afterwards Earl of Ripon, then Chancellor of the Exchequer under the Earl of Liverpool. The government had decided to check the use of paper money by stopping the issue of notes for less than £5, and Robinson had made a speech on the subject on February 10. The motion was carried, but to some extent was compromised. It was Robinson who, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, found the money for building the new British Museum and purchasing Angerstein's pictures as the beginning of the National Gallery. My tirade against visitors, the popular fallacy that home is home, in the New Monthly Magazine for March. Somebody's insipid wife, in the popular fallacy that you must love me and love my dog, in the February number, Lamb had spoken of a Norreous, vapid wife. Barton and his daughter visited Lamb at Colebrook Cottage somewhen about this time. Mrs. Fitzgerald, in 1893, wrote out for me her recollections of the day. Lamb, who was alone, opened the door himself. He sent out for a luncheon of oysters. The books on his shelves, Mrs. Fitzgerald remembered, retained the price labels of the stalls where he had bought them. She also remembered a portrait over the fireplace. This would be the Milton. In the Gem for 1830, one was a poem by Barton to Milton's portrait in a friend's parlour. Letter 391. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. March 22, 1826. Dear C., we will with great pleasure be with you on Thursday in the next week early. Your finding out my style in your nephew's pleasant book is surprising to me. I want eyes to descry it. You are a little too hard upon his morality, though I confess he has more of Sterne about him than of Sternhold. But he saddens into excellent sense before the conclusion. Your query shall be submitted to Miss Kelly, though it is obvious that the pantomime, when done, will be more easy to decide upon than in proposal. I say, do it by all means. I have Decker's play by me, if you can filch anything out of it. Miss Grey, with her kitten eyes, is an actress, though she shows it not at all, and pupil to the former, whose gestures she mimics in comedy to the disparagement of her own natural manner, which is agreeable. It is funny to see her bridling up her neck, which is native to F.K., but there is no setting another's manners upon one's shoulders any more than their head. I am glad you esteem Manning, though you see but his husk or shrine. He discloses not, save to select worshippers, and will leave the world without anyone hardly but me knowing how stupendous a creature he is. I am perfecting myself in the ode to Eton College against Thursday, that I may not appear unclassic. I have just discovered that it is much better than the elegy. In haste, C.L. P.S. I do not know what to say to your latest theory about Nero being the Messiah, though by all accounts he was anointed one. Next week early, Canon Enger's text here has, may we venture to bring Emma with us. Your nephew's pleasant book, Henry Nelson Coleridge's 6 Months in the West Indies in 1825. In the last chapter, but one of the book is an account of the slave question, under the title Planters and Slaves. Sternhold, Thomas Sternhold, the coadjutor of Hopkins in paraphrasing the Psalms. The pantomime, Coleridge seems to have had some project for modernizing Decker for Fanny Kelly. Mr. Dykes Campbell suggested that the play to be treated was Old Fortunatus. Miss Grey, I have found nothing of this lady. Manning, writing to Robert Lloyd 25 years earlier, Lamb had said of Manning, a man of great power, an enchanter almost, far beyond Coleridge or any man in power of impressing. When he gets you alone, he can act the wonders of Egypt. Only he is lazy and does not always put forth all his strength. If he did, I know no man of genius at all comparable to him. Against Thursday, Coleridge was at home on Thursday evenings. Possibly on this occasion, someone interested in Grey was to be there, or the allusion may be a punning one to Miss Grey. Your latest theory, I cannot explain this. Letter 392. Charles Lamb to H.F. Carey. April 3, 1826. Dear Sir, it is whispered me that you will not be unwilling to look into our doleful hermitage. Without more preface, you will gladden our cell by accompanying our old chums of the London, Darley and Allen Cunningham, to Enfield on Wednesday. You shall have hermit's fare, with talk as seraphical as the novelty of the divine life will permit, with an innocent retrospect to the world which we have left, when I will thank you for your hospitable offer at Chiswick, and with plain hermit reasons evince the necessity of abiding here. Without hearing from you, then, you shall give us leave to expect you. I have long had it on my conscience to invite you, but spirits have been low, and I am indebted to chance for this awkward but most sincere invitation. Yours, with best love to Mrs. Carey, C. Lamb. Darley knows all about the coaches. Oh, for a museum in the wilderness. Carey, who had been afternoon lecturer at Chiswick and curate of the Savoy this year, took up his post as assistant keeper of the printed books at the British Museum. George Darley, who wrote some notes to Gary's Dante, we have met. Alan Cunningham was the Scotch poet and the author of the Lives of the Painters, the giant of the London magazine. The Lambs seem to have been spending some days at Enfield. Here should come a note from Lamb to Elia asking for a copy of the April New monthly magazine for himself and one for his Chinese friend Manning if his jests are in. Letter 393. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. PM May 9, 1826. Dear N, you will not expect us tomorrow, I am sure, while these northeasters continue. We must wait the Zephyr's pleasures. By the by, I was at Highgate on Wednesday, the only one of the party. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Summer, as my friend Coleridge waggishly writes, has set in with its usual severity. Kind remembrances to Mrs. Novello and C. Letter 394. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. PM May 16, 1826. Dear B.B., I have had no spirits lately to begin a letter to you, though I am under obligations to you how many. For your neat little poem, tease just what it professes to be, a simple tribute in chaste verse, serious and sincere. I do not know how friends will relish it, but we outliers, honorary friends, like it very well. I have had my head and ears stuffed up with the east winds. A continual ringing in my brain of bells jangled, or the spheres touched by some raw angel. It is not George III trying the 100th Psalm. I get my music for nothing, but the weather seems to be softening and will thaw my stunnings. Coleridge, writing to me a week or two since, begins his note. Summer has set in with its usual severity. A cold summer is all I know of disagreeable in cold. I do not mind the utmost rigor of real winter, but these smiling hypocrites of Mays wither me to death. My head has been a ringing chaos, like the day the winds were made, before they submitted to the discipline of a weathercock, before the quarters were made. In the street, with the blended noises of life about me, I hear, and my head is lightened, but in a room the hubbub comes back, and I am deaf as a sinner. Did I tell you of a pleasant sketch Hood has done, which he calls very deaf indeed? It is of a good-natured, stupid-looking old gentleman, whom a footpad has stopped, but for his extreme deafness cannot make him understand what he wants. The unconscious old gentleman is extending his ear trumpet very complacently, and the fellow is firing a pistol into it to make him hear, but the ball will pierce his skull sooner than the report reach his sensorium. I choose a very little bit of paper, for my ear hisses when I bend down to write. I can hardly read a book, for I miss that small, soft voice which the idea of articulated words raises almost imperceptibly to you in a silent reader. I seem too deaf to see what I read, but with a touch or two of returning zephyr my head will melt. What lies you poets tell about the May? It is the most ungenial part of the year, cold crocuses, cold primroses, you take your blossoms in ice, a painted sun. Unmeaning joy around appears, and nature smiles as if she sneers. It is ill with me when I begin to look which way the wind sits. 10 years ago, I literally did not know the point from the broad end of the vein, which it was that indicated the quarter. I hope these ill winds have blowed over you, as they do throw me. Kindest remembrances to you and yours. C.L. Your neat little poem. It is not possible to trace this poem. Probably, I think, the stanzas written for a blank leaf in Sewell's History of the Quakers, printed in A Widow's Tale, 1827. George III, Byron's Vision of Judgment, thus closes. King George slipped into heaven for one. And when the tumult dwindled to a calm, I left him practicing the 100th Psalm. This is Hood's sketch in his whims and oddities. Unmeaning joy around appears. I have not found this. Letter 395. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. June 1, 1826. Dear Coleridge, if I know myself, nobody more detests the display of personal vanity which is implied in the act of sitting for one's picture than myself. But the fact is that the likeness which accompanies this letter was stolen from my person at one of my unguarded moments by some too partial artist, and my friends are pleased to think that he has not much flattered me. Whatever its merits may be, you who have so great an interest in the original will have a satisfaction in tracing the features of one that has so long esteemed you. There are times when in a friend's absence, these graphic representations of him almost seem to bring back the man himself. The painter, whoever he was, seems to have taken me in one of those disengaged moments, if I may so term them, when the native character is so much more honestly displayed than can be possible in the restraints of an enforced sitting attitude. Perhaps it rather describes me as a thinking man than a man in the act of thought. Whatever its pretensions, I know it will be dear to you, towards whom I should wish my thoughts to flow in a sort of an undress, rather than in the more studied graces of diction. I am, dear Coleridge, yours sincerely, C. Lamb. The portrait to which Lamb refers will be found opposite page 706 in my large edition. It was etched by Brooke Pullum of the India House. It was this picture which so enraged Proctor when he saw it in a print shop, probably that referred to by Lamb in a later letter, that he reprimanded the dealer. Here should come a charming letter to Louisa Holcroft dated June, offering her a room at Enfield pretty cheap, only 2 smiles a week. Letter 396. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. Friday, Sunday in June, 1826. P.M. June 30, 1826. Dear D., my first impulse upon opening your letter was pleasure at seeing your old neat hand, 9 parts gentlemanly, with a modest dash of the clerical. My second a thought, natural enough this hot weather, am I to answer all this? Why, 'tis as long as those to the Ephesians and Galatians put together. I have counted the words for curiosity. But then Paul has nothing like the fun which is ebullient all over yours. I don't remember a good thing, good like yours, from the first Romans to the last of the Hebrews. I remember but one pun in all the Evangeli, and that was made by his and our Master. Thou art Peter, that is Dr. Rock, and upon this rock will I build and see, which sanctifies punning with me against all gainsayers. I never knew an enemy to puns, who was not an ill-natured man. Your fair critic in the coach reminds me of a Scotchman who assured me that he did not see much in Shakespeare. I replied, I dare say not. He felt the equivoque, looked awkward and reddish, but soon returned to the attack, by saying that he thought Burns was as good as Shakespeare. I said that I had no doubt he was, to a Scotchman. We exchanged no more words that day. Your account of the fierce faces in the hanging, with the presumed interlocution of the eagle and the tiger, amused us greatly. You cannot be so very bad, while you can pick mirth off from rotten walls. But let me hear you have escaped out of your oven. May the form of the 4th person who clapped invisible wet blankets about the shoulders of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be with you in the fiery trial. But get out of the frying pan. Your business, I take it, is bathing, not baking. Let me hear that you have clambered up to Lover's Seat. It is as fine in that neighborhood as Juan Fernandez, as lonely too, when the fishing boats are not out. I have sat for hours, staring upon a shipless sea. The salt sea is never so grand as when it is left to itself. One cockboat spoils it, a seamew or 2 improves it. And go to the little church, which is a very Protestant Loretto, and seems dropped by some angel for the use of a hermit, who was at once parishioner and a whole parish. It is not too big. Go in the night, bring it away in your portmanteau, and I will plant it in my garden. It must have been erected in the very infancy of British Christianity, for the 2 or 3 first converts. Yet hath it all the appurtenances of a church of the first magnitude, its pulpit, its pews, its baptismal font, a cathedral in a nutshell. 7 people would crowd it like a Caledonian chapel. The minister that divides the word there must give lumping pennyworths. It is built to the text of 2 or 3 assembled in my name. It reminds me of the grain of mustard seed. If the glebe land is proportionate, it may yield 2 potatoes. Tithes out of it could be no more split than a hair. Its first fruits must be its last, for 'twould never produce a couple. It is truly the straight and narrow way, and few there be of London visitants that find it. The still small voice is surely to be found there, if anywhere. A sounding board is merely there for ceremony. It is secure from earthquakes, not more from sanctity than size, for 'twould feel a mountain thrown upon it no more than a tapeworm would. Go and see, but not without your spectacles. By the way, there's a capital farmhouse 2/3 of the way to the Lover's Seat, with incomparable plum cake, ginger beer, etc. Mary bids me warn you not to read the anatomy of melancholy in your present low way. You'll fancy yourself a pipkin or a headless bear, as Burton speaks of. You'll be lost in a maze of remedies for a labyrinth of diseasements, a plethora of cures. Read Fletcher, above all the Spanish curate, the thief or little nightwalker, the wit without money, and the lover's pilgrimage. Laugh and come home fat. Neither do we think Sir T. Brown quite the thing for you just at present. Fletcher is as light as soda water. Brown and Burton are two strong potions for an invalid. And don't thumb or dirt the books. Take care of the bindings. Lay a leaf of silver paper under 'em as you read them. And don't smoke tobacco over 'em. The leaves will fall in and burn or dirty their namesakes. If you find any dusty atoms of the Indian weed crumbled up in the Beaumont and Fletcher, they are mine. But then, you know, so is the folio also. A pipe and a comedy of Fletcher's The Last Thing of a Night is the best recipe for light dreams and to scatter away nightmares. Probatum est. But do as you like about the former. Only cut the bakers. You will come home else all crust. Rankings must chip you before you can appear in his counting house. And my dear Peter Finn Junner, do contrive to see the sea at least once before you return. You'll be asked about it in the old jury. It will appear singular not to have seen it. And rub up your muse, the family muse, and send us a rhyme or so. Don't waste your wit upon that damned dry salter. I never knew but one dry salter who could relish those mellow effusions, and he broke. You knew Tommy Hill, the wettest of dry salters. Dry salters, what a word for this thirsty weather. I must drink after it. Here's to thee, my dear Dibdin, and to our having you again snug and well at Colebrook. But our nearest hopes are to hear again from you shortly. An epistle only a quarter as agreeable as your last would be a treat. Yours most truly, C. Lamb. Timothy B. Dibdin, Esquire, No. 9, Blutcher Row, Priory, Hastings. Dibdin, who was in delicate health, had gone to Hastings to recruit, with a parcel of Lamb's books for company. He seems to have been lodged above the oven at a baker's. This letter contains Lamb's crowning description of Harlingdon Rural Church, a Caledonian chapel, referring to the crowds that listened to Irving. Peter Finn, a character in Jones' Peter Finn's Trip to Brighton, 1822, as played by Liston. Tommy Hill. In the British Museum is preserved the following brief note addressed to Mr. Thomas Hill, probably the same. The date is between 1809 and 1817. Letter 397. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hill. Dar, sir, it is necessary I see you sign. Can you step up to me 4 inner? Temple Lane this evening. I shall wait at home. Yours, C. Lamb. I have no notion to what the note refers. It is quite likely, Mr. J. A. Rutter suggests, that Hill the dry salter, a famous busybody and a friend of Theodore Hook, stood for the portrait of Tom Pry in Lamb's Lepus Papers. C. Vol. I. S. C. Hall, in his Book of Memories, says of Hill that his peculiar faculty was to find out what everybody did, from a minister of state to a stable boy. Letter 398. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. July 14, 1826. Because you boast poetic grandsire, and rhyming kin, both uncle and sire, dost think that none but their descendings can tickle folks with double endings. I had a dad that would for half a bet have put down thine throw half the alphabet. Thou who would be Dan Prior the second, for Dan posterior must be reckoned. In faith, dear Tim, your rhymes are slovenly, as a man may say, dough-baked and ovenly, tedious and long as 2 long acres, and smell most vilely of the bakers. I have been cursing every limb o' thee, because I could not hitch in Timothy. Jack, Will, Tom, Dick's a serious evil, but Tim, plain Tim's, the very devil. Thou most incorrigible scribbler, right watering place and cockney dribbler. What child that barely understands A, B, C would ever dream that stanza would tinkle into rhyme with plan, sir? Go, go, you are not worth an answer. I had a sire that at plain Crambo had hit you o'er the pate a damned blow. How now may I die game and you die brass? But I have stol'n a quip from Hudibras. 'Twas thinking on that fine old sutler, that was in faith a second butler, mad as queer rhymes as he, and subtler. He would have put you to tea this weather. for rattling syllables together. Rimmed you to death like rats in Ireland, except that he was born in higher land. His chimes, not cramped like thine, and rung ill, had made Job split his sides on dunghill. There was no limit to his marryings, at christenings, weddings, nay at buryings. No undertaker would live near him. Those grave practitioners did fear him. Mutes at his merry mops turned vocal, and fellows hired for silence spoke all. No body could be laid in cavity, long as he lived with proper gravity. His mirth-fraught eye had but to glitter, and every mourner round must titter. The parson, prating of Mount Hermon, stood still to laugh in midst of sermon. The final sexton, smile he must for him, could hardly get to dust for him. He lost 3 pallbearers their livelihood, only with simpering at his lively mood, provided that they fresh and neat came. All jests were fish that to his net came. He'd banter apostolic castings, as you jeer fishermen at Hastings. When the fly bit, like me, he leapt o'er, and stood not much on what was scriptural. P.S. I had forgot, at small Bohemia, enquire the way of your maid Euphemia, our sojourning of all good fellows, the prince and princess, the novellos. Pray seek 'em out, and give my love to 'em. You'll find you'll soon be hand and glove to 'em. In prose, little Bohemia, about a mile from Hastings in the Hollington Road, when you can get so far. Dear Dib, I find relief in a word or two of prose. In truth, my rhymes come slow. You have routh of 'em. It gives us pleasure to find you keep your good spirits. Your letter did us good. Pray heaven you are got out at last. Write quickly. This letter will introduce you, if 'tis agreeable. Take a donkey, tease. Novello, the composer, and his wife are very good friends. C.L. Dibdin must have sent the verses which Lamb asked for in the previous letter, and this is Lamb's reply. Pride of ancestry seems to have been the note of Dibdin's effort. Probably there is a certain amount of truth in Lamb's account of the resolute merriment of his father. It is not inconsistent with his description of Lovell in the Elia essay, The Old Benchers of the Inner Temple. I have stolen a quip, the manner rather than the precise matter, I think. Here should come a letter from Lamb to the Rev. Edward Coleridge, Coleridge's nephew, dated July 19, 1826. It thanks the recipient for his kindness to the child of a friend of Lamb's, Samuel Anthony Bloxam, Coleridge having assisted in getting Frederick Bloxam into Eton, where he was a master on the foundation. Samuel Bloxam and Lamb were at Christ's Hospital together. Letter 399. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. P.M. September 6, 1826. My dear Wordsworth, the bearer of this is my young friend Moxon, a young lad with a Yorkshire head and a heart that would do honor to a more southern county. No offence to Westmoreland. He is one of Longman's best hands, and can give you the best account of the trade as 'tis now going or stopping. For my part, the failure of a bookseller is not the most unpalatable accident of mortality. Sad but not saddest the desolation of a hostile city. When Constable fell from heaven, and we all hoped Baldwin was next, I tuned a slight stave to the words in Macbeth, Davenants, to be sung by a chorus of authors. What should we do when booksellers break? We should rejoice. Moxon is but a tradesman in the bud yet, and retains his virgin honesty, esto perpetua, for he is a friendly, serviceable fellow, and thinks nothing of lugging up a cargo of the newest novels once or twice a week from the Row to Colebrook to gratify my sister's passion for the newest things. He is her Bodley. He is author besides of a poem which for a first attempt is promising. It is made up of common images, and yet contrives to read originally. You see, the writer felt all he pours forth, and has not palmed upon you expressions which he did not believe at the time to be more his own than adoptive. Rogers has paid him some proper compliments, with sound advice intermixed, upon a slight introduction of him by me, for which I feel obliged. Moxon has petitioned me by letter for he had not the confidence to ask it in London, to introduce him to you during his holidays. Pray pat him on the head, ask him a civil question or two about his verses, and favor him with your genuine autograph. He shall not be further troublesome. I think I have not sent anyone upon a gaping mission to you a good while. We are all well, and I have at last broke the bonds of business a second time, never to put 'em on again. I pitch Colburn and his magazine to the divil. I find I can live without the necessity of writing, though last year I fretted myself to a fever with the hauntings of being starved. Those vapors are flown. All the difference I find is that I have no pocket money. That is, I must not pry upon an old bookstall and cull its contents as heretofore, but shoulders of mutton, Whitbread's entire, and Booth's best, abound as formerly. I don't know whom or how many to send our love to. Your household is so frequently divided, but a general health to all that may be fixed or wandering, stars wherever. We read with pleasure some success, I forget quite what, of one of you at Oxford. Mrs. Monkhouse was one of you, sent us a kind letter some months back, and we had the pleasure to see her in tolerable spirits, looking well and kind as in bygone days. Do take pen, or put it into good-natured hands, Dorothian or Wordsworthian female, or Hutchinsonian, to inform us of your present state or possible proceedings. I am ashamed that this breaking of the long ice should be a letter of business. There is none circum precordia nostra, I swear by the honesty of pedantry, that will I nil I pushes me upon scraps of Latin. We are yours cordially, Charles and Mary Lamb. September 1826. In this letter, the first to Wordsworth for many months, we have the first mention of Edward Moxon, who was to be so closely associated with Lamb in the years to come. Moxon, a young Yorkshireman, educated at the Green Coat School, was then nearly 25, and was already author of The Prospect and other poems, dedicated to Rogers, who was destined to be a valuable patron. Moxon subsequently became Wordsworth's publisher. Constable, Baldwin, Archibald Constable and Co., Scott's publishers, failed in 1826. Baldwin was the first publisher of the London Magazine. I pitch Colburn and his magazine. Lamb wrote nothing in the New Monthly Magazine after September 1826. I append portions of what seems to be Lamb's first letter to Edward Moxon, obviously written before this date, but not out of place here. The letter seems to have accompanied the proof of an article on Lamb, which he had corrected and was returning to Moxon. Letter 400. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Fragment. Were my own feelings consulted, I should print it verbatim, but I won't hoax you, else I love a lie. My biography, parentage, place of birth, is a strange mistake, part founded on some nonsense I wrote about Elia, and was true of him, the real Elia, whose name I took. C.L. was born in Crown Office Row, Inner Temple in 1775. Admitted into Christ's Hospital, 1782, where he was contemporary with T.F.M. Thomas Fanshawe Middleton, afterwards Bishop of Calcutta, and with S.D.C., with the last of these two eminent scholars, he has enjoyed an intimacy through life. On quitting this foundation, he became a junior clerk in the South Sea House under his elder brother, who died accountant there some years since. I am not the author of The Opium Eater, and c. I have not succeeded in finding the article in question. Letter 401. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. September 9, 1826. An answer is requested. Saturday. Dear D., I have observed that a letter is never more acceptable than when received upon a rainy day, especially a rainy Sunday, which moves me to send you somewhat, however short. This will find you sitting after breakfast, which you will have prolonged as far as you can with consistency to the poor handmaid that has the reversion of the tea leaves, making 2 nibbles of your last morsel of stale roll, you cannot have hot new ones on the Sabbath, and reluctantly coming to an end, because when that is done, what can you do till dinner? You cannot go to the beach, for the rain is drowning the sea, turning rank Thetis fresh, taking the brine out of Neptune's pickles, while mermaids sit upon rocks with umbrellas, their ivory combs sheathed for spoiling in the wet of waters foreign to them. You cannot go to the library, for it's shut. You are not religious enough to go to church. Oh, it is worthwhile to cultivate piety to the gods, to have something to fill the heart up on a wet Sunday, You cannot cast accounts, for your ledger is being eaten up with moths in the ancient jury. You cannot play at drafts, for there is none to play with you, and besides, there is not a draft board in the house. You cannot go to market, for it closed last night. You cannot look into the shops, their backs are shut upon you. You cannot read the Bible, for it is not good reading for the sick and the hypochondriacal. You cannot while away an hour with a friend, for you have no friend round that reckon. You cannot divert yourself with a stray acquaintance, for you have picked none up. You cannot bear the chiming of bells, for they invite you to a banquet where you are no visitant. You cannot cheer yourself with the prospect of a tomorrow's letter, for none come on Mondays. You cannot count those endless vials on the mantelpiece with any hope of making a variation in their numbers. You have counted your spiders. Your Bastille is exhausted. You sit and deliberately curse your hard exile from all familiar sights and sounds. Old Ranking poking in his head unexpectedly would just now be as good to you as Grimaldi, anything to deliver you from this intolerable weight of ennui. You are too ill to shake it off, not ill enough to submit to it, and to lie down as a lamb under it. The tyranny of sickness is nothing to the cruelty of convalescence. 'Tis to have 30 tyrants for one. That pattering rain drops on your brain. You'll be worse after dinner, for you must dine at 1 today, that Betty may go to afternoon service. She insists upon having her chopped hay. And then when she goes out, who was something to you, something to speak to, what an interminable afternoon you'll have to go through. You can't break yourself from your locality. You cannot say, tomorrow morning I set off for Banstead, by God, for you are booked for Wednesday. Foreseeing this, I thought a cheerful letter would come in opportunely. If any of the little topics for mirth I have thought upon should serve you in this utter extinguishment of sunshine, to make you a little merry, I shall have had my ends. I love to make things comfortable. Here is an erasure. This, which is scratched out, was the most material thing I had to say, but on maturer thoughts I defer it. P.S. We are just sitting down to dinner with a pleasant party, Coleridge, Reynolds the dramatist, and Sam Bloxham. Tomorrow, that is, today, Liston and Wyatt of the Wells dine with us. May this find you as jolly and freakish as we mean to be. C. Lamb. Addressed to T. Dibdin Esker, No. 4 Meadow Cottages, Hastings. Sussex. You have counted your spiders, referring, I suppose, to Paul Pellisson Fontanier, the academician, and a famous prisoner in the Bastille, who trained a spider to eat flies from his hand. Grimaldi, Joseph Grimaldi, the clown. Ranking was one of Dibdin's employers. A pleasant party. Reynolds, the dramatist, would be Frederick Reynolds, 1764–1841, Bloxham we have just met, and Wyatt of the Wells was a comic singer and utility actor at Sadler's Wells. Canon Anger remarks that as a matter of fact Dibdin was a religious youth. Letter 402. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. September 26, 1826. Dear B.B., I don't know why I have delayed so long writing. 'Twas a fault. The undercurrent of excuse to my mind was that I had heard of the vessel in which Mitford's jars were to come, that it had been obliged to put into Batavia to refit, which accounts for its delay, but was daily expectated. Days are past, and it comes not, and the mermaids may be drinking their tea out of his china for aught I know, but let's hope not. In the meantime I have paid £28, etc., for the freight and prime cost, which I little expected he would have settled in London. But do not mention it. I was enabled to do it by a receipt of £30 from Colburn, with whom, however, I have done. I should else have run short, for I just make ends meet. We will wait the arrival of the trinkets, and to ascertain their full expense, and then bring in the bill. Don't mention it, for I dare say 'twas mere thoughtlessness. I am sorry you and yours have any plagues about dross matters. I have been sadly puzzled at the defalcation of more than 1/3 of my income, out of which, when entire, I saved nothing, but cropping off wine, old books, and sea, and in short all that can be called pocket money. I hope to be able to go on at the cottage. Remember, I beg you not to say anything to Mitford, for if he be honest it will vex him. If not, which I as little expect as that you should not be, I have a hank still upon the jars. Colburn had something of mine in last month, which he has had in hand these 7 months, and had lost, or couldn't find room for. I was used to different treatment in the London, and have forsworn periodicals. I am going through a course of reading at the museum, the Garrick plays, out of part of which I formed my specimens. I have 2,000 to go through, and in a few weeks have dispatched the tithe of them. It is a sort of office to me, hours 10 to 4 the same. It does me good. Man must have regular occupation that has been used to it. So AK keeps a school, she teaches nothing wrong, I'll answer for't. I have a Dutch print of a schoolmistress, little old-fashioned Fleminglings with only one face among them. She a princess of schoolmistress, wielding a rod for form more than use. The scene an old monastic chapel, with a Madonna over her head, looking just as serious, as thoughtful, as pure, as gentle as herself. 'Tis a type of thy friend. Will you pardon my neglect? Mind, again I say, don't show this to M. Let me wait a little longer to know the event of his luxuries. I am sure he is a good fellow, though I made a serious Yorkshire lad who met him stare when I said he was a clergyman. He is a pleasant layman spoiled. Heaven send him his jars uncracked, and me yours with kindest wishes to your daughter and friend, in which Mary joins. CL. I saved nothing. Lamb, however, according to Proctor, left £2,000 at his death 8 years later. He must have saved £200 a year from his pension of £441, living at the rate of £241 per annum, plus small earnings, for the rest of his life, and investing the £200 at 5% compound interest. Colburn had something of mine, the popular fallacy that a deformed person is a lord, not included by Lamb with the others when he reprinted them, printed in vol. I of this edition. Reading at the museum. Lamb had begun to visit the museum every day to collect extracts from the Garrick plays for Hone's Table Book, 1827. A.K. and night again. The pleasant Yorkshire lad, whom Mitford's secular air surprised, was probably Moxon. Here might come a business letter, from Lamb to Barton, preserved in the British Museum, relating to Mitford's jars. Letter 403. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, sept. 1826. I have had much trouble to find Field today. No matter. He was packing up for out of town. He has writ a handsomest letter, which you will transmit to Murray with your proof sheets. Seal it. Yours C.L. Mrs. Hood will drink tea with us on Thursday at 12, past 5 at latest. N.B. I have lost my museum reading today, a day with Titus, owing to your damned business. I am the last to reproach anybody, I scorn it. If you shall have the whole book ready soon, it will be best for Murray to see. I am not clear as to what proof sheets of Moxon's Lamb refers. His second book, Christmas, 1829, was issued through Hurst, Chance & Co. Barton Field and John Murray were friends. A day with Titus. Can this, a friend suggests, have any connection with the phrase Amosai, deem perdidi? There is no Titus play among the Garrick extracts. Letter 404. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. No postmark or date, soon after preceding letter to Barton, 1826. Dear B. The busy B, as Hood after Dr. Watts apostrophizes thee, and well dost thou deserve it for thy labours in the Muses' gardens, wandering over parterres of think-on-me's and forget-me-nots, to a total impossibility of forgetting thee. Thy letter was acceptable, thy scruples may be dismissed, thou art rectus in curia, not word more to be said, verbum sapienti and so forth. The matter is decided with a white stone, classically, mark me, and the apparitions vanished which haunted me, only the cramp, Caliban's distemper, clawing me in the calvish part of my nature, makes me ever and anon roar bullishly, squeak, cowardishly, and limp cripplishly. Do I write Quakerly and simply, 'tis my most Master Matthew-like intention to do it. See Ben Jonson. I think you told me your acquaintance with the drama was confined to Shakespeare and Miss Bailey. Some read only Milton and Crowley. The gap is as from an ananas to a turnip. I have fighting in my head the plots, characters, situations, and sentiments of 400 old plays, brand new to me, which I have been digesting at the museum, and my appetite sharpens to twice as many more, which I mean to course over this winter. I can scarce avoid dialogue fashion in this letter. I soliloquize my meditations, and habitually speak dramatic blank verse without meaning it. Do you see Mitford? He will tell you something of my labours, Tell him I am sorry to have missed seeing him, to have talked over those old treasures. I am still more sorry for his missing parts. But I shall be sure of the earliest intelligence of the lost tribes. His sacred specimens are a thankful addition to my shelves. Mary, I could wish he had been more careful of corrigenda. I have discovered certain which have slipped his errata. I put him in the next page, as perhaps thou canst transmit them to him. For what purpose, but to grieve him, which yet I should be sorry to do, but then it shows my learning, and the excuse is complimentary, as it implies their correction in a future edition. His own things in the book are magnificent, and as an old Christ's Hospitaller, I was particularly refreshed with his eulogy on our Edward. Many of the choice excerpta were new to me. Old Christmas is a-coming, to the confusion of Puritans, Muggletonians, Anabaptists, Quakers, and that unwassailing crew. He cometh not with his wonted gait, he is shrunk 9 inches in the girth, but is yet a lusty fellow. Hood's book is mighty clever, and went off 600 copies the first day. Sion's songs do not disperse so quickly. The next leaf is for Rev. J.M. in this ado, then briefly in a tall friendship C. Lamb. Barton's letter, to which this is an answer, not being preserved, we do not know what his scruples were. B.B. was a great contributor to annuals. With a white stone. In trials at law, a white stone was cast as a vote for acquittal, a black stone for condemnation. See Ovid, Metamorphoses, 1541. Master Matthew, in Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour. Crowley, the Rev. George Crowley, 1780–1860, of the Literary Gazette, author of The Angel of the World and other pretentious poems. Mitford's Sacred Specimens selected from the early English poets, 1827. The last poem by Mitford himself was Lines, written under the portrait of Edward Roman VI. Hood's book, Whims and Oddities, 2nd series, 1827. Here should come a note to Alsop stating that Lamb is near killed with Christmasing. Letter 405. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. Colebrook Row, Islington. Saturday, 20th Jan, 1827. Dear Robinson, I called upon you this morning and found that you were gone to visit a dying friend. I had been upon a like errand. Poor Norris has been lying dying for now almost a week. Such is the penalty we pay for having enjoyed a strong constitution. Whether he knew me or not, I know not, or whether he saw me through his poor glazed eyes, but the group I saw about him I shall not forget. Upon the bed, or about it, were assembled his wife and 2 daughters, and poor deaf Richard, his son, looking doubly stupefied. There they were, and seemed to have been sitting all the week. I could only reach out a hand to Mrs. Norris. Speaking was impossible in that mute chamber. By this time, I hope, it is all over with him. In him, I have a loss the world cannot make up. He was my friend and my father's friend all the life I can remember. I seem to have made foolish friendships ever since. Those are friendships which outlive a second generation. Old as I am waxing, in his eyes I was still the child he first knew me. To the last he called me Charlie. I have none to call me Charlie now. He was the last link that bound me to the temple. You are but of yesterday. In him seemed to have died the old plainness of manners and singleness of heart. Letters he knew nothing of, nor did his reading extend beyond the pages of the Gentleman's Magazine. Yet there was a pride of literature about him from being amongst books, he was librarian, and from some scraps of doubtful Latin which he had picked up in his office of entering students, that gave him very diverting airs of pedantry. Can I forget the erudite look with which, when he had been in vain trying to make out a black-letter text of Chaucer in the Temple Library, he laid it down and told me that, in those old books, Charlie, there is sometimes a deal of very indifferent spelling, and seemed to console himself in the reflection. His jokes, for he had his jokes, are now ended, but they were old trusty perennials, staples that pleased after decize repetita, and were always as good as new. One song he had, which was reserved for the night of Christmas Day, which we always spent in the temple. It was an old thing, and spoke of the flat bottoms of our foes and the possibility of their coming over in darkness, and alluded to threats of an invasion many years blown over, and when he came to the part, "We'll still make 'em run, and we'll still make 'em sweat, in spite of the devil and Brussels Gazette." His eyes would sparkle as with the freshness of an impending event, And what is the Brussels Gazette now? I cry while I enumerate these trifles. How shall we tell them in a stranger's ear? His poor good girls will now have to receive their afflicted mother in an inaccessible hovel in an obscure village in Hertz, where they have been long struggling to make a school without effect. And poor deaf Richard, and the more helpless for being so, is thrown on the wide world. My first motive in writing, and indeed in calling on you, was to ask if you were enough acquainted with any of the benchers to lay a plain statement before them of the circumstances of the family. I almost fear not, for you are of another hull, but if you can oblige me and my poor friend, who is now insensible to any favours, pray exert yourself. You cannot say too much good of poor Norris and his poor wife. Yours ever, Charles Lamb. This letter describing the death of Randall Norris, sub-treasurer and librarian of the Inner Temple, was printed with only very slight alterations in Hone's Table Book, 1827, and again in the last essays of Elia, 1833, under the title A Deathbed. It was, however, taken out of the second edition, and Confessions of a Drunkard substituted, in deference to the wishes of Norris's family. Mrs. Norris, as I have said, was a native of Widford, where she had known Mrs. Field, Lamb's grandmother. With her son Richard, who was deaf and peculiar, Mrs. Norris moved to Widford again, where the daughters, Miss Betsy and Miss Jane, had opened a school Goddard house, which they retained until a legacy restored the family prosperity. Soon after that they both married, each a farmer named Tween. They survived until quite recently. Mrs. Coe, an old scholar at the Mrs. Morris's school in the 20s, gave me, in 1902, some reminiscences of those days, from which I quote a passage or so. When he joined the Norrises' dinner table, he kept everyone laughing. Mr. Richards sat at one end, and some of the school children would be there too. One day Mr. Lamb gave everyone a fancy name all round the table and made a verse on each. You are so-and-so, he said, and you are so-and-so, adding the rhyme. What's he saying? What are you laughing at? Mr. Richard asked testily, for he was short-tempered. Miss Betsy explained the joke to him, and Mr. Lamb, coming to his turn, said, only he said it in verse. Now, Dick, it's your turn. I shall call you Gruborum, because all you think of is your food and your stomach. Mr. Richard pushed back his chair in a rage and stamped out of the room. Now I've done it, said Mr. Lamb. I must go and make friends with my old chum. Give me a large plate of pudding to take to him. When he came back, he said, it's all right. I thought the pudding would do it. Mr. Lamb and Mr. Richard never got on very well, and Mr. Richard didn't like his teasing ways at all, but Mr. Lamb often went for long walks with him because no one else would. He did many kind things like that. There used to be a half-holiday when Mr. Lamb came, partly because he would force his way into the schoolroom and make seriousness impossible. His head would suddenly appear at the door in the midst of lessons, with, well, Betsy, how do, Jane? Oh, Mr. Lamb, they would say, and that was the end of work for that day. He was really rather naughty with the children. One of his tricks was to teach them a new kind of catechism. Mrs. Coe does not remember it, but we may rest assured, I fear, that it was secular, and he made a great fuss with Lizzie Hunt for her skill in saying the Lord's Prayer backwards, which he had taught her. We'll still make 'em run, Garrick's Hearts of Oak, sung in Harlequin's Invasion. How shall we tell them in a stranger's ear? A quotation from Lamb himself, in the lines written soon after the preceding poem, in 1798, see Vol. Roman 4. Letter 406. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. No date, Jan. 20, 1827. Dear R.N. is dead. I have writ as nearly as I could to look like a letter meant for your eye only. Will it do? Could you distantly hint, do as your own judgment suggests, that if his son could be got in as clerk to the new sub-treasurer, it would be all his father wished. But I leave that to you. I don't want to put you upon anything disagreeable. Yours thankfully, C.L. The reference at the beginning is to the preceding letter, which was probably enclosed with this note. Here should come a note to Alsop dated Jan. 25, 1827, complaining of the cold. Letter 407. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. Dated by H.C.R. Jan. 29, 1827. Dear Robinson, if you have not seen Mr. Gurney, leave him quite alone for the present. I have seen Mr. Jekyll, who is as friendly as heart can desire. He entirely approves of my formula of petition and gave your very reasons for the propriety of the little village of Hertfordshire. Now, Mr. G might not approve of it, and then we should clash. Also, Mr. J wishes it to be presented next week, and Mr. G might fix earlier, which would be awkward. Mr. J was so civil to me that I think it would be better not for you to show him that letter you intended. Nothing can increase his zeal in the cause of poor Mr. Norris. Mr. Gardiner will see you with this, and learn from you all about it, and consult, if you have seen Mr. G and he has fixed a time, how to put it off. Mr. J is most friendly to the boy. I think you had better not tease the treasurer any more about him, as it may make him less friendly to the petition. Yours ever, C.L. Writing to Dorothy Wordsworth on February 13, 1827, Robinson says, "The lambs are well. I have been so busy that I have not lately seen them. Charles has been occupied about the affair of the widow of his old friend Norris, whose death he has felt, but the health of both is good. Gurney would probably be John Gurney, afterwards Baron Gurney, the counsel and judge. Jekyll was Joseph Jekyll, the wit, mentioned by Lamb in his essay on the old benchers of the Inner Temple. He was a friend of George Dyer." Letter 408. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. Dated by H.C.R. Jan, 1827. Dear R. Do not say anything to Mr. G about the day or petition, for Mr. Jekyll wishes it to be next week, and thoroughly approves of my formula, and Mr. G might not, and then they will clash. Only speak to him of Gardiner's wish to have the lad. Mr. Jekyll was excessive friendly. C.L. The matter referred to is still the Norrises' welfare. Mr. Hazlitt says that an annuity of £80 was settled by the inn on Mrs. Norris. Here perhaps should come a letter from Lamb to Alsop, printed by Mr. Fitzgerald, urging Alsop to go to Highgate to see Coleridge and tell him of the unhappy state of his, Alsop's, affairs. In Crabb Robinson's diary for February 1, 1827, I read, "I went to Lamb, found him in trouble about his friend Alsop, who is a ruined man. Alsop is a very good creature who has been a generous friend to Coleridge." Writing of his troubles in letters, conversations, and recollections of S.T. Coleridge, Alsop says, Charles and Mary Lamb, union is partition, were never wanting in the hour of need." Letter 409. Charles Lamb to B.R. Haydon. March 1827. Dear Raphael Haydon, did the maid tell you I came to see your picture, not on Sunday but the day before? I think the face and bearing of the Bucephalus damer very noble, his flesh too effeminate or painty. The skin of the female's back kneeling is much more carnous. I had small time to pick out praise or blame, for two lordlike bucks came in, upon whose strictures my presence seemed to impose restraint. I plebeianed off therefore. I think I have hit on a subject for you, but can't swear it was never executed. I never heard of its being. Chaucer beating a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street. Think of the old dresses, houses, and sea. It seemeth that both these learned men, Gower and Chaucer, were of the Inner Temple, for not many years since Master Buckley did see a record in the same house where Geoffrey Chaucer was fined 2 shillings for beating a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street. Chaucer's Life by T. Spett, prefixed to the Black Letter Folio of Chaucer, 1598. Yours in haste, Saltfish waiting, C. Lamb. Haydon's picture was his Alexander and Bucephalus. The 2 bucks, he tells us in his diary, were the Duke of Devonshire and Mr. Augar Ellis. Haydon did not take up the Chaucer subject. Letter 410. Charles Lamb to William Hone, no date, April 1827. Dear H. Never come to our house and not come in. I was quite vexed. Yours truly, C.L. There is in Blackwood this month an article most affecting indeed called Le Revenant, and would do more towards abolishing capital punishments than 400,000 Romillys or Montagues. I beg you read it, and see if you can extract any of it. The trial scene, in particular. Written on the 14th installment of the Garrick play Extracts. The article was in Blackwood for April 1827. Hone took Lamb's advice, and the extract from it will be found in the Table Book, Vol. I. Call 455. Lamb was peculiarly interested in the subject of survival after hanging. He wrote an early reflector essay on the inconveniences of being hanged on the subject, and it is the pivot of his farce, The Pawnbroker's Daughter. Romillys or Montagues, two prominent advocates for the abolition of capital punishment, were Sir Samuel Romilly, who died in 1818, and Basil Montagu. Letter 411. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood. No date, May, 1827. Dearest Hood, your news has spoiled us a merry meeting. Miss Kelly and we were coming, but your letter elicited a flood of tears from Mary, and I saw she was not fit for a party. God bless you and the mother, or should be mother, of your sweet girl that should have been. I have 1 sexpence of Moxon by the sex of the dear gone one. Yours most truly, and hers. C.L. This note refers to one of the Hood's children, which was stillborn. It was upon this occasion that Lamb wrote the beautiful lines, on an infant dying as soon as born, see Vol, Roman 4. Letter 412. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. No date, 1827. My dear B.B., a gentleman I never saw before brought me your welcome present. Imagine a scraping, fiddling, fidgeting petit maître of a dancing school advancing into my plain parlor with a coupé and a sidling bow, and presenting the book as if he had been handing a glass of lemonade to a young miss. Imagine this, and contrast it with the serious nature of the book presented. Then task your imagination, reversing this picture, to conceive of quite an opposite messenger, a lean, straight-locked, way-faced Methodist, for such was he in reality who brought it, the genius, it seems, of the Wesleyan magazine. Certes, friend B. Thy widow's tale is too horrible, spite of the lenitives of religion, to embody in verse. I hold prose to be the appropriate expositor of such atrocities. No offense, but it is a cordial that makes the heart sick. Still thy skill in compounding it I not deny. I turn to what gave me less mingled pleasure. I find marked with pencil these pages in thy pretty book, and fear I have been penurious. Page 52, 53 capital. Page 59, 6th stanza, exquisite simile. Page 61, 11th stanza, equally good. Page 108, 3d stanza, I long to see Van Balen. Page 111, a downright good sonnet. Dixie. Page 153, lines at the bottom. So you see, I read, hear, and mark. If I don't learn, in short, this little volume is no discredit to any of your former, and betrays none of the senility you fear about. Apropos of Van Balen, an artist who painted me lately had painted a blackamoor praying, and not filling his canvas, stuffed in his little girl aside of Blackie, gaping at him unmeaningly, and then didn't know what to call it. Now for a picture to be promoted to the exhibition, Suffolk Street, as historical, a subject is requisite. What does me? I but christen it the Young Catechist, and furbished it with dialogue following, which dubbed it an historical painting. Nothing to a friend at need. While this tawny Ethiop prayeth, Painter, who is she that stayeth by with skin of whitest luster, sunny locks, a shining cluster, saint-like seeming to direct him to the power that must protect him? Is she of the heaven-born three, meek hope, strong faith, sweet charity, or some cherub they you mention far transcend my weak invention? 'Tis a simple Christian child, missionary young and mild, from her store of scriptural knowledge, Bible taught without a college, which by reading she could gather, teaches him to say, Our Father, to the common parent who color not respects nor hue, white and black in him have part, who looks not to the skin but heart. When I'd done it, the artist, who had clapped in Miss merely as a fill space, swore I expressed his full meaning, and the damoiselle bridled up into a missionary's vanity. I like verses to explain pictures, seldom pictures to illustrate poems. Your woodcut is a rueful lignum mortis. By the by, is the widow likely to marry again? I am giving the fruit of my old play reading at the museum to Hone, who sets forth a portion weekly in the table book. Do you see it? How is Mitford? I'll just hint that the pitcher, the cord and the bowl are a little too often repeated passim in your book, and that on page 17 last line but for him is put for he, but the poor widow I take it had small leisure for grammatical niceties. Don't you see there's he myself and him, why not both him? Likewise imperviously is cruelly spelt imperiously. These are trifles, and I honestly like your book, and you forgiving it, though I really am ashamed of so many presents. I can think of no news, therefore I will end with mine and Mary's kindest remembrances to you and yours. C.L. It has been customary to date this letter December 1827, but I think that must be too late. Lamb would never have waited till then to tell Barton that he was contributing the Garrick plays to Hone's table book, especially as the last installment was printed in that month. Barton's new volume was A Widow's Tale and Other Poems, 1827. The title poem tells how a missionary and his wife were wrecked, and how after 3 nights and days of horror she was saved. The woodcut on the title page of Barton's book represented the widow supporting her dead or dying husband in the midst of the storm. This is the exquisite simile on page 59 from A Grandsire's Tale. Though some might deem her pensive, if not sad, yet those who knew her better best could tell how calmly happy and how meekly glad her quiet heart in its own depths did dwell, like to the waters of some crystal well, in which the stars of heaven at noon are seen. Fancy might deem on her young spirit fell glimpses of light more glorious and serene than that of life's brief day, so heavenly was her mien. This was the downright good sonnet to a grandmother. Old age is dark and unlovely, Ashen. Oh, say not so, a bright old age is thine, calm as the gentle light of summer eves, ere twilight dim her dusky mantle weaves, because to thee is given, in strength's decline, a heart that does not thanklessly repine at aught of which the hand of God bereaves, yet all he sends with gratitude receives. May such a quiet, thankful close be mine, and hence thy fireside chair appears to me a peaceful throne which thou wert formed to fill thy children, ministers, who do thy will, and those grandchildren sporting round thy knee, thy little subjects looking up to thee, as one who claims their fond allegiance still. And these are the lines at the foot of page 153, in a poem addressed to a child 7 years old. There is a holy, blessed companionship in the sweet intercourse thus held with those whose tear and smile are guileless, from whose lip the simple dictate of the heart yet flows, though even in the yet unfolded rose the worm may lurk, and sin blight blooming youth. The light born with us long so brightly glows, that childhood's first deceits seem almost truth to life's cold after lie, selfish and void of ruth. Van Balen was the painter of the picture of the Madonna and Child, which Mrs. Fitzgerald, Edward Fitzgerald's mother, had given to Barton, and for which he expressed his thanks in a poem. The artist who painted Lamb recently was Henry Mayer, 1782–1847, the portrait being that which serves as frontispiece to this volume. I give in my large edition a reproduction of the Young Catechist, which Mayer also engraved, with Lamb's verses attached. In 1910, I saw the original in a picture shop in the Charing Cross Road, now removed. Letter 413. Charles Lamb to William Hone. No date, end of May, 1827. Dear H, in the forthcoming New Monthly are to be verses of mine on a picture about angels. Translate M to the table book. I am off for Enfield. Yours, C.L. Written on the back of the Roman 21, Garrick extracts. The poem Angel Help was printed in the New Monthly magazine for June and copied by Hone in the table book, number 24, 1827. Letter 414. Charles Lamb to William Hone. No date, June, 1827. Dear Hone, I should like this in your next book. We are at Enfield, where when we have solituded a while, we shall be glad to see you. Yours. C. Lamb. This was written on the back of the Ms. of Going or Gone, C. Val. Roman 4, a poem of reminiscences of Lamb's early Whitford days, printed. Hone's Table Book, June, 1827, signed Elia. Letter 415. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Enfield, and for some weeks to come, June 11, 1827. Dear B. One word more of the picture verses, and that for good and all. Pray, with a neat pen alter one line. His learning seems to lay small stress on. Do. His learning lays no mighty stress on. To avoid the unseemly recurrence, ungrammatical also, of seems, in the next line, besides the nonsense of but there, as it now stands. And I request you, as a personal favor to me, to erase the last line of all, which I should never have written from myself. The fact is, it was a silly joke of Hood's, who gave me the frame. You judged rightly it was not its own, with the remark that you would like it, because it was BD, and I lugged it in. But I shall be quite hurt if it stands, because though you and yours have too good sense to object to it, I would not have a sentence of mine seen, that to any foolish ear might sound unrespectful to thee. Let it end at appalling. The joke is coarse and useless, and hurts the tone of the rest. Take your best, ivory-handled, and scrape it forth. Your specimen of what you might have written is hardly fair. Had it been a present to me, I should have taken a more sentimental tone, but of a trifle from me, it was my cue to speak in an underish tone of commendation. Prudent givers, what a word for such a nothing, disparage their gifts. Tease and art we have, so you see you wouldn't have been so wrong, taking a higher tone, but enough of nothing. By the by, I suspected M of being the disparager of the frame, hence a certain line. For the frame tease as the room is where it hangs. It hung up fronting my old cobwebby folios and battered furniture. The fruit piece has resumed its place, and was much better than a spick and span one. But if your room be very neat, and your other pictures bright with gilt, it should be so too. I can't judge, not having seen, but my dingy study it suited. Martin's Belshazzar, the picture I have seen, its architectural effect is stupendous, but the human figures, the squalling, contorted little antics that are playing at being frightened, like children at a sham ghost who half know it to be a mask, are detestable. Then the letters are nothing more than a transparency lighted up, such as a lord might order to be lit up, on a sudden at a Christmas gamble, to scare the ladies. The type is as plain as Baskerville's. They should have been dim, full of mystery, letters to the mind rather than the eye. Rembrandt has painted only Belshazzar and a courtier or two, taking a part of the banquet for the whole, not fribbled out a mob of fine folks. Then everything is so distinct, to the very necklaces and that foolish little prophet. What one point is there of interest? The ideal of such a subject is that you, the spectator, should see nothing but what at the time you would have seen, the hand and the king, not to be at leisure to make tailor remarks on the dresses, or Dr. Kitchener-like to examine the good things at table. Just such a confused piece is his Joshua, frittered into 1,000 fragments, little armies here, little armies there. You should see only the sun and Joshua. If I remember, he has not left out that luminary entirely, but for Joshua, I was 10 minutes of finding him out. Still he is showy in all that is not the human figure or the preternatural interest, but the first are below a drawing-school girl's attainment, and the last is a phantasmagoric trick. Now you shall see what you shall see. There is Belshazzar, and there is Daniel. You have my thoughts of M, and so adieu C. Lamb. Lamb had sent Barton the picture that is reproduced in vol. V of my large edition. Later Lamb had sent the following lines. When last you left your Woodbridge pretty, to stare at sights and see the city, if I your meaning understood, you wished a picture cheap but good, the coloring decent, clear, not muddy, to suit a poet's quiet study, where books and prints for delectation hang rather than vain ostentation. The subject, what I pleased if comely, but something scriptural and homely. A sober piece, not gay or wanton, for winter firesides to descant on. The theme so scrupulously handled, a Quaker might look on unscandaled, such as might satisfy en night. And classic Mitford, just not fright. Just such a one I've found, and send it. If liked, I give, if not, but lend it. The moral, nothing can be sounder. The fable, tease its own expounder. A mother teaching to her chit some good book and explaining it. He silly urchin, tired of lesson. His learning seems to lay small stress on, but seems to hear not what he hears, thrusting his fingers in his ears. Like obstinate, that perverse funny one, in honest parable of Bunyan. His working sister, more sedate, listens but in a kind of state. The painter meant for steadiness, but has a tinge of sullenness. And at first sight she seems to brook as ill her needle as he his book. This is the picture for the frame. 'Tis not ill-suited to the same. O curved not gilt for fear of falling, old-fashioned, plain, yet not appalling, and broad-brimmed as the owner's calling. It was not obstinate, by the way, who thrust his fingers in his ears, but Christian. Hence a certain line, line 16, I suppose. Martin's Belshazzar, Belshazzar's Feast, by John Martin, 1789–1854, had been exhibited for some years and had created an immense impression. Lamb subjected Martin's work to a minute analysis a few years later. See the Elia essay on the barrenness of the imaginative faculty in the productions of modern art, Vol. Roman II. Barton did not give up Martin in consequence of this letter. The frontispiece to his New Year's Eve, 1828, is by that painter, and the volume contains eulogistic poems upon him, one beginning. Boldest painter of our day. Baskerville's, John Baskerville, 1706–1775, the printer, famous for his folio edition of the Bible, 1763. Dr. William Kitchener, the author of Apicius Redivius, or the Cook's Oracle, 1817. Letter 416. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. P.M. June 26, 1827. Dear H.C., we are at Mrs. Leshman's Chase, Enfield. Why not come down by the green lanes on Sunday, pick it all day, past the church, past the rising sun, turn sharp round the corner, and we are the 6th or 7th house on the Chase. Tall elms darken the door. If you set eyes on M. Burney, bring him. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Mrs. Leshman's house, or its successor, is the 7th from the rising sun. It is now on Gentleman's Row, not on Chase side proper. The house next it, still as in Lamb's day a girls' school, is called Elm House, but most of the elms which darkened both doors have vanished. It has been surmised that when later in the year Lamb took an Enfield house in his own name, he took Mrs. Leshman's, but as we shall see, his own house was some little distance from hers. Letter 417. Charles Lamb to William Hone. No date, early July, 1827. Dear H., this is Hood's, done from the life of Mary, getting over a style here. Mary, out of a pleasant revenge, wants you to get it engraved in table book to surprise H., who I know will be amazed with you so doing. Append some observations about the awkwardness of country styles about Edmonton and the difficulty of elderly ladies getting over 'em. That is to say, if you think the sketch good enough, I take on myself the warranty. Can you slip down here some day and go a green dragoning, C.L. Enfield, Mrs. Leshman's Chase. If you do, send Hood the number 2 Robert St. Adelphi, and keep the sketch for me. This was the drawing by Hood. I take it from the table book, where it represents Mrs. Gilpin resting on a stile. Lamb subsequently appended the observations himself. The text of his little article, Changing Mary Lamb into Mrs. Gilpin, was in the late Mr. Locker Lampson's collection. The postmark is July 17, 1827. Letter 418. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Enfield, p.m. July 17, 1827. Dear M, thanks for your attentions of every kind. Emma will not fail Mrs. Hood's kind invitation, but her aunt is so queer a one that we cannot let her go with a single gentleman singly to Vauxhall. She would withdraw her from us altogether in a fright. But if any of the Hood's family accompany you, then there can be small objection. I have been writing letters till too dark to see the marks. I can just say we shall be happy to see you any Sunday after the next. Say, the Sunday after, and perhaps the Hoods will come too, and have a merry other day before they go hence. But next Sunday we expect as many as we can well entertain. With ours and Emma's. Eknomes. Yours. CL. The earliest of a long series of letters to Edward Moxon, preserved at Rowfant by the late Mr. Locker Lampson, but now in America. Emma Isola's aunt was Miss Humphreys. Letter 419. Charles Lamb to P.G. Patmore. Dated at End, July 19, 1827. Dear P., I am so poorly, I have been to a funeral where I made a pun to the consternation of the rest of the mourners, and we had wine. I can't describe to you the howl which the widow set up at proper intervals. Could, for it was not unlike what he makes. The letter I sent you was one directed to the care of E. White, India House, for Mrs. Hazlitt, which Mrs. Hazlitt I don't yet know, but A. has taken it to France on speculation. Really it is embarrassing. There is Mrs. Present H., Mrs. Late H., and Mrs. John H., and to which of the three Mrs. Wigginses it appertains, I don't know. I wanted to open it, but it's transportation. I am sorry you are plagued about your book. I would strongly recommend you to take for one story Massinger's Old Law. It is exquisite. I can think of no other. Is frightful this morning. He whines and stands up on his hind legs. He misses Becky, who is gone to town. I took him to Barnet the other day, and he couldn't eat his victuals after it. Pray God his intellectuals be not slipping. Mary is gone out for some souls. I suppose 'tis no use to ask you to come and partake of 'em, else there's a steam vessel. I am doing a tragicomedy in 2 acts, and have got on tolerably, but it will be refused, or worse. I never had luck with anything my name was put to. Oh, I am so poorly. I waited at my cousin's the bookbinder's, who is now with God, or if he is not, it's no fault of mine. We hope the Frank wines do not disagree with Mrs. Patmore. By the way, I like her. Did you ever taste frogs? Get them if you can, they are like little Lilliput rabbits, only a thought nicer. Christ, how sick I am, not of the world, but of the widow's shrub. She's sworn under £6,000, but I think she perjured herself. She howls in Elia, and I comfort her in B flat. You understand music. No shrimps, that's in answer to Mary's question about how the souls are to be done. I am uncertain where this wandering letter may reach you. What you mean by post restant, God knows. Do you mean I must pay the postage? So I do to Dover. We had a merry passage with the widow at the Commons. She was howling and part giving directions to the proctor, when crash, down went my sister through a crazy chair and made the clerks grin, and I grinned, and the widow tittered, and then I knew that she was not inconsolable. Mary was more frightened than hurt. She'd make a good match for anybody, by she, I mean the widow. If he bring but a relict away, he is happy, nor heard to complain. Shenstone. Proctor has got a wen growing out at the nape of his neck, which his wife wants him to have cut off, but I think it rather an agreeable excrescence, like his poetry, redundant. Hone has hanged himself for debt. Godwin was taken up for picking pockets. Becky takes to bad courses. Her father was blown up in a steam machine. The coroner found it insanity. I should not like him to sit on my letter. Do you observe my direction? Is it Gallic, classical? Do try and get some frogs. You must ask for grenules, greenials. They don't understand frogs, though it's a common phrase with us. If you go through Boulogne, inquire if old Godfrey is living, and how he got home from the Crusades. He must be a very old man now. If there is anything new in politics or literature in France, keep it till I see you again, for I'm in no hurry. Chatty Bryant is well, I hope. I think I have no more news. Only give both our loves, all three, says Dash to Mrs. Patmore, and bid her get quite well, as I am at present, bating qualms, and the grief incident to losing a valuable relation. C.L. Launders, July 19, 1827. This is from Patmore's My Friends and Acquaintances, 1854, but I have no confidence in Patmore's transcription. After picking pockets should come, for example, according to other editors, the sentence, Moxon has fallen in love with Emma, our nut-brown maid. This is the first we hear of the circumstance, and quite probably Lamb was then exaggerating. As it happened, however, Moxon and Miss Isola, as we shall see, were married in 1833. We do not know the name of the widow, but her husband was Lamb's cousin, the bookbinder. The doubt about the Hazlitts refers chiefly to William Hazlitt's divorce from his first wife in 1822 and his remarriage in 1824 with a Mrs. Bridgewater. Your book, Patmore, in My Friends and Acquaintances, writes, this refers to a series of tales that I was writing, since published under the title of Chatsworth or The Romance of a Week, for the subject of one of which he had recommended me to take, the old law. As Lamb's critical faculties, as displayed in the celebrated Specimens, which created an era in the dramatic taste of England, were not surpassed by those of any writer of his day, the reader may like to see a few specimens of some notes, which Lamb took the pains to make on two of the tales that were shown to him. I give these the rather that there is occasionally blended with their critical nicety of tact, a drollery that is very characteristic of the writer. I shall leave these notes and verbal criticisms to speak for themselves, after merely explaining that they are written on separate bits of paper, each note having a numerical reference to that page of the Ms. in which occurs the passage commented on. Besides the words riant and Euphrosyne, the sentence is senseless, a sweet sadness capable of inspiring a more grave joy than demonstrations of mirth. Odd if it had not been, I had once a wry aunt, which may make me dislike the phrase. Pleasurable, no word is good that is awkward to spell. Query. Welcome or joyous. Steady self-possession rather than undaunted courage, etc. The two things are not opposed enough, you mean, rather than rash fire of valor in action. Looking like a heifer, I fear won't do in prose. Kai, like to some spotless heifer, or that you might have compared her to some spotless heifer, etc., or like to some sacrificial heifer of old. I should prefer, garlanded with flowers as for a sacrifice, and cut the cow altogether. Say, like the muttering of some strange spell, omitting the demon, they are subject to spells, they don't use them. Feud here and before and after is wrong. Say, old malice or difference, feud is of clans, it might be applied to family quarrels, but is quite improper to individuals falling out. Apathetic, vile word. Mechanically, for, insensibly, involuntarily, in anything lie but mechanically. Calianax's character should be somewhere briefly drawn, not left to be dramatically inferred. Surprised and almost vexed while it troubled her. Awkward, better, in a way that while it deeply troubled her, could not but surprise and vex her to think it should be a source of trouble at all. Reaction is vile slang, physical vile word. Decidedly, Dorigen should simply propose to him to remove the rocks as ugly or dangerous, not as affecting her with fears for her husband. The idea of her husband should be excluded from a promise which is meant to be frank upon impossible conditions. She cannot promise in one breath infidelity to him and make the conditions a good to him. Her reason for hating the rocks is good, but not to be expressed here. Insert after, to whatever consequences it might lead. Neither had Arviragus been disposed to interpose a husband's authority to prevent the execution of this rash vow. Was he unmindful of that older and more solemn vow which, in the days of their marriage, he had imposed upon himself, in no instance to control the settled purpose or determination of his wedded wife, so that by the chains of a double contract he seemed bound to abide by her decision in this instance, whatever it might be. A tragicomedy, Lamb's dramatic version of Crabbe's Confidant, which he called The Wife's Trial, see Vol. Roman 4, of this edition. Proctor has got a wen, This paragraph must be taken with salt. Poor Hone, however, had the rules of the king's bench at the time. Becky was the lamb's servant and tyrant. She had been Hazlitt's. Patmore described her at some length in his reminiscences of Lamb. Chatty Bryant, Chateaubriand. Letter 420. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Enfield, July 26, 1827. Dear Mrs. Shelley, at the risk of throwing away some fine thoughts, I must write to say how pleased we were with your very kind remembering of us, who have unkindly run away from all our friends before you go. Perhaps you are gone, and then my tropes are wasted. If any piece of better fortune has lighted upon you than you expected, but less than we wish you, we are rejoiced. We are here trying to like solitude, but have scarce enough to justify the experiment. We get some, however. The 6 days are our Sabbath, the 7th, why, Cockneys will come for a little fresh air, and so. But by your month, or October at furthest, we hope to see Islington. I like a giant refreshed with the leaving off of wine, and Mary, pining for Mr. Moxon's books and Mr. Moxon's society. Then we shall meet. I am busy with a farce in 2 acts, the incidents tragicomic. I can do the dialogue comme il faut, but the damned plot, I believe I must omit it altogether. The scenes come after one another like geese, not marshalling like cranes or a Hyde Park review. The story is as simple as George Dyer, and the language plain as his spouse. The characters are 3 women to 1 man, which is one more than laid hold on him in the Evangeli. I think that prophecy squinted towards my drama. I want some Howard Payne to sketch a skeleton of artfully succeeding scenes through a whole play, as the courses are arranged in a cookery book. I to find wit, passion, sentiment, character, and the like trifles, to lay in the dead colors, I'd Titianesque 'em up, to mark the channel in a cheek smooth or furrowed, yours or mine, and where tears should. Course I'd draw the waters down, to say where a joke should come in or a pun be left out, to bring my personi on and off like a Beau Nash, and I'd Frankenstein them there, to bring 3 together on the stage at once. They are so shy with me that I can get no more than 2, and there they stand till it is the time, without being the season, to withdraw them. I am teaching Emma Latin to qualify her for a superior governessship, which we see no prospect of her getting. 'Tis like feeding a child with chopped hay from a spoon. Sisyphus, his labors were as nothing to it. Actives and passives jostle in her nonsense, till a deponent enters like chaos, more to embroil the fray. Her prepositions are suppositions, her conjunctions copulative have no connection in them, her concords disagree, her interjections are purely English ah and oh, with a yawn and a gape in the same tongue, and she herself is a lazy, blockheadly supine. As I say to her, ass in presenti rarely makes a wise man in futuro. But I dare say it was so with you when you began Latin, and a good while after. Goodbye, Mary's love. Yours truly, C. Lamb. This is the 2nd letter to Mrs. Shelley, née Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, the widow of the poet and the author of Frankenstein. She had been living in England since 1823, and in 1826 had issued anonymously The Last Man. That she kept much in touch with the Lambs' affairs we know by her letters to Leigh Hunt. Major Butterworth has kindly supplied me with a copy of her letter to Mary Lamb, which called forth Lamb's reply. It runs thus. Kentish Town, 22 July, 1827. My dear Miss Lamb, you have been long at Enfield. I hardly know yet whether you are returned, and I quit town so very soon that I have not time to, as I exceedingly wish, call on you before I go. Nevertheless believe, if such familiar expression be not unmeet from me, that I love you with all my heart, gratefully and sincerely, and that when I return I shall seek you with, I hope, not too much zeal, but it will be with great eagerness. You will be glad to hear that I have every reason to believe that the worst of my pecuniary troubles are over, as I am promised a regular though small income from my father-in-law. I mean to be very industrious on other accounts this summer, so I hope nothing will go very ill with me or mine. I am afraid Miss Kelly will think me dreadfully rude for not having availed myself of her kind invitation. Will you present my compliments to her, and say that my embarrassments, harassings, and distance from town are the guilty causes of my omission, for which with her leave I will apologize in person on my return to London. All kind and grateful remembrances to Mr. Lamb. He must not forget me nor like me one atom less than I delight to flatter myself he does now, when again I come to seize a dinner perforce at your cottage. Percy is quite well, and is reading with great ecstasy, the Arabian Nights. I shall return, I suppose, some one day in September. God bless you. Yours affectionately, Mary W. Shelley. My foe is Lamb's Come il faut. In the Evangeli, if by Evangeli he meant gospel, Lamb was a little confused here, I think. Probably Isaiah Roman 4, I was in his mind. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man. But he may also have half remembered Luke Romans 17:35. I am teaching Emma Latin. Mary Lamb contributed to Blackwood's Magazine for June 1829, the following little poem describing Emma Isola's difficulties in these lessons. To Emma, learning Latin and desponding. Droop not, dear Emma, dry those falling tears, and call up smiles into thy pallid face, pallid and careworn with thy arduous race. In few brief months thou hast done the work of years. To young beginnings natural are these fears. A right good scholar shalt thou one day be, and that no distant one, when even she, who now to thee a star far off appears, that most rare Latinist, the northern maid, the language-loving Sarah, one of the lake, shall hail thee sister linguist, this will make thy friends, who now afford thee careful aid, a recompense most rich for all their pains, counting thy acquisitions their best gains. Footnote 1, daughter of S.D. Coleridge, Esquire, an accomplished linguist in the Greek and Latin tongues, and translatress of a history of the Abipones. A letter to an anonymous correspondent in the summer of 1827 has an amusing passage concerning Emma Isola's Latin. Lamb says that they made Carey laugh by translating blast you into such elegant verbiage as Deus afflet tibi. He adds, how some parsons would have goggled, and what would Hannah More say? I don't like clergymen, but here and there one. Carey, the Dante Carey, is a model quite as plain as Parson Primrose, without a shade of silliness. On July 21, 1827, is a letter to Mr. Dillon, whom I do not identify, saying that Lamb has been teaching Emma Isola Latin for the past 7 weeks. As in presenti, this was Boyer's joke at Christ's Hospital C. Vol I of this edition. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Edward White, of the India House, dated August 1, 1827, in which Lamb has some pleasantry about paying postages, and ends by heartily commending White to mind his ledger, and keep his eye on Mr. Chambers' balances. Letter 421. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Basil Montagu. Summer 1827. Dear Madam, I return your list with my name. I should be sorry that any respect should be going on towards Clarkson, and I be left out of the conspiracy. Otherwise, I frankly own that to pillorize a man's good feelings in his lifetime is not to my taste. Monuments to goodness, even after death, are equivocal. I turn away from Howard's, I scarce know why. Goodness blows no trumpet, nor desires to have it blown. We should be modest for a modest man, as he is for himself. The vanities of life, art, poetry, skill military, are subjects for trophies, not the silent thoughts arising in a good man's mind in lonely places. Was I Clarkson, I should never be able to walk or ride near again. Instead of bread, we are giving him a stone. Instead of the locality recalling the noblest moment of his existence, it is a place at which his friends, that is, himself, blow to the world. What a good man is he! I sat down upon a hillock at 40 Hill yesternight, a fine contemplative evening, with 1,000 good speculations about mankind. How I yearned with cheap benevolence. I shall go and inquire of the stone cutter that cuts the tombstones here, what a stone with a short inscription will cost, just to say, here see Lamb loved his brethren of mankind. Everybody will come there to love. As I can't well put my own name, I shall put about a subscription. SD Mrs. 50 Proctor 26 G Dyer 10 Mr. Godwin 00 Mrs. Godwin 00 Mr. Irving a watch chain. Mr. The proceeds of first edition. 8-6. I scribble in haste from here, where we shall be some time. Pray request Mr. Montagu to advance the guinea for me, which shall faithfully be forthcoming, and pardon me that I don't see the proposal in quite the light that he may. The kindness of his motives, and his power of appreciating the noble passage, I thoroughly agree in. With most kind regards to him, I conclude, dear Madam, yours truly, C. Lamb. From Mrs. Leishman's, Chase, Enfield. A capital book, by the by, but not over-saleable. The memorial to Thomas Clarkson stands on a hill above Wade Mill, on the Buntingford Road, in Hertfordshire. 40 Hill is close to Enfield. Edward Irving's watch chain. The explanation of Lamb's joke is to be found in Carlyle's Reminiscences, quoted also in Froude's Life, Vol. I, page 326. Irving had put down as his contribution to some subscription list, at a public meeting, an actual gold watch, which he said had just arrived to him from his beloved brother lately dead in India. This rather theatrical action had evidently amused Lamb as it had disgusted Carlyle. The first edition of Mr. was, I suppose, Basil Montagu's work on Bacon, which Macaulay reviewed. Letter 422. Mary Lamb to Lady Stoddart. August 9, 1827. My dear lady friend, my brother called at our empty cottage yesterday and found the cards of your son and his friend, Mr. Hine, under the door, which has brought to my mind that I am in danger of losing this post, as I did the last, being at that time in a confused state of mind. For at that time we were talking of leaving, and persuading ourselves that we were intending to leave town and all our friends, and sit down for ever solitary and forgotten here. Here we are, and we have locked up our house, and left it to take care of itself. But at present we do not design to extend our rural life beyond Michaelmas. Your kind letter was most welcome to me, though the good news contained in it was already known to me. Accept my warmest congratulations, though they come a little of the latest. In my next I may probably have to hail you grandmamma, or to felicitate you on the nuptials of pretty Mary, who, whatever the beau of Malta may think of her, I can only remember her round shining face, and her "Oh William, dear William," when we visited her the other day at school. Present my love and best wishes, a long and happy married life to dear Isabella. I love to call her Isabella, but in truth, having left your other letter in town, I recollect no other name she has. The same love and the same wishes in futuro to my friend Mary. Tell her that her dear William grows taller and improves in manly looks and manlike behavior every time I see him. What is Henry about, and what should one wish for him? If he be in search of a wife, I will send him out Emma Isola. You remember, Emma, that you were so kind as to invite to your ball. She is now with us, and I am moving heaven and earth, that is to say, I am pressing the matter upon all the very few friends I have that are likely to assist me in such a case, to get her into a family as a governess. And Charles and I do little else here than teach her something or other all day long. We are striving to put enough Latin into her to enable her to begin to teach it to young learners. So much for Emma, for you are so fearfully far away that I fear it is useless to implore your patronage for her. I have not heard from Mrs. Hazlitt a long time. I believe she is still with Hazlitt's mother in Devonshire. I expect a packet of manuscript from you. You promised me the office of negotiating with booksellers and so forth for your next work. Is it in good forwardness, or do you grow rich and indolent now? It is not surprising that your Maltese story should find its way into Malta, but I was highly pleased with the idea of your pleasant surprise at the sight of it. I took a large sheet of paper in order to leave Charles room to add something more worth reading than my poor mite. May we all meet again once more. M. Lamb. Letter 423. Charles Lamb to Sir John Stoddart. Same letter, Lamb's share. Dear Knight, old acquaintance, tease with a violence to the pure imagination, vide the excursion passim, that I can bring myself to believe I am writing to Dr. Stoddart once again at Malta, but the deductions of severe reason warrant the proceeding. I write from Enfield, where we are seriously weighing the advantages of dullness over the overexcitement of too much company, but have not yet come to a conclusion. What is the news? For we see no paper here. Perhaps you can send us an old one from Malta. Only, I heard a butcher in the marketplace whisper something about a change of ministry. I don't know who's in or out or care, only as it might affect you. For domestic doings, I have only to tell with extreme regret that poor Alyssa Fenwick, that was, Mrs. Rutherford, is dead, and that we have received a most heartbroken letter from her mother, left with 4 grandchildren, orphans of a living scoundrel lurking about the pothouses of Little Russell Street, London. They and she, God help M, at New York. I have just received Godwin's 3rd volume of The Republic, which only reaches to the commencement of the Protectorate. I think he means to spin it out to his life's thread. Have you seen Fearn's Anti-Took? I am no judge of such things, you are, but I think it very clever indeed. If I knew your bookseller, I'd order it for you at a venture. T's 2 octavos, Longman and Co., or do you read now? Tell it not in the Admiralty Court, but my head aches Hester no vino. I can scarce pump up words, much less ideas, congruous to be sent so far. But your son must have this by tonight's post. Here came a passage relating to an escapade of young Stoddart, then at the Charterhouse, which, probably through Lamb's intervention, was treated leniently. Lamb helped him, with his imposition, Gray's elegy, into Greek elegiacs. Manning is gone to Rome, Naples, etc., probably to touch at Sicily, Malta, Guernsey, etc., but I don't know the map. Hazlitt is resident at Paris, whence he pours his lampoons in safety at his friends in England. He has his boy with him. I am teaching Emma Latin. By the time you can answer this, she will be qualified to instruct young ladies. She is a capital English reader, and SDC. Acknowledges that a part of a passage in Milton she read better than he, and part he read best, her part being the shorter. But seriously, if Lady St. Oblivious Pen, that was about to write Mrs., could hear of such a young person wanted, she smatters of French, some Italian, music of course, we'd send our loves by her. My congratulations and assurances of old esteem. C.L. Stoddart had been appointed in 1826 Chief Justice and Justice of the Vice-Admiralty Court in Malta, and had been knighted in the same year. His daughter Isabella had just married. Lady Stoddart's literary efforts did not, I think, reach print. The deductions of severe reason. See the quotation from Cottle in the letter to Manning of November 1802. A change of ministry. On Liverpool's resignation early in 1827, Canning had been called in to form a new ministry, which he effected by an alliance with the Whigs. Godwin's Republic, History of the Commonwealth of England, in 4 volumes, 1824–1828. Fearn's Anti-Took, or An Analysis of the Principles and Structure of Language Exemplified in the English Tongue, 1824. Here should come a note from Lamb to Hone, dated August 10, 1827, in which Lamb expresses regret for Matilda Hone's illness. Letter 424. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. 10 August 1827. Dear B.B., I have not been able to answer you, for we have had, and are having, I just snatch a moment, our poor quiet retreat, to which we fled from society, full of company, some staying with us, and this moment, as I write, almost a heavy importation of 2 old ladies has come in. Whither can I take wing from the oppression of human faces? Would I were in a wilderness of apes, tossing cocoa nuts about, grinning and grinned at. Mitford was hoaxing you surely about my engraving. 'Tis a little 6-penny thing, 2 like by half, in which the draftsman has done his best to avoid flattery. There have been 2 editions of it, which I think are all gone, as they have vanished from the window where they hung, a print shop, corner of Great and Little Queen Streets, Lincoln's Inn Fields, where any London friend of yours may inquire for it, for I am, though you won't understand it, at Enfield, Mrs. Leshman's Chase. We have been here near 3 months, and shall stay 2 or more if people will let us alone, but they persecute us from village to village. So don't direct to Islington again till further notice. I am trying my hand at a drama in 2 acts, founded on crabs. Confidant mutatis mutandis. You like the Odyssey. Did you ever read my Adventures of Ulysses, founded on Chapman's old translation of it? For children or men, ch. is divine, and my abridgment has not quite emptied him of his divinity. When you come to town, I'll show it you. You have well described your old-fashioned grandpaternal hall. Is it not odd that everyone's earliest recollections are of some such place? I had my Blakesmoor in the London. Nothing fills a child's mind like a large old mansion, one or two words wafered over, better if un or partially occupied, peopled with the spirits of deceased members of for the county and justices of the quorum. Would I were buried in the peopled solitude of one, with my feelings at 7 years old. Those marble busts of the emperors, they seemed as if they were to stand forever, as they had stood from the living days of Rome in that old marble hall, and I to partake of their permanency. Eternity was, while I thought not of time. But he thought of me, and they are toppled down, and corn covers the spot of the noble old dwelling and its princely gardens. I feel like a grasshopper that chirping about the grounds escaped his scythe only by my littleness. Even now he is whetting one of his smallest razors to clean wipe me out, perhaps. Well, my engraving, Brooke Pullham's caricature. You have well described your grand-paternal hall. Barton wrote the following account of this house, the home of his step-grandfather at Tottenham, but I do not know whether it is the same that Lamb saw. My most delightful recollections of boyhood are connected with the fine old country house in a green lane diverging from the high road which runs through Tottenham. I would give 7 years of life as it now is, for a week of that which I then led. It was a large old house, with an iron palisade and a pair of iron gates in front, and a huge stone eagle on each pier. Leading up to the steps by which you went up to the hall door was a wide gravel walk, bordered in summer time by huge tubs, in which were orange and lemon trees, and in the center of the grass plot stood a tub yet huger, holding an enormous aloe. The whole itself, to my fancy then lofty and wide as a cathedral would seem now, was a famous place for battledore and shuttlecock, and behind was a garden equal to that of old Alcinous himself. My favorite walk was one of turf by a long straight pond, bordered with lime trees. But the whole domain was the fairy ground of my childhood, and its presiding genius was Grandpapa. He must have been a very handsome man in his youth, for I remember him at nearly 80, a very fine-looking one, even in the decay of mind and body. In the morning a velvet cap, by dinner a flaxen wig, his features always expressive of benignity and placid cheerfulness. When he walked out into the garden, his cocked hat and amber-headed cane completed his costume. To the recollection of this delightful personage, I am, I think, indebted for many soothing and pleasing associations with old age. Those marble busts of the emperors. See the Elia S.A. Blakesmoor in H. Shire, in Vol, Roman II of this edition. Letter 425. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. 28th of Aug, 1827. I have left a place for a wafer, but can't find it again. Dear B, I am thankful to you for your ready compliance with my wishes. Emma is delighted with your verses, to which I have appended this notice. The 6th line refers to the child of a dear friend of the author's, named Emma, without which it must be obscure, and have sent it with 4 album poems of my own, your daughters, with your heading, requesting it a place next mine to a Mr. Fraser, who is to be editor of a more superb pocket book than has yet appeared by far, the property of some wealthy booksellers, but whom, or what its name, I forgot to ask. It is actually to have in its schoolboy exercises by his present Majesty and the late Duke of York, so Lucy will come to court. How she will be stared at. Wordsworth is named as a contributor. Fraser, whom I have slightly seen, is editor of a forthcome or coming review of foreign books, and is intimately connected with Lockhart, and see so I take it that this is a concern of Murray's. Walter Scott also contributes mainly. I have stood off a long time from these annuals, which are ostentatious trumpery, but could not withstand the request of Jameson, a particular friend of mine and Coleridge. I shall hate myself in frippery, strutting along, and vying finery with beaux and belles, with future Lord Byrons and sweet Eliels. Your taste, I see, is less simple than mine, which the difference of our persuasions has doubtless affected. In fact, of late you have so Frenchified your style, larding it with hors de combats and eau de saupois, that, oh, my conscience, the Foxian blood is quite dried out of you, and the skipping monsieur spirit has been infused. Doth Lucy go to balls? I must remodel my lines which I write for her. I hope AK keeps to her primitives. If you have anything you'd like to send further, I don't know Fraser's address, but I sent mine through, Mr. Jameson, 19 or 90 Chain Street, Tottenham Court Road. I dare say an honourable place would be given to them, but I have not heard from Fraser since I sent mine, nor shall probably again, and therefore I do not solicit it as from him. Yesterday I sent off my tragi-comedy to Mr. Kemble. Wish it luck. I made it all 'tis blank verse, and I think, of the true old dramatic cut, or most of it, in the green lanes about Enfield, where I am and mean to remain, in spite of your peremptory doubts on that head. Your refusal to lend your poetical sanction to my icon, and your reasons to Evans, are most sensible. Maybe I may hit on a line or two of my own jocular, maybe not. Do you never Londonize again? I should like to talk over old poetry with you, of which I have much, and you I think little. Do your Drummonds allow no holidays? I would willingly come and work for you a 3 weeks or so to let you loose. Would I could sell or give you some of my leisure. Positively, the best thing a man can have to do is nothing, and next to that perhaps, good works. I am but poorlyish, and feel myself writing a dull letter, poorlyish from company not generally, for I never was better nor took more walks, 14 miles a day on an average, with a sporting dog, you would not know the plain poet, any more than he doth recognize James Naylor tricked out au deserpe, how do you spell it? En passant, j'ai m'entendre de mon bon homme sur surveillance de croix, ma pas el homme figuratif. Do you understand me? The verses with which Emma was delighted were probably written for her album. I have not seen them. That album was cut up for the value of its autographs and exists now only in a mutilated state, where I cannot discover. The pocketbook was the Bijou, 1828, edited by William Fraser for Pickering. Only one of Lamb's contributions was included, his verses for his own album C. Vol. Roman 4, of this edition. Jameson was Robert Jameson, to whom Hartley Coleridge addressed the sonnets in the London Magazine to which Lamb alludes in a previous letter. He was the husband of Mrs. Jameson, author of Sacred and Legendary Art, but the marriage was not happy. He lived in Cheney Street. Future Lord Byron's and Sweet Eliel's, a line from some verses written by Lamb in more than one album, probably originally intended for Emma. Isola's album, the passage runs answering the question, what is an album? 'Tis a book kept by modern young ladies for show, of which their plain grandmothers nothing did know. 'Tis a medley of scraps, fine verse and fine prose, and some things not very like either, God knows. The soft first effusions of Beau and of Bells, of future Lord Byron's and Sweet Eliel's. Eliel was, of course, the unhappy Letitia Landon, a famous contributor to the published albums. My tragi-comedy, still The Wife's Trial. Kemble was Charles Kemble, manager of Covent Garden Theatre. The play was never acted. Your refusal to lend your poetical sanction. This is not clear, but I think the meaning to be deducible. The icon was Pallam's etching of Lamb. Evans was William Evans, who had Grangerized Byron's English bards and Scotch reviewers. I take it that he was now making another collection of portraits of poets and was asking other poets, their friends, to write verses upon them. In this way, he had applied through Lamb to Barton for verses on Pallam's Elia and had been refused. This is, of course, only conjecture. Your Drummonds, your bankers, Barton's bankers were the Alexanders, Quaker firm. James Naylor, Barton had paraphrased Naylor's testimony. Following this letter, under the date August 29, 1827, should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Jameson, husband of Mrs. Jameson, asking him to interest himself in Miss Isola's career. Our friend Coleridge will bear witness to the very excellent manner in which she read to him some of the most difficult passages in the Paradise Lost. Letter 426. Charles Lamb to P.G. Patmore. Mrs. Lashman's, Chase, Enfield. September 1827. Dear Patmore, excuse my anxiety, but how is Dash? I should have asked if Mrs. Patmore kept her rules and was improving, but Dash came uppermost. The order of our thoughts should be the order of our writing. Goes he muzzled, or apperto, or are his intellects sound, or does he wander a little in his conversation? You cannot be too careful to watch the first symptoms of incoherence. The first illogical snarl he makes to St. Luke's with him, "All the dogs here are going mad, if you believe the overseers, but I protest they seem to me very rational and collected. But nothing is so deceitful as mad people to those who are not used to them. Try him with hot water. If he won't lick it up, it is a sign he does not like it. Does his tail wag horizontally or perpendicularly? That has decided the fate of many dogs in Enfield. Is his general deportment cheerful? I mean when he is pleased, for otherwise there is no judging. You can't be too careful. Has he bit any of the children yet? If he has, have them shot and keep him for curiosity to see if it was the hydrophobia. They say all our army in India had it at one time, but that was in Hyder Ali's time. Do you get paunch for him? Take care the sheep was sane. You might pull out his teeth if he would let you, and then you need not mind if he were as mad as a bedlamite. It would be rather fun to see his odd ways. It might amuse Mrs. Patmore and the children. They'd have more sense than he. He'd be like a fool kept in the family to keep the household in good humor with their own understanding. You might teach him the mad dance set to the mad howl. Madge Owlet would be nothing to him. My, how he capers. In the margin is written. One of the children speaks this. 3 lines here are erased. What I scratch out is a German quotation from Lessing on the bite of rabid animals, but I remember you don't read German. But Mrs. Patmore may, so I wish I had let it stand. The meaning in English is, avoid to approach an animal suspected of madness as you would avoid fire or a precipice, which I think is a sensible observation. The Germans are certainly profounder than we. If the slightest suspicion arises in your breast that all is not right with him, muzzle him, and lead him in a string, common pack thread will do. He don't care for twist to hoods, his quondam master, and he'll take him in at any time. You may mention your suspicion or not, as you like, or as you think it may wound or not Mr. H's feelings. Hood, I know, will wink at a few follies in consideration of his former sense. Besides, Hood is deaf, and if you hinted anything, 10 to 1 he would not hear you. Besides, you will have discharged your conscience and laid the child at the right door, as they say. We are dawdling our time away very idly and pleasantly at a Mrs. Leishman's, Chase, Enfield, where if you come a-hunting, we can give you cold meat and a tankard. Her husband is a tailor, but that, you know, does not make her one. I knew a jailer which rhymes, but his wife was a fine lady. Let us hear from you respecting Mrs. Patmore's regimen. I send my love in a to C. Lamb. On the outside of the letter was written, Seriously, I wish you would call upon Hood when you are that way. He's a capital fellow. I sent him a couple of poems, one ordered by his wife and written to order, and 'tis a week since, and I've not heard from him. I fear something is the matter. Omitted within. Our kindest remembrance to Mrs. P. This is from Patmore's My Friends and Acquaintances, 1854. But again, I have no confidence in Patmore's transcription. Had been Hood's dog, and afterwards was Lamb's, while at one time Moxon seems to have had the care of it. Patmore possibly was taking while the Lambs were at Mrs. Leishman's. One of the children who might be amused by the dog's mad ways was Coventry Patmore, afterwards the poet, then nearly 4 years old. Letter 427. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. September 5, 1827. Dear Dib, Emma Isola, who is with us, has opened an album. Bring some verses with you for it on Saturday evening. Any fun will do. I am teaching her Latin. You may make something of that. Don't be modest. For in it you shall appear if I rummage out some of your old pleasant letters for rhymes, but an original is better. Has your pa won any scrap, CL? We shall be most glad to see your sister or sisters with you. Can't you contrive it? Right in that case. Footnote 1. The infantile word for father. On the blank pages inside the letter, Dibdin seems to have jotted down ideas for his contribution to the album. Unfortunately, as I have said, the album is not forthcoming. Letter 428. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. September 13, 1827. Dear John, your verses are very pleasant and have been adopted into the splendid ematic constellation where they are not of the least magnitude. She is delighted with their merit and readiness. They are just the thing. The 14th line is found. We advertised it. Hell is cooling for want of company. We shall make it up along with our kitchen fire to roast you into our new house, where I hope you will find us in a few Sundays. We have actually taken it, and a compact thing it will be. Kemble does not return till the month's end. My heart sometimes is good, sometimes bad about it, as the day turns out wet or walky. Emma has just died, choked with a gerund in dumb. On opening her, we found a participle in ruse in the pericordium. The king never dies, which may be the reason that it always rains here. We join in loves, CL his orthograph. What a pen! The umbrella is come back. Letter 429. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. PM September 18, 1827. My dear, and now more so, John. How that name smacks. What an honest, full English, and yet withal holy and apostolic sound it bears, above the methodistical priggish bishopy name of Timothy, under which I had obscured your merits. What I think of the paternal verses, you shall read within, which I assure you is not pen praise, but heart praise. It is the gem of the Dibdin muses. I have got all my books into my new house, and their readers in a fortnight will follow, to whose joint converse nobody shall be more welcome than you and any of yours. The house is perfection to our use and comfort. Milton is come. I wish Wordsworth were here to meet him. The next importation is of pots and saucepans, window curtains, crockery, and such base ware. The pleasure of moving, when Becky moves for you. Oh, the moving Becky! I hope you will come and warm the house with the first. From my temporary domicile, Enfield. Elia, that is to go. The paternal verses were probably a contribution by Charles Dibdin the younger for Emma Isola's album. The Lambs were just moving to Enfield for good, as they hoped. See next letter. Milton was the portrait. Letter 430. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood. Tuesday, September 18, 1827. Dear Hood, if I have anything in my head, I will send it to Mr. Watts. Strictly speaking, he should have had my album verses, but a very intimate friend importuned me for the trifles, and I believe I forgot Mr. Watts, or lost sight, at the time of his similar souvenir. Jamison conveyed the farce from me to Mrs. C. Kemble. He will not be in town before the 27th. Give our kind loves to all at Highgate, and tell them that we have finally torn ourselves out right away from Colebrook, where I had no health, and are about to domiciliate for good at Enfield, where I have experienced good. Lord, what good hours do we keep! How quietly we sleep! See the rest in the Complete Angler. We have got our books into our new house. I'm a drayhorse if I was not ashamed of the indigested dirty lumber, as I toppled 'em out of the cart, and blessed Becky that came with 'em for her having an unstuffed brain with such rubbish. We shall get in by Michael's Mass. 'Twas with some pain we were avulsed from Colebrook. You may find some of our flesh sticking to the doorposts. To change habitations is to die to them, and in my time I have died 7 deaths. But I don't know whether every such change does not bring with it a rejuvenescence, tease an enterprise, and shoves back the sense of death's approximating, which, though not terrible to me, is at all times particularly distasteful. My house deaths have generally been periodical, recurring after 7 years, but this last is premature by half that time, cut off in the flower of Colebrook. The Middletonian stream and all its echoes mourn, even minnows dwindle, a parvus fiant minimi. I fear to invite Mrs. Hood to our new mansion, lest she envy it and rout us. But when we are fairly in, I hope she will come and try it. I heard she and you were made uncomfortable by some unworthy to be cared for attacks, and have tried to set up a feeble counteraction through the table book of last Saturday. Has it not reached you that you are silent about it? Our new domicile is no manor house, but new and externally not inviting, but furnished within with every convenience. Capital new locks to every door, capital grates in every room, with nothing to pay for incoming, and the rent £10 less than the Islington one. It was built a few years since at £1,100 expense, they tell me, and I perfectly believe it, and I get it for £35 exclusive of moderate taxes. We think ourselves most lucky. It is not our intention to abandon Regent Street, and West End perambulations, monastic and terrible thought, but occasionally to breathe the fresher air of the metropolis. We shall put up a bedroom or two, all we want, for occasional exrustication, where we shall visit, not be visited. Plays too we'll see, perhaps our own. Urban, Sylvani and Sylvan urbanuses in turns, courtiers for a spurt, then philosophers. Old homely tell truths and learn truths in the virtuous shades of Enfield, liars again and mocking gibers in the coffee houses and resorts of London. What can a mortal desire more for his biparted nature? Oh, the curds and cream you shall eat with us here. Oh, the turtle soup and lobster salads we shall devour with you there. Oh, the old books we shall peruse here. Oh, the new nonsense we shall trifle over there. Oh, Sir T. Brown here. Oh, Mr. Hood and Mr. Jordan there. Thine. C. Urbanus, L. Sylvanus, Elia Ambo. Enclosed are verses which Emma sat down to write her first on the eve after your departure. Of course they are only for Mrs. H.'s perusal. They will show at least that one of our party is not willing to cut old friends. What to call them I don't know. Blank verse they are not because of the rhymes, rhymes they are not because of the blank verse. Heroics they are not because they are lyric, lyric they are not because of the heroic measure. They must be called emaics. Mr. Watts was Alaric A. Watts. Throw the table book. Lamb contributed to Hone's table book a prose paraphrase of Hood's plea of the Midsummer Fairies, just published, which had been dedicated to him under the title The Defeat of Time. In a previous number, Moxon had addressed to Hood a eulogistic sonnet on the same subject. The attacks on Hood I have not sought. We shall put up a bedroom. This project was very imperfectly carried out. Indeed, Lamb practically lost London from this date, his subsequent visits there being as a rule not fortunate. Mr. Jordan, William Jordan, editor of the Literary Gazette. Emaics, these verses are no longer forthcoming. Here should come a letter to Alsop dated September 25, 1827, saying that Mary Lamb has her nurse Miss James and the house is melancholy, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 431. Charles Lamb to Henry Colburn. Dated at end, September 25, 1827. Dear Sir, I beg leave in the warmest manner to recommend to your notice Mr. Moxon, the bearer of this, if by any chance yourself should want a steady hand in your business, or know of any publisher that may want such a one. He is at present in the house of Messrs. Longman and Co., where he has been established for more than 6 years and has the conduct of one of the 4 departments of the country line. A difference respecting salary, which he expected to be a little raised on his last promotion, makes him wish to try to better himself. I believe him to be a young man of the highest integrity and a thorough man of business, and should not have taken the liberty of recommending him if I had not thought him capable of being highly useful. I am, Sir, with great respect, your H. served. Charles Lamb, Enfield Chase Side, 25th Sep. 1827. Moxon did not go to Colburn, but to Hurst and Co. in St. Paul's Churchyard. Letter 432. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Sep. 26, 1827. Pray send me the table book. Dear M. Our pleasant meetings for some time are suspended. My sister was taken very ill in a few hours after you left us. I had suspected it, and I must wait 8 or 9 weeks in slow hope of her recovery. It is her old complaint. You will say as much to the Hoods, and to Mrs. Lovekin and Mrs. Hazlitt, with my kind love. We are in the house, that is all. I hope one day we shall both enjoy it and see our friends again, but till then I must be a solitary nurse. I am trying Becky's sister to be with her, so don't say anything to Miss James. Yours truly, C.H. Lamb. Monday, I will send your book soon. Miss James was, as we have seen, Mary Lamb's regular nurse. She had subsequently to be sent for. I do not identify Mrs. Lovekin. Letter 433. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. Dated at end, October 1, 1827. Dear R., I am settled for life, I hope, at Enfield. I have taken the prettiest, compactest house I ever saw, near to Anthony Robinson's, but alas, at the expense of poor Mary, who was taken ill of her old complaint the night before we got into it. So I must suspend the pleasure I expected in the surprise you would have had in coming down and finding us householders. Farewell till we can all meet comfortable. Pray, apprise Martin Burney. Him I long to have seen with you, but our house is too small to meet either of you without her knowledge. God bless you. C. Lamb. Chase Side, 1st Octo. Anthony Robinson, a prominent Unitarian, a friend but no relation of Crab Robinson's, had died in the previous January. His widow still lived at Enfield. Letter 434. Charles Lamb to John Bates Dibdin. P.M. October 2, 1827. My dear Dibdin, it gives me great pain to have to say that I cannot have the pleasure of seeing you for some time. We are in our house, but Mary has been seized with one of her periodical disorders, a temporary derangement which commonly lasts for 2 months. You shall have the first notice of her convalescence. Can you not send your manuscript by the coach, directed to Chase Side, next to Mr. Westwood's insurance office? I will take great care of it. Yours most truly, C. Lamb. Letter 435. Charles Lamb to Baron Field. Oct. 4th, 1827. I am not in humour to return a fit reply to your pleasant letter. We are fairly housed at Enfield, and an angel shall not persuade me to wicked London again. We have now 6 Sabbath days in a week for none. The change has worked on my sister's mind to make her ill, and I must wait a tedious time before we can hope to enjoy this place in unison. Enjoy it when she recovers, I know we shall. I see no shadow, but in her illness, for repenting the step. For Matthews, I know my own utter unfitness for such a task. I am no hand at describing costumes, a great requisite in an account of mannered pictures. I have not the slightest acquaintance with pictorial language even. An imitator of me, or rather pretender to be me, in his rejected articles, has made me minutely describe the dresses of the Poissards at Calais. I could as soon resolve Euclid. I have no eye for forms and fashions. I substitute analysis, and get rid of the phenomenon by slurring in for it its impression. I am sure you must have observed this defect or peculiarity in my writings, else the delight would be incalculable in doing such a thing for Matthews, whom I greatly like, and Mrs. Matthews, whom I almost greatlier like. What a feast 'twould be to be sitting at the pictures painting 'em into words, but I could almost as soon make words into pictures. I speak this deliberately and not out of modesty. I pretty well know what I can't do. My sister's verses are homely, but just what they should be. I send them, not for the poetry, but the good sense and goodwill of them. I was beginning to transcribe, but Emma is sadly jealous of its getting into more hands, and I won't spoil it in her eyes by divulging it. Come to Enfield and read it. As my poor cousin, the bookbinder, now with God, told me most sentimentally that having purchased a picture of fish at a dead man's sale, his heart ached to see how the widow grieved to part with it, being her dear husband's favorite, and he almost apologized for his generosity by saying he could not help telling the widow she was welcome to come and look at it, e.g. at his house as often as she pleased. There was the germ of generosity in an uneducated mind. He had just reading enough from the backs of books for the next Sinnet Esse Phaeros. Had he read inside, the same impulse would have led him to give back the 2-guinea thing with a request to see it, now and then, at her house. We are parroted into delicacy. Thus you have a tale for a sonnet. Adieu with Imagine Both, Our Loves, C. Lamb. The suggestion had been made to Lamb, through Baron Field, that he should write a descriptive catalogue of Charles Matthews' collection of theatrical portraits, Lamb having already touched upon them in his Old Actors articles in the London magazine C. Vol. Roman II of this edition. When they were exhibited, after Matthews' death, at the Pantheon in Oxford Street, Lamb's remarks were appended to the catalogue raison. They are now at the Garrick Club. An imitator of me, P.G. Patmore's Rejected Articles, 1826, leads off with An Unsentimental Journey by Elia, which is, except for a fitful superficial imitation of some of Lamb's mannerisms, as unlike him as could well be. The description of the butterwoman's dress, to which Lamb refers, will illustrate the divergence between Elia and his parodist. Her attire is fashioned as follows, and it differs from all her tribe only in the relative arrangement of its colors. On the body, a crimson jacket of a thick, solid texture and tight to the shape, but without any pretense at ornament. This is met at the waist, which is neither long nor short, but exactly where nature placed it, by a dark blue petticoat of a still thicker texture, so that it hangs in large plaits where it is gathered in behind. Over this, in front, is tied tightly round the waist, so as to keep all trim and compact, a dark apron, the string of which passes over the little fulled skirt of the jacket behind, and makes it stick out smartly and tastily, while it clips the waist in. The headgear consists of a sort of mob cap, nothing of which but the edge round the face can be seen, on account of the kerchief of flowered cotton, which is passed over it, hood fashion, and half tied under the chin. This head kerchief is in place of the bonnet, a thing not to be seen among the whole 500 females who make up this pleasant show. Indeed, varying the colors of the different articles, this description applies to every dress of the whole assembly, except that in some the fineness of the day has dispensed with the kerchief, and left the snow-white cap exposed, and in others, the whole figure, except the head, is coyishly covered and concealed by a large hooded cloak of black cloth, daintily lined with silk and confined close up to the throat by an embossed silver clasp, but hanging loosely down to the heels in thick, full folds. The petticoat is very short. The trim ankles are cased in close-fit hose of dark, sober, slate color, and the shoes, though thick and serviceable like all the rest of the costume, fit the foot as neatly as those which are not made to walk in. Patmore tells us that his first meeting with the Lambs was immediately after they had first seen his book, and they left the house intent upon reading it. My sister's verses. I think these would probably be the lines on Emma learning Latin which I have quoted above. Here should come a very pleasant letter from Lamb to Dodwell of the India House, dated October 7, 1827. Lamb thanks Dodwell, to whom there is an earlier letter extant, for a pig. He first describes his new house at Enfield, and then breaks off about the cooking of the pig, bidding Becky do it nice and crisp. The rest is chaff concerning the India House and Dodwell's fellow clerks. Letter 436. Charles Lamb to William Hone. No date, Oct. 1827. Dear Hone, having occasion to write to Clark, I put in a bit to you. I see no extracts in this N.O. You should have 3 sets in hand, one long one in particular from Atreus and Thyestes, terribly fine. Don't spare 'em, with fragments, divided as you please, they'll hold out to Christmas. What I have to say is enjoined me most seriously to say to you by Moxon. Their country customers grieve at getting the table book so late. It is indispensable it should appear on Friday. Do it but once, and you'll never know the difference. Fable. A boy at my school, a cunning fox, for 1 penny insured himself a hot roll and butter every morning for ever. Some favored ones were allowed a roll and butter to their breakfasts. He had none, but he bought one morning. What did he do? He did not eat it, but cutting it in 2, sold each one of the halves to a half-breakfasted blue boy for his whole roll tomorrow. The next day he had a whole roll to eat, and 2 halves to swap with other 2 boys, who had eat their cake and were still not satiated, for whole ones tomorrow. So on ad infinitum. By 1 morning's abstinence, he feasted 7 years after. Application. Bring out the next N.O. on Friday, for country correspondence' sake. It will be 1 piece of exertion, and you will go right ever after, for you will have just the time you had before, to bring it out ever after by the Friday. You don't know the difference in getting a thing early. Your correspondents are your authors. You don't know how an author frets to know the world has got his contribution when he finds it not on his breakfast table. Once in this case is ever without a grain of trouble afterwards. I won't like you or speak to you if you don't try it once. Yours on that condition. C. Lamb. This letter is dated by Mr. Hazlitt conjecturally 1826, but I think it more probably October 1827, as the extracts, passages from Crown's Thyestes, contributed by Lamb to Hone's table book, were printed late in 1827. In Lamb's next note to Hone, he says how glad he was to receive the table book early on Friday, the result of the fable. Letter 437. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood. No date, 1827. Dear H., Emma has a favor, besides a bed, to ask of Mrs. Hood. Your parcel was gratifying. We have all been pleased with Mrs. Leslie. I speak it most sincerely. There is much manly sense with a feminine expression, which is my definition of ladies' writing. Mrs. Leslie and Her Grandchildren, 1827, was the title of a book for children by Mrs. Reynolds, mother of John Hamilton Reynolds and Mrs. Hood, and wife of the writing master at Christ's Hospital. Letter 438. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. No date, late 1827. My dear B., you will understand my silence when I tell you that my sister, on the very eve of entering into a new house we have taken at Enfield, was surprised with an attack of one of her sad long illnesses, which deprived me of her society, though not of her domestication, for 8 or 9 weeks together. I see her, but it does her no good. But for this, we have the snuggest, most comfortable house, with everything most compact and desirable. Colebrook is a wilderness. The books, prints, etc. are come here, and the New River came down with us. The familiar prints, the bust, the Milton, seem scarce to have changed their rooms. One of her last observations was how frightfully like this room is to our room in Islington, our upstairs room, she meant. How I hope you will come some better day and judge of it. We have tried quiet here for 4 months, and I will answer for the comfort of it enduring. On emptying my bookshelves, I found an Ulysses, which I will send to AK when I go to town, for her acceptance, unless the book be out of print. One likes to have one copy of everything one does. I neglected to keep one of Poetry for Children, the joint production of Mary and me, and it is not to be had for love or money. It had in the title page, by the author of Mrs. Lester's School. Know you anyone that has it and would exchange it? Strolling to Waltham Cross the other day, I hit off these lines. It is one of the crosses which Edward first caused to be built for his wife at every town where her corpse rested between Northamptonshire and London. A stately cross each sad spot doth attest, whereat the corpse of Elinor did rest. From Hood be fetched, her spouse so honoured her, to sleep with royal dust at Westminster. And if less pompous obsequies were thine, Duke Brunswick's daughter, princely Caroline, grudge not, great ghost, nor count thy funeral losses. Thou in thy lifetime hadst thy share of crosses. My dear B., my head aches with this little excursion. Pray accept 2 sides for 3 for once. And believe me, yours sadly C.L. Chase Side, Enfield. And Ulysses, Lamb's Book for Children, The Adventures of Ulysses, 1808. The Poetry for Children. The known copies of the first edition of this work can be counted on the fingers. A stately cross. These verses were printed in the Englishman's magazine in September 1831. Lamb's sympathies were wholly with Caroline of Brunswick, as his epigrams in the Champion show, see Vol. Roman 4 of this edition. Letter 439. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. December 4, 1827. My dear B., I have scarce spirits to write, yet am harassed with not writing. 9 weeks are completed, and Mary does not get any better. It is perfectly exhausting. Enfield and everything is very gloomy, but for long experience I should fear her ever getting well. I feel most thankful for the spinsterly attentions of your sister. Thank the kind knitter in the sun. What nonsense seems verse, when one is seriously out of hope and spirits. I mean that at this time I have some nonsense to write, pain of incivility. Would to the 5th heaven no coxcomb had invented albums. I have not had a bijou, nor the slightest notice from Pickering about omitting 4 out of 5 of my things. The best thing is never to hear of such a thing as a bookseller again, or to think there are publishers, second-hand stationers, and old book stalls for me. Authorship should be an idea of the past. Old kings, old bishops are venerable, all present is hollow. I cannot make a letter. I have no straw, not a pennyworth of chaff, only this may stop your kind importunity to know about us. Here is a comfortable house, but no tenants. One does not make a household. Do not think I am quite in despair, but in addition to hope protracted. I have a stupefying cold and obstructing headache, and the sun is dead. I will not fail to apprise you of the revival of a beam. Meantime, accept this, rather than think I have forgotten you all. Best remember. And yours and theirs truly, C.L. Letter 440. Charles Lamb to Leigh Hunt. No date, December 1827. Dear H., I am here almost in the 11th week of the longest illness my sister ever had, and no symptoms of amendment. Some had begun, but relapsed with a change of nurse. If she ever gets well, you will like my house, and I shall be happy to show you Enfield country. As to my head, it is perfectly at your or anyone's service, either Mayer's or Hazlitt's, which last done 15 or 20 years since. White of the accountant's office, India House has, he lives in Kentish Town, I forget where, but is to be found in Leadenhall daily. Take your choice. I should be proud to hang up as an alehouse sign even, or rather I care not about my head or anything, but how we are to get well again, for I am tired out. God bless you and yours from the worst calamity. Yours truly, C.L. Kindest remembrances to Mrs. Hunt. H. is in a queer dress. M's would be preferable ad populum. Leigh Hunt had asked Lamb for his portrait to accompany his Lord Byron and some of his contemporaries. Lamb had been painted by Hazlitt in 1804 and by Henry Mayer, full size, in May 1826, as well as by others. Hunt chose Mayer's picture, which was beautifully engraved, for his book, in the large paper edition. The original is now in the India office. A reproduction serves as the frontispiece to this volume. The Hazlitt portrait, representing Lamb in the garb of a Venetian senator, is now in the National Portrait Gallery. A reproduction serves as the frontispiece to Vol. I of this edition. Letter 441. Charles Lamb to William Hone. P.M. Dec. 15, 1827. My dear Hone, I read the sad accident with a careless eye, the newspaper giving a wrong name to the poor sufferer, but learned the truth from Clark. God send him ease, and you comfort in your thick misfortunes. I am in a sorry state. 'Tis the 11th week of the illness, and I cannot get her well. To add to the calamity, Miss James is obliged to leave us in a day or two. We had an Enfield nurse for 7 weeks, and just as she seemed mending, she was called away. Miss Jace coming seemed to put her back, and now she is going. I do not compare my sufferings to yours, but you see the world is full of troubles. I wish I could say a word to comfort you. You must cling to all that is left. I fear to ask you whether the book is to be discontinued. What a pity, when it must have delighted so many. Let me hear about you and it, and believe me with deepest fellow feeling. Your friend C. Lamb, Friday evening. Hone's son Alfred, who had met with an accident, was a sculptor. The table book was to close with the year. Letter 442. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. No date, Middle Deck, 1827. My dear Alsop, thanks for the birds. Your announcement puzzles me sadly as nothing came. I send you back a word in your letter, which I can positively make nothing of, and therefore return to you as useless. It means to refer to the birds, but gives me no information. They are at the fire, however. My sister's illness is the most obstinate she ever had. It will not go away, and I am afraid Miss James will not be able to stay above a day or two longer. I am desperate to think of it sometimes. 'Tis 11 weeks. The day is sad as my prospects. With kindest love to Mrs. A. and the children. Yours, C.L. No atlas this week. Poor Hone's good boy Alfred has fractured his skull. Another son is returned dead from the Navy office, and his book is going to be given up, not having answered. What a world of troubles this is. The atlas was the paper which Alsop sent to Lamb every week. Letter 443. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. December 20, 1827. My dear Alsop, I have writ to say to you that I hope to have a comfortable Christmas day with Mary, and I cannot bring myself to go from home at present. Your kind offer, and the kind consent of the young lady to come, we feel as we should do. Pray accept all of you our kindest thanks. At present, I think a visitor, good and excellent as we remember her to be, might a little put us out of our way. Emma is with us, and our small house just holds us, without obliging Mary to sleep with Becky and C. We are going on extremely comfortably, and shall soon be in capacity of seeing our friends. Much weakness is left still. With thanks and old remembers, yours, C.L. Letter 444. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Dec. 22, 1827. My dear Moxon, I am at length able to tell you that we are all doing well, and shall be able soon to see our friends as usual. If you will venture a winter walk to Enfield tomorrow week, Sunday 3/8, you will find us much as usual. We intend a delicious, quiet Christmas day, dull and friendless, for we have not spirits for festivities. Pray communicate the good news to the Hoods, and say I hope he is better. I should be thankful for any of the books you mention, but I am so apprehensive of their miscarriage by the stage. At all events, I want none just now. Pray call and see Mrs. Lovekin. I heard she was ill. Say we shall be glad to see them some fine day after a week or so. May I beg you to call upon Miss James and say that we are quite well, and that Mary hopes she will excuse her writing herself yet. She knows that it is rather troublesome to her to write. We have wrecked her letter. Farewell, till we meet. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Enfield. Letter 445. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. No date, end of 1827. My dear B., we are all pretty well again and comfortable, and I take a first opportunity of sending the adventures of Ulysses, hoping that among us, Homer, Chapman, and C.O., we shall afford you some pleasure. I fear it is out of print. If not, A.K. will accept it, with wishes it were bigger. If another copy is not to be had, it reverts to me and my heirs forever. With it I send a trumpery book, to which, without my knowledge, the editor of the Bijou has contributed Lucy's verses. I am ashamed to ask her acceptance of the trash accompanying it. Adieu to albums for a great while, I said when I came here, and had not been fixed 2 days, but my landlord's daughter, not at the pot house, requested me to write in her female friends, and in her own. If I go to blank space, something seems to be missing. Thou art there also, O all-pervading album. All over the Leeward Islands, in Newfoundland, and the back settlements, I understand there is no other reading. They haunt me. I die of albophobia. A trumpery book. I have not found it. Writing in the Englishman's Magazine in 1831, in a review of his own album verses, Lamb amplifies his sentiments on albums. See Vol. I. Letter 446. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. January 9, 1828. Dear Alsop, I have been very poorly and nervous lately, but am recovering sleep, and see I do not invite or make engagements for particular days, but I need not say how pleasant your dropping in any Sunday morn would be. Perhaps Jameson would accompany you. Pray beg him to keep an accurate record of the warning I sent by him to old Pan, for I dread lest he should at the 12 months' end deny the warning. The house is his daughter's, but we took it through him and have paid the rent to his receipts for his daughter's. Consult J if he thinks the warning sufficient. I am very nervous, or have been, about the house, lost my sleep, and expected to be ill, but slumbered gloriously last night golden slumbers. I shall not relapse. You fright me with your inserted slips in the most welcome atlas. They begin to charge double for it and call it 2 sheets. How can I confute them by opening it, when a note of yours might slip out, and we get in a hobble? When you write real letters. Mary's best love and mine to Mrs. A. Yours ever, C. Lamb. I cannot explain the business part of this letter. Letter 447. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. January, Sunday, 1828. Dear Moxon, I have to thank you for dispatching so much business for me. I am uneasy respecting the enclosed receipts which you sent me and are dated Jan. 1827. Pray get them changed by Mr. Henshaw to 1828. I have been in a very nervous way since I saw you. Pray excuse me to the Hoods for not answering his very pleasant letter. I am very poorly. The keepsake, I hope, is returned. I sent it back by Mrs. Hazlitt on Thursday. 'Twas blotted outside when it came. The rest I think are mine. My heart bleeds about poor Hone. That's such an agreeable book, and a book there seemed no reason should not go on forever, should be given up, and a thing substituted which, in its nature, cannot last. Don't send me any more companions, for it only vexes me about the table book. This is not whether to hope to see anybody today, but without any particular invitations, pray consider that we are at any time most glad to see you, you with Hunt's Lord Byron or Hazlitt's Napoleon in your hand, or you simply with your switch, and see the night was damnable and the morning is not too blessable. If you get my dates changed, I will not trouble you with business for some time. Best of all, remembrances to the Hoods, with a malicious congratulation on their friend Rice's advancement. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Hone's table book ceased with 1827. It was succeeded by a reprint, in monthly parts, of Strutt's Sports and Pastimes. The Companion would be the periodical started by Leigh Hunt in 1828. Hazlitt's Napoleon. Of this work, the first 2 volumes appeared in 1828 and the next 2 in 1830. Their friend Rice's advancement. I cannot say to what this would refer. Rice was Edward Rice. Letter 448. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Feb. 1828. Dear M., I had rather thought to have seen you yesterday, or I should have written to thank you for your attentions in the book way, and C. Hone's address is 22 Belvedere Place, Southwark, T's near the obelisk. I can only say we shall be most glad to see you when weather suits, and that it will be a joyful surprisal to see the Hoods. I should write to them, but am poorly and nervous. Emma is very proud of her Valentine. Mary does not immediately want books, having a damned consignment of novels in Ms. from Malta, which I wish the Mediterranean had in its guts. Believe me, yours truly, C.L. Monday. Emma's Valentine probably came from Moxon, who, I feel sure, in spite of Lamb's utterance in a previous letter, had not yet told his love, if it had really budded. Novels in Ms. Lady Stoddart's, we may suppose, see letter above. Letter 449. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clark. Enfield, 25 Feb. 1828. My dear Clark, you have been accumulating on me such a heap of pleasant obligations that I feel uneasy in writing as to a benefactor. Your smaller contributions, the little weekly rills, are refreshments in the dessert, but your large books were feasts. I hope Mrs. Hazlitt, to whom I encharged it, has taken Hunt's Lord B. to the novellos. His picture of literary lordship is as pleasant as a disagreeable subject can be made. His own poor man's education at Dear Christ's is as good and hearty as the subject. Hazlitt's speculative episodes are capital. I skip the battles. But how did I deserve to have the book? The Companion has too much of Madame Pasta. Theatricals have ceased to be popular attractions. His walk home after the play is as good as the best of the old indicators. The watchmen are emboxed in a niche of fame, save the skating one that must be still fugitive. I wish I could send a scrap for goodwill, but I have been most seriously unwell and nervous a long time. I have scarce mustered courage to begin this short note, but conscience duns me. I had a pleasant letter from your sister, greatly over-acknowledging my poor sonnet. I think I should have replied to it, but tell her I think so. Alas for sonneting, tease as the nerves are, all the summer I was dawdling among green lanes, and verses came as thick as fancies. I am sunk winterly below prose and zero. But I trust the vital principle is only as under snow, that I shall yet laugh again. I suppose the great change of place affects me, but I could not have lived in town, I could not bear company. I see Novello flourishes in the Del Capo line, and dedications are not forgotten. I read the Atlas. When I pitched on the Deaden, I looked for the broom of Cowden Nose to be harmonized, but 'twas Summat of Rossini's. I want to hear about Hone. Does he stand above water? How is his son? I have delayed writing to him till it seems impossible. Break the ice for me. The wet ground here is intolerable, the sky above clear and delusive, but underfoot quagmires from night showers, and I am cold-footed and moisture-abhorring as a cat. Nevertheless, I yesterday tramped to Waltham Cross, Perhaps the poor bit of exertion necessary to scribble this was owing to that unusual bracing. If I get out, I shall get stout, and then something will out. I mean for the companion, you see I rhyme insensibly. Traditions are rife here of one Clark a schoolmaster, and a runaway pickle named Holmes, but much obscurity hangs over it. Is it possible they can be any relations? 'Tis worth the research, when you can find a sunny day, with ground firm, and see Master Sexton is intelligent, and for half a crown he'll pick you up a father. In truth, we shall be most glad to see any of the Novellian circle, middle of the week, such as can come, or Sunday, as can't. But spring will burgeon out quickly, and then we'll talk more. You'd like to see the improvements on the chase, the new cross in the marketplace, the chandler's shop from whence the rods were fetched. They are raised a farthing since the spread of education. But perhaps you don't care to be reminded of the Holofernes days, and nothing remains of the old laudable profession but the clear, firm, impossible to be mistaken schoolmaster text hand with which is subscribed the ever-welcome name of Charles Cowden. C. Let me crowd in both our loves to all. C.L. Let me never be forgotten to include in my remembrances my good friend and whilom correspondent, Master Stephen. How especially is Victoria? I try to remember all I used to meet at Shacklewell, the little household, cake-producing, wine-bringing out Emma, the old servant that didn't stay and ought to have stayed, and was always very dirty and friendly, and Miss H., the countertenor with a fine voice, whose sister married Thurtell. They all live in my mind's eye, and Mr. Ensign Holmes's walks with us half back after supper. Troja Fewett. The Companion. Leigh Hunt's paper lasted only for 7 months. Madame Pasta, of whom too much was written, was Giudetta Pasta, 1798–1865, a singer of unusual compass, for whom Bellini wrote La Somnambula. The following is the account of the sliding watchman in the essay. Walks home by night in bad weather, watchman. But the oddest of all was the sliding watchman. Think of walking up a street in the depth of a frosty winter, with long ice in the gutters and sleet overhead, and then figure to yourself a sort of bale of a man in white, coming towards you with a lantern in one hand and an umbrella over his head. It was the oddest mixture of luxury and hardship, of juvenility and old age, but this looked agreeable. Animal spirits carry everything before them, and our invincible friend seemed a watchman for Rabelais. Time was run at and buted by him like a goat. The slide seemed to bear him half through the night at once. He slipped from out of his box and his commonplaces at one rush of a merry thought, and seemed to say, everything's in imagination. Here goes the whole weight of my office. Your sister, Mrs. Isabella Jane Towers, author of The Children's Fireside, 1828, and other books for children, to whom Lamb had sent a sonnet C. Vol, Roman 4. Novello, Dedications, I read the Atlas, in the Atlas for February 17, was reviewed select airs from Spohr's celebrated opera of Faust, arranged as duets for the pianoforte and inscribed to his friend Charles Cowden Clarke by Vincent Novello. Holmes was musical critic for The Atlas. 1 Clarke a schoolmaster. See note to the letter to Clarke in the summer of 1821. Holofernes days. Holofernes the schoolmaster in Love's Labours. Lost, Cowden Clarke had assisted his father. Master Stephen, I do not identify Stephen. Victoria, Mary Victoria Novello, afterwards Mrs. Charles Cowden. Clarke. At Shacklewell, the Novellos' old home, they now lived in Bedford Street, Covent Garden. Whose sister married Thurtell. Thurtell, the murderer of Mr. Ware, I suppose. In the Boston Bibliophile edition, there is also a brief note to Clarke. Letter 450. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. P.M. Feb. 26, 1828. My dear Robinson, it will be a very painful thing to us indeed if you give up coming to see us, as we fear, on account of the nearness of the poor lady you inquire after. It is true that on the occasion she mentions, which was on her return from last seeing her daughter, she was very heated and feverish, but there seems to be a great amendment in her since, and she has within a day or two passed a quiet evening with us. At the same time, I dare not advise anything one way or another respecting her daughter coming to live with her. I entirely disclaim the least opinion about it. If we named anything before her, it was erroneously on the notion that she was the obstacle to the plan which had been suggested of placing her daughter in a private family, which seemed your wish. But I have quite done with the subject. If we can be of any amusement to the poor lady, without self-disturbance, we will. But come and see us after circuit, as if she were not. You have no more affect friends than C and M. Lamb. The poor lady was, I imagine, the widow of Anthony Robinson. Letter 451. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. March 19th, 1828. My dear M., it is my firm determination to have nothing to do with forget-me-nots. Pray excuse me as civilly as you can to Mr. Hurst. I will take care to refuse any other applications. The things which Pickering has, if to be had again, I have promised absolutely, to poor Hood, from whom I had a melancholy epistle yesterday. Besides that, Emma has decided objections to her own and her friend's album verses being published. But if she gets over that, they are decidedly Hood's. Till we meet, farewell, loves to dash, C.L. Moxon seems to have asked Lamb for a contribution for one of Hurst's annuals, probably the Keepsake. Hood was to edit the Gem for 1829. Moxon seems to have been the present master of the dog. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Edward Irving, introducing Hone, who in later life became devout and preached at the Way House Chapel in Eastcheap. Letter 452. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. April 21, 1828. Dear B.B., you must excuse my silence. I have been in very poor health and spirits, and cannot write letters. I only write to assure you, as you wished, of my existence. All that which Mitford tells you of H.'s book is rhodomontade. Only H. has written unguardedly about me, and nothing makes a man more foolish than his own foolish panegyric. But I am pretty well cased to flattery, or its contrary. Neither affects me a turnip's worth. Do you see the author of May You Like It? Do you write to him? Will you give my present plea to him of ill health, for not acknowledge a pretty book, with a pretty frontispiece he sent me? He is most esteemed by me. As for subscribing to books, in plain truth, I am a man of reduced income, and don't allow myself 12 shillings a year to buy old books with, which must be my excuse. I am truly sorry for Murray's demur, but I wash my hands of all booksellers, and hope to know them no more. I am sick and poorly and must leave off, with our joint kind remembrances to your daughter and friend A.K.C.L. H.'s book, in Hunt's Lord Byron and some of his contemporaries Lamb, was praised very warmly. The author of May You Like It, the Rev. C.B. Taylor. The book with a pretty frontispiece was a fireside book, 1828, with a frontispiece by George Cruikshank. Murray's demur, an unfavorable reply, possibly to a suggestion of Barton's concerning a new volume. Letter 453. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. May 1st, 1828. Dear A., I am better, Mary quite well. We expected to see you before. I can't write long letters, so a friendly love to you all. Yours ever, C.L. Enfield. This sunshine is healing. Letter 454. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. May 3rd, 1828. Dear M., my friend Patmore, author of The Months, a very pretty publication, and of sundry essays in the London New Monthly, N.C., wants to dispose of a volume or two of tales. Haps they might chance to suit Hurst, but be that as it may, he will call upon you, under favour of my recommendation, and as he is returning to France where he lives, if you can do anything for him in the treaty line to save him dancing over the Channel every week, I am sure you will. I said I'd never trouble you again, but how vain are the resolves of mortal man. P is a very hearty, friendly fellow, and was poor John Scott's second, as I will be yours when you want one. May you never be mine. Yours truly, C.L. Enfield. Patmore was the author of The Mirror of the Months, 1826. Letter 455. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. Dated at End, 17 May 1828. Dear Walter, the sight of your old name again was like a resurrection. It had passed away into the dimness of a dead friend. We shall be most joyful to see you here next week. If I understand you right, for your note dated the 10th arrived only yesterday, Friday the 16th. Suppose I name Thursday next. If that don't suit, write to say so. A morning coach comes from the Bell or Bell and Crown by Leather Lane, Holborn, and sets you down at our house on the Chase side, next door to Mr. Westwood's, whom all the coachmen know. I have 4 more notes to write, so dispatch this with again assuring you how happy we shall be to see you, and to discuss Defoe and old matters. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Enft Saturday, 17th May. The last letter to Wilson was on Feb. 24, 1823. Lamb wrote to Hone a few days later. Walter Wilson dines with us tomorrow. Vel, how I should like to see Hone. Letter 456. Charles Lamb to Thomas Noon Talfourd. P.M. May 20, 1828. My dear Talfourd, we propose being with you on Wednesday not unearly, Mary to take a bed with you, and I with Crabbe, if, as I understand, he be of the party. Yours ever, C.H. Lamb. Lamb's future biographer was then living at 26 Henrietta Street, Brunswick Square. He had married in 1822. Crabbe Robinson's diary for May 21 tells us that Talfourd's party consisted of the Lambs, Wordsworth, Miss Anne Rutt, 3 barristers and himself. Lamb was in excellent spirits. He slept at Robinson's that night. Letter 457. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. No date, May, 1828. Dear Wordsworth, we had meant to have tried to see Mrs. Wordsworth and Dora next Wednesday, but we are intercepted by a violent toothache, which Mary has got by getting up next morning after parting with you, to be with my going off at 12 past 8 Holborn. We are poor travellers, and moreover we have company, damn 'em good people, Mr. Hone and an old crony not seen for 20 years, coming here on Tuesday. One stays night with us, and Mary doubts my power to get up time enough and comfort enough to be so far as you are. Will you name a day in the same or coming week that we can come to you in the morning, for it would plague us not to see the other 2 of you, whom we cannot individualize from you before you go. It is bad enough not to see your sister Dorothy. God bless you sincerely. C. Lamb. Robinson dates this letter 1810, but this is clearly wrong. It was obviously written after Lamb's liberation from the India House. If, as I suppose, the old crony is Walter Wilson, we get the date from Lamb's letters to him and to Hone, mentioned above. By the other 2 of you, Lamb means Dora Wordsworth and Johnny Wordsworth. Lamb had already seen William. The address of the present letter is W. Wordsworth, Esquire, 12 Bryanstone Street, Portman Square. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Carey, dated June 10, 1828, declining on account of ill health an invitation to dinner to meet Wordsworth. Instead, he asks Carey to Enfield with Darley and Proctor. Letter 458. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Morgan. Enfield, 17 June, 1828. The gentleman who brings this to you has been 12 years principal assistant at the first school in Enfield, and bears the highest character for carefulness and scholarship. He is about opening an establishment of his own, a classical and commercial academy at Peckham. He has just married a very notable and amiable young person, our next neighbor's daughter, and I do not doubt of their final success, but everything must have a beginning, and he wants pupils. It strikes me that 1 or 2 of Mr. Thompson's sons may be about leaving you. In that case, if you can recommend my friend's school, you will much oblige me. I can answer for the very excellent manner in which he has conducted himself here as an assistant, for I have talked it over with Dr. May's brother, and I know him to be very learned. He will explain to you the situation of our cottage, where we hope to see you soon, with Mary's kind love. The gentleman was a Mr. Sugden. Letter 459. Mary Lamb to the Thomas Hoods. No date, summer, 1828. My dear friends, my brother and Emma are to send you a partnership letter, but as I have a great dislike to my stupid scrap at the fag end of a dull letter, and as I am left alone, I will say my say first. And in the first place, thank you for your kind letter. It was a mighty comfort to me. Ever since you left me, I have been thinking I know not what, but every possible thing that I could invent. Why you should be angry with me for something I had done or left undone during your uncomfortable sojourn with us. And now I read your letter and think and feel all is well again. Emma and her sister Harriet are gone to Theobald's Park, and Charles is gone to Barnet to cure his headache, which a good old lady has talked him into. She came on Thursday and left us yesterday evening. I mean, she was Mrs. Paris, with whom Emma's aunt lived at Cambridge, and she had so much to tell her about Cambridge friends and to tell us about London ditto that her tongue was never at rest through the whole day, and at night she took Hood's whims and oddities to bed with her and laughed all night. Bless her spirits, I wish I had them, and she were as mopey as I am. Emma came on Monday, and the week has passed away I know not how. But we have promised all the week that we should go and see the picture Friday or Saturday and stay a night or so with you. Friday came, and we could not turn Mrs. Paris out so soon, and on Friday evening the thing was wholly given up. Saturday morning brought fresh hopes. Mrs. Paris agreed to go to see the picture with us, and we were to walk to Edmonton. My hat and my new gown were put on in great haste, and His Honor, who decides all things here, would have it that we could not get to Edmonton in time, and there was an end of all things. Expecting to see you, I did not write. Monday evening. Charles and Emma are taking a second walk. Harriet is gone home. Charles wishes to know more about the widow. Is it to be made to match a drawing? If you could throw a little more light on the subject, I think he would do it when Emma is gone, but his time will be quite taken up with her, for besides refreshing her Latin, he gives her long lessons in arithmetic, which she is sadly deficient in. She leaves in a week, unless she receives a renewal of her holidays, which Mrs. Williams has half promised to send her. I do verily believe that I may hope to pass the last 1 or 2 or 3 nights with you, as she is to go from London to Bury. We will write to you the instant we receive Mrs. W.'s letter. As to my poor sonnet, and it is a very poor sonnet, only it answered very well the purpose it was written for. Emma left it behind her, and nobody remembers more than 1 line of it, which is, I think, sufficient to convince you it would make no great impression in an annual. So pray let it rest in peace, and I will make Charles write a better one instead. This shall go to the post tonight. If anyone chooses to add anything to it they may. It will glad my heart to see you again. Yours, both yours, truly and affectionately, M. Lamb. Becky is going by the post office, so I will send it away. I mean to commence letter writer to the family. Mr. Hazlitt dates this letter April 1828. The reference to the widow towards the end shows that Hood was preparing the gem, and what is not generally known, that Lamb had been asked to write on that subject. As it happened, Hood wrote the essay for him and signed it Elia. See note below. Mrs. Paris we have met. Harriet, Emma Isola's sister, we do not hear of again. I was recently shown a copy of Lamb's works, 1818, inscribed in his hand to Miss Isola. This would be Harriet Isola. Emma had just begun her duties at Fornham in Suffolk, where she taught the children of a Mr. Williams, a clergyman. I cannot say what the picture was. The sonnet was probably that printed in the note to the letter to Mrs. Shelley of July 26, 1827. Charles Lamb's and Emma's joint letter has not been preserved. Letter 460. Charles Lamb to B.R. Haydon. August 1828. Dear Haydon, I have been tardy in telling you that your chairing the member gave me great pleasure. 'Tis true broad Hogarthian fun, the high sheriff capital. Considering, too, that you had the materials imposed upon you, and that you did not select them from the rude world as H. did, I hope to see many more such from your hand. If the former picture went beyond this, I have had a loss, and the king a bargain. I long to rub the back of my hand across the hardy canvas, that 2 senses might be gratified. Perhaps the subject is a little discordantly placed opposite to another act of chairing, where the huzzas were hosannas, but I was pleased to see so many of my old acquaintances brought together notwithstanding. Believe me, yours truly, C. Lamb. Haydon's chairing the member was exhibited in Bond Street this year, together with Christ's entry into Jerusalem and other of his works. The former picture was his mock election, which the king had bought for 500 guineas. For chairing the member, Haydon received only half that price. Here should come a letter to Rickman, dated September 11, 1828, in which Lamb thanks him for a present of nuts and apples, but is surprised that apples should be offered to the owner of a whole tree, almost an orchard, and an apple chamber redolent to boot. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Louisa Holcroft, dated October 2, 1828, in which so soon after Mary Lamb's determination to be the letter writer of the family, he says, "Mary Lamb has written her last letter in this world," adding that he has been left her writing legatee. He calls geese, those pretty birds that look like snow in summer and cackle like ice breaking up. Here should come a long Latin letter to Rickman, dated October 4, 1828. Canon Anger prints the Latin. I append an English version. Letter 461. Charles Lamb to John Rickman. Translation. Postmark Oct. 3, 1828. I have been thinking of sending some kind of an answer in Latin to your very elaborate letter, but something has arisen every day to hinder me. To begin with, our awkward friend, M.B., has been with us for a while, and every day and all day we have had such a lecture, you know how he stutters, on legal, mind, nothing but legal notices, that I have been afraid the Latin I want to write might prove rather barbaro-forensic than Ciceronian. He is swallowed up, body and soul, in law. He eats, drinks, plays, at the card table, law, nothing but law. He acts ignoramus in the play so thoroughly that you'd swear that in the inmost marrow of his head, is not this the proper anatomical term? There have housed themselves not devils but pettifoggers, to bemuddle with their noisy chatter his own and his friends' wits. He brought here, 'twas all his luggage, a book, Fearn on Contingent Remainders. This book he has read so hard, and taken such infinite pains to understand, that the reader's brain has few or no remainders to continge. Enough, however, of M.B. and his luggage, to come back to your claims upon me. Your return journey with notes I read again and again, nor have I done with them yet. You always make something fresh out of a hackneyed theme. Our milestones, you say, bristle with blunders, but I must shortly explain why I cannot comply with your directions herein. Suppose I were to consult the local magnates about a matter of this kind. "Ha," says one of our waywardens or parish overseers, "what business is this of yours? Do you want to drop the lodger and come out as a householder? Now you must know that I took this house of mine at Enfield, by an obvious domiciliary fiction, in my sister's name, to avoid the bother and trouble of parish and vestry meetings, and to escape finding myself one day an overseer or bigwig of some sort. What then would be my reply to the above question? Leisure I have secured, but of dignity not a tittle. Besides, to tell you the truth, the aforesaid irregularities are to my thinking most entertaining, and in fact very touching indeed. Here am I, quit of worldly affairs of every kind, for if superannuation does not mean that, what does it mean? The world then, being, as the saying is, beyond my ken, and being myself entirely removed from any accurate distinctions of space or time, these mistakes in road measure do not seriously offend me. For in the infinite space of the heavens above, which in this contracted sphere of mine I desire to imitate so far as may be, what need is there of milestones? Local distance has to do with mortal affairs. In my walks abroad, limited though they must be, I am quite at my own disposal, and on that account I have a good word for our Enfield clocks too. Their hands generally point without any servile reference to this son of our world, in his sub-empyrean position. They strike too just as it happens, according to their own sweet wiles, 1, 2, 3, anything they like, and thus to me, a more fortunate Whittington, they pleasantly announce, that time, so far as I am concerned, is no more. Here you have my reasons for not attending in this matter to the requests of a busy subsolar such as you are. Furthermore, when I reach the milestone that counts from the Hicks hole that stands now, I own at once the Aulic dignity, and were I a jailbird, I should shake in my shoes. When I reach the next, which counts from the site of the old hole, my thoughts turn to the fallen grandeur of the pile, and I reflect upon the perishable condition of the most imposing of human structures. Thus I banish from my soul all pride and arrogance, and with such meditations purify my heart from day to day. A wayfarer such as I am may learn from Vincent Bourne, in words terser and neater than any of mine, the advantages of milestones properly arranged. The lines are at the end of a little poem of his, called Milestones. Do you remember it, or shall I write it all out? How well the milestones use doth this express, which make the miles seem more and way seem less. What do you mean by this? I am borrowing hand and style from this youngster of mine, your son, I take it. The style looks, nay, on careful inspection by these old eyes, is most clearly your very own, and the writing too, either ours or the devil's. I will defer your explanation till our next meeting, may it be soon. My Latin failing me, as you may infer from erasures above, there is only this to add. Farewell, and be sure to give Mrs. Rickman my kind remembrances. C. Lamb. Enfield Chase Side, 4th Oct, 1828. I can't put this properly into Latin dabum, what is it? Letter 462. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. October 11, 1828. A splendid edition of Bunyan's Pilgrim, why the thought is enough to turn one's moral stomach. His cockle hat and staff transformed to a smart cocked beaver and a Jimmy cane, his amice grey to the last Regent Street cut, and his painful palmers paste to the modern swagger. Stop thy friend's sacrilegious hand. Nothing can be done for B, but to reprint the old cuts in as homely but good a style as possible. The Vanity Fair and the Pilgrims there, the silly soothness in his setting out countenance, the Christian idiocy, in a good sense, of his admiration of the shepherds on the delectable mountains, the lions so truly allegorical and remote from any similitude to pidcocks. The great head, the author's, capacious of dreams and similitudes dreaming in the dungeon. Perhaps you don't know my edition, what I had when a child. If you do, can you bear new designs from Martin, enameled into copper or silver plate by Heath, accompanied with verses from Mrs. Hemans' pen, oh, how unlike his own. Wouldst thou divert thyself from melancholy? Wouldst thou be pleasant, yet be far from folly? Wouldst thou read riddles and their explanation? Or else be drowned in thy contemplation? Dost thou love picking meat, or wouldst thou see a man-eyed clouds and hear him speak to thee? Wouldst thou be in a dream and yet not sleep? Or wouldst thou in a moment laugh and weep? Or wouldst thou lose thyself and catch no harm, and find thyself again without a charm? Wouldst read thyself, and read thou know'st not what, and yet know whether thou art blessed or not? By reading the same lines, oh, then come hither, and lay my book, thy head and heart together. John Bunyan. Show me such poetry in any of the 15 forthcoming combinations of show and emptiness, yclept annuals. Let me whisper in your ear that wholesome sacramental bread is not more nutritious than papistical wafer stuff. Than these, to head and heart, exceed the visual frippery of Mitford's salamander god, baking himself up to the work of creation in a solar oven, not yet by the terms of the context, itself existing. Blake's ravings made genteel, so there's verses for thy verses, and now let me tell you that the sight of your hand gladdened me. I have been daily trying to write to you, but paralyzed. You have spurred me on this tiny effort, and at intervals I hope to hear from and talk to you. But my spirits have been in a depressed way for a long, long time, and they are things which must be to you of faith, for who can explain depression? Yes, I am hooked into the gem, but only for some lines written on a dead infant of the editor's, which being as it were his property, I could not refuse their appearing. But I hate the paper, the type, the gloss, the dandy plates, the names of contributors poked up into your eyes in first page, and whistled through, all covers of magazines, the barefaced sort of emulation, the unmodest candidateship brought into so little space. In those old Londons, a signature was lost in the wood of matter, the paper course, till latterly which spoiled them. In short, I detest to appear in an annual. What a fertile genius, and a quiet good soul withal, is Hood. He has 50 things in hand, farces to supply the Adelphi for the season, a comedy for one of the great theaters, just ready, a whole entertainment by himself for Matthews and Yates to figure in, a meditated comic annual for next year, to be nearly done by himself. You'd like him very much. Wordsworth, I see, has a good many pieces announced in one of them, not our gem. W. Scott has distributed himself like a bribe haunch among them. Of all the poets, Carey has had the good sense to keep quite clear of 'em, with clergy gentlemanly right notions. Don't think I set up for being proud in this point. I like a bit of flattery tickling my vanity as well as anyone. But these pompous masquerades without masks, naked names or faces I hate, so there's a bit of my mind. Besides, they infallibly cheat you, I mean the booksellers. If I get but a copy, I only expect it from Hood's being my friend. Coleridge has lately been here. He too is deep among the prophets, the year-servers, the mob of gentlemen annuals, but they'll cheat him, I know. And now, dear B.B., the sun shining out merrily, and the dirty clouds we had yesterday having washed their own faces clean with their own rain, tempts me to wander up Winchmore Hill or into some of the delightful vicinages of Enfield, which I hope to show you at some time when you can get a few days up to the great town. Believe me, it would give both of us great pleasure to show you all three. We can lodge you, our pleasant farms and villages. We both join in kindest loves to you and yours. C.H. Lamb Redivivus. Saturday. The edition of Bunyan was that published for Barton's friend, John Major and John Murray in 1830, with a Life of Bunyan by Southey, and illustrations by John Martin and W. Harvey, and a prefatory poem not by Mrs. Hemans, but by Bernard Barton immediately before Bunyan's authors. Apology for his book, from which Lamb quotes. Pidcock showed his lions at Bartholomew Fair. He was succeeded by Polito of Exeter Change. Heath, this was Charles Heath, 1785–1848, son of James Heath, a great engraver of steel plates for the annuals. Mitford's Salamander God. I cannot explain this except by Mr. MacDonald's supposition that Lamb meant to write Martin's. The Gem, see note below, p. 839. Hood's entertainment for Matthews and Frederick Yates, then joint managers of the Adelphi, I have not identified. Authors' names on playbills were, in those days, unimportant. The play was the thing. Carey, the Rev. H.F. Carey, translator of Dante. Coleridge and the Annuals. For example, Coleridge's names was in the Keepsake for 1829, his lines written in the album at Elbinger Road, in part in the Amulet for 1829. He had also contributed previously to the Literary Souvenir, the Amulet, and the Bijou. Here should come an unprinted note from Lamb to Charles Matthews, dated October 27, 1828, referring to the farce, The Pawnbroker's Daughter, which Lamb offered to Matthews for the Adelphi. As I have said, this farce was never acted. Letter 463. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clarke. Enfield, October, 1828. Dear Clarke, we did expect to see you with Victoria and the Novellos before this, and do not quite understand why we have not. Mrs. N. and V. Vincent promised us after the York expedition, a day being named before which failed. 'Tis not too late. The autumn leaves drop gold, and Enfield is beautifuller to a common eye than when you lurked at the Greyhound. Benedicts are close, but how I so totally missed you at that time, going for my morning cup of ale duly, is a mystery. 'Twas stealing a match before one's face in earnest, but certainly we had not a dream of your propinquity. I instantly prepared an epithalamium, in the form of a sonata, which I was sending to Novello to compose, but Mary forbid it me, as too light for the occasion, as if the subject required anything heavy, so in a tiff with her, I sent no congratulation at all. Though, I promise you the wedding was very pleasant news to me indeed. Let your reply name a day this next week, when you will come as many as a coach will hold, such a day as we had at Dulwich. My very kindest love and Mary's to Victoria and the Novellos. The enclosed is from a friend nameless, but highish in office, and a man whose accuracy of statement may be relied on with implicit confidence. He wants the exposed to appear in a newspaper as the greatest piece of legal and parliamentary villainy he ever remembered, and he has had experience in both, and thinks it would answer afterwards in a cheap pamphlet printed at Lambeth in 8/0 sheet, as 16,000 families in that parish are interested. I know not whether the present Examiner keeps up the character of exposing abuses, for I scarce see a paper now. If so, you may ascertain Mr. Hunt of the strictest truth of the statement at the peril of my head. But if this won't do, transmit it me back, I beg, per coach, or better, bring it with you. Yours unaltered, C. Lamb. Clarke had married Mary Victoria Novello on July 5, 1828, and they had spent their honeymoon at the Greyhound, Enfield, unknown to the Lambs. See the next letter. The enclosed, this has vanished, Hunt was Leigh Hunt. Letter 464. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. Enfield, November 6, 1828. My dear Novello, I am afraid I shall appear rather tardy in offering my congratulations, however sincere, upon your daughter's marriage. The truth is, I had put together a little serenata upon the occasion, but was prevented from sending it by my sister, to whose judgment I am apt to defer too much in these kind of things, so that, now I have her consent, the offering, I am afraid, will have lost the grace of seasonableness. Such as it is, I send it. She thinks it a little too old-fashioned in the manner, too much like what they wrote a century back, but I cannot write in the modern style if I try ever so hard. I have attended to the proper divisions for the music, and you will have little difficulty in composing it. If I may advise, make Pepusch your model, or blow. It will be necessary to have a good second voice, as the stress of the melody lies there. Serenata for 2 voices. On the marriage of Charles Cowden Clarke, Esq., to Victoria, eldest daughter of Vincent Novello, Esq. Do. Wake th, harmonious voice and string. Love and hymen's triumph sing. Sounds with secret charms combining. In melodious union joining. Best the wondrous joys can tell, that in hearts united dwell. Recitative. First voice, to young Victoria's happy fame. Well may the arts a trophy raise. Music grows sweeter in her praise. And owned by her, with rapture speaks her name. To touch the brave Caudenio's heart. The graces all in her conspire. Love arms her with his surest dart. Apollo with his lyre. Aero. The listening muses all around her. Think 'tis Phoebus' strain they hear. And Cupid, drawing near to wound her, drops his bow and stands to hear. Recitative. Second voice, wild crowds of rivals with despair. Silent admire or vainly court the fair. Behold the happy conquest of her eyes. A hero is the glorious prize. In courts, in camps, throw distant realms renowned. Caudenio comes, Victoria see. He comes with British honor crowned. Love leads his eager steps to thee. Aero. In tender sighs he silence breaks. The fair his flame approves. Consenting blushes warm her cheeks. She smiles, she yields, she loves. Recitative. First voice, now Hymen at the altar stands. And while he joins their faithful hands, behold, by ardent vows brought down, immortal conquered, heavenly bright, arrayed in robes of purest light, descends, auspicious rites to crown. Her golden harp the goddess brings. Its magic sound commands a sudden silence all around, and strains prophetic thus attune the strings. Do. First voice, the swain his nymph possessing. Second voice, the nymph her swain caressing. First and second shall still improve the blessing, forever kind and true, both while rolling years are flying. Love Hymen's lamp supplying, with fuel never dying, shall still the flame renew. To so great a master as yourself, I have no need to suggest that the peculiar tone of the composition demands sprightliness, occasionally checked by tenderness, as in the second air. She smiles, she yields, she loves. Again, you need not be told that each fifth line of the 2 first recitatives requires a crescendo, and your exquisite taste will prevent your falling into the error of Purcell, who at a passage similar to that in my first air, drops his bow and stands to hear, directed the first violin thus. Here the first violin must drop his bow. But besides the absurdity of disarming his principal performer of so necessary an adjunct to his instrument, in such an emphatic part of the composition too, which must have had a droll effect at the time. All such minutiae of adaptation are at this time of day very properly exploded, and Jackson of Exeter very fairly ranks them under the head of puns. Should you succeed in the setting of it, we propose having it performed. We have one very tolerable second voice here, and Mr. Holmes, I dare say, would supply the minor parts at the Greyhound. But it must be a secret to the young couple till we can get the band in readiness. Believe me, dear Novello, yours truly, C. Lamb, Enfield 6 Nov. 28. Mrs. Cowden Clark remarks in her notes on this letter that the references to Purcell and to Jackson of Exeter are inventions. For Mr. Holmes, see note above. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Lamb Blanchard, dated Enfield, November 9, 1828, thanking him for a book and dedication. Samuel Lamb Blanchard, 1804–1845, afterwards known as a journalist, had just published through Harrison Ainsworth a little volume entitled Lyric Offerings, which was dedicated to Lamb. After Lamb's death, Blanchard contributed to the new monthly magazine some additional popular fallacies. Letter 465. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood. Late autumn, 1828. Enfield. Dear Lamb, you are an impudent varlet, but I will keep your secret. We dine at Ayrton's on Thursday, and shall try to find Sarah and her 2 spare beds for that night only. Miss M. and her tragedy may be dished, so may not you and your rib, health attend you. Yours, T. Hood-esque. Miss Bridget Hood sends love. In the Gem, 1829, in addition to his poem, On an Infant Dying as Soon as Born, Lamb was credited with the following piece of prose, entitled A Widow, which was really the work of Hood, see letter above. A widow hath always been a mark for mockery, a standing but for wit to level at. Jest after jest hath been huddled upon her close cap, and stuck, like burrs, upon her weeds. Her sables are a perpetual black joke. Satirists' prose and verse have made merry with her bereavements. She is a stock character on the stage. Farce bottleth up her crocodile tears, or labelleth her empty lacrimatories. Comedy mocketh her precocious flirtations, tragedy even girdeth at her frailty, and twitteth her with the funeral baked meats, coldly furnishing forth the marriage tables. I confess, when I called the other day on my kinswoman G. then in the second week of her widowhood, and saw her sitting, her young boy by her side, in her recent sables, I felt unable to reconcile her estate with any risible associations. The lady with a skeleton moiety in the old print in Bowles' old shop window seemed but a type of her condition. Her husband, a whole hemisphere in love's world, was deficient. One complete side, her left, was death-stricken. It was a matrimonial paralysis, unprovocative of laughter. I could as soon have tittered at one of those melancholy objects that drag their poor dead-alive bodies about the streets. It seems difficult to account for the popular prejudice against lone women. There is a majority, I trust, of such honest, decorous mourners as my kinswoman, yet are widows, like the Hebrew, a proverb and a byword amongst nations. From the first putting on of the sooty garments, they become a stock joke. Chimney sweep or blackamoor is not surer, by mere virtue of their nigritude. Are the wanton amatory glances of a few pairs of graceless eyes, twinkling through their cunning waters, to reflect so evil a light on a whole community? Verily, the sad benighted orbs of that noble relict, the Lady Rachel Russell, blinded through unserene drops for her dead lord, might atone for such oglings. Are the traditional freaks of a dame of Ephesus, or a wife of Bath, or a queen of Denmark, to cast so broad a shadow over a whole sisterhood? There must be, methinks, some more general infirmity, common, probably, to all Eve-kind, to justify so sweeping a stigma. Does the satiric spirit, perhaps, institute splenetic comparisons between the lofty poetical pretensions of posthumous tenderness and their fulfillment? The sentiments of love especially affect a high heroical pitch, of which the human performance can present, at best, but a burlesque parody. A widow that hath lived only for her husband should die with him. She is flesh of his flesh, and bone of his bone, and it is not seemly for a mere rib to be his survivor. The prose of her practice accords not with the poetry of her professions. She hath done with the world, and you meet her in Regent Street. Earth hath now nothing left for her, but she swears and administers. She cannot survive him, and invests in the long annuities. The romantic fancy resents, and the satiric spirit records these discrepancies. By the conjugal theory itself there ought to be no widows, and accordingly a class that by our milder manners is merely ridiculed, on the ruder banks of the Ganges is literally roasted. See Lamb. Miss M and her tragedy. I fancy Miss M would be Miss Mitford, and her tragedy Rienzi, produced at Drury Lane, October 9, 1828. It was a success. Hood's Rib would probably be the play I have not identified. See letter to Barton of October 11. Here, a little out of its order, might come a letter from Lamb to Hood, December 17, 1828, which is facsimiled in a privately printed American bibliography of Lamb, the owner of which declines to let not only me, but the Boston Bibliophile Society include it with the correspondence. In it Lamb expresses regret, not so much that Hood had signed The Widow with Lamb's name, but that an unfortunately ambiguous jest, pointed out to him by certain friends, had crept into it. He asks that the subject may never be referred to again. Here perhaps should come a note to Miss Reynolds, Hood's sister-in-law, accompanying Lamb's essay on Hogarth. Letter 466. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Dec. 1828. Dear M, as I see no blood marks on the Green Lanes Road, I conclude you got in safe skins home. Have you thought of inquiring Miss Wilson's change of abode? Of the 2 copies of my drama, I want one sent to Wordsworth, together with a complete copy of Hone's Table Book, for which I shall be your debtor till we meet. Perhaps Longman will take charge of this parcel. The other is for Coleridge at Mr. Gilman's, Grove, Highgate, which may be sent, or if you have a curiosity to see him you will make an errand with it to him, and tell him we mean very soon to come and see him, if the Gilmans can give or get us a bed. I am ashamed to be so troublesome. Pray let Hood see the Eclectic Review, A Rogue, the 2D parts of the Blackwood you may make waste paper of. Yours truly. C.L. I do not identify Miss Wilson. Lamb's drama was A Wife's Trial in Blackwood for December, 1828. The same number of the Eclectic Review referred to Hood's parody of Lamb, The Widow, as profaning Leslie's picture of the widow by its heartless ribaldry. By the 2D parts of Blackwood Lamb referred, I imagine, to the pages on which his play was not printed. Letter 467. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. December 5, 1828. Dear B.B., I am ashamed to receive so many nice books from you and to have none to send you in return. You are always sending me some fruits or wholesome pot herbs, and mine is the garden of the sluggard, nothing but weeds or scarce they. Nevertheless, if I knew how to transmit it, I would send you Blackwoods of this month, which contains a little drama, to have your opinion of it, and how far I have improved, or otherwise, upon its prototype. Thank you for your kind sonnet. It does me good to see the dedication to a Christian bishop. I am for a comprehension, as divines call it, but so as that the Church shall go a good deal more than halfway over to the silent meeting house. I have ever said that the Quakers are the only professors of Christianity as I read it in the Evangels. I say professors, Mary, as to practice, with their gaudy hot types and poetical vanities, they are much at one with the sinful. Martin's frontispiece is a very fine thing, let C.L. say what he pleased to the contrary. Of the poems, I like them as a volume better than any one of the preceding, particularly Power and Gentleness. The present, Lady Russell, with the exception that I do not like the noble act of courteous, true or false, one of the grand foundations of old Roman patriotism, to be sacrificed to Lady R.'s taking notes on her husband's trial. If a thing is good, why invidiously bring it into light with something better? There are too few heroic things in this world to admit of our marshalling them in anxious etiquettes of precedence. Would you make a poetin on the story of Ruth, pretty story, and then say, "Aye, but how much better is the story of Joseph and his brethren? To go on, the stanzas to Chalon want the name of Clarkson in the body of them. It is left to inference. The Battle of Gibon is spirited again, but you sacrifice it in last stanza to the song at Bethlehem. Is it quite orthodox to do so? The first was good, you suppose, for that dispensation, Why set the word against the word? It puzzles a weak Christian. So Watts's Psalms are an implied censure on David's. But as long as the Bible is supposed to be an equally divine emanation with the Testament, so long it will stagger weaklings to have them set in opposition. Godiva is delicately touched. I have always thought it a beautiful story, characteristic of Old English times. But I could not help amusing myself with the thought. If Martin had chosen this subject for a frontispiece, there would have been in some dark corner a white lady, white as the walker on the waves, riding upon some mystical quadruped, and high above would have risen tower above tower a massy structure high, the Tenterden steeples of Coventry, till the poor cross would scarce have known itself among the clouds, and far above them all, the distant Clint hills peering over chimney pots, piled up, Ossa on Olympus fashion, till the admiring spectator, admirer of a noble deed, might have gone look for the lady, as you must hunt for the other in the lobster. But M should be made royal architect. What palaces he would pile, but then what parliamentary grants to make them good. Nevertheless, I like the frontispiece. The elephant is pleasant, and I am glad you are getting into a wider scope of subjects. There may be too much, not religion, but too many good words into a book, till it becomes, as S.H. says of religion, a rhapsody of words. I will just name that you have brought in the song to the shepherds in 4 or 5, if not 6 places. Now this is not good economy. The Enoch is fine, and here I can sacrifice Elijah to it, because 'tis illustrative only, and not disparaging of the latter prophet's departure. I like this best in the book. Lastly, I much like the heron, 'tis exquisite. Know you Lord Thurlow's sonnet to a bird of that sort on lack and water? If not, 'tis indispensable I send it you with my Blackwood, if you tell me how best to send them. Floodir is pleasant. You are getting gay and hoodish. What is the enigma? Money? If not, I fairly confess I am foiled, and Sphinx must hear our words crossed through 4 times I've tried to write eat me, and the blotting pen turns it into cat me. And now I will take my leave with saying I esteem thy verses, like thy present, honor thy frontispicer, and right reverence thy patron and dedicatee, and am, dear B.B. yours heartily, C.L. Our joint kindest, loves to A.K. and your daughter. Barton's new book was A New Year's Eve and Other Poems, 1828, dedicated to Charles Richard Sumner, Bishop of Winchester. This volume contains Barton's fireside quatrains to Charles Lamb, quoted in Vol. Roman 4, and also the following sonnet to a nameless friend, whom I take to be Lamb. Sonnet to a nameless friend. In each successive tome that bears my name, hast thou, though veiled thy own from public eyes, won from my muse that willing sacrifice, which worth and talents such as thine should claim, and I should close my minstrel task with shame, could I forget the indissoluble ties, which every grateful thought of thee supplies, to one who deems thy friendship more than fame. Accept then, thus imperfectly once more, the homage of thy poet and thy friend, and should thy partial praise my lays commend, versed as thou art in all the gentle lure of English poesy's exhaustless store, whom I most love they never can offend. Martin's frontispiece represented Christ walking on the water. Lamb recalls his remarks in a previous letter about this painter, who, though he never became royal architect, was the originator of the present Thames embankment. Macaulay, in his essay on Southey's edition of The Pilgrim's Progress in the Edinburgh for December 1831, makes some very similar remarks about Martin and the way in which he would probably paint Lear. In the poem Lady Rachel Russell, or A Roman Hero and an English Heroine Compared, Barton compared the act of Curtius, who leaped into the gulf in the Forum, with Lady Russell standing beside her lord. Chalon was the painter of a portrait of Thomas Clarkson. The Battle of Gibeon is a poem inspired by Martin's picture of Joshua. The last stanza runs thus: made known by marvels awfully sublime, yet far more glorious in the Christian's sight than these stern terrors of the olden time, the gentler splendors of that peaceful night, when opening clouds displayed, in vision bright, the heavenly host to Bethlehem's shepherd train, shedding around them more than cloudless light, Glory to God on high, their opening strain. Its chorus, peace on earth, its theme, Messiah's reign. In the lobster, referring to that part of a lobster which is cold. Evil. The elephant, some mildly humorous verses to an elephant. As S.H. says of religion, Shakespeare, I assume, in Hamlet, Roman 3, 4, 47, 48. And sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. I quote in the appendix the poem which Lamb liked best. Barton had written a poem called Sir Heron. This is Lord Thurlow's sonnet, of which Lamb was very fond. He quoted it in a note to his Elia essay on the sonnets of Sydney in the London Magazine and copied it into his album. To a bird that haunted the waters of Lacan in the winter. O melancholy bird, a winter's day. Thou standest by the margin of the pool, and taught by God dost thy whole being school. To patience, which all evil can allay, God has appointed thee the fish thy prey, and given thyself a lesson to the fool, unthrifty to submit to moral rule, and his unthinking course by thee to weigh. There need not schools, nor the professor's chair, though these be good, true wisdom to impart. He who has not enough for these to spare, of time or gold, may yet amend his heart, and teach his soul by brooks and rivers fair. Nature is always wise in every part. Fludyer was a poem to Sir Charles Fludyer on the devastation effected on his marine villa at Felixstowe by the encroachments of the sea. The answer to the enigma, Mrs. Fitzgerald Lucy Barton told Canon Ainger, was not money, but an auctioneer's hammer. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Louisa Holcroft, dated December 5, 1828. Louisa Holcroft was a daughter of Thomas Holcroft, Lamb's friend, whose widow married Kenny. A good letter with some excellent nonsense about measles in it. Letter 468. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clarke. December 1828. My dear 3C, it's the way from Southgate to Colney Hatch Throw, the unfrequentedest blackberry paths that ever concealed their coy bunches from a truant citizen, we have accidentally fallen upon. The giant tree by Cheshunt we have missed, but keep your chart to go by, unless you will be our conduct. At present I am disabled from further flights than just to skirt round Clay Hill, with a peep at the fine backwoods, by strained tendons, got by skipping a skipping rope at 53, Hugh mihi non sum qualis. But do you know, now you come to talk of walks, a ramble of 4 hours or so, there and back, to the willow and lavender plantations at the south corner of Northaw Church, by well dedicated to St. Claridge, with the clumps of finest moss rising hillock fashion, which I counted to the number of 260, and are called Claridge's covers, the tradition being that that saint entertained so many angels or hermits there, upon occasion of blessing the waters. The legends have set down the fruits spread upon that occasion, and in the Black Book of St. Albans, some are named which are not supposed to have been introduced into this island till a century later. But waiving the miracle, a sweeter spot is not in 10 counties round. You are knee-deep in clover, that is to say, if you are not above a middling man's height. From this paradise, making a day of it, you go to see the ruins of an old convent at March Hole, where some of the painted glass is yet whole and fresh. If you do not know this, you do not know the capabilities of this country. You may be said to be a stranger to Enfield. I found it out one morning in October, and so delighted was I that I did not get home before dark, well apaid. I shall long to show you the clump meadows, as they are called. We might do that, without reaching March Hole. When the days are longer, we might take both, and come home by Forest Cross, so skirt over Pennington and the cheerful little village of Churchley to 40 Hill. But these are dreams till summer. Meanwhile, we should be most glad to see you for a lesser excursion, say Sunday next, you and another, or if more, best on a weekday with a notice. But oh, Sundays, as far as a leg of mutton goes, most welcome. We can squeeze out a bed. Edmonton coaches run every hour, and my pen has run out its quarter. Heartily farewell. Much of the Lamb country, touched upon in this letter, is now built on. In my large edition, I give a map of Lamb's favorite walking region. The giant tree by Cheshunt is Gough's Oak. The Black Book of St. Albans. The Black Book's exposed abuses in the Church. Letter 469. Charles Lamb to T.N. Talfourd. No date, end of 1828. Dear Talfourd, you could not have told me of a more friendly thing than you have been doing. I am proud of my namesake. I shall take care never to do any dirty action, pickpockets, or anyhow get myself hanged, for fear of reflecting ignominy upon your young chrism. I have now a motive to be good. I shall not omnis moria, my name borne down the black gulf of oblivion. I shall survive in 11 letters, 5 more than Caesar. Possibly I shall come to be knighted, or more, Sir C.L. Talfourd, Bart. Yet hath it an authorish twang with it, which will wear out my name for poetry. Give him a smile from me till I see him. If you do not drop down before, some day in the week after next, I will come and take one night's lodging with you, if convenient, before you go hence. You shall name it. We are in town tomorrow specially Gratia, but by no arrangement can get up near you. Believe us both, with greatest regards, yours and Mrs. Talfourd's. Charles Lamphilo Talfourd. I come as near it as I can. This may be incorrectly dated, but I place it here because in that too. Hood of December 17, summarized above, Lamb speaks of his godson at Brighton. Talfourd, who himself dates this letter 1829, had named his latest child Charles Lamb Talfourd. The boy lived only until 1835. I quote in the appendix the verses which Talfourd wrote on his death. Another of Lamb's named children, Charles Lamb Kenny, grew to man's estate and became a ready writer. Letter 470. Charles Lamb to George Dyer. No date, January 1829. Dear Dyer, my very good friend, and Charles Clark's father-in-law, Vincent Novello, wishes to shake hands with you. Make him play you a tune. He is a damned fine musician, and what is better, a good man and true. He will tell you how glad we should be to have Mrs. Dyer and you here for a few days. Our young friend, Miss Isola, has been here holiday-making, but leaves us tomorrow. Yours ever, C.H. Lamb. Enfield. Added in a feminine hand, Emma's love to Mr. and Mrs. Dyer. The date of this note is pure conjecture on my part, but is unimportant. Novello had become Charles Clark's father-in-law in 1828, and Emma Isola, who was now teaching the children of a clergyman named Williams at Fornham in Suffolk, spent her Christmas holidays with the Lambs that year. Here perhaps should come an undated letter from Lamb to Louisa Martin. Lamb begins Dear Monkey and refers to his niece, Mrs. Dowden, and some business which she requires him to transact, Mrs. Dowden being Mrs. John Lamb's daughter-in-law. Lamb describes himself as a sick cat that loves to be alone on housetops or at cellar bottoms. Letter 471. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. 19th Jan. 1829. My dear Proctor, I am ashamed to have not taken the drift of your pleasant letter, which I find to have been pure invention. But jokes are not suspected in Boeotian Enfield. We are plain people, and our talk is of corn and cattle and Waltham markets. Besides, I was a little out of sorts when I received it. The fact is, I am involved in a case which has fretted me to death, and I have no reliance except on you to extricate me. I am sure you will give me your best legal advice, having no professional friend besides but Robinson and Talfourd, with neither of whom at present I am on the best terms. My brother's widow left a will, made during the lifetime of my brother, in which I am named sole executor, by which she bequeaths 40 acres of arable property, which it seems she held under covert baron, unknown to my brother, to the heirs of the body of Elizabeth Dowden, her married daughter by a first husband, in fee simple, recoverable by fine, invested property, mind. For there is the difficulty, subject to leet and quitrent. In short, worded in the most guarded terms, to shut out the property from Isaac Dowden, the husband. Intelligence has just come of the death of this person in India, where he made a will, entailing this property, which seemed entangled enough already, to the heirs of his body, that should not be born of his wife. For it seems by the law in India, natural children can recover. They have put the cause into exchequer process, here removed by certiorari from the native courts, and the question is whether I should, as executor, try the cause here or again re-remove it to the Supreme Sessions at Bangalore, which I understand I can, or plead a hearing before the Privy Council here. As it involves all the little property of Elizabeth Dowden, I am anxious to take the fittest steps, and what may be least expensive. Pray assist me, for the case is so embarrassed that it deprives me of sleep and appetite. M. Burney thinks there is a case like it in Chapt. 170 Sect. 5, Infern's Contingent Remainders. Pray read it over with him dispassionately, and let me have the result. The complexity lies in the questionable power of the husband to alienate. I had another favor to beg, which is the beggarliest of beggings. A few lines of verse for a young friend's album, 6 will be enough. M. Burney will tell you who she is I want him for, a girl of gold. 6 lines, make 'em 8, signed Barry C. They need not be very good, as I chiefly want him as a foil to mine, but I shall be seriously obliged by any refuse scrap. We are in the last ages of the world, when St. Paul prophesied that women should be headstrong, lovers of their own wills, having albums. I fled hither to escape the Albumian persecution, and had not been in my new house 24 hours, when the daughter of the next house came in with a friend's album to beg a contribution, and the following day intimated she had one of her own. 2 more have sprung up since. If I take the wings of the morning and fly unto the uttermost parts of the earth, there will albums be. New Holland has albums, but the age is to be complied with. M.B. will tell you the sort of girl I request the 10 lines for. Somewhat of a pensive cast, what you admire. The lines may come before the law question, as that cannot be determined before Hilary term, and I wish your deliberate judgment on that. The other may be flimsy and superficial, and if you have not burnt your returned letter, pray resend it me, as a monumental token of my stupidity. 'Twas a little unthinking of you to touch upon a sore subject. Why, by dabbling in those accursed albums, I have become a byword of infamy all over the kingdom. I have sickened decent women for asking me to write in albums. There be dark jests abroad, Master Cornwall, and some riddles may live to be cleared up. And 'tis not every saddle is put on the right steed, and forgeries and false gospels are not peculiar to the age following the apostles, and some tubs don't stand on their right bottoms, which is all I wish to say in these ticklish times, and so your servant. C.H.S. Lamb. We do not know the nature of the bite that Proctor had put upon Lamb, but Lamb quickly retaliated with the first paragraph of this letter, which is mainly invention. In his old acquaintance Mr. Fields wrote, he Proctor told me that the law question raised in this epistle was a sheer fabrication of Lamb's, gotten up by him to puzzle his young correspondent, the conveyancer. The coolness referred to between himself and Robinson and Talfourd, Proctor said, was also a fiction invented by Lamb to carry out his legal mystification. At the end of the first paragraph came some words in another hand, in usum infiefments, whereof he was only collaterally seized, and see, beneath which Lamb wrote, the above is some of M. Burney's memoranda which he has left me, and you may cut out and give him. Proctor's verses for Emma Isola's album I have not seen, but Canon Anger says that they refer to Isola Bella, whom all poets love, the island in Lago di Maggiore. This is a list of the contents of Emma Isola's album, all autographs, from Quaritch's catalogue, September 1886. Charles Lamb, what is an album? A poem addressed to Miss Emma Isola. To Emma on her 21st birthday, May 25, 1830. Harmony in unlikeness, without date. John Keats, to my brother, a sonnet on the birthday of his brother Tom, dated Nov. 18, 1814 or 1815. William Wordsworth, she dwelt among the untrodden ways, 3 verses of his poem on Lucy, copied in his own hand on March 18, 1837. Blessings be with them, and enduring praise, 5 lines of a sonnet dated Rydal, 1838. Alfred Tennyson, When Lazarus Left His Charnel Cave, 4 stanzas, undated. Thomas Moore, Woman Glanes But Sorrow, and Note 2. Moxon, June, 1844. Leigh Hunt, Apollo's autograph from an unpublished poem, called The Feast of the Violets, undated, circa 1838. Thomas Hood, Dreams, a prose fragment without date circa. James Hogg, I'm a Geen Rang, a song by the Ettrick Shepherd. Circa 1830. Joanna Baillie, Up Quit Thy Bower, a song undated circ. Robert Southey, Epitaph on Himself in verse Feb. 1837. Thomas Campbell, Victoria's Sceptre O'er the Waves, circa 1837. Alan Cunningham, The Pirate's Song, circa 1838. Charles Dibdin, and Albums Like the Dream of Hope, circa. Bernard Barton, To Emma, with a note by Charles Lamb. At Foot, 1827. Walter Savage Landor, To Emma Isola, circa 1827. Barry Cornwall, To the Spirit of Italy, circa 1827. Samuel Rogers, Two Letters and a Poem, My Last, 1829-36. Frederick Locker, afterwards Locker Lampson, a quatrain dated July 1873. George Dyer, J.B. Dibdin, George Darley, Matilda Betham, H.F. Carey, Mrs. Piazzi, Edward Moxon, T.N. Talfourd are the other writers. Letter 472. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. Jan 22nd, 1829. Don't trouble yourself about the verses. Take 'em coolly as they come. Any day between this and midsummer will do. 10 lines the extreme. There is no mystery in my incognita. She has often seen you, though you may not have observed a silent brown girl, who for the last 12 years has run wild about our house in her Christmas holidays. She is Italian by name and extraction. 10 lines about the blue sky of her country will do, as it's her foible to be proud of it. But they must not be over courtly or ladyfied, as she is with a lady who says to her, Go and she goeth, come and she cometh. Item, I have made her a tolerable Latinist. The verses should be moral too, as for a clergyman's family. She is called Emma Isola. I approve heartily of your turning your 4 vowels into a lesser compass. 'Twill sibylize the gold left. I shall, I think, be in town in a few weeks, when I will assuredly see you. I will put in here loves to Mrs. Proctor and the Anti-Capulets, because Mary tells me I omitted them in my last. I like to see my friends here. I have put my lawsuit into the hands of an Enfield practitioner, a plain man who seems perfectly to understand it and gives me hopes of a favorable result. Rumor tells us that Miss Holcroft is married, though the varlet has not had the grace to make any communication to us on the subject. Who is Badman or Bedham? Have I seen him at Montacute's? I hear he is a great chimist. I am sometimes chimical myself. A thought strikes me with horror. Pray heaven he may not have done it for the sake of trying chimical experiments upon her. Young female subjects are so scarce. Louisa would make a capital shot. Ain't you glad about Burke's case? We may set off the Scotch murders against the Scotch novels. Hare, the great unhanged. Martin Burney is richly worth your knowing. He is on the top scale of my friendship ladder, on which an angel or two is still climbing, and some, alas, descending. I am out of the literary world at present. Pray, is there anything new from the admired pen of the author of The Pleasures of Hope? Has Mrs. Hemans, double masculine, done anything pretty lately? Why sleeps the lyre of Hervey and of Alaric Watts? Is the muse of Elia silent? Did you see a sonnet of mine in Blackwood's last? Curious construction, elaborata facilitas, and now I'll tell. 'Twas written for the gem, but the editors declined it, on the plea that it would shock all mothers, so they published The Widow instead. I am born out of time. I have no conjecture about what the present world calls delicacy. I thought Rosamund Grey was a pretty modest thing. Hesse assures me that the world would not bear it. I have lived to grow into an indecent character. When my sonnet was rejected, I exclaimed, Damn the age, I will write for antiquity. Erratum in sonnet, last line but something, for tender, read tend. The Scotch do not know our law terms, but I find some remains of honest, plain, old writing lurking there still. They were not so mealy-mouthed as to refuse my verses. Maybe, tease their oatmeal. Blackwood sent me £20 for the drama. Somebody cheated me out of it next day, and my new pair of breeches, just sent home, cracking at first putting on, I exclaimed in my wrath, All tailors are cheats, and all men are tailors. Then I was better, rest lost. Your 4 vowels, Proctor's poetical works, in 3 volumes, were published in 1822. Since then he had issued The Flood of Thessaly, 1823. he was perhaps meditating a new one-volume selection. Anti-Capulets, the Basil Montagus Montacutes. Badman, Louisa Holcroft married Carlyle's friend Badams, a manufacturer and scientific experimentalist of Birmingham, with whom the philosopher spent some weeks in 1827 in attempting a cure for dyspepsia. See the early recollections. Burke's case, William Burke and William Hare, the body snatchers and murderers of Edinburgh, who killed persons to sell their corpses to Knox's School of Anatomy. Burke was hanged a week later than this letter, on January 28. Hare turned King's evidence and disappeared. A shot was a subject in these men's vocabulary. The author of the Waverley novels, the great unknown, had, of course, become known long before this. M.B. Martin Burney. In 1818, Lamb had dedicated the prose volume of his works to Burney in a sonnet ending with the lines, "Free from self-seeking, envy, low design. I have not found a whiter soul than thine." Hervey was Thomas Kibble Hervey, 1799–1859, a great album poet. A sonnet of mine in Blackwood, in the number for January 1829, see below. Hesse, of the firm of Taylor and Hesse, the late publishers of the London Magazine. Another letter from Lamb to Proctor, repeating the request for verses, was referred to by Canon Ainger in the preface to his edition of the Correspondence. Canon Ainger printed a delightful passage. It is disappointing not to find it among the letters proper in his latest edition. Here had I permission from its American owner to print it, which I have not. I should place Lamb's instructions as to playing whist drawn up for Mrs. Badam's use, and as an introduction to Captain Burney's treatise on the game. It is a very interesting document, and England has never seen it yet. The Boston Bibliophile edition also gives a letter from Lamb to Badams apologizing for his heatedness yesterday, and explaining it by saying that he had been for some hours dissuading a friend from settling at Enfield, which friend would have attracted down crowds of literary men, which men would have driven me wild. Letter 473. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. Jan 28, 1829. Dear Alsop, old star is setting. Take him and cut him into little stars. Nevertheless, the extinction of the greater light is not by the lesser light, Stella, or Mrs. Star, apprehended so nigh, but that she will be thankful if you can let young scintillation, Master Star, twinkle down by the coach on Sunday, to catch the last glimmer of the decaying parental light. No news is good news, so we conclude Mrs. A. and little are doing well. Our kindest loves, C.L. I cannot explain the mystery of these stars. Letter 474. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. Jan 29th, 1829. When Miss Woodcroft, who is now Mrs. Bedome and Bed Dom to her, was at Enfield, which she was in summertime, and owed her health to its sun and genial influences, she visited, with young ladylike impertinence, a poor man's cottage that had a pretty baby, the yearling, and gave it fine caps and sweetmeats. On a day broke into the parlor our two maids uproarious. "Oh, ma'am, who do you think Miss Woodcroft, they pronounce it Holcroft, has been working a cap for?" "A child," answered Mary, in true Shandian female simplicity. "It's the man's child as was taken up for sheep stealing." Miss Woodcroft was staggered and would have cut the connection, but by main force I made her go and take her leave of her protégé, which I only spell with a G, because I can't make a pretty J. I thought if she went no more, the abactor or abactor's wife, V.D. Ainsworth, would suppose she had heard something, and I have delicacy for a sheep stealer. The overseers actually overhauled a mutton pie at the baker's, his first, last, and only hope of mutton pie, which he never came to eat, and thence inferred his guilt. Per occasionum cujus I framed the sonnet. Observe its elaborate construction. I was 4 days about it. The Gypsies, Malison. Suck, baby, suck. Mother's love grows by giving. Drain the sweet founts that only thrive by wasting. Black manhood comes when riotous guilty living hands thee the cup that shall be death in tasting. Kiss, baby, kiss. Mother's lips shine by kisses. Choke the warm breath that else would fall in blessings. Black manhood comes when turbulent guilty blisses. Tend thee the kiss that poisons mid-caressings. Hang, baby, hang, mothers love such forces. Choke the fond neck that bends still to thy clinging. Black manhood comes when violent lawless courses leave thee a spectacle in rude air swinging. So sang a withered sibyl energetical, and banned the ungiving door with lips prophetical. Bari, study that sonnet, it is curiously and perversely elaborate, tease a choking subject, and therefore the reader is directed to the structure of it. See you, and was this a fortiner to be rejected by a trumpery annual? Forsooth, 'twould shock all mothers, and may all mothers, who would so be shocked, bed damned, as if mothers were such sort of logicians as to infer the future hanging of their child from the theoretical hangibility or capacity of being hanged, if the judge pleases, of every infant born with a neck on. O.B.C. My whole heart is faint, and my whole head is sick. How is it? At this damned, canting, unmasculine unbody, I had almost said, age, don't show this to your child's mother, or I shall be orphusized, scattered into Hebras. Damn the king, lords, commons, and specially, as I said on Muswell Hill on a Sunday when I could get no beer a quarter before one, all bishops, priests, and curates. Vale. Ainsworth, referring to Robert Ainsworth's Thesaurus, 1736, Abactor C. Forcellini, a stealer or driver away of cattle. Ainsworth gives only Abactus to drive away by force. The Gypsies Malison. This is the sonnet in Blackwood for January 1829. Letter 475. Fragment. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. No date, early 1829. The comings in of an incipient conveyancer are not adequate to the receipt of 3 twopenny post non-paids in a week. Therefore, after this, I condemn my stub to long and deep silence, or shall awaken it to write to lords, lest those raptures in this honeymoon of my correspondence, which you avow for the gentle person of my nuncio, after passing through certain natural grades, as love, love and water, love with the chill off, then subsiding to that point which the heroic suitor of his wedded dame, the noble-spirited Lord Randolph in the play, declares to be the ambition of his passion, a reciprocation of complacent kindness, should suddenly plump down, scarce staying to bait at the midpoint of indifference. So hungry it is for distaste, to a loathing and blank aversion, to the rendering probable such counter-expressions as this: damn that infernal twopenny postman, words which make the not yet glutted inamorato lift up his hands and wonder who can use them, while then you are not ruined, let me assure thee, O thou above the painter, and next only under Geraldus Cambrensis, the most immortal and worthy to be immortal Bari, thy most ingenious and golden cadences do take my fancy mightily. They are at this identical moment under the snip and the paste of the fairest hands, baiting chilblains in Cambridge, soon to be transplanted to Suffolk, to the envy of half of the young ladies in Bury. But tell me, and tell me truly, gentle swain, is that Isola Bella a true spot in geographical denomination, or floating Delos in thy brain? Lurks that fair island in verity in the bosom of Lake Maggiore, or some other with less poetic name, which thou hast Cornwallized for the occasion? And what if Maggiore itself be but a coinage of adaptation? Of this pray resolve me immediately, for my albumess will be catechized on this subject. And how can I prompt her? Lake Lemon I know, and Lemon Lake, in a punch bowl, I have swum in, though those lymphs be long since dry. But Maggiore may be in the moon. Unsphinx this riddle for me, for my shelves have no gazetteer. And mayest thou never murder thy father-in-law in the trivia of Lincoln's in New Square Passage, where Seal Street and the Street of Portugal embrace, nor afterwards make absurd proposals to the widow M., but I know you abhor any such notions. Nevertheless, so did Oedipus, as Admiral Burney used to call him, splitting the diphthong in spite or ignorance, for that matter. C.L. Above the painter, James Bari, R.A., but I do not understand the allusion here. Geraldus Cambrensis, the historian Geraldus de Barry. Proctor's poem for Emma Isola's album, as we have seen, mentions Isola. Bella the island in Lago de Maggiore. Delos was the floating island, which Neptune fixed in order that Latona might rest there, and Apollo and Diana be born. Oedipus, who solved the riddle of the Sphinx, was the murderer of his father. Basil Montagu was Proctor's father-in-law. Proctor's address was 10 Lincoln's Inn, New Square. At the end of the letter came a passage which for family reasons cannot be printed. Letter 476. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. February 2, 1829. Facendissime poeta, quamquam istius modi epitheta oratoribus podius quam poetis atiner facil scio, tamen facendissime. Comorator nobiscum jamdiu, in agro infeldiens, silicet, leguleus futurus, illustrissimus Martinus Bernius, odium agens, negotia nominalia, edificinum clientum vacuum polulum fugiens. Orat implorat te nemp Martinus, ut si quod defacient, forte fortuna, absent ipso, advenerit tardus cleans, eam certerum fesseris per litteras huc misses. Intelligisni, emi anglis et barbaris ad te hominum perductum scriber oportet. Si status de franco tenimento dater avo, et in codum facto si mediate vel immediate dater heredibus vel heredibus corporis dicti avi. Postrema, hic verba sunt limitations, non perquisitionis. Dixie. Carlagnulus. Mr. Stephen Gwynn has made the following translation for me. Most eloquent poet, though I know well such epithet befits orators rather than poets, and yet most eloquent, has been staying with us this while past at our country seat of Enfield, to wit, the future attorney, the illustrious Martin Burney, taking his leisure, flying for space from his nominal occupations, and his office empty of clients. He, that is, Martin, begs and entreats of you that if heaven send it so, by some stroke of fortune, in his absence there should arrive a belated client, you would inform him by letter here. Do you understand? Or must I write in barbarous English to a scholar like you? If an estate in freehold is given to an ancestor, and if in the same deed directly or indirectly the gift is made to the heir or heirs of the body of the said ancestor, these last words have the force of limitation, not of purchase. I have spoken. Charles Lamb. The last passage was copied probably direct from some law book of Burney's and is unintelligible except to students of law Latin. Letter 477. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clark. Edmonton, Feb. 2, 1829. Dear Cowden, your books are as the gushing of streams in a desert. By the way, you have sent no autobiographies. Your letter seems to imply you had, nor do I want any. Cowden, they are of the books which I give away. What damned Unitarian skewer-souled things the general biographies turn out. Rank and talent you shall have when Mrs. May has done with them. Mary likes Mrs. Bedinfield much. For me, I read nothing but Astrea. It has turned my brain. I go about with a switch turned up at the end for a crook. And lambs being too old, the butcher tells me, my cat follows me in a green riband. Becky and her cousin are getting pastoral dresses, and then we shall all four go about arcadizing. O cruel shepherdess, inconstant yet fair, and more inconstant for being fair. Her gold ringlets fell in a disorder superior to order. Come and join us. I am called the Black Shepherd, you shall be Cowden with the tuft. Prosaically, we shall be glad to have you both, or any two of you, drop in by surprise some Saturday night. This must go off. Loves to Vittoria, C.L. Rank and Talent, a novel by W.P. Scargill, 1829. Mrs. Bedinfield wrote Longhollow, A Country Tale, 1829. Astrea, probably the romance by Honor Durf. Cowden with the Tuft, so called from his hair, and from Riquet with the Tuft, the fairy tale. We read in the Cowden Clark's Recollections of Writers. The latter name, Cowden with the Tuft, slyly implies the smooth baldness with scant curly hair distinguishing the head of the friend addressed, and which seemed to strike Charles Lamb so forcibly that one evening, after gazing at it for some time, he suddenly broke forth with the exclamation, Gad, Clark, what whiskers you have behind your head. Letter 478. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. P.M. February 27, 1829. Dear R., expectation was alert on the receipt of your strange-shaped present, while yet undisclosed from its fuse envelope. Some said 'tis a vial de gamba, others pronounced it a fiddle. I myself hoped it a liquor case pregnant with eau de vie and such odd nectar. When midwifed into daylight, the gossips were at loss to pronounce upon its species. Most took it for a marrow spoon, an apple scoop, a banker's guinea shovel. At length its true scope appeared, its drift, to save the backbone of my sister stooping to scuttles. A philanthropic intent, borrowed no doubt from some of the colliers. You save people's backs one way and break 'em again by loads of obligation. The spectacles are delicate and Vulcanian. No lighter texture than their steel did the cuckoldy blacksmith frame to catch misses. Vulcan and the captain in, for ungalled forehead, as for back unbursten, you have Mary's thanks. Mary, for my own peculium of obligation, 'twas supererogatory. A second part of Pamela was enough in conscience. 2 Pamelas in a house is too much without 2 Mr. Beasts to reward 'em. Mary, who is handling her new aerial perspectives upon a pair of old worsted stockings trod out in Cheshunt lanes, sends love. I, great good liking, bid us a personal farewell before you see the Vatican. Charles Lamb, Enfield. Crab Robinson, just starting for Rome, had sent Lamb a copy of Pamela under the impression that he had borrowed one. To Mr. Beasts. In Richardson's novel, Pamela marries the young Squire B and reforms him. Letter 479. Charles Lamb to Samuel Rogers. Chase, Enfield, 22nd Mar, 1829. My dear sir, I have but lately learned, by letter from Mr. Moxon, the death of your brother. For the little I had seen of him, I greatly respected him. I do not even know how recent your loss may have been, and hope that I do not unseasonably present you with a few lines suggested to me this morning by the thought of him. I beg to be most kindly remembered to your remaining brother and to Miss Rogers. Yours truly, Charles Lamb. Rogers, of all the men that I have known, but slightly, who have died your brother's loss, touched me most sensibly. There came across my mind an image of the cordial tone of your fraternal meetings, where a guest I more than once have sate, and grieved to think that of that threefold cord one precious link by death's rude hand is severed from the rest. Of our old gentry he appeared a stem, a magistrate who, while the evildoer he kept in terror, could respect the poor, and not for every trifle harass them, as some divine and laic too oft do. This man's a private loss, and public too. Daniel Rogers, the banker's elder brother, had just died. Letter 480. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. March 25, 1829. Dear B.B., I send you by Desire Barley's very poetical poem. You will like, I think, the novel headings of each scene. Scenical directions in verse are novelties. With it I send a few duplicates, which are therefore no value to me and may amuse an idle hour. Read Christmas, tease the production of a young author who reads all your writings. A good word from you about his little book would be as balm to him. It has no pretensions and makes none, but parts are pretty. In Field's appendix, turn to a poem called The Kangaroo. It is in the best way of our old poets, if I mistake not. I have just come from town, where I have been to get my bit of quarterly pension, and have brought home from stalls in Barbican the old Pilgrim's Progress with the Prince, Vanity Fair, and See, now scarce 4 shillings, cheap, and also one of whom I have oft heard and had dreams, but never saw in the flesh, that is, in sheepskin, the whole theologic works of Thomas Aquinas. My arms ached with lugging it a mile to the stage, but the burden was a pleasure, such as old Anchises was to the shoulders of Aeneas, or the lady to the lover in old romance, who, having to carry her to the top of a high mountain, the price of obtaining her, clambered with her to the top, and fell dead with fatigue. Oh, the glorious old schoolmen! There must be something in him, such great names imply greatness. Who hath seen Michelangelo's things of us that never pilgrimage to Rome, and yet which of us disbelieves his greatness? How I will revel in his cobwebs and subtleties till my brain spins. N.B. I have writ in the old Hamlet, offer it to Mitford in my name, if he have not seen it. T's woefully below our editions of it, but keep it, if you like. What is M to me? I do not mean this to go for a letter, only to apprise you that the parcel is booked for you this 25 March, 1829, from the Four Swans, Bishopsgate. With both our loves to Lucy, and A.K. yours ever. C.L. Darley's poem Sylvia, or The May Queen by George Darley. Christmas, a poem by Edward Moxon dedicated to Lamb. Field's Appendix, Geographical Memoirs on New South Wales, edited by Baron Field, with his first fruits of Australian poetry as appendix. The old romance, Dr. Paget Toynbee points out, is Les Deux Amants of Marie of France, which Lamb had read in Miss Betham's metrical translation, The Lay of Marie. Letter 481. Charles Lamb to Miss Sarah James. No date, April, 1829. We have just got your letter. I think Mother Reynolds will go on quietly, Mrs. Scrimshaw having kittened. The name of the late laureate was Henry James Pye, and when his first birthday ode came out, which was very poor, somebody being asked his opinion of it, said, "And when the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. And was not this a dainty dish to set before the king?" Pye was brother to old Major Pye, and father to Mrs. Arnold, and uncle to a General Pye, all friends of Miss Kelly. Pye succeeded those. Wharton succeeded W.M. Whitehead succeeded Carly Cibber succeeded Euston succeeded those. Shadwell succeeded Dryden succeeded Davenant God knows whom. There never was a Rogers a poet laureate. There is an old living poet of that name, a banker, as you know, author of The Pleasures of Memory, where Moxon goes to breakfast in a fine house in the Green Park, but he was never laureate. Southey is the present one, and for anything I know or care, Moxon may succeed him. We have a copy of Christmas for you, so you may give your own to Mary as soon as you please. We think you need not have exhibited your mountain shyness before M.B. He is neither shy himself, nor patronizes it in others. So with many thanks, goodbye. Emma comes on Thursday. C.L. The poet laureate, whom Davenant succeeded, was Rare Ben Jonson, who I believe was the first regular laureate with the appointment of £100 a year and a butt of sack or canary, so add that to my little list. C.L. Mr. MacDonald dates this letter December 31, 1828, perhaps rightly. I have dated it at a venture April, 1829, because Moxon's Christmas was published in March of that year. It is the only letter to Mary Lamb's nurse, Miss James, that exists. Mrs. Reynolds was Lamb's aged pensioner, whom we have met. Pye died in 1813 and was succeeded by Southey. The author of the witticism on his first ode was George Steevens, the critic. The comment gained point from the circumstance that Pye had drawn largely on images from bird life in his verses. Letter 482. Charles Lamb to H. Crabb Robinson. P.M. April, 1829. Dear Robinson, we are afraid you will slip from England without again seeing us. It would be charity to come and see me. I have these 3 days been laid up with strong rheumatic pains in loins, back, shoulders. I shriek sometimes from the violence of them. I get scarce any sleep, and the consequence is I am restless and want to change sides as I lie, and I cannot turn without resting on my hands, and so turning all my body all at once like a log with a lever. While this rainy weather lasts, I have no hope of alleviation. I have tried flannels and embrocation in vain. Just at the hip joint the pangs sometimes are so excruciating that I cry out. It is as violent as the cramp, and far more continuous. I am ashamed to whine about these complaints to you, who can ill enter into them, but indeed they are sharp. You go about, in rain or fine, at all hours without discommodity. I envy you your immunity at a time of life not much removed from my own. But you owe your exemption to temperance, which it is too late for me to pursue. I in my lifetime have had my good things, hence my frame is brittle, yours strong as brass. I never knew any ailment you had. You can go out at night in all weathers, sit up all hours. Well, I don't want to moralize. I only wish to say that if you are inclined to a game at doubly dummy, I would try and bolster up myself in a chair for a rubber or so. My days are tedious, but less so and less painful than my nights. May you never know the pain and difficulty I have in writing so much. Mary, who is most kind, joins in the wish. C. Lamb. Letter 483. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. P.M. April 17, 1829. I do confess to mischief. It was the subtlest diabolical piece of malice heart of man has contrived. I have no more rheumatism than that poker, never was freer from all pains and aches, every joint sound, to the tip of the ear from the extremity of the lesser toe. The report of thy torments was blown circuitously here from Barry. I could not resist the jeer. I conceived you writhing when you should just receive my congratulations. How mad you'd be. Well, it is not in my method to inflict pangs. I leave that to heaven. But in the existing pangs of a friend, I have a share. His disquietude crowns my exemption. I imagine you howling and pace across the room, shooting out my free arms, legs, and see. This way and that way, with an assurance of not kindling a spark of pain from them. I deny that nature meant us to sympathize with agonies. Those face contortions, retortions, distortions have the merriness of antics. Nature meant them for farce, not so pleasant to the actor indeed, but Grimaldi cries when we laugh, and tease, but one that suffers to make thousands rejoice. You say that shampooing is ineffectual, but per se it is good, to show the intravolutions, extravolutions, of which the animal frame is capable, to show what the creature is receptible of, short of dissolution. You are worst of nights, and you. 'Twill be as good as a sermon to you to lie abed all this night and meditate the subject of the day. 'Tis Good Friday, how appropriate. Think when but your little finger pains you, what endured to whitewash you and the rest of us. Nobody will be the more justified for your endurance. You won't save the soul of a mouse. 'Tis a pure selfish pleasure. You never was racked, was you? I should like an authentic map of those feelings. You seem to have the flying gout. You can scarcely screw a smile out of your face, can you? I sit at immunity and sneer ad libitum. 'Tis now the time for you to make good resolutions. I may go on breaking 'em, for anything the worse I find myself. Your doctor seems to keep you on the long cure. Precipitate healings are never good. Don't come while you are so bad. I shan't be able to attend to your throes and the dumby at once. I should like to know how slowly the pain goes off, but don't write unless the motion will be likely to make your sensibility more exquisite. Your affectionate and truly healthy friend C. Lamb. Mary thought a letter from me might amuse you in your torment. Robinson was the victim of a sudden attack of acute rheumatism. He had a course of Turkish baths at Brighton to cure him. Letter 484. Charles Lamb to George Dyer. Enfield, April 29, 1829. Dear Dyer, as well as a bad pen can do it, I must thank you for your friendly attention to the wishes of our young friend Emma, who was packing up for Barry when your sonnet arrived, and was too hurried to express her sense of its merits. I know she will treasure up that and your second communication among her choicest rarities, as from her grandfather's friend, whom not having seen, she loves to hear talked of. The second letter shall be sent after her, with our first parcel to Suffolk, where she is, to us, alas, dead and buried. We sorely miss her. Should you at any hour think of 4 or 6 lines to send her, addressed to herself simply, naming her grandsire, and to wish she may pass through life as much respected, with your own G. Dyer at the end, she would feel rich indeed, for the nature of an album asks for verses that have not been in print before, but this quite at your convenience, and to be less trouble to yourself, 4 lines would be sufficient. Enfield has come out in summer beauty. Come when you will, and we will give you a bed. Emma has left hers, you know. I remain, my dear Dyer, your affectionate friend. Charles Lamb. From the Mirror, 1841. Lamb made the same pun, buried to George Dyer in his letter of December 5, 1808. His album verses for Miss Isola I have not seen. Letter 485. Charles Lamb to Thomas Hood. No date, May, 1829. Dear Hood, we will look out for you on Wednesday, be sure, though we have not eyes like Emma, who, when I made her sit with her back to the window to keep her to her Latin, literally saw round backwards every one that passed, and oh, that she were here to jump up and shriek out, there are the Hoods. We have had 2 pretty letters from her, which I long to show you, together with Enfield in her May beauty. Loves to Jane. Here follow rough caricatures of Charles and his sister, and I can't draw no better. I have dated this letter May, 1829, because Miss Isola had just gone too. Fornham in Suffolk, whence presumably the two letters had come. Letter 486. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date. Calamy is good reading. Mary is always thankful for books in her way. I won't trouble you for any in my way yet, having enough to read. Young Hazlitt lives, at least his father does, at 3 or 36 I have it down, with the 6 scratched out Bouverie Street, Fleet Street. If not to be found, his mother's address is Mrs. Hazlitt, Mrs. Tomlinson's, Potter's Bar. At one or other he must be heard of. We shall expect you with the full moon. Meantime, our thanks. CL. We go on very quietly and see. Calamy would be Edmund Calamy, 1671–1732, the historian of nonconformity. Mr. W. C. Hazlitt, in his Memoir of Hazlitt, says that his grandfather moved in 1829 to 3 Bouverie Street, and in the beginning of 1830 to 6 Frith Street, Soho. Young Hazlitt was William Jr., afterwards Mr. Registrar Hazlitt, and then 17 years of age. Letter 487. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. May 28, 1829. Dear W., introduce this or omit it as you like. I think I wrote better about it in a letter to you from India H. If you have that, perhaps out of the two I could patch up a better thing if you'd return both. But I am very poorly and have been harassed with an illness of my sister's. The ode was printed in the New Times nearly the end of 1825, and I have only omitted some silly lines. Call it a corrected copy. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Put my name to either or both, as you like. This letter contains Lamb's remarks on the secondary novels of Defoe, printed in Wilson's Life and Times of Defoe, chapter Roman 17, of Vol, Roman 3, and also his ode to the treadmill, which Wilson omitted from that work. See Vols, I and Roman 4, of the present edition for both pieces. Letter 488. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. June 3, 1829. Dear B.B., I am very much grieved indeed for the indisposition of poor Lucy. Your letter found me in domestic troubles. My sister is again taken ill, and I am obliged to remove her out of the house for many weeks, I fear, before I can hope to have her again. I have been very desolate indeed. My loneliness is a little abated by our young friend Emma having just come here for her holidays, and a schoolfellow of hers that was with her. Still the house is not the same, though she is the same. Mary had been pleasing herself with the prospect of seeing her at this time, and with all their company, the house feels at times a frightful solitude. May you and I in no very long time have a more cheerful theme to write about, and congratulate upon a daughter's and a sister's perfect recovery. Do not be long without telling me how Lucy goes on. I have a right to call her by her Quaker name, you know. Emma knows that I am writing to you, and begs to be remembered to you with thankfulness for your ready contribution. Her album is filling apace. But of her contributors one, almost the flower of it, a most amiable young man and late acquaintance of mine, has been carried off by consumption on return from one of the Azores Islands, to which he went with hopes of mastering the disease, came back improved, went back to a most close and confined counting-house, and relapsed. His name was Dibdin, grandson of the songster. You will be glad to hear that Emma, though unknown to you, has given the highest satisfaction in her little place of gouvernante in a clergyman's family, which you may believe by the parson and his lady drinking poor Mary's health on her birthday, though they never saw her, merely because she was a friend of Emma's, and the vicar also sent me a brace of partridges to get out of home themes. Have you seen Southey's dialogues? His lake descriptions and the account of his library at Keswick are very fine, but he needed not have called up the ghost of Moore to hold the conversations with, which might as well have passed between A and B or Caius and Lucius. It is making too free with a defunct chancellor and martyr. I feel as if I had nothing farther to write about. Oh, I forget the prettiest letter I ever read, that I have received from Pleasures of Memory, Rogers, in acknowledgment of a sonnet I sent him on the loss of his brother. It is too long to transcribe, but I hope to show it you some day, as I hope sometime again to see you when all of us are well. Only it ends thus: we were nearly of an age, he was the elder. He was the only person in the world in whose eyes I always appeared young. I will now take my leave with assuring you that I am most interested in hoping to hear favorable accounts from you. With kindest regards to AK and you. Yours truly, CL. Lucy Barton. Your ready contribution. I do not find that Barton ever printed his lines for Emma Isola's album. Dibdin, John Bates Dibdin died in May, 1828. Southey's Sir Thomas More, or Colloquies on the Progress and Prospects of Society, had just been published. This was Roger's letter. Many thanks. The verses are beautiful. I need not say with what feelings they were read. Pray accept the grateful acknowledgments of us all, and believe me when I say that nothing could have been a greater cordial to us in our affliction than such a testimony from such a quarter. He was, for none knew him so well, we were born within a year or two of each other, a man of a very high mind, and with less disguise than perhaps any that ever lived. Whatever he was, that we saw. He stood before his fellow beings, if I may be forgiven for saying so, almost as before his Maker. And God grant that we may all bear as severe an examination. He was an admirable scholar. His Dante and his Homer were as familiar to him as his alphabets, and he had the tenderest heart. When a flock of turkeys was stolen from his farm, the indignation of the poor far and wide was great and loud. To me, he is the greatest loss, for we were nearly of an age, and there is now no human being alive in whose eyes I have always been young. Under the date June 10, 1829, Mr. MacDonald prints a note from Lamb to Ayrton, which states that he has 2 young friends in the house. Here, therefore, I think, should come a letter from Lamb to William Hazlitt, Jr., in which Lamb says that he cannot see Mrs. Hazlitt this time. He adds that the ladies are very pleasant. Emma Isola adds a letter which tells us that the ladies are herself and her friend Maria. This would be the Maria of Lamb's sonnet, Harmony in Unlikeness, evidently written at this time, see Vol. Roman 4. Letter 489. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. Enfield Chase Side. Saturday 25 July AD 1829, 11 a.m. There a fuller, plumper, juicier date never dropped from Idumean palm. Am I in the dative case now? If not, a fig for dates, which is more than a date is worth. I never stood much affected to these limitary specialities, least of all since the date of my superannuation. What have I with time to do, dear B.B.? Your handwriting has. Slaves of desks, 'twas meant for you, conveyed much pleasure to me. In report of Lucy's restoration, would I could send you as good news of my poor Lucy, but some wearisome weeks I must remain lonely yet. I have had the loneliest time near 10 weeks, broken by a short apparition of Emma for her holidays, whose departure only deepened the returning solitude, and by 10 days I have passed in town. But town, with all my native hankering after it, is not what it was. The streets, the shops are left, but all old friends are gone. And in London, I was frightfully convinced of this, as I passed houses and places, empty caskets now. I have ceased to care almost about any body. The bodies I cared for are in graves or dispersed. My old clubs, that lived so long and flourished so steadily, are crumbled away. When I took leave of our adopted young friend at Charing Cross, 'twas heavy unfeeling rain, and I had nowhere to go. Home have I none, and not a sympathizing house to turn to in the great city. Never did the waters of the heaven pour down on a forlorner head. Yet I tried 10 days at a sort of a friend's house, but it was large and straggling, one of the individuals of my old long knot of friends, card players, pleasant companions, that have tumbled to pieces into dust and other things, and I got home on Thursday, convinced that I was better to get home to my hole at Enfield and hide like a sick cat in my corner. Less than a month, I hope, will bring home Mary. She is at Fulham, looking better in her health than ever, but sadly rambling, and scarce showing any pleasure in seeing me or curiosity when I should come again. But the old feelings will come back again, and we shall drown old sorrows over a game at piquet again. But 'tis a tedious cut out of a life of 64 to lose 12 or 13 weeks every year or two. And to make me more alone, our ill-tempered maid is gone, who with all her airs was yet a home piece of furniture, a record of better days. The young thing that has succeeded her is good and attentive, but she is nothing, and I have no one here to talk over old matters with. Scolding and quarreling have something of familiarity and a community of interest. They imply acquaintance. They are of resentment, which is of the family of dearness. I can neither scold nor quarrel at this insignificant implement of household services. She is less than a cat, and just better than a deal dresser. What I can do, and do overdo, is to walk, but deadly long are the days, these summer all-day days, with but a half-hour's candlelight and no firelight. I do not write, tell your kind, inquisitive Eliza, and can hardly read. In the ensuing Blackwood will be an old rejected farce of mine, which may be new to you if you see that same dull medley. What things are all the magazines now? I contrive studiously not to see them. The popular new monthly is perfect trash. Poor Hesse, I suppose you see, has failed. Hunt and Clark too. Your vulgar truths will be a good name, and I think your prose must please me at least, but 'tis useless to write poetry with no purchasers. 'Tis cold work authorship without something to puff one into fashion. Could you not write something on Quakerism, for Quakers to read, but nominally addressed to non-Quakers, explaining your dogmas, waiting on the Spirit, by the analogy of human calmness and patient waiting on the judgment? I scarcely know what I mean, but to make non-Quakers reconciled to your doctrines by showing something like them in mere human operations, but I hardly understand myself, so let it pass for nothing. I pity you for overwork, but I assure you no work is worse. The mind preys on itself, the most unwholesome food. I bragged formerly that I could not have too much time. I have a surfeit. With few years to come, the days are wearisome, but weariness is not eternal. Something will shine out to take the load off, that flags me, which is at present intolerable. I have killed an hour or two in this poor scrawl. I am a sanguinary murderer of time, and would kill him inchmeal just now. But the snake is vital. Well, I shall write merrier anon. 'Tis the present copy of my countenance I send, and to complain is a little to alleviate. May you enjoy yourself as far as the wicked wood will let you, and think that you are not quite alone, as I am. Health to Lucia, and to honor and kind remembrances. Yours forlorn, CL. Out of a life of 64. Mary Lamb was born December 3, 1764. Your kind, Eliza Barton, Bernard's sister. Rejected farce. The Pawnbroker's Daughter was printed in Blackwood, January 1830. I bragged formerly, referring I think to his sonnet Leisure. Letter 490. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. No date, late July, 1829. My dear Alsop, I thank you for thinking of my recreation, but I am best here, I feel I am. I have tried town lately, but came back worse. Here I must wait till my loneliness has its natural cure. Besides that, though I am not very sanguine, yet I live in hopes of better news from Fulham, and cannot be out of the way. 'Tis 10 weeks tomorrow. I saw Mary a week since. She was in excellent bodily health, but otherwise far from well. But a week or so may give a turn. Love to Mrs. A. and children, and fair weather accompany you. CL. Tuesday. Letter 491. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Sept. 22, 1829. Dear Moxon, if you can oblige me with the Garrick Papers or Anne of Jershan, I shall be thankful. I'm almost fearful whether my sister will be able to enjoy any reading at present, for since her coming home, after 12 weeks, she has had an unusual relapse into the saddest low spirits that ever poor creature had, and has been some weeks under medical care. She is unable to see any yet. When she is better, I shall be very glad to talk over your ramble with you. Have you done any sonnets? Can you send me any to overlook? I am almost in despair. Mary's case seems so hopeless. Believe me, yours, CL. I do not want Mr. Jameson or Lady Morgan. Enfield. Wedney. The Garrick Papers. Lamb refers, I suppose, to the private correspondence of David Garrick, in some form previous to its publication in 1832. Anne of Jershan, Scott's novel, was published this year. Mr. Jameson. I cannot find any book by a Mr. Jameson likely to have been offered to Lamb, but Mrs. Jameson's Loves of the Poets was published this year. Probably he meant to write Mrs. Jameson. Lady Morgan was the author of The Wild Irish Girl and other novels. Her 1829 book was The Book of the Boudoir. Letter 492. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. Chayside, Enfield, 26th Oct, 1829. Dear Gilman, Alsop brought me your kind message yesterday. How can I account for having not visited Highgate this long time? Change of place seemed to have changed me. How grieved I was to hear in what indifferent health Coleridge has been, and I not to know of it. A little school divinity, well applied, may be healing. I send him honest Tom of Aquin. That was always an obscure great idea to me. I never thought or dreamed to see him in the flesh, but t'other day I rescued him from a stall in Barbican and brought him off in triumph. He comes to greet Coleridge's acceptance, for his shoe latchets I am unworthy to unloose. Yet there are pretty pros and cons, and such unsatisfactory learning in him. Commend me to the question of etiquette, utrum enunciatio deburit feri per angelum, quist. 30, Articillus 2. I protest, till now I had thought Gabriel a fellow of some mark and livelihood, not a simple esquire as I find him. Well, do not break your lay brains, nor I neither, with these curious nothings. They are nuts to our dear friend, whom hoping to see at your first friendly hint that it will be convenient, I end with begging our very kindest loves to Mrs. Gilman. We have had a sorry house of it here. Our spirits have been reduced, till we were at hope's end what to do, obliged to quit this house, and afraid to engage another, till in extremity I took the desperate resolve of kicking house and all down, like Bunyan's pack. And here we are in a new life at board, and lodging with an honest couple our neighbours. We have ridded ourselves of the cares of dirty acres, and the change, though of less than a week, has had the most beneficial effects on Mary already. She looks 2 years and a half younger for it, but we have had sore trials. God send us one happy meeting. Yours faithfully, C. Lamb. The question of etiquette. See the Summa Theologies, Pars Tertia Quest, XXX, Articulus Roman 2. It would be interesting to know whether Lamb remembered an earlier letter in which he had set Coleridge some similar nuts. In A New Life, the Lambs moved next door to the Westwoods. The house, altered externally, still stands 1912 and is known as Westwood Cottage. Letter 493. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. P.M. Probably Nov. 10, 1829. Dear Fugist, or here's thee, thou rather. Contrapuntist. We expect you for, as many as the table will hold without squeeging, at Mrs. Westwood's table d'hôte on Thursday. You will find the White House shut up, and us moved under the wing of the Phoenix, which gives us friendly refuge. Beds for guests, Mary, we have none, but cleanly accommodings at the Crown and Horseshoe. Yours harmonically. C.L. Addressed Vincentio What-Ho, Novello Esquire 66, Great Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields. The Phoenix. Mr. Westwood was agent for the Phoenix Insurance Company, and the badge of that office was probably on the house. Letter 494. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. Enfield, 15th November, 1829. My dear Wilson, I have not opened a packet of unknown contents for many years that gave me so much pleasure as when I disclosed your 3 volumes. I have given them a careful perusal, and they have taken their degree of classical books upon my shelves. Defoe was always my darling, but what darkness was I in as to far the larger part of his writings. I have now an epitome of them all. I think the way in which you have done the life, the most judicious you could have pitched upon. You have made him tell his own story, and your comments are in keeping with the tale. Why, I never heard of such a work as the Review. Strange that in my stall-hunting days I never so much as lit upon an odd volume of it. This circumstance looks as if they were never of any great circulation, but I may have met with them, and not knowing the prize, overpassed them. I was almost a stranger to the whole history of dissenters in those reigns, and picked my way through that strange book, The Consolidator, at random. How affecting are some of his personal appeals, what a machine of projects he set on foot, and following writers have picked his pocket of the patents. I do not understand whereabouts in Roxana he himself left off. I always thought the complete tourist sort of description of the town she passes through on her last embarkation miserably unseasonable and out of place. I knew not they were spurious. Enlighten me as to where the apocryphal matter commences. I by accident can correct 1 AD family instructor, Vol. Roman 2. 1718, you say his first volume had then reached the 4th edition, now I have a 5th, printed for a man. Matthews 1717, so have I plucked one rotten date, or rather picked it up where it had inadvertently fallen, from your flourishing date tree, the palm of Engaddi. I may take it for my pains. I think yours a book which every public library must have, and every English scholar should have. I am sure it has enriched my meager stock of the author's works. I seem to be twice as opulent. Mary is by my side just finishing the 2nd volume. It must have interest to divert her away so long from her modern novels. Colburn will be quite jealous. I was a little disappointed at my ode to the treadmill not finding a place, but it came out of time. The 2 papers of mine will puzzle the reader, being so akin. Odd that, never keeping a scrap of my own letters, with some 15 years interval, I should nearly have said the same things. But I shall always feel happy in having my name go down anyhow with Defoe's and that of his historiographer. I promise myself, if not immortality, yet diuturnity of being read in consequence. We have both had much illness this year, and feeling infirmities and fretfulness grow upon us, we have cast off the cares of housekeeping, sold off our goods, and commenced boarding and lodging with a very comfortable old couple next door to where you found us. We use a sort of common table. Nevertheless, we have reserved a private one for an old friend, and when Mrs. Wilson and you revisit Babylon, we shall pray you to make it yours for a season. Our very kindest remembrances to you both, from your old friend and fellow journalist, now in 2 instances. C. Lamb. Hazlitt is going to make your book a basis for a review of Defoe's novels in the Edinburgh. I wish I had health and spirits to do it. Hone I have not seen, but I doubt not he will be much pleased with your performance. I very much hope you will give us an account of Dunton, and see, but what I should more like to see would be a life and times of Bunyan. Wishing health to you and long life to your healthy book. Again, I subscribe me. Yours in verity. C.L. Wilson's Memoirs of the Life and Times of Daniel Defoe had just been published in 3 volumes, with the date 1830. Defoe's review was started in February 1704 under the title, A Review of the Affairs of France, purged from the errors and partiality of newswriters and petty statesmen of all sides. It continued until May 1713. The Consolidator, or Memoirs of Sundry Transactions from the World in the Moon, translated from the lunar language, was published in 1765, a political satire which it has been thought gave hints to Swift for Gulliver. Lamb had sent Wilson his ode to the treadmill. The substance of his letter of December 16, 1822, was printed by Wilson in chapter Roman 22 of Vol. Roman 3. The new material which he wrote especially for the book was printed in chapter Roman 17 of the same volume. The space dividing them was not 15 years, but 7. Diuturnity, spelt diuturnity, a rare word signifying long duration. Fellow journalist, the other instance would be in connection with the journals of the India House, where Wilson had once been a clerk with Lamb. Hazlitt's review of Wilson's book is in the Edinburgh for January 1830, with this reference to Lamb's criticisms. Captain Singleton is a hardened, brutal desperado without one redeeming trait or almost human feeling, and in spite of what Mr. Lamb says of his lonely musings and agonies of a conscience-stricken repentance, we find nothing of this in the text. Dunton, this would be John Dunton, 1659–1733, the bookseller and author of the Athenian Gazette, Dunton's Whipping Post, and scores of pamphlets and satires. Letter 495. Fragment. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. No date, November 29, 1829. Pray trust me with the church history as well as the worthies. A moon shall restore both. Also give me back him of Aquinum. In return you have the light of my countenance. Adieu. P.S. A sister also of mine comes with it. A son of Nimshi drives her. Their driving will have been furious, impassioned. Pray God they have not toppled over the tunnel. I promise you I fear their steed, bred out of the wind, without father, semi-Melchizedekish, hot, phaetontic, from my country lodgings at Enfield. C.L. The church history and the worthies are by Fuller. Light of my countenance, Mr. Hazlitt says that this was a copy of Brooke Pullham's etching. The tunnel, the Highgate Archway. Letter 496. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. 30 Nov, 1829. Dear G., the excursionists reached home, and the good town of Enfield a little after 4, without slip or dislocation. Little has transpired concerning the events of the back journey, save that on passing the house of Squire Mellish, situate a stone bows cast from the hamlet, Father Westwood, with a good-natured wonderment, exclaimed, I cannot think what is gone of Mr. Mellish's rooks. I fancy they have taken flight somewhere, but I have missed them 2 or 3 years past. All this while, according to his fellow traveller's report, the rookery was darkening the air above with undiminished population, and deafening all ears but his with their cawings. But nature has been gently withdrawing such phenomena from the notice of Thomas Westwood's senses, from the time he began to miss the rooks. T. Westwood has passed a retired life in this hamlet of 30 or 40 years, living upon the minimum, which is consistent with gentility, yet a star among the minor gentry, receiving the bows of the tradespeople and courtesies of the alms women daily. Children venerate him not less for his external show of gentry than they wonder at him for a gentle rising endorsation of the person, not amounting to a hump, or if a hump, innocuous as the hump of the buffalo, and coronative of as mild qualities. 'Tis a throne on which patience seems to sit, the proud perch of a self-respecting humility, stooping with condescension. Thereupon the cares of life have sate, and rid him easily, for he has thrid the angustii domus with dexterity. Life opened upon him with comparative brilliancy. He set out as a rider or traveller for a wholesale house, in which capacity he tells of many hairbreadth escapes that befell him. One especially, how he rode a mad horse into the town of Devizes, how horse and rider arrived in a foam, to the utter consternation of the expostulating hostlers, innkeepers, and sea. It seems it was sultry weather, piping hot, the steed tormented into frenzy with gadflies, long past being roadworthy, but safety and the interest of the house he rode for were incompatible things. A fall in serge cloth was expected, and a mad entrance they made of it. Whether the exploit was purely voluntary or partially, or whether a certain personal defiguration in the man part of this extraordinary centaur, non-assistive to partition of natures, might not enforce the conjunction, I stand not to inquire. I look not with skew eyes into the deeds of heroes. The hosier that was burnt with his shop in Field Lane on Tuesday night shall have passed to heaven for me like a Marian martyr, provided always that he consecrated the fortuitous incremation with a short ejaculation in the exit, as much as if he had taken his state degrees of martyrdom in forma. The market vicinage, there is adoptive as well as acquisitive sacrifice. Be the animus what it might, the fact is indisputable that this composition was seen flying all abroad, and mine host of Daintree may yet remember its passing through his town, if his scores are not more faithful than his memory. After this exploit, enough for one man, Thomas Westwood seems to have subsided into a less hazardous occupation, and in the 25th year of his age we find him a haberdasher in Bow Lane, yet still retentive of his early riding, though leaving it to rower stomachs, and Christmasly at night sithence to this last, and shall to his latest. Christmas hath he, doth he, and shall he, tell after supper the story of the insane steed and the desperate rider. Save for Bedlam or Luke Snow, I could have guessed that melting day what house he rid for. But he reposes on his bridles, and after the ups and downs, metaphoric only of a life behind the counter, hard riding sometimes, I fear, for poor T.W. With the scrapings together of the shop and one anecdote, he hath finally settled at Enfield. By hard economizing, gardening, building for himself, hath reared a mansion, married a daughter, qualified a son for a counting house, gotten the respect of high and low, served for self or substitute the greater parish offices, hath a special voice at vestries, and domiciliating us, hath reflected a portion of his housekeeping respectability upon your humble servants. We are greater, being his lodgers, than when we were substantial renters. His name is a passport to take off the sneers of the native Enfielders against obnoxious foreigners. We are endenizened. Thus much of T. Westwood have I thought fit to acquaint you, that you may see the exemplary reliance upon Providence with which I entrusted so dear a charge as my own sister, to the guidance of a man that rode the mad horse into devises. To come from his heroic character, all the amiable qualities of domestic life concenter in this tamed Bellerophon. He is excellent over a glass of grog, just as pleasant without it, laughs when he hears a joke, and when, which is much oftener, he hears it not, sings glorious old sea songs on festival nights, and but upon a slight acquaintance of 2 years, Coleridge is as dear a deaf old man to us as old Norris, rest his soul, was after 50. To him and his scanty literature, what there is of it, sound, have we flown from the metropolis and its cursed annualists, reviewers, authors, and the whole muddy ink press of that stagnant pool. Now, Gilman, again, you do not know the treasure of the Fullers. I calculate on having massy reading till Christmas. All I want here is books of the true sort, not those things in boards that moderns mistake for books, what they club for at book clubs. I did not mean to cheat you with a blank side, but my eye smarts, for which I am taking medicine, and abstain, this day at least, from any aliments but milk porridge, the innocent taste of which I am anxious to renew after a half-century's disacquaintance. If a blot fall here like a tear, it is not pathos, but an angry eye. Farewell, while my specilla are sound. Yours and yours. C. Lamb. This letter records the safe return of Mary Lamb with the Fullers. Squire Mellish, William Mellish, MP for Middlesex for some years. Thomas Westwood's son, for whom Lamb found an appointment, wrote some excellent articles in Notes and Queries many years later describing the Lamb's life at his father's. Old Norris, see letter to Crab Robinson, Jan. 20, 1827. Specilla is probably a slip for conspecilla. Letter 497. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. December 8, 1829. My dear B. You are very good to have been uneasy about us, and I have the satisfaction to tell you that we are both in better health and spirits than we have been for a year or two past. I may say, than we have been since we have been at Enfield. The cause may not appear quite adequate when I tell you that a course of ill health and spirits brought us to the determination of giving up our house here, and we are boarding and lodging with a worthy old couple, long inhabitants of Enfield, where everything is done for us without our trouble, further than a reasonable weekly payment. We should have done so before, but it is not easy to flesh and blood to give up an ancient establishment, to discard old penates, and from housekeepers to turn house-sharers. N.B. We are not in the workhouse. Diocletian in his garden found more repose than on the imperial seat of Rome, and the knob of Charles V ached seldomer under a monk's cowl than under the diadem. With such shadows of assimilation, we countenance our degradation. With such a load of dignified cares just removed from our shoulders, we can the more understand and pity the accession to yours, by the advancement to an assigneeship. I will tell you honestly, B.B., that it has been long my deliberate judgment that all bankrupts, of what denomination civil or religious whatever, ought to be hanged. The pity of mankind has for ages run in a wrong channel, and has been diverted from poor creditors. How many I have known sufferers. Hazlitt has just been defrauded of £100 by his bookseller friends breaking to scoundrel debtors. I know all the topics, that distress may come upon an honest man without his fault, that the failure of one that he trusted was his calamity, and see then let both be hanged. Oh, how careful it would make traders. These are my deliberate thoughts after many years' experience in matters of trade. What a world of trouble it would save you if Friend had been immediately hanged, without benefit of clergy, which being a Quaker I presume, he could not reasonably insist upon. Why, after slaving 12 months in your assigned business, you will be enabled to declare 7 pence in the pound in all human probability. B.B. He should be hanged. Trade will never reflourish in this land till such a law is established. I write big not to save ink, but eyes, mine having been troubled with reading through 3 folios of old Fuller in almost as few days, and I went to bed last night in agony, and am writing with a vial of eye water before me, alternately dipping in vial and inkstand. This may inflame my zeal against bankrupts, but it was my speculation when I could see better. Half the world's misery, Eden else, is owing to want of money, and all that want is owing to bankrupts. I declare I would, if the state wanted practitioners, turn hangman myself, and should have great pleasure in hanging the first after my salutary law should be established. I have seen no annuals, and wish to see none. I like your fun upon them, and was quite pleased with Bowles's sonnet. Hood is or was at Brighton, but a note, prose or rhyme to him, Robert Street, Adelphi, I am sure would extract a copy of his, which also I have not seen. Wishing you and yours all health, I conclude while these frail glasses are to me eyes.